The Lord's Empire Chapter 767 to Chapter 851. Before, there had been millions of fish-scale people guarding this place, but after hearing that the army at the front lines had all been killed and the city lords had escaped, they were all scared out of their wits and did not dare to stay. Without the fish-scale people, the humans were able to destroy the barrier without any worries. Everyone started to destroy the barrier, and soon, the barrier that even Zhao Fu could not destroy was destroyed by the 900 million humans and the city lords. Following this, they destroyed the magic formations, and the boundless seawater finally stopped flowing into the human world. The human race's greatest crisis had been resolved. What about the poisonous water in the human world? That poisonous water is too poisonous, and once the dam collapses, the poisonous water will spread out. It will be even more terrifying than a flood, and leaving it in the human world will be a great threat. Akhenaten asked. After destroying the magic formations, everyone felt relieved. This made things difficult for everyone, as such a large amount of poisonous water would be incredibly difficult to deal with. Once it was leaked, it would be incredibly dangerous. A Japanese person said savagely, "This water came from the fish-scale world, and if we send it back, it will be enough to kill countless fish-scale people. Since the fish-scale people want to destroy us, we'll destroy them as well." A white-haired Chinese general glanced at him and said, "That's not very likely, at most, only a few people will die. After all, there is too much water in the fish-scale world, and the deepest places are hundreds of thousands of meters deep. Even if there is so much poisonous water, it will quickly be diluted, and it won't kill many people. However, I've thought of a way to completely deal with the fish-scale people's invasion, and we won't have to worry about them doing anything." These words caused everyone to feel delighted, and they asked the general, "What is it?" The general smiled as he explained, "We can do this. Before, we were afraid that the second dam would be destroyed, so we prepared a large amount of ice powder and used it to quickly build a third dam. Great Qin's plan has been extremely successful, and they have successfully killed the invading fish-scale people with poison. We can use the remaining ice powder here to pour the poison into the fish-scale world before sealing it with ice to prevent the poison from leaking. We can create a poisonous ice region in the fish-scale world, and we can send people to stand guard there. Once the fish-scale people invade again, we can melt the poisonous ice, allowing the poison to quickly spread and kill all invading fish-scale people." Before, when comparing fish scales to humans' greatest weakness was that they couldn't breathe or live underwater. Now, when comparing humans to fish scales, the fish scales' greatest weakness was that they couldn't live underwater. We can use this to completely suppress them. These words made everyone understand, and they all agreed, starting to act according to the old general's plan. They started to set up magic formations, causing massive pillars of water to pour into the fish scale world. Some city lords were responsible for sprinkling ice powder, and because so many people had died in the dams, the water became somewhat blood-red. At first, it was a blood-red island, but it gradually expanded. Not only did it bring with it a bone-chilling cold, but it also brought with it the danger of poisoning everything. Not only did countless sea beasts not dare to approach it, but even the small fish and prawns did not dare to take a step forward. All of them fled from where they were. The water that covered 400 or so regions could not be drained in an instant, and it would take a long time. The fish-scale people were incredibly furious at what the humans had done, but they could not go any closer. The region was covered with poisonous water, and no one dared to get close. The city lords could fly over, but because 4,000 city lords had just died, none of them dared to get close. The human invasion had caused so many fish-scale people and city lords to die, causing the entire fish-scale world to be shaken. The various factions started to look at the humans in a different light, and they started to view them as dangerous. All sides knew about the war. The various forces that had led the invasion were condemned, and more than 20 of them were kicked out of their positions as leaders. The legatees did not have it easy either, as they had suffered the heaviest losses. Not only had their battle strength plummeted, but they had also lost morale. Even though they were the legatees, they were punished by the various elders of their families. The most important figure in this battle entered the eyes of all fish-scale people. He was the Qin Empire's emperor, the person who had sealed the 8 aquatic beast kings, and the king with the most potential in the human world. He was the human world's world protector, the human world's most powerful faction, and the human world's most licentious ruler. With such a vicious reputation, as well as the fact that he had forcefully turned the situation around, he was listed as an extremely dangerous figure by countless fish-scale factions. He was the fish-scale people's greatest enemy, and he was someone that countless women had to be wary of. While the fish-scale people were setting up the island, Zhao Fu had already finished collecting the corpses. There were 3 billion corpses, 5 billion players and 500 million system main city soldiers. Apart from their equipment, there were also other items. Just the money that they had obtained from the corpses amounted to 5 billion gold coins, and Zhao Fu planned to take out 1 billion gold coins as a reward for the various factions. Adding on the equipment, items, and money, the total value of the corpses was 25 billion gold coins. This amount caused even Zhao Fu to feel shocked. He had never thought that he would have so much money before. Apart from the massive wealth, there were also the corpses. The 500 million fish-scale people and the 100 million human corpses amounted to 600 million Stage 1 corpses. With these corpses, the Qin Empire would not have to worry about having too many corpses in the next few years, which made Zhao Fu feel even more delighted. Moreover, they had poisoned 30% of the fish-scale people, and even though they did not receive any EXP, their invasion points were all given to Zhao Fu. This time, Zhao Fu once again obtained a large number of invasion points. With the invasion points and the points from sealing the aquatic beast kings, Zhao Fu would be able to exchange for a capital city, which was another delightful matter. Zhao Fu could not stop smiling. His gains this time were simply too great, and he was pleasantly surprised. Following this, the various factions broke through the barrier and returned, and Zhao Fu gave them their rewards, causing them to cheer and feel incredibly happy. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu sensed something, and his expression fell. He hurriedly looked at his spatial ring and found that the countless city lord seals had dimmed and lost all their luster. Seeing this, Zhao Fu could not help but sigh. There was only one reason why the city lord seals had become like this, which was that the city had been conquered by someone else, and the city had become an advanced town. These city lord seals naturally lost their power. Now, Zhao Fu had 150 city lord seals. To Qin, this was quite a large number, and they were incredibly important. However, they were all useless now, making Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. It seemed that the fish-scale people would rather destroy their cities than give them to the humans. Zhao Fu thought about how dangerous it was to relocate the cities to the fish-scale world, as well as how difficult it would be to find the cities. This made Zhao Fu's disappointment slightly subside. He had already made shocking gains this time, and it was best not to be too greedy and to be content with what he had. At that moment, the golden dragon suddenly said, "These useless city lord seals have special attributes and materials, and they can be considered precious treasures. It's best if you collect some, they'll be very useful in the future." Hearing the golden dragon's words, Zhao Fu felt quite curious. Useless city lord seals were just useless stones to him, so what could they be used for in the golden dragon? The golden dragon explained that these city lord seals could be used as special equipment, and they were incredibly powerful. One could also use a secret technique to fuse city lord seals into beasts' bodies, allowing them to have a portion of the power of a region boss. After hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. He had never thought that they would be useful like this. Now that his city lord seal had lost its power, the other city lord seals would also lose their power and become useless. Before, Zhao Fu had wanted to leave, but now, he could talk to the other city lords and ask for these useless city lord seals. After some discussion, Zhao Fu was willing to use 100,000 gold coins to buy a city lord seal. To city lords, 100,000 gold coins was not a small sum of money, and they were quite willing to trade a useless item for so much money. Here. There's no need for the money. Tina Pendragon came before Zhao Fu and smiled as she took out 30 or so city lord seals and handed them to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked up at her and asked, "Why?" Tina Pendragon smiled as she replied, "This thing is useless to me, but it should be useful to you, so I'm giving it to you. It's all thanks to your special poison that the humans won so easily." Zhao Fu didn't care and simply replied, "This matter is also related to Qin's safety. I'm also helping Qin, so there's no need to be grateful." As he spoke, Zhao Fu took the city lord's seal and gave her a spatial ring filled with gold coins. "Crown Prince. This is for you." If the northern continent is in danger in the future, I'll need your help, Geoffrey said as he gave a bright smile. Crown Prince. Masanori Hana walked over and took out 10 or so City Lord seals and gave them to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu received them one by one and smiled as he replied. He also gave them spatial rings filled with gold coins. Zhao Fu did not want to owe anyone any favors. After killing 4,000 or so City Lord seals, Zhao Fu had obtained 4,000 or so City Lord seals, but Zhao Fu had only received 3,500. The system main City Lords were willing to trade with Zhao Fu, but very few players were, as they were worried that Zhao Fu would use these City Lord seals to do something. Even if these City Lord seals were useless to them, they would rather throw them away than sell them to Zhao Fu. They didn't want to increase Qin's strength at all. Zhao Fu didn't force them, and in the future, Zhao Fu definitely wouldn't care about these people's lives or deaths. However, obtaining 3,500 City Lord seals was quite an unexpected gain. If he had that many cities, Qin would be almost invincible in the human world. The fish scale people's invasion had come to an end here. Now, Zhao Fu's main goal was to flood the poisonous water into the fish scale world and continuously expand the island of ice. Akhenaten and the factions in the southern side also planned to construct a city there in case the fish scale people invaded again. After returning to Qin, Zhao Fu impatiently went to the chaotic world stone stele and took out the capital city stone, which was a golden cube. This capital city stone was gold grade, and it needed to be rebuilt and condensed into a City Lord seal. As Qin's first capital city, Zhao Fu cared a lot about it. The first person that Zhao Fu thought of was Bai Qi. From the moment he had entered the Heaven Awakened world, Bai Qi had been by Zhao Fu's side. He was the person that Zhao Fu trusted the most, and he was one of Zhao Fu's most important generals. He was worthy of being a capital city. Zhao Fu had already decided that Bai Qi would be the capital city's city lord. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu thought of Tuoba Qing. That girl with the source bloodline, Zhao Fu had a feeling that she would be very useful in the future. As her bloodline slowly awakened, her strength reached stage 8 even without a City Lord seal. She was abnormally powerful, and if Zhao Fu didn't have a City Lord seal, he wouldn't be able to defeat her at all. Moreover, her bloodline had not completely awakened yet. Zhao Fu felt quite conflicted. He wanted Bai Qi to be the City Lord, but he also wanted Tuoba Qing to be the City Lord. In the end, Zhao Fu decided to make Tuoba Qing the City Lord. If she became the City Lord, not only would she obtain immense power, but the people who spawned would also obtain extremely weak bloodlines. Even though they didn't have the source bloodline, the bloodline's power would allow them to reach stage 0 to 6 after spawning. After making this decision, Zhao Fu decided to make Tuoba Qing the City Lord. However, the Golden Dragon said, "Are you really going to make her the capital city City Lord? However, a low-level city like this isn't good enough for her. I advise you to wait. The desolate blood mask is only one piece away from being restored, and when that time comes, there might be unexpected effects. Also, I made a mistake about that desolate blood mask before. It's not a nation armament but something that surpasses Emperor Heaven armaments. I'm not sure what grade it is, but because the power it gives off is too terrifying, it was thought to be a nation armament. As such, I advise you to wait until the desolate blood mask is restored before making a decision. In actuality, your subordinate Bai Qi is the most suitable candidate. Do you remember the 7-kill steel? If you fuse the 7-kill steel into a capital city stone and give it to Bai Qi, who is the 7 murders general star, there will be unexpected effects." Hearing the Golden Dragon's words, Zhao Fu understood and could only delay the matter with Tuoba Qing. He took out the 7-kill steel, and a berserk killing intent and a bloody aura spread out. It was incredibly powerful, and ordinary great cities wouldn't be able to suppress it. Great cities couldn't fuse with the 7-kill steel, or else the great city stone would be destroyed by the berserk killing intent. Perhaps some special great cities would be able to do this. However, right now, Zhao Fu didn't have any special great city stones, but the capital city stone's power was enough. After all, this was a capital city stone, and great cities could only become cities after leveling up to level 5. In the end, Zhao Fu spent a great deal of effort to fuse them together, forming a blood-red cube that gave off a dense stench of blood and a berserk killing intent. Moreover, this capital city stone had been raised from gold grade to legendary grade. This made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised, and he couldn't help but look at its stats. 7 murders capital city stone. A normal capital city stone has been fused with a treasure that gives off a berserk killing intent, turning it into a special city stone. Its grade will also increase as it kills, and everyone that spawns will have innate killing power. This city stone has become an incredibly dangerous item and can only be used by special people. If an ordinary person uses its killing power that they cannot control, not only will they become a killing monster, but countless residents will also become killing monsters. The 7 murders capital city stone's killing power was quite powerful, and ordinary people would not be able to use it. Luckily, Bai Qi had the 7 murders general star's power, and he was the most suitable candidate to be the city lord. As such, there was no need for Zhao Fu to worry. Your Majesty. What orders do you have? Bai Qi respectfully bowed, and a trace of gentleness appeared on his cold face. This was something that ordinary people wouldn't be able to see, and Bai Qi would only show this side of him when he was alone with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before handing the 7 murders capital city stone to him. Bai Qi took it and looked at it, and a look of shock appeared on his face as he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward." "Alright, it's just the 2 of us, so there's no need to be so polite. Also, I want to see this 7 murders capital city stone's power. Let's go together." Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he walked towards the door. Bai Qi nodded and followed behind Zhao Fu. Following this, the 2 of them went to the Yuanzhou province, which was Little Valley. Bai Qi went to an empty area and held the blood-red 7 murders capital city stone as he pressed it against the ground. Boom! A blood-red energy exploded out, and the aura of killing and reeking flooded out, turning into a shockwave that swept out, causing the ground to collapse. Right now, Zhao Fu only had one powerful beast, which was the wyverns. Adult wyverns had stage 5 strength, and with their powerful dragon constitutions, if they fused with City Lord seals, the effects would be shocking. In actuality, wyverns could easily suppress low-grade creatures, but against high-grade creatures, they would be completely crushed. After all, wyverns themselves were quite trash, and they were the lowest-grade dragons. Their stats were quite ordinary, and there was nothing powerful about them at all. With Zhao Fu's current standards, they were not good enough. Zhao Fu planned to use this opportunity to fuse with City Lord seals to cause their stats to mutate. After all, fusing with City Lord seals was a type of transformation, and it was quite easy for their stats to mutate. This required a place with large amounts of stats, and Zhao Fu thought of the ice and fire world in the depths of gloomy jungle. That would be able to satisfy the energy requirements of mutating their stats. After mutating their stats, they would definitely become even more powerful. They would not be able to compare to true ice dragons or fire dragons, but they would definitely be more powerful than the wyverns from before. Without even thinking about it, they would be able to help the wyverns evolve further. After such a long period of nurturing, Qing now had 1,527 wyverns, and 1,200 of them could fight. Looking at the 100-meter-tall dark forest and moon wolf, Zhao Fu smiled and had them return to their original sizes. Their 100-meter-tall bodies were their battle forms, and they could still change back to their original sizes. After returning to their original sizes, the 2 beasts affectionately looked at Zhao Fu, following which another figure leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace. It was a chubby white cat. Fat Cat had been by Salia's side, but after sensing the changes in the 2 beasts, it quickly ran over and leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace. It looked at Zhao Fu with teary eyes, looking as if it wanted to do the same. Zhao Fu smiled and sent a City Lord seal into its body before placing it on the ground and allowing it to slowly fuse with the City Lord seal. Following this, Zhao Fu took 1,200 wyverns and headed towards gloomy jungle. The sight of 1,000 dragons flying together was quite a rare sight, and the massive dragon's might caused ordinary beasts to kneel on the ground and tremble in fear. However, facing such a powerful dragon's might, the Black Forest horses were quite weak. After all, their den had fused with a trace of divinity, and they had weak divinity buffs, making them much stronger than ordinary beasts of the same level. After going to the depths of gloomy jungle, there were exactly 1,200 wyverns. Zhao Fu had 600 wyverns climb on the icy ground and 600 enter the high-temperature region. He then sent 1,200 City Lord seals into their bodies, causing them to become like the Black Forest moon wolves. Their eyes were hollow as if they did not have souls, and their bodies were withered. Their bodies were withered, and seemed as if their blood was being sucked away. Their bodies were withered, and souls flowed into the dark. The wyverns took a bit longer to go through, as they also needed to change their attributes. Jiaofu left and came back 3 days later. By then, the wyverns had completely gone through their transformations, and their appearances had greatly changed. Their gray scales had disappeared and were replaced by icy and fiery scales. Their bodies had become 150 meters long, and they gave off large amounts of cold and heat. Their auras had become even more powerful, and they were now at stage 0 to 8 or stage 0 to 9. Now, they would not be at a disadvantage against stage 7 dragons. This method of using City Lord seals was quite powerful. However, if it wasn't for the fact that the situation was quite special, who would be willing to destroy a great city just to obtain an abandoned City Lord seal? Now, Jiaofu still had 2,297 City Lord seals, and he thought of another powerful creature, which was the Corpse Soul Commanders. Their strength had reached stage 5, and their Corpse Soul power was even stronger than ordinary stage 5 creatures. After fusing with City Lord seals, Jiaofu wondered what would happen. Looking at the buffs the City Lord seals gave to the various creatures, Jiaofu felt quite interested, and he looked at the changes in the Corpse Soul Commanders' bodies. By now, Jiaofu had 7,400 Corpse Soul soldiers and 137 Corpse Soul Commanders, and Jiaofu called over 137 Corpse Soul Commanders. The Corpse Soul Commanders were 6 meters tall and had gray skin. They had powerful and muscular bodies, and their eyes were blood red. They were filled with savagery and bloodlust, and just standing in front of them would cause anyone to feel fear. Jiaofu stretched out his hand, and 137 City Lord seals floated around Jiaofu, giving off faint lights. Jiaofu pushed forwards, and the City Lord seals turned into rays of light that shot into the Corpse Soul Commanders' bodies. Roar! 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 3 hours later, massive roars tore through the sky as 137 terrifying monsters that were 70 meters tall appeared. The Corpse Soul Commanders looked quite terrifying, and their bodies gave off a gray aura. They had savage looks, and there was a bone horn on their heads. Their eyes were blood red, and they looked like ghosts. Their strength had reached stage 7, and they would be able to take on a basic City Lord without any problems. The wyverns and Corpse Soul Commanders had become stronger, instantly increasing Qin's strength to a monstrous level. At that moment, Jiaofu felt like sweeping through the northern side of the Midland continent. However, Jiaofu's rationality told him to remain calm. After all, there were at least 7,000 City Lords and 600 million Stage 1 soldiers in 2,000 regions. Now, he only had 2,160 City Lord seals left. Jiaofu did not care about ordinary Corpse Soul soldiers, and there were no wyverns that he could fight. As such, Jiaofu planned to keep them for the wyverns and Corpse Soul Commanders. Discarded City Lord seals were incredibly rare and difficult to obtain. After all, one had to destroy a great city in order to obtain a discarded City Lord seal, so it was easy to imagine how valuable it was. Jiaofu did not want to use it carelessly. A few days later, the poisonous water from the dams flowed into the fish scale world, forming a massive island that covered 100 regions. Akhenaten and the southern side's factions built cities on it, and the fish scale people did not dare to invade anymore. After the poisonous water was completely drained, the grey ground was revealed. There was still poison lingering on the ground, and the countless trees and flowers had long since withered. The 400 or so regions had become regions of death without any signs of life. This would take some time for the world to recover, as the world had the ability to adjust itself. Jiaofu went to the black spear that was stabbed into the ground. This was where Jiaofu had sealed the 8 aquatic beast kings, and Jiaofu had come here with the intention of subduing the aquatic beast kings. The aquatic beast kings were incredibly powerful, and if they could submit, Qin's strength would once again greatly increase. Back then, Jiaofu had used up half of Qin's fate, so he had to make up for it. Otherwise, it would have been too much of a waste. Jiaofu gripped the black spear, and the 1,000-meter-wide Emperor's seal once again appeared on the ground. Jiaofu's body slowly sank down and came to a massive space. This was the sealed space, which was also called the God-sealing space. It was the ability of the king's crown. Looking at the 8 furious aquatic beast kings, Zhaofu did not show any mercy. He stretched out a hand and pressed against the air, causing the chains binding the 8 aquatic beast kings to tighten. The 8 aquatic beast kings felt immense pain and became a bit more obedient. If you don't want to stay here forever, you can only submit to me. Don't have any delusions, it's impossible for you to escape. Zhaofu spoke in the fish scale language. As the 8 aquatic beast kings guarding the fish scale world, their intelligence was not low, and they could understand Zhaofu's words. Now that the boss monsters could speak, these 8 aquatic beast kings could as well. The heaven cloud jellyfish was the first to speak, and it was a mature woman's voice. Human. Don't even think about making me submit to you. Keep dreaming. The Sin Flood dragon spoke in a hoarse, old man's voice as it wildly laughed. Human. You're dreaming if you want to subdue us. Even the fish scale world's world protector can't do it, so do you think the human world's world protector can? What a joke. The Netherocian demon whale spoke in a cold, male voice. After I break the seal, I'll definitely eat you. You humans' flesh is much more delicious than the fish scale people's. I'll properly enjoy your flesh and eat all of you humans. Hearing their words, Zhaofu's expression became cold, but he did not say anything. Instead, he continued to draw magic formations and ignored them. The Earthwater Dragon Tortoise spoke in an ancient voice. Human. If you let me go, I can promise that I will never step into the human world again, and the enmity between us will be written off. The Sift Metal Stingray also spoke in a boy's voice. I'm also willing to promise that I will never step into the human world again. If you let me go, I'll give you the City Lord seals and City Creation stones I've devoured. I'm sure you humans need them, right? The Ghost Scale Flame Bird spoke in a woman's voice. If you let me go, I can promise that I will never step into the human world again, and I'll give you all of the 60 or so City Creation stones I've devoured. You 3 have no backbone. As the fish scale world's kings, how could you submit to a human and even make an agreement with him? Another man's voice sounded out. It was the 3 soul great snake's voice. Humph. I will never submit to a human. Kill me if you can, the reef lizard let out a wild female voice. At that moment, the Ghost Scale Flame Bird and the 3 soul great snake started arguing. The Ghost Scale Flame Bird coldly harumphed and said, I didn't give in, it's just a deal. I don't want to be trapped here forever. If you want to stay here forever, don't drag me down with you. The 3 soul great snake loudly laughed. You still dare to say that you haven't submitted? You promised not to step into the human world, which means that you've submitted to this human and are afraid of him. Just as the Earthwater Dragon Tortoise was about to say something, Zhaofu had already finished carving the magic formation. Then, he inserted a few crystals into it and coldly glanced at the 8 sea beast kings before instantly activating the magic formation. Chi-chi-chi, countless ferocious arcs of lightning followed the chains and struck the bodies of the 8 aquatic beasts, causing intense pain and causing them to roar. Suddenly, the arcs of lightning stopped, and before the 8 aquatic beasts could even take a breather, flames started to burn their bodies, causing them to once again roar in pain. Following this, countless wind blades slashed at their bodies and icy chi froze them. There were also metal needles continuously stabbing into their bodies. After this, the 8 aquatic beasts were covered with wounds, and their blood dyed the chains red. They also dripped to the ground, looking quite wretched. I'll say it again, are you willing to submit or not? Otherwise, you'll be punished like this every day. Zhaofu didn't care at all, these aquatic beasts just wanted to be punished. Zhaofu didn't have the ability to convince them with words, so he could only use cruel punishment to make them submit. If they submitted, the City Creation Stone and City Lord Seal within their bodies would belong to Zhaofu. However, after enduring the immense pain, the 8 sea beast kings roared at Zhaofu, wanting to eat Zhaofu. How could they be willing to surrender? However, Zhaofu did not mind, as he had more time to waste with them. After leaving the sealed region, Zhaofu once again returned to Qin City. He asked around and found that no one had any intentions of invading the fish scale world. This made Zhaofu feel quite disappointed, as Zhaofu still wanted to use invasion points to exchange for capital cities. This was incredibly important to Qin City, as Qin City already had a capital city and was only 2 away from becoming a royal city. Using invasion points to exchange for capital cities would be much faster than leveling up, and it was definitely the fastest method. However, even if they didn't want to invade, Jiaofu didn't dare to either. Even if Qin City sent out all of its forces, they would have to face the entire fish-scale world, and they would definitely be wiped out. However, Jiaofu understood how difficult it would be to invade the fish-scale world. They lived hundreds of meters underwater, and if humans wanted to attack them, they would have to go underwater. However, if humans went underwater, they would not be a match for the fish-scale people at all. This was why countless people did not want to invade the fish-scale world. They remembered the lesson from last time, and once they entered the fish-scale world, they would become the fish-scale world's territory. Who knew how many fish-scale people would attack? As such, Jiaofu could only give up on invading by himself, as it was unrealistic. However, Jiaofu wanted to go to the fish-scale world to reap a fortune before running back. He would never go back to the fish-scale world again. Jiaofu had used this method before, which was when he had destroyed 50 system main cities in a single night. He had split 10 or so city lords into teams and quickly attacked system main cities before quickly leaving. In the human world, Jiaofu would not dare to do this, as Qin City was here. If he did this, he would be a threat to too many people and would be attacked from countless regions. Right now, Qin City did not have enough strength to defend against everything. However, things were different in the fish-scale world. After doing these things, Jiaofu could hide in the human world, and they would not be able to take revenge on Qin City unless they attacked again. However, Jiaofu had the entire human world to defend against them, so he did not have to worry about Qin City's safety at all. However, this method could only be used once to catch them off guard, and it definitely would not work a second time. After all, they had already been alerted, and if they acted again, it would be incredibly dangerous. Apart from this, Jiaofu also had to obtain a map of the system main cities. He had to make preparations beforehand so that he could hunt down city lords and escape. After making some preparations, Jiaofu stealthily entered the fish-scale world and scouted around. Only after a long time did he find a system main city. If he did not make preparations, his original plan would not work, as it would take a long time to find a system main city. After a few days, Jiaofu stealthily made a map of the system main cities and started to move. Now, there were 500 or so city lords in Qin City, and in order to quickly kill the fish-scale city lords, Jiaofu did not want anything unexpected to happen. As such, he split the 20 city lords into teams and were responsible for attacking a region's city lord. They could attack together to quickly kill the city lord and relocate the city, or they could split into 2 teams of 10 and attack 2 cities at the same time. After all, the 20 city lords' task was to destroy a few great cities in a region. After doing this, they could not be greedy and immediately return to the human world. After all, staying there for even a moment longer would be dangerous. The 500 or so city lords could split into 25 teams and destroy 25 regions. Not only would they be able to obtain cities, but they would also be able to obtain large invasion points. In order to ensure their safety, Jiaofu prepared many things. The first was an isolation barrier, which would temporarily seal off teleportation channels to prevent information from leaking out. The second was something to hide their auras, and the third was to give each team 2 destruction crystals to prevent anything unexpected from happening. After making all of these preparations, everyone stealthily entered the fish-scale world and silently waited. They had to move at the same time so that they could destroy 25 regions as quickly as possible. Once news of this was leaked out and other city lords came, many of Jiaofu's city lords would die here. As such, they could not afford to be careless at all, and they had to fight a lightning-fast battle to quickly return. Jiaofu came to a system main city and silently waited. Right now, Jiaofu could not reveal his identity, or else he would be in great danger. Jiaofu did not have the power to defend against the entire fish-scale world, and if he could not use the other city lords' power, even if 50 or 60 city lords joined together, Jiaofu would not be able to defeat them. Time gradually passed, and because they were hundreds of meters underwater, the sunlight was quite weak. The system main cities had their own lighting formations, so it was always daytime in the system main cities. No creature would be energetic all day and night and never rest. Of course, the fish-scale people were resting, and Jiaofu had been waiting for this moment. Then, it was time to take action. All the city lords of Qin City launched their attacks at the same time. Jiaofu rushed into the city lord's mansion directly. The city lord sensed Zhao Fu and woke up, but Zhao Fu had already arrived in front of him. Not only was Zhao Fu wearing a cloak, but all of the city lords were also wearing cloaks to prevent their identities from being revealed. The fish-scale city lord held a reef spear as he furiously asked Zhao Fu, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu did not waste any words with him. He rushed up and slashed towards the fish-scale city lord with a shocking sword light. Sensing Zhao Fu's power, the fish-scale city lord's expression fell, and he exploded out with his full strength. He gripped his spear with both hands and held it in front of him, but he was still sent flying. He heavily crashed against a wall, and a sword light pierced through his chest. The fish-scale city lord instantly died, and a city lord's seal floated out of his corpse. Zhao Fu grabbed the city lord's seal and hurried towards the city hall. The fish-scale city was in chaos, and teleportation channels were no longer usable, so a large number of soldiers gathered at the city hall. By now, Zhao Fu had already rushed into the city hall. He did not want to waste any time, and he did not even look at the system announcements before choosing to relocate the city. He turned into a ray of black light and shot into the sky, heading towards the next system main city. Zhao Fu once again charged into the city hall, and a general was the first to discover Zhao Fu. He raised his weapon and roared as he rushed over, but Zhao Fu disdainfully slashed out, slashing the general's body into many pieces. Back then, Zhao Fu could not even defeat a general, and he had to risk his life to fight a system main city and even use his nation armament. However, things were different now. Let alone generals, even city lords could not resist much against Zhao Fu. After killing this city lord, Zhao Fu quickly relocated the city before turning into a ray of light and disappearing into the sky. A while later, Zhao Fu had already destroyed 4 system main cities and obtained a region treasure chest. Zhao Fu had completed the quest to destroy a region, and he felt that he should not be too greedy. However, his body could not help but head to a second region. In actuality, Zhao Fu wanted to throw a destruction crystal at a system main city, which would be able to kill at least 300,000 people. There were rewards for killing fish-scale people, whether they were fish-scale players or indigenous residents. Back then, they had flooded 400 or so regions and drowned all living creatures. Their plan had obtained a massive number of invasion points, and Zhao Fu wanted to use the destruction crystal to blast these fish-scale people to death. However, even though Zhao Fu wanted to do this, the shockwaves from the destruction crystal were too great. If he used it, it would reveal information and attract the attention of the city lords, and his plan would fail. A while later, Zhao Fu destroyed 3 system main cities in the second region. It was best not to be too greedy, and even though Zhao Fu felt that way, his body could not help but head to the third region. Zhao Fu had obtained 7 system main cities in one go. This method of obtaining cities was simply too fast, and he felt quite excited. After destroying the third region's 2 system main cities, Zhao Fu quickly escaped because he had sensed many dangerous auras heading towards the third region. In the end, his plan had been discovered. The hundreds of city lords looked furious and ferociously chased after Zhao Fu. However, they were unable to keep up with Zhao Fu's speed, and in the end, Zhao Fu was able to escape. Following this, thousands of city lords gave off furious auras as they stood in the sky above the island of ice. Their terrifying power made it difficult for people to breathe, and it was incredibly terrifying. Akhenaten immediately received news that the fish-scale city lords had suddenly attacked the island of ice, and the southern continent's city lords hurried over as well. Neither side could do anything to the other, and the fish-scale city lords did not want to start a war either. After all, their soldiers could not get close to the island of ice, and they were not a match for the humans on land. Even though they were amphibious and could breathe on the water, they spent most of their time in the water. Their bodies were used to swimming, and once they walked on land, their battle strength would plummet. They knew this very well. The humans needed soldiers to support them, and even if thousands of city lords rushed over, the outcome would be the same as last time. They were mainly here to threaten the humans and show that they were not people who could be easily bullied. After all, both sides were enemies, so they could not do anything about the humans suddenly attacking them. After a while, the fish-scale city lords left, and the southern continent city lords felt quite confused. They completely understood what had happened. Only after a while did they obtain information from the spies they had planted in the fish-scale world that an unknown human faction had instantly destroyed 27 regions. This news caused the southern continent's city lords to feel quite shocked. They had never thought of invading the fish-scale world, and they had never thought that some faction would be able to destroy 27 regions in such a short period of time. If they had a bit more time, things would be quite terrifying. After returning to Qin City, Xiaofu grinned as he went through his gains. He had obtained 85 system main cities in total. These system main cities belonged to the fish-scale people, so of course humans couldn't use them. However, the exchange stone steel had primordial potions that could restore the system main cities to their original state. After thinking about it, Xiaofu gave up on this idea. After this experience, it was quite difficult for creatures on land to defeat creatures in the water. Xiaofu wanted to nurture some fish-scale people so that they would be of great use in battles in the future. Qin City did not go close to the ocean, but there were many bodies of water. However, most of them were freshwater, so Xiaofu decided to go to the fish-scale world and capture some fish-scale people. He would first make them city lords and have the system main cities spawn new fish-scale people. When there were more fish-scale people, he would find suitable city lords and nurture some navy soldiers in Qin City. The second reward was the 27 region treasure chests. Xiaofu opened them all and obtained some materials and equipment. Xiaofu did not care too much about these things, but what made Xiaofu feel quite delighted were the other things. One of them was a great city upgrade stone. Right now, Xiaofu had 3 great city upgrade stones. 2 of them had been obtained from 70 or so region treasure chests, and 1 had been obtained from 35 region treasure chests. Adding on this great city upgrade stone, he now had 4. With these 4 city upgrade stones, Xiaofu would be able to directly level up his city to a level 5 great city, and he could then use the EXP to level it up to a capital city. Great city upgrade stones could only level up great cities, and they could not level up great cities to capital cities. Just like that, Xiaofu had completed the matter of another capital city. The EXP required to level up a level 5 great city to a capital city was much easier to gather than leveling up a capital city. Now, he only needed 1 more capital city to level up to a royal city, making him feel quite excited. Xiaofu was quite conflicted about which city to upgrade to a level 5 city. There were 2 main choices, the Peacock City and the Fire and Ice cities. The Ice and Fire cities were energy cities, and they were more powerful than ordinary system main cities. This was especially so with Benosh and Karasha's city lords, allowing them to unleash the full power of the Ice and Fire cities. However, the cities were only gold grade, which was quite lacking compared to capital cities. The Peacock City was the Peacock Empire's legacy city. It was a legendary grade city, but Xiaofu was slightly bothered. It was another country's legacy city. However, in terms of stats and power, the Maurya city was definitely more powerful than the Icefire city because it was the legacy city of India's most powerful dynasty. Xiaofu decided to make the Maurya city the capital city. Xiaofu thought of Xiaoma's little sister, Daphne, and because of their bloodline, she was the most suitable candidate. However, Xiaofu had to consider battles, so Xiaofu had to see if she was suitable. Apart from the city upgrade stones, there were also 3 dragon-slaying ballistae. Qin now had 8 dragon-slaying ballistae. There was also another item that was quite special. It was a tricolored piece of soil that had been kneaded into a ball. It gave off a faint fragrance, and Xiaofu looked at its description. Item reshaping soil, a mystical type of soil that can change an item's original shape and reshape it without any changes to its stats. This was something that could change an item's shape. The first thing that Xiaofu thought of was the king's crown. Now that the king's crown was legendary grade, if he could subdue the 8 aquatic beast kings and absorb their king's aura, the king's crown would become epic grade. The king's crown's benefits went without saying, and Xiaofu often used it. It was definitely the best item for sealing people. However, it was a Western type of crown, and Xiaofu did not like it. Since he could change its shape, what should he change it to? For example, a sword or some other weapon. Xiaofu thought about it and decided that Xiaofu already had enough swords, so he did not need any more. Moreover, changing its shape did not mean that it would change its stats. Swords were for attacking, while the king's crown was for support. After thinking about it for a while, Xiaofu made his decision. He took out the king's crown and used the soil. The tricolored soil fused into the king's crown, and the tough king's crown slowly softened before crumpling into a ball. Zhao Fu followed his thoughts and started to change the king's crown's shape until it became a golden eyeball. Apart from being golden and seeming to be made of metal, it looked just like a normal eyeball. Holding the eyeball, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and fused it into his left eye. His left eye, which had been unlocked, gently accepted the golden eyeball. Roar! Suddenly, a massive beast's roar sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind, and he felt as if his head was going to explode. His mind went blank as a massive demon beast covered in chains and a human head giving off golden light appeared in Zhao Fu's mind. Blood continuously flowed out of Zhao Fu's left eye as if it was going to be ripped apart. Zhao Fu inwardly cursed at how stupid he was. How come he had suddenly thought of fusing the king's crown into his eye when he had nothing better to do? The intense pain in his eye made Zhao Fu feel helpless, and he could only use his hand to cover his left eye. The blood that flowed out from his left eye seeped through his fingers. Within Zhao Fu's mind, countless traces of blood flowed out from his surroundings towards the god-sealing beast. The god-sealing beast furiously struggled and roared, but in the end, it was drowned by the blood. Whether it was the massive god-sealing beast or the golden skull, they both disappeared. At that moment, the pain in Zhao Fu's eye gradually weakened, and Zhao Fu could barely open his eye. He found that the golden eyeball had completely fused with his left eye, and he could no longer take it out. Before, Zhao Fu's eyes had 3 layers of pupils, 2 were blood red and 1 was white. Now that his left eye had fused with the golden eyeball, his left eye had 4 layers. Apart from the blood red and white, there was also a golden color. The blood red color was different from the blood red color of killing and the white color of gentleness, and the golden color gave off a trace of nobility. Before, when Zhao Fu had fused with the demon god's nature, his eyes had become vertical. Now that he had fused with the golden eyeball, Zhao Fu's left eye had once again become circular, and the 4th layer was golden. However, the outer layer was like a thin golden chain that formed a circle. Zhao Fu's left eye still looked quite terrifying, and the 3 auras fused together gave off a powerful pressure. Ordinary people would not dare to look at it directly. Zhao Fu's right eye still had 3 vertical pupils, 2 were blood red and 1 was white. What shocked Zhao Fu even more was that he could use some of the god-sealing beast's power. This power was not from the king's crown but from Zhao Fu himself. In other words, Zhao Fu had obtained the god-sealing beast's power. After a while, Zhao Fu calmed himself down. This was what he had obtained from the treasure chest in Region 27. Now, it was time for the invasion points. Conquering a fish-scale main city gave 1 million invasion points, and after conquering 85, Zhao Fu obtained 85 invasion points, which gave him 85 invasion points. After coming to the exchange stone steel, Zhao Fu was surprised to find that the capital city section was grayed out. After trying it out, he found that he could not exchange for another capital city. This made Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. Before, Zhao Fu had wanted to exchange for another capital city. That way, he would be able to level up to a royal city, and once Qin City leveled up, he would be able to become a royal city. However, he had never thought that there would be a restriction. However, there was nothing he could do about this. Luckily, there were still many things that Zhao Fu wanted on the exchange stone steel, and he had enough great city upgrade stones for now. Zhao Fu now had 2 choices. One was the dragon-slaying ballisti blueprint. With this blueprint, Zhao Fu would be able to mass-produce dragon-slaying ballisti. With how powerful the dragon-slaying ballisti were, this was an incredibly tempting option. The second choice was the 10,000 blood god stone. The corpse soul den could nurture 100 corpse soul soldiers and 5 corpse soul commanders every day, and each corpse soul soldier was at stage 4. Being able to nurture 100 corpse soul soldiers at once was quite tempting. In the end, Zhao Fu chose to exchange for the 10,000 blood god stone. The dragon-slaying ballisti blueprint required epic-grade materials, and Qin City was already quite rare, so it was quite difficult to obtain suitable materials. Moreover, this was an epic-grade item, and only the highest-grade forgers could forge it. Even though Qin City wanted to mass-produce it, it was not quite possible. As such, exchanging for the 10,000 blood god stone was the best choice. The 10,000 blood god stone was a blood-red stone that was as big as a watermelon. It gave off a dense stench of blood, and Zhao Fu placed it into the corpse soul blood lake. The Corpse Soul Blood Lake could nurture 100 Corpse Soul soldiers and 5 Corpse Soul commanders every day, but this would consume a lot of corpses. Xiaofu did not mind, as he had the most corpses. The final reward was the EXP from conquering 85 system main cities, which allowed the Great Qin City to level up into a level 4 capital city. Next were the stats. Village name, Qin City, epic, level 4 capital city village area, 124,400 square kilometers village territory, 842,1800 square kilometers popular support, 86 special attributes, territory crop yield plus 230%, territory crop growth time minus 230%, population limit plus 150%, resident attributes plus 17, soldier attributes plus 18%, population attraction plus 170%, high-grade attraction plus 170%. Subsidiary village limit, 196930 owned villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Doran Village, Li Village, Wolf Village, Tiger Village. Now that it had been upgraded to a level 4 great city, there were only 2 levels left before it could be upgraded to a king city. Although 500 million EXP was a huge amount, Xiaofu could not help but feel excited. There were only 2 more steps left before Qin could restore his country. Following this, Xiaofu once again stealthily entered the fish scale world. This time, he did not go too deep and only found a village in the wilderness. He brought back 100 fish scale indigenous residents and had them enter the lake to see if they could live there. In the end, there were no problems. To them, having water was enough, and there was no need to divide it between fresh and salt water. Xiaofu gave the system main cities to them, and they built new cities in the lake. By now, it was January, the 3rd year in the Heaven Awaken world. It had been a good year, but because of the fish scale people's invasion, it was time to make up for it. Time passed quite quickly. The first year had been a bit slower because there were all sorts of activities, and the second year had been incredibly busy. Xiaofu did not even notice that another year had passed. Now that it was the 3rd year, Xiaofu did not have much to do in the Heaven Awaken world, so he returned to the real world. By now, the real world had become even more chaotic. Prices were rapidly rising, and crime was incredibly common. However, this was not something that Xiaofu wanted to deal with, as Xiaofu did not have the time to maintain world peace. After returning to the real world, it was already night time. Xiaofu still did not see Jing Yuqin, and he did not know what was going on. Because he was too hungry, Xiaofu did not think too much about it and sat at the table, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and started wolfing down the food. After eating, Xiaofu opened his computer and found that there was nothing to do. Just as Xiaofu was about to rest in the real world, he received a phone call. Xiaofu looked down and saw that it was Dong Suzhen, his former teacher at the university. Xiaofu felt quite confused because their relationship was quite ordinary. Because she had shown some concern for Xiaofu, Xiaofu had contacted her and chatted with her for a bit before leaving her his number. Dong Suzhen normally would not call Xiaofu if there was nothing important. Xiaofu felt quite confused, but he still picked up the call. Immediately, he heard cries, "Hurry and save me. I'm at the South Lake Hotel." Xiaofu felt quite startled, and just as he was about to say something, a noise sounded out, as if a phone had fallen to the ground. A few men's lewd laughter sounded out. "Teacher Dong. Why don't you join us tonight and have some fun? We know you're a lecherous woman, so don't try to act innocent." After that, there was no more sound. A scene appeared in Xiaofu's mind, and he immediately made a call. Of course, Xiaofu knew about the South Lake Hotel. It was the most luxurious hotel in the area. After all, Xiaofu had stayed in Nanchur City for 2 years, so he definitely knew about these places. Nanchur City was also within the Ying family's sphere of influence. Xiaofu just had to make a call and the matter would be easily resolved. However, it was also possible that if they were slow, Teacher Dong might be gang-raped by a few people. Thinking about Dong Suzhen's dignified and beautiful appearance, Xiaofu still wanted to know the outcome, so he waited in the real world for a while. After a while, Xiaofu received a call. His expression slightly darkened as he sat on the sofa and waited. 2 hours later, a few bodyguards brought Dong Suzhen, whose face was covered in tears and fear, in front of Xiaofu. When Dong Suzhen saw Xiaofu, the only person she knew, she felt slightly more at ease. Then, when she saw that all the men in black were listening to him, Dong Suzhen also understood. Zhao Fu, did you send someone to save me? Zhao Fu nodded and looked at Dong Suzhen in front of him. Dong Suzhen's hair was in a mess, and there were a few palm marks on her face. She was wearing a suit on the outside, but there was nothing on the inside. That suit was evidently a bodyguard's, and it seemed that they had almost succeeded. Dong Suzhen's eyes were moist as she gratefully said, "Thank you for saving me. I made a random call just now, but I didn't expect it to be you." Hearing this, Dong Suzhen finally calmed down, and her emotions stabilized as she earnestly nodded. By now, the bodyguards had brought 7 young men in front of Zhao Fu. The 7 young men stood by the side with bruised faces, and 6 of them wore ordinary clothes. They looked terrified and trembled as they looked around. The other young man was wearing expensive clothes and had an arrogant look on his face as he said, "Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the Nancher group. If you dare to treat me like this, you're dead." Zhao Fu couldn't help but lightly laugh as he said, "It's been a long time since anyone has dared to act so impudently in front of me." Even though Zhao Fu was smiling as he spoke, the bodyguards felt a chill in their hearts. They understood how much power Zhao Fu had, and it was evident that he was quite angry. The young master of the Nancher group was doomed. Not only would he die, but his entire family would also die. How should the acting family leader deal with these 7 people? One of the captains mustered up his courage and asked. Zhao Fu's smile faded as he said, "Drag them out and kill them." Yes. The bodyguards obeyed and prepared to drag the 7 people out and kill them. They were not ordinary bodyguards but the Ying family's private soldiers, and they would obey all of the Ying family's orders. Hearing that Zhao Fu was going to kill them, the 6 people's faces paled and they knelt on the ground as they begged, "We're innocent, big brother, please spare us. It was young Master Xiao who ordered us to do this, we wouldn't dare to do this." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the arrogant young man had a look of disbelief on his face. However, seeing that the bodyguards really wanted to kill him, he cried out in terror, "You can't kill me, I'm the young master of the Nancher group. If you dare to kill me, the Nancher group definitely won't let you off." Before young Master Xiao could finish speaking, one of the bodyguards punched him in the abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground. He hugged his abdomen with his hands and curled up on the ground. The bodyguards were about to drag the 7 people out and kill them. The 6 people next to them were so scared that they cried and continued to beg for mercy, hoping that Zhao Fu would let them go. However, Zhao Fu's expression did not change. He had killed countless people, so he did not care about the lives of these 7 people. "Zhao Fu, are you really going to kill them?" Dong Suzhen looked at Zhao Fu in disbelief and asked. She didn't expect that her shy and introverted student would become so cold-blooded, saying that killing someone was as easy as waving his hand. Only now did Dong Suzhen realize that Zhao Fu had changed a lot. He now had a noble and dignified air about him. This was definitely the air of someone at the very top. Was he really the Zhao Fu she knew? Dong Suzhen found it hard to believe. Zhao Fu turned to look at Dong Suzhen, nodded lightly, and asked, "Why not kill them?" Hearing that Zhao Fu was definitely going to kill them, Dong Suzhen, who lived in a society governed by law, could not react in time. However, she couldn't help but say, "Zhao Fu, you should let them go or send them to the police station." That young Master Xiao was the little brother of one of her students, and that student had a special relationship with her. Dong Suzhen was quite unwilling to kill that person's little brother. Moreover, Nancher Group was incredibly powerful, and it was the largest group in Nancher City. The power it possessed far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine, and Dong Suzhen deeply understood how terrifying it was. As such, she didn't want Zhao Fu to cause any trouble. Even though Zhao Fu had a high status and many people listened to him, Dong Suzhen was quite worried that something big would happen. Zhao Fu looked at Dong Suzhen and didn't seem to care much about the lives of these 7 people. He casually said, "Lock them up." The bodyguards dragged the 7 people away, and Dong Suzhen let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Zhao Fu said, "Teacher Dong, I'll get someone to prepare some clothes for you." "I'll get someone to prepare some clothes for you. Go and have a good rest, you don't need to worry about these things." Dong Suzhen lightly nodded and prepared to leave with a female servant. "Lil Fu, what happened?" Jing Yuqin, who had been sleeping soundly, was woken up by what had happened. She opened the door and asked Zhao Fu. When she saw that Dong Suzhen was also here, she looked quite shocked. Dong Suzhen had never thought that she would meet Jing Yuqin here. Because they were both from the same university, Dong Suzhen's relationship with Jing Yuqin was quite good. At the very least, it was better than her relationship with Zhao Fu. After the two women met, they started to talk a lot. Dong Suzhen temporarily stayed at Zhao Fu's villa, and Jing Yuqin brought her to her room. Just as Zhao Fu was about to enter the Heaven Awakened world, a bodyguard came in and reported, Nancher Group's chairman wants to see him. So soon? Zhao Fu was quite surprised and nodded to let her in. One of them looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in a professional black suit and had short hair. His face was exquisite and he looked capable. He had the temperament of someone in a high position. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm Nancher Group's chairman and Xiao Yuanmei's mother, Zhang Hongmei said as she gave a trace of a smile. Zhao Fu calmly sat on the sofa and said, You're here for your son, right? There's no need to say anything else, you can go back now. Zhang Hongmei had long since expected Zhao Fu to immediately reject her. After hearing about this, she knew who she was going to face. Mr. Zhao, I won't waste any more words. I'm willing to give you 30% of my company's shares as long as you let my son go. Zhao Fu disdainfully laughed as he said, Do you think I care about that bit of money? I don't care about all of Nancher Group's shares at all. Also, you should be worried about Nancher Group's safety. When the time comes, it's hard to say whether it will still exist. This caused Zhang Hongmei's expression to fall. Zhao Fu wanted to destroy Nancher Group and pull it up by its roots. Even though she didn't want to admit it, Zhao Fu had the ability to do so. After thinking about the terrifying consequences, Zhang Hongmei's heart became cold. She gritted her teeth and made a decision. She suddenly squatted under Zhao Fu and started to service him under Zhao Fu's confused gaze. Following this, Zhao Fu also started to do it with Zhang Hongmei's body. Within the room, Jing Yuqin and Dong Suzhen heard this and their faces became red. Jing Yuqin angrily cursed at Zhao Fu, while Dong Suzhen's face was red and she didn't know what to say. Afterwards, Zhang Hongmei left Zhao Fu's villa. She couldn't hold back her tears, but she held them back and wiped them away. After coming to a dark dungeon, young Master Xiao looked at his mother in delight and cried out, Mum, I knew you would come back to save me. I knew you would come back to save me. Those people actually dared to hit me. Pa. A slap landed heavily on young Master Xiao's face. Young Master Xiao was also stunned, he never thought that his mother would hit him. If you cause any more trouble, I'll personally chop you up. Not only did Zhang Hongmei look ice cold, her voice was bone-chilling as well. After returning to the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu tested Daphne's abilities. Her archery skills were indeed quite powerful, and this was the only chance for the Moria city to return to the royal family. Daphne did not dare to hide anything, and she did not disappoint her mother and auntie's expectations. Zhao Fu was quite pleased as well. It seemed that he didn't have any generals who were adept at archery, and with Daphne joining him, she would be able to make up for this gap. At the same time, Zhao Fu gave the calamity bow to her. The calamity bow had never been of use to him, so it was more suitable for her to keep it. Now that the city lord was satisfied, Zhao Fu went to Moria City and prepared to upgrade it to a level 5 great city. Originally, it was still a small city, but with the huge amount of experience points given by Qin, it was extremely easy to upgrade to a great city, and the upgrade was completed in a few moves. After fusing the city upgrade stone into the city heart exploded out with a massive amount of power. A massive explosion sounded out as a golden pillar of light shot into the sky, and a golden wave of light spread out from the city heart to cover the entirety of Moria City. Upgrade complete. Following that, Zhao Fu used the remaining 3 upgrade crystals. Golden pillars of light shot into the sky. In just a short while, the Peacock City had been upgraded to a level 5 great city. It was only one level away from becoming a level 1 capital city. Zhao Fu planned to upgrade Peacock City to a level 1 capital city first. This was because upgrading it would give it the power of a capital city, and upgrading Qin City required 500 million EXP. Compared to upgrading a great city to a capital city, it was too difficult. So, Zhao Fu planned to upgrade Peacock City first. However, Daphne's cultivation level was quite low, and her archery skills were quite powerful. She also had the Peacock King's bloodline and the Peacock King's power, but she was still lacking. Compared to Bai Qi's 7 murders power, Xiaofu felt that it was quite weak. As such, Xiaofu also planted a 6 desires demonic seed within her body and had her cultivate the 6 desires celestial art, causing her to quickly become stronger. The only downside is that Xiaofu has to work a little harder at night. You know that. After dealing with this matter, Xiaofu once again had some free time. In actuality, Xiaofu wanted to invade the fish-scale world to obtain a large number of invasion points and rewards. However, if others did not want to invade, there was nothing Xiaofu could do. Xiaofu did not have the ability to invade by himself. In front of a world's power, Qin City was still too weak. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Great Qin had finished clearing out 35 regions. Great Qin's strength once again greatly increased. First of all, there were 155 regions under their control, including 620 great cities, 26 small cities, 210 towns, and 19,489 villages. Their total population had reached 550 million, and they had 80 million soldiers. There were 50 million Stage 1 soldiers, 9 million Stage 2 soldiers, 170,000 Stage 3 soldiers, and 10,000 Stage 4 soldiers. Even though there would be 1 or 2 system main cities joining Qin City every few days, Xiaofu felt that this speed was still too slow. Time was running out, and the only thing Xiaofu could do was send more ambassadors to more cities. Even though there would be 1 or 2 system main cities joining Qin City every few days, Xiaofu felt that this speed was still too slow. Time was running out, and the only thing Xiaofu could do was send more ambassadors to more cities. In actuality, Xiaofu wanted to send the Wyvern army to scare them so that they would quickly surrender. However, this plan would not work. First, Qin City could not show any signs of danger, or else the diplomatic relations that he had established for so long would collapse. The countless cities would feel threatened and once again ally together. Even though he could pretend that the Wyverns were not his, after these city lords joined Qin City, they would still find out about this, and they would feel quite dissatisfied. This would leave behind many hidden dangers, and Xiaofu did not want to see such a thing happen. Now, Xiaofu could only wait. During this time, Xiaofu's palace was completed. It was incredibly grand and majestic, and it took up thousands of kilometers. The city walls were tall and sturdy, and there were countless pavilions and palaces. There were even gardens and streams, and the decorations were incredibly luxurious, and they were mostly black. Xiaofu moved the city hall into the palace, and the meeting hall was changed to a great hall. This great hall was 10,000 square meters wide, and it was made of exquisitely polished marble that was extremely smooth. It was a bit black, and it could reflect a person's appearance. There were also thick stone pillars that were arranged in an orderly manner, and they were made of black gold. There were savage and domineering black dragons engraved on them. There was nothing within the great hall apart from a 3-meter-tall stage. There was a black screen with a black dragon engraved on it and a black golden dragon chair. The ceiling of the great hall was covered with orbs that gave off light like stars in the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The great hall was not as dazzling and noble as the golden hall, and it gave off a heavy feeling of suppression, as well as a mental might. In the future, everything would be discussed here, and Xiaofu brought all of the city hall's items and women to the great hall. Even though he had not officially restored his kingdom, now that the great hall had been completed, Xiaofu officially lived the life of an emperor. At that moment, something big happened. It was another world invasion. However, it did not happen in the human world but in the dark demon world. The dark demon world had been invaded. Xiaofu felt quite surprised. This was the first time he had heard of the demon race being invaded. With the demon race's natural advantage and the fact that the dark demon world was a cultivation world, it was much more powerful than an ordinary world. However, there was a race that dared to invade it. This was simply too bold. Moreover, this time, it was not like the human world, where the barrier had been accidentally broken. Instead, they had forcefully opened a world gate and invaded. There were not many who dared to do such a thing or had the ability to do such a thing. On the dark demon world side, Xiaofu had been controlling Yi Tsong's body the entire time, and after hearing about this, he was quite shocked. The invasion was in the Dark Demon World's northern continent, which was the world to the right of the Dark Demon World. To its left was the human world, and Zhaofu did not have any information about that world. His abilities were quite limited, and he had already done his best to know about the nearby worlds. From the information he had obtained, the invaders were from the god race, and they were called the Spirit Light God race. They looked like Westerners and had a faint light around them. There was a fist-sized circle on their chest that gave off light, and every Spirit Light God race member had one. Ordinary Spirit Light God race members' rings of light gave off white light, those with high statuses gave off silver light, and those with especially high statuses gave off golden light. It was said that the other side's world protector gave off three-colored holy light. After looking at the information, Zhaofu understood. No wonder they dared to invade the demon race, only powerful races would dare to do such a thing. The god race, demon race, and devil race were the three giants of the 8 major races, and the Devil Horn Empire outside the Legacy Land was the devil race. The god race and demon race were like fire and water, and they could not coexist. They could only fight, and in terms of innate attributes, the god race and demon race were mortal enemies. The Spirit Light race had opened a world gate this time. It was a golden gate that was 10,000 meters tall and hundreds of kilometers wide, and it gave off an intense divine light. When the divine light shone on the demonic chi, it immediately became much thinner. The divine light greatly countered demonic chi. There were 1,000 of these gates in total, and they stood in a row in the northern continent of the Dark Demon World. They were incredibly majestic and shocking. Each gate had millions of Spirit Light people standing guard, and there were 4 billion or so Spirit Light people guarding the golden gates. He did not know how the Spirit Light race had been able to grasp such a thing. Even Zhaofu did not have the ability to do such a thing. They were only able to create a trans-world teleportation formation that could only transport a single person. Now, the Spirit Light people had the ability to cross worlds. Let alone the humans, even the fish scale people did not have such a thing, and even the dark demon people did not have such a thing. If they had such a thing, they would have long since invaded the human world. The demon race had an innate talent, which was to devour the flesh and blood of other races to increase their strength. In their eyes, humans were just human medicines that could increase their cultivation. If they had something that could allow them to cross worlds, they would have immediately invaded the human world. The Dark Demon World's world protector had already come to the human world once, so he most likely knew about the human world. It was possible that he had left many spies in the human world to obtain information about the human world. The Spirit Light people had come with ferocious momentum, and as soon as they opened the world gate, they flooded out and massacred hundreds of regions in the northern continent of the Dark Demon World. The Spirit Light people's methods were not inferior to the demon races at all. Hundreds of millions of corpses lay in the hundreds of regions, and blood dyed the ground red. All creatures with demonic chi were massacred. This was the demon race's world, and almost all creatures had demonic chi. Only the Spirit Light people had massacred the hundreds of regions, not leaving a single person alive. They did not even spare some of the weaker demon beasts, and the stench of blood there was enough to make people want to vomit. The Dark Demon people had not been able to react in time to the Spirit Light people's sudden attack. Just like the humans, they had been caught off guard, and by the time they reacted, it was too late. However, the Spirit Light people understood how terrifying the Dark Demon people were. After massacring hundreds of regions in the northern continent, they brought a large amount of spoils and returned to the Golden Gates. At that moment, the Dark Demon World also had a special event. Anyone who killed the Dark Demon people or Spirit Light people would obtain invasion points, which could be used to exchange for various items. The items were similar to the items on the Chaotic World Stone Steel, but some were of lower grade and some were only useful to the Dark Demon race. However, Zhaofu saw that the of the Night Dynasty Stone Steel could also be exchanged for capital cities, and Dynasty, cities, city, and of city, and cities. This made Zhaofu feel quite tempted. If he could use Yitsong's body to exchange for a capital city, it would not be a problem. However, there were simply too many invasion points, and Zhaofu was worried that even with the Night Dynasty's power, it would be difficult to gather them all. After all, Zhaofu had used up half of Great Qin's fate to seal the 8 aquatic beast kings, resolve the aquatic beast tide, and poison the 3 billion fish-scale people to death. In total, he had only been able to exchange for a single capital city, which was incredibly difficult. In actuality, the Night Dynasty's city was just a bit away from becoming a capital city, and Zhao Fu could make the Night Dynasty's city one of Qin's capital cities. That way, Qin would be able to obtain 3 capital cities, and Zhao Fu only needed to level up a level 4 capital city to level 6 to restore the Night Dynasty. It was a pity that he had to touch the Night Dynasty's royal dynasty. This was akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, and it was incredibly stupid. After all, the Night Dynasty's true value was its 170 million people and countless soldiers. They were far more useful than a capital city. Zhao Fu definitely could not touch the Night Dynasty's royal city, as the losses would be too great. As such, he could only choose other methods. Now that the Spirit Light World and Dark Demon World were fighting, the attention of both worlds was focused on the battlefield. As such, Zhao Fu felt that he could fish in troubled waters and obtain even more benefits. Zhao Fu did not feel anything towards these two worlds, but he hoped that they would fight as fiercely as possible. Otherwise, the human race would not have a chance to advance. Subjectively, Zhao Fu hoped that the Dark Demon World would lose, as they were right next to the human world and could invade at any moment. They were simply too great of a threat. However, there was no need to think too much about it. In any case, Zhao Fu had to enter these troubled waters, as there were enough benefits to attract Zhao Fu. By now, Yizong had become the Night Dynasty's king. He had originally been SS grade, but Zhao Fu had used a grade pill to raise him to SSS grade. He had also entered the Night Dynasty's ancestral demon lake and obtained the Night Demon Constitution. This constitution was one of the rare powerful constitutions in the Dark Demon World, and only those with the Night Dynasty's bloodline could obtain it. At the same time, he cultivated the Night Dynasty's legacy heart technique, the Night Art. Because the Dark Demon World was a cultivation world, they had many more arts than humans, and their grades were much higher. The Night Art was a level 1 human grade art, which was 1 grade higher than Qin's Qin Royal Art. This grade was between SSS grade and human grade, so the difference in power was quite great. However, now that Zhao Fu mainly cultivated a celestial art, he did not have any weaknesses in his arts. As Zhao Fu's clone, Zhao Fu had wanted him to cultivate the 6 Desires celestial art, but he found that he could not. A powerful art required a vessel, and Zhao Fu could only cultivate it because he had the golden dragon. Other rough 6 Desires celestial arts, such as the one that Mo Yao Er cultivated, required a 6 Desires demonic seed, and the 6 Desires demonic seed could only be completed by doing it. Zhao Fu could not do it to a man, and that man was his clone, so he could not do it to himself. However, Zhao Fu had used his essence blood to help Yizong unlock the king's profession. Now that Zhao Fu had a sovereign bloodline, he had enough power to unlock the king's profession. Adding on the Night Dynasty's level 5 capital city's power, Yizong was not weak at all. He was many times more powerful than before, and Zhao Fu could use his body to do many things without any worries. At that moment, Mo Yao Er walked out, giving off an alluring aura. Looking at Yizong sitting on the throne, she said coquettishly, "Yizong, can you hurry up? Has Master returned to the Dark Demon World yet?" Zhao Fu did not tell Mo Yao Er that he had taken over Yizong's body. It was best to keep this a secret, as this matter was simply too important. After all, the ruler of the Night Dynasty had been taken over by someone else. If this news spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. The invasion of the Spirit Light race was a big matter, so the Dark Demon World held an emergency meeting. As one of the 10 or so most powerful factions in the southern continent, the Night Dynasty had the right to participate, and Mo Yao Er, as the daughter of the Demon Path sect, also had the right to participate. In actuality, Zhao Fu's true goal was to understand the higher-ups of the Dark Demon World and gain some information about them so that they could prepare for war in the future. The Dark Demon World only had 4 continents, but each continent was very big and had over 10,000 regions. Compared to the other 3 continents, the southern continent was slightly weaker. The strongest was the eastern continent, which had 15,000 or so regions. Of the 7 legatees, 4 were from the eastern continent, and the World Protector was also from the eastern continent. It was definitely the most terrifying of the 4 continents. The emergency meeting was also held in the eastern continent to discuss how to deal with the Spirit Light race. A world-class invasion like this was not something that a single faction could decide, so they had to ally together. Hearing Yitsong's words, Mo Yao dissatisfiedly harumphed and turned to leave. Yitsong, or Zhao Fu, could not help but lightly laugh as he followed behind her. They went through a teleportation channel and arrived at the eastern continent. Within a massive palace that gave off demonic qi, there were countless people gathered. All of their auras were powerful, and they were not ordinary people. They were all famous figures from various continents, or else ordinary people would not have the right to participate in this meeting. When Mo Yao stepped into the palace, a wave of cries sounded out. Mo Yao was the third-ranked beauty in the dark demon world. She had a peerlessly beautiful face and a bewitching figure, and she gave off an incredibly alluring aura, causing countless men's bodies to heat up. Something in her body reacted and was pulled into a state of desire. This was the power of the Six Desires demonic art. Not only was it incredibly powerful, but it also gave those who cultivated it a bewitching charm. This was especially so for Mo Yao's constitution. The men in the palace stared at Mo Yao and could not help but gulp. They were all attracted by Mo Yao's charm. Facing these gazes, Mo Yao gave a trace of a flirtatious smile, causing countless men's minds to go blank. Their expressions froze as if they had fallen into a trance, and many women could not help but feel envious. They inwardly cursed at Mo Yao. Mo Yao looked quite disdainful and did not even look at these men as she walked towards the center of the palace. Her mind was filled with doing it with her master. Only after Mo Yao left did everyone come back to their senses and say that Mo Yao is simply too alluring. I feel that our dark demon continent's #1 beauty is about to change. Everyone else nodded in agreement and continued to look at Mo Yao. Because Mo Yao's charm was too great, Yitsong was naturally ignored. They went to the center of the palace, where the truly powerful figures were. There were less than 100 chairs here, and many people were already seated. Mo Yao casually sat down, and Zhao Fu sat next to her. Following this, everyone else arrived, and Zhao Fu personally saw the Dark Demon World's World Legatee and World Protector. Of the 7 legatees, the one with the strongest aura was a bald elder, who was the sect master of a sect. This made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised, as most legatees would ignore those who were older and choose those who were younger, as they had more potential in time. It was quite rare for an legatee to choose an old man. The second person had perfect looks and wore white clothes. She gave off an icy aura, and she was the Dark Demon World's #1 beauty and the daughter of the sect master of the Demon Celestial sect. The third person was a ferocious-looking big man who was the legatee of a dynasty. He was incredibly savage and liked to eat people, and he ate at least 10 or so babies every day. The fourth person was also peerlessly beautiful and had a graceful figure, but she gave off a vicious aura. She was the Dark Demon World's #2 beauty and the legatee of a dynasty. The fifth person was a cold-looking young man who was the sect master of a sect. The sixth person was a handsome young man who gave off a bright and confident smile. He did not look like someone from the demon race at all, and the last person had a well-built figure but looked quite simple and honest. The one that Zhao Fu paid the most attention to was the World Protector. Zhao Fu could sense a powerful and dangerous aura from him, and his strength greatly surpassed that of ordinary legatees. His name was Mo Qi, and he was a super genius of the Dark Demon World. He was the sect master of the #1 sect in the Dark Demon World, the Demon Heaven sect. As if sensing Zhao Fu's gaze, Mo Qi's cold gaze fell on Zhao Fu's body. Perhaps it was because they were both world protectors, but Zhao Fu instinctively did not show any signs of weakness. He leaned back against his chair and calmly looked at Mo Qi. Mo Qi slightly frowned, and the cold atmosphere became even colder. Everyone looked at Mo Qi before looking at Zhao Fu. Is this Yitsong really not afraid of death? He dares to look at Mo Qi? Mo Yao knew about Yitsong's background, and she could not help but push him, indicating that he should behave. Zhao Fu came back to his senses and slightly smiled at Mo Qi. Only then did Mo Qi look away, and the atmosphere was no longer as cold. Haha, so you're that bastard from the Night Dynasty. Who would have thought that you could take control of the Night Dynasty in a single night? Your Night Dynasty's people are so stupid that a bastard like you could take control of a dynasty. The man-eating big man loudly laughed as he spoke mockingly. As someone with the most orthodox bloodline in the Night Dynasty, he naturally looked down on bastards like Yitsong. This was especially so for a bastard like Yitsong to take control of a dynasty. Ugh. Don't go too far. Mo Yao Er coldly harumphed. Yitsong was her master's subordinate, so she naturally had to take care of him. Ugh. The man-eating big man greedily looked at Mo Yao Er and smiled as he said, "It's fine if you don't go too far, but you'll have to spend the night with me." Bang! A massive hand made of a black substance stretched out from the air, sending Ugr flying 5 or 6 meters back with terrifying power. Ugr was not injured and only looked a bit wretched. He looked quite furious because he had not expected Zhao Fu to suddenly attack and had been hit in a moment of carelessness. None of the people present had expected that Yitsong would suddenly attack Ugr, and he had done so in front of them. As one of the legatees, Ugr naturally had terrifying power, and this bastard was about to suffer. Zhao Fu had suddenly attacked because he did not want to be mistreated, nor did he want to see his woman humiliated. If he did not have power, he could endure it, but now that he had great power, why would he endure it? Zhao Fu did not want to be mistreated at all, and he felt quite angry about his status as a bastard. Arg! With Ugr's savage personality, how could he endure being suddenly attacked? He roared and countless traces of demonic chi flowed out, forming 3 demon tigers that gave off ferocious might as they leapt at Yitsong. Yitsong disdainfully stood up. Now that he had so much power, he did not fear Ugr at all. He stretched out his hand and countless traces of black matter condensed, forming a 3-meter-long, thin sword. This was the power of the Demon Knight constitution, which allowed him to condense darkness power at will. The 3 demon tigers ferociously leapt over, and Yitsong slashed out with his sword, sending out a black crescent that shot out. The 3 demon tigers were slashed by the crescent and exploded into countless traces of demonic chi. Suddenly, a terrifying demon-like figure appeared behind Yitsong. It was Ugr. Ugr's eyes had become violet, and he grew 1 meter taller, turning into a 3-meter-tall giant. His body was covered with powerful muscles, and horns grew out of his head. This was the Demon King's power. Seeing that the 3 demon tigers were not a match for him, Ugr immediately used his Demon King's power. His body blurred and he appeared behind Yitsong, and he punched out with terrifying destructive power towards Yitsong. Just as it was about to hit Zhao Fu, countless traces of black matter condensed, forming a hemispherical barrier of darkness. Ugr's terrifying punch landed on the barrier of darkness, but it only caused a few cracks to appear, causing Ugr to feel quite startled. Suddenly, the black barrier automatically disappeared, and a massive hand giving off eerie demonic chi and boundless demonic might slammed towards Ugr. Ugr was given a big fright and roared as he crossed his arms, causing countless traces of demonic chi to flow out and form a demon shield in front of him. This demon shield was rectangular and 3 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide, and there was an image of a demon king engraved on it. Ugr was incredibly confident in this demon king's shield, as it was the Ugr family's most powerful defensive method. Anything weaker than Demon King's power would be devoured by the Demon King's shield. Bang! The massive demon hand slammed against the Demon King's shield, and the Demon King engraved on the shield opened its mouth and devoured the demon hand. However, Ugr looked quite shocked because he found that he was unable to devour the demon hand's power at all. The Demon King's shield immediately shattered, and Ugr was sent flying more than 10 meters by a huge force. He fell to the ground, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This made everyone in the surroundings feel quite surprised. It seemed that Yitsong was the stronger one, and he was actually able to defeat one of the stronger legatees, Ugr. The surrounding people dispersed. No one wanted to stop him, because in the demon race, only the strong had the qualifications to speak, had the qualifications to set the rules, and the weak had to obey. Ugr crawled up from the ground and savagely glared at Yitsong as he roared, "I'm going to eat you." Boom! A terrifying demonic flame erupted around Ugr's body, and a terrifying might spread out. Countless bricks cracked as Ugr used his full strength and roared as he charged at Yitsong. Yitsong coldly laughed and raised his slender black sword. Instantly, the surrounding demonic chi seemed to find an opening and entered the black sword. Countless traces of soul-devouring demonic light shot out, seeming to devour space itself. A terrifying sword aura spread out, bringing with it the might of a godly spirit. This caused everyone's expressions to fall. They finally realized what was wrong with Yitsong. He was using a demon god skill, or else the demonic chi would not be so active and would not give off the demon god's might. Boom! Ugr rushed at Yitsong, but Yitsong slashed out, sending out a massive sword light that once again sent Ugr flying. He crashed 100 meters away, and a 30-centimeter long gash appeared on his body, from which black blood continuously flowed out. Arg! The intense pain was caused by Ugr going berserk, and an even greater power burst forth. Ugr had already used his City Lord Seal's power. Yitsong also started to use his City Lord Seal's power, and the two massive auras clashed. Just as they were about to start fighting, Emochi could not help but say, "Enough. Both of you stop, we're here to discuss how to deal with the God Race's invasion." As Emochi spoke, his body gave off a mountain-like aura that locked down space, causing everyone's hearts to sink. Yitsong's pupils slightly constricted, and he found that Emochi's power was not any weaker than his main body's. This was yet another powerful enemy, and his clone's power was not a match for him yet. Under Emochi's massive aura, Yitsong and Ugr both stopped fighting. Ugr savagely glared at Yitsong before returning to his seat. His injuries quickly healed, and it was as if nothing had happened. His recovery speed was quite shocking. Yitsong returned to his seat, and everyone's gazes towards him changed. There was now a trace of respect and a trace of wariness. Before, they had treated Yitsong, a bastard son, as a joke, and they had felt quite disdainful towards him. However, it seemed that Yitsong's power was quite terrifying, and he had been able to defeat Ugr. Moreover, he had a demon god skill, which made Yitsong's identity even more mysterious. They had only heard of demon god skills and had never seen them before, as it was almost impossible for anyone to have godly spirit skills. Jiaofu had used a demon god skill, and after using his demon race body and demonic energy, it was even more powerful than normal. Mo Yaoer looked at Jiaofu in surprise. She had never thought that Jiaofu would become so powerful in such a short period of time, and she felt that she would not be a match for him. At that moment, the bald elder stepped out and said, "Now that the god race has invaded, do you have any good plans?" The gloomy-looking young man coldly harumphed, "What can we do? Just go up and fight. These god race people have bathed our 100 regions in blood, so we have to repay this debt with blood." The demon race was quite ferocious and bloodthirsty. Of course, they had their own plans. Jiaofu did not say anything, and after Mo Yaoer said a few words, the meeting concluded. Jiaofu mainly wanted to understand the demon race's strength, and after achieving this goal, he left with Mo Yaoer. However, as they left, Ugr looked at Jiaofu with dense killing intent. However, Jiaofu did not mind, as Jiaofu wanted to find an opportunity to kill him. Moreover, Jiaofu planned to come with his main body, as there would be many benefits to reap. Yitsong returned to the southern continent and started to gather his forces. However, Jiaofu did not plan to bring a single indigenous resident and only brought players. There were 1,000 golden doors, and the Night Dynasty was only responsible for one. How could Jiaofu use his full strength in a battle between the Dark Demon race and Spirit Light race? Of course, he would take advantage of the chaos. He led the 4 million players to the northern continent of the Dark Demon world. They did not sense anything before reaching the golden doors, but when they entered, they could smell the stench of blood and death everywhere. Jiaofu passed by a system main city that had been turned into ruins. There were corpses everywhere, and blood spurted everywhere. There was not a single trace of life, and it gave off an eerie and terrifying aura. Everything of value within the system main city had been plundered, and it was the same no matter which race invaded. They could only kill and take everything, and even if it was useless, they would destroy it. After all, if they could not strengthen their enemies, how could they be merciful? For example, the demon race's equipment all contained demonic chi, which the god race could not use. After all, the god race and demon race's attributes countered each other. However, all of the equipment on the corpses had been taken by the god race. They would rather destroy them than leave anything for the demon race. The demon race did not care about these corpses, even though they had the ability to devour flesh and blood. However, that was only useful for fresh flesh and blood. The corpses that had been rotting for a few days contained too much deathly chi and impurities, so they were useless to the demon race. Jiaofu inwardly laughed and gave an expression like that of a holy mother, looking incredibly compassionate and sorrowful as he said, we shouldn't have allowed our people to lie here like this, allowing their corpses to rot and their souls to not be at peace. We need to give them a place to rest. This is our responsibility to build a world with love. At the same time, we will remember the cruel things that the God race has done to inspire our race's fighting spirit. The dark demon race will not allow anyone to humiliate us. If these words were spoken in the human world and were filled with love, care, kindness, and justice, countless people would have applauded and cheered. In fact, many people would have followed Zhao Fu to do good deeds. However, everyone in the dark demon race felt that there was something wrong with Zhao Fu's head, or else he would not have said such stupid words. Zhao Fu did not care about this and used this as an excuse to start collecting corpses. The Spirit Light people had massacred 148 regions, which would provide him with at least 40 million Stage 1 corpses and countless corpses with high-grade talent. Even the corpses with low-grade talent could be put into the Blood Lake or Fountain of Life. If it was worse, it could be transformed into the undead. Qin would never waste a corpse in his hands. Zhao Fu would fully respect the corpses of Qin's soldiers, but Zhao Fu did not need to care about the enemy's corpses at all. Of course, Zhao Fu did not take the initiative to do this, and he instead gave it to the Night Dynasty's people to collect. During this period of war, no one had the time to care about the Night Dynasty's stupid actions. Yizong led his people and slowly came to the Golden Doors. There were also 4 million God people standing guard here, and their equipment gave off this light, making them look incredibly holy and dignified. It was a stark contrast to the dense demonic qi on Zhao Fu's side. Zhao Fu looked at these gods. They were too high profile. Their equipment was so bright and eye-catching. Set up a defense here and don't attack for now. Zhao Fu just wanted to put up a show and did not have any intentions of wasting any of his forces. As such, he did not plan on attacking and only stood guard. The Spirit Light people had long since set up their defenses. They had already made great gains from this invasion, so they just stood there and waited for the Dark Demon people to attack. They understood how savage the Dark Demon people were, and they would definitely attack for revenge first. That way, the Spirit Light people would be able to quickly gain points. They had set up many traps here, and they were all things that countered the Dark Demon people. While the battles elsewhere were incredibly intense, Zhao Fu's side was incredibly calm. Seeing that Zhao Fu did not seem to want to attack at all, the commander felt quite confused. Logically speaking, after the Spirit Light people had killed so many people, the Dark Demon people should have been incredibly furious. However, why did he not seem to want to attack at all? The commander was wary of any traps. Because they had a great advantage, he naturally would not choose to attack, and he slowly watched as Zhao Fu built up his defenses. Just like that, the two armies faced off. On the Night Dynasty's side, Zhao Fu did not ask for any system main city's support in order to find an excuse not to attack. After all, Zhao Fu did not want to put in any effort, nor did he want to waste the Night Dynasty's forces. After all, the Night Dynasty's forces belonged to Qin. Zhao Fu's main body had also arrived. A golden gate appeared, and the Dark Demon people gave off demonic qi as they roared and gathered into a demon tide, giving off terrifying demonic might as they flooded towards the Spirit Light people. At this moment, the various restrictions set up under the defensive wall were triggered. Countless blazing white lights appeared from the void and shot towards the demon tide. It was as if tens of thousands of streams of light shot out at the same time, leaving behind long trails of light. The momentum was extremely shocking. The rays of white light shot towards the demon tide, and the massive power sent the Dark Demon people flying. In just an instant, there were countless casualties, and the massive demon tide's momentum paused. At that moment, the Spirit Light people grasped this opportunity and drew their bows, causing arrows to fly out. The countless arrows rained down on the demon tide, causing blood to fly everywhere and cries to continuously sound out. The Dark Demon people were once again heavily injured, and many people died. However, the Dark Demon people were not easy to deal with. The Dark Demon people ferociously attacked and exploded out with blood-red aura flames. They then squatted down and pressed their hands against the ground, causing blood-red magic formations to appear and absorb the blood of the Dark Demon people around them. Their bodies gave off blinding blood-red light, making them look like people made of light. They stomped on the ground, causing the ground to instantly collapse. Their bodies shot out like blood-red lasers, giving off terrifying power as they broke through the countless restrictions and smashed into the defensive walls. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as the Spirit Light People's defensive walls continuously trembled, causing the Spirit Light People to feel greatly startled. After the intense trembling, the defensive walls were covered with cracks and large holes. This was a suicidal attack. However, because of their sacrifice, the Dark Demon People once again charged over and ferociously smashed into the defensive walls, and the battle between the two sides officially began. As the soldiers intensely fought, the city lords from both sides also started to fight. Keguna was a spirit god city lord, but when the spirit world protector said that the world next to them was a dark demon race, almost all of the spirit light people went into an uproar. They all agreed on the goal of eliminating the dark demon race and all evil. This time, they were using the world's power to invade the dark demon race and purify this world. As a city lord, he did not hesitate to participate. However, the dark demon race was incredibly powerful, and this was their home ground. Keguna had to face the attacks of two dark demon city lords, and after fighting on one side, Keguna could not hold on much longer. There were many bone-deep wounds on his body, and blood continuously flowed out. Could it be that he was going to die here? Keguna thought to himself sorrowfully. A dark demon city lord sent out a massive amount of saber light as he slashed towards Keguna, and Keguna was unable to defend at all. A searing white light giving off a massive aura descended from the sky. That terrifying aura caused everyone nearby to tremble, and a terrifying figure appeared. He was wearing a snow-white cloak and had 6 pairs of angelic wings on his back. His body gave off a pure holy light. Even though he could not see this person's appearance, Keguna was sure that this person was from the god race. This was because the holy light around this person's body was incredibly pure and made people feel comfortable and calm. This was definitely the power of a high-grade god race person. More importantly, this high-grade god race person had blocked a fatal attack for him. In the demon race world, only the god race would do such a thing. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." Keguna hurriedly bowed towards this person. The god race had a very strict hierarchy, and this person was much more powerful than him and had saved his life. As such, he naturally had to respect him. This person did not reply, causing Keguna to feel quite awkward. However, experts were all quite cold and aloof, and even though this person looked quite cold, he had a good heart. Otherwise, he would not have saved him. This person giving off holy light was, of course, Zhao Fu. The holy light did not come from Zhao Fu himself but from the seraph sword in his hand. In order to make it seem more real, Zhao Fu had put on a pure white cloak to make himself seem more noble and hypocritical. Zhao Fu did not reply because he could not understand what this person was saying. As such, he could not respond, or else his identity would be exposed. As for the reason why Zhao Fu had saved him, it was to ensure that his identity would not be exposed and that he would be able to blend into the god race's side, making the dark demon people think that Zhao Fu was from the god race. Otherwise, how could Zhao Fu be so kind as to save the god race? The two demon race city lords looked quite serious as they looked at the person holding the holy light sword. To be able to give off such a hateful holy light, this person was definitely from the god race. However, this god race person seemed quite powerful, and they did not feel confident rushing up. At that moment, another 4 demon race city lords discovered this god race expert and flew over. The 6 demon race city lords looked at each other and decided to join forces to destroy this god race expert. Boom, boom. Boom, 6 city lord seals floated out of the 6 city lords' bodies, giving off terrifying demonic light, and an aura that seemed to be able to pierce through the clouds exploded out. The 6 demon race city lords' eyes became blood red, and large amounts of demonic chi flowed out of their bodies, causing people to feel a chill. Keguna could not help but feel quite startled. 6 demon race city lords working together was incredibly terrifying. Would his race's experts be able to stop them? Keguna started to feel quite unsure. Let's go up and help. Even though Keguna's injuries weren't light, he could still restrict the city lord. He didn't want to put too much pressure on the expert who had saved him, so he rushed forward. Zhao Fu could sense what Keguna was thinking and raised his hand to stop him from going forward. The divine race had to look real, so he couldn't just watch Keguna die in front of him. As such, he didn't want Keguna to come and cause trouble. Otherwise, the enemy wouldn't be able to hold him back and he would have to go and save him. Seeing Zhao Fu, Keguna felt quite moved. Experts had to face danger by themselves, and Zhao Fu did not want him to get involved for his own safety. Who would risk their life to fight against 6 people for him? Keguna felt quite moved. This expert's heart is too kind. He must be from the most sacred family of the god race. Keguna was moved. Boom, a terrifying saber light containing demonic might slashed towards Zhao Fu, seeming as if it could split apart a mountain. The 6 city lords were the first to attack. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a disdainful smile. Now that he didn't need Qin's city lords to fight, Zhao Fu could use their power. However, facing 6 city lords, Zhao Fu didn't even need to use his own power. As the saber light slashed over, Zhao Fu dodged to the side before turning into a ray of light and rushing at the 6 city lords. The 6 city lords spread out and surrounded Zhao Fu, simultaneously attacking him. The sword light, saber light, and spear light clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion. The shockwaves turned into wild gales that swept out in all directions. This made Keguna feel quite startled. If it was him, he would have long since died, so he couldn't help but worry about Zhao Fu. The 6 city lords gave pleased smiles because Zhao Fu hadn't dodged at all and had instead taken all of their attacks head-on. Wasn't he seeking death? However, after the light from the explosion dissipated, Zhao Fu slowly spread his 3 pairs of pure white wings, appearing completely fine. The 6 dark demon people had never thought that Zhao Fu would be completely fine after facing their powerful attacks. Keguna let out a sigh of relief and wanted to go and help, but he found that there was no need for him to help. Zhao Fu's body flashed and appeared in front of a dark demon, piercing through his chest. The city lord had never thought that he would die so easily, and his eyes widened as if he wanted to say something. However, blood continuously flowed out of his mouth, and in the end, he didn't say anything. After killing this city lord, Zhao Fu's 6 pure white wings flapped again and he appeared in front of another city lord, once again easily killing that city lord. Following this, the remaining city lords understood that they weren't a match for Zhao Fu and tried to run in fear. However, they were all killed by Zhao Fu, and their corpses and city lord seals were put away by Zhao Fu. Keguna smiled and was about to go up and say something to Zhao Fu when Zhao Fu raised his holy light sword, exploding out with a white light that shot into the sky. A white halo appeared in the sky, giving off boundless white light that covered the god race people's bodies. Only then did Keguna realize that the god race people below were already at a disadvantage against the dark demon people's ferocious attacks. However, under the effects of the white light, the god race people's strength was greatly boosted, and they were able to suppress the dark demon people's attacks. Keguna was completely convinced, and he felt immense admiration towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu risking his life to protect others made him feel incredibly moved. Following this, he saw Zhao Fu kill a few dark demon city lords before turning into a ray of light and disappearing over the horizon, making Keguna feel quite disappointed. However, he understood that Zhao Fu had changed the situation by himself and didn't care about fame or fortune, nor did he want others to know that it was him. He didn't deserve to be friends with such a holy and pure expert, and he could only look up to him. In the forest in the distance, Zhao Fu grinned. He had obtained 18 city lord seals so easily without raising too much suspicion. He quickly called over the Qin assassins he had brought and gave them the city lord seals, telling them to find these cities and relocate them. Of course, Zhao Fu once again acted as the incarnation of light to help the spirit light people fight against the dark demon people. After a few battles, Zhao Fu had killed 140 city lords, and Zhao Fu understood that he had to stop, or else something big would happen. After all, Zhao Fu killing so many city lords would definitely draw attention. Perhaps some people had already noticed Zhao Fu and wanted to find an opportunity to kill Zhao Fu. Moreover, he had obtained 140 demon cities this time, which was quite shocking. As a person, one had to be satisfied. At the same time, Zhao Fu received notifications about relocating demon cities, and he obtained countless EXP and achievement points. This caused Zhao Fu to give a satisfied smile, and he decided not to pretend to be from the god race anymore. However, he could not pretend to be from the god race anymore, but he could pretend to be from the demon race and kill the god race. This was a very good choice. After making this decision, Zhao Fu gave a sinister smile and made some preparations. He took out the Sky Demon sword and caused the Sky Demon Chi to enter his body, making him look exactly like a demon race. This time, Zhao Fu did not bring his cloak because he had been wearing a white cloak when pretending to be from the god race. Now that he was wearing a black cloak, it would be too easy for people to associate him with the god race. As such, Zhao Fu did not bring his cloak, but he did not reveal his appearance either. Zhao Fu cut down a random tree and took out a piece of wood. After doing some simple work, he made a crude mask and wore it on his face. Only a pair of terrifying eyes could be seen, making people feel immense pressure and terror. Demon woman. Today, we'll put you to death. One of the 3 city lords wearing golden holy armor looked at a woman with cold eyes and dense killing intent. This woman had a slim figure and snow-white skin. She looked quite fiery and seductive, and she seemed to be a famous beauty from the dark demon race. Surrounded by the 3 god race city lords, a trace of blood leaked out of her lips, and she coldly laughed as she said, "Isn't the god race a noble race? Why are the 3 of you bullying a weak woman like me?" One of the city lords said mockingly, "There's no need to talk about morality when dealing with the demon race. You're all evil, and getting rid of you is the duty of the god race. No matter what we do, the gods will support us." After saying this, the city lord raised his staff, causing ripples to appear in the sky. A massive spear covered with divine runes stretched out from the air, giving off a terrifying and sharp aura that could cause people's hairs to stand on end. Shui Mei, that hot and sexy woman, also sensed how terrifying the spear was and immediately tried to dodge to the side. However, at that moment, the 2 god race city lords beside her simultaneously stretched out their hands. Their palms gave off boundless holy light, and a formless restrictive power covered Shui Mei's body. Shui Mei desperately tried to break free, but she was too slow. Saint Spirit Spear. The city lord roared as his spear gave off boundless power and shot towards Shui Mei. Shui Mei was unable to dodge at all, and she felt a wave of despair and helplessness. Just as Shui Mei was about to be hit by the spear, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shui Mei. He raised his hand and slashed out with a terrifying sword light. The huge sword light instantly shattered the silver spear into countless pieces. This wasn't a coincidence. Zhao Fu had been hiding nearby for a long time, looking for an opportunity to show up. Saving people in times of danger was usually easier to gain trust. Don't say that Zhao Fu was a scheming B*TCH, because Zhao Fu was a scheming boss. Shui Mei, who had been in despair, suddenly appeared and blocked the attack for her. Her heart could not help but tremble as she looked at the man in front of her. He was dressed in black, and his black hair was very long, reaching past his buttocks. He held a demon sword in his hand, and his entire body gave off a very terrifying aura. However, Shui Mei felt that he was very reliable. Although she could only see his back, Shui Mei knew that he was definitely a rarely seen handsome man. The 3 god race city lords looked at the demon race male seriously because they could sense the terrifying demonic chi from Zhao Fu's body. It was definitely demonic chi that only high-class demon race people had. How dare your god race bully someone from the demon race? Because Zhao Fu had long since learned the dark demon language, he could naturally speak. His voice was filled with savagery and domineeringness, making people instinctively fear him. Right after he spoke, Zhao Fu also attacked. He turned into a black blur and shot towards the god race city lords, arriving in front of them in an instant. This gave the 3 god race city lords a big fright, and they hurriedly unleashed 3 white energy barriers. However, Zhao Fu raised his sword, and the terrifying demon sword brought with it a sword light that shot out like a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering the 3 energy barriers. This made the 3 city lords want to run, but it was a pity that they were unable to escape. One of them had his chest pierced by Zhao Fu's sword, one was cut in half by Zhao Fu, and one's head was crushed by Zhao Fu's claws. Zhao Fu was incredibly ferocious and domineering, but he was also quite enchanting. A figure could not help but come over. Zhao Fu, who was immersed in his domineeringness, directly hugged this figure. Shui Mei's face became red as she said coquettishly, "You're so domineering. However, I like it." Zhao Fu came back to his senses and felt quite awkward. It seemed that being too close to women had become instinctive, and Zhao Fu decided to give up on lust and cultivate for a while. After pushing her away, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of demonic light and shot off into the distance, heading to other battlefields. Kill. The demon race will be terrifying to the world, and nothing can stop us from sweeping across the world. On another battlefield, Zhao Fu led a group of demon race people as they charged. The demon race people were incredibly excited and hot-blooded, and they followed the demon race's experts as they charged at the god race people. Zhao Fu also rushed up and started a massive massacre, causing the demon race people to feel quite shocked. After another round of slaughter, Zhao Fu obtained 80 god city lords, and he could not help but feel delighted. However, just as Zhao Fu was about to head to the next battlefield, his powerful senses detected an intense sense of danger. There was definitely someone ambushing him ahead. It seemed that his performance had been too outstanding and he was about to be ambushed. Zhao Fu sighed. It seemed that the demon race people would not be able to keep up their act. However, they had obtained 220 god cities in total, and they had relocated 140 demon race cities. The assassins on this mission all had city lord seals, and now that the various city lords were fighting at the front lines, the rear was quite empty, so it was very easy for the assassins to succeed. However, the god race people were unable to go to their world, as the golden doors were already guarded by them. It was almost impossible to enter the spirit light world through the golden doors. Moreover, it seemed that only the spirit light people could use the golden doors, so Zhao Fu had tried pretending to be a god race person. He found that only the spirit light people could use the golden doors, and no other races could. As such, Zhao Fu could only order people to dismantle Qin's transboundary magic formation and rebuild it in the dark demon world before teleporting to the spirit light world. Zhao Fu left the relocation of the god race cities to Qin's assassins, as it was more convenient and suitable for them to do this. Zhao Fu himself returned to Yizong's side. Now that the god race and demon race people could no longer pretend, it was time for him to use his third identity to obtain some benefits for the Night Dynasty. Follow me and cleanse this land of demons. A god race general rode on a tall, white horse and led a group of cavalrymen to attack. The cavalrymen gave off white light as they galloped on the ground, giving off massive sounds. They all gripped their spears and used the inertia from charging to throw them out. The sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless spears gave off white light and tore through the air towards the defensive walls that the Night Dynasty had constructed. A formless barrier appeared on the Night Dynasty's defensive wall, and the spears gave off terrifying holy light energy and instantly shattered the barrier. However, the spears' power was greatly reduced, and before they could hit the wall, they landed on the ground in front of the defensive wall, filling the ground with spears. The cavalrymen once again took out spears and sent white light into them, causing each spear to give off a faint white light and a wave of holy light energy. Yizong coldly harumphed and gestured to the general next to him. The general obeyed, and people dressed in black robes walked out with serious expressions. They stretched out a hand towards the incoming cavalrymen and countless traces of darkness energy gathered. Black circular diagrams appeared on the ground, and as the countless horses stepped into them, their hooves seemed to be stuck to a black substance. Countless horses fell to the ground, and some of their legs were broken, causing them to whinny in pain. The cavalrymen on horseback were also thrown to the ground, and countless people were injured, causing the Night Dynasty to fall into chaos. Fire! Yizong gave the order, and countless archers shot out arrows, forming a massive wave of arrows that caused people's hairs to stand on end. The arrows descended like a torrential downpour, and the cavalrymen who had lost their horses were completely defenseless. Immediately, countless god race cavalrymen died, and blood flew everywhere. Those who had not died howled, creating an incredibly gruesome scene. Arg! Suddenly, rays of holy light landed on the Night Dynasty's defensive wall. Under the holy light, countless Night Dynasty soldiers held in pain as if they were being burned. The Night Dynasty's pupils constricted, and they found that countless priests wearing white robes and holding wooden staffs had arrived at the front of the defensive line under the protection of countless god race people and were attacking the Night Dynasty. Taking advantage of this wave of attacks, countless Protoss surged forward. In just a moment, they had reached the defensive wall and started to attack it. The god race people used all sorts of methods to scale the defensive walls, while the Night Dynasty continuously used heavy objects and arrows to counterattack. The Night Dynasty's exclusive professions, the people in black robes, also started to attack. countless traces of black fog spread out towards the spirit god people. This black fog was incredibly destructive, and anyone who was caught by the black fog would be torn apart, causing blood to spurt out. In an instant, countless members of the god race died, and they looked miserable. Their bodies were lacerated with wounds, and countless amounts of blood dyed them red. The god race's priests also started to attack the Night Dynasty, and the battle between the two sides was incredibly intense. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out as powerful auras descended. 60 or so city lords coldly looked at Yizong. Yizong did not mind at all, and the Night Dynasty's side exploded out with shocking auras. The Night Dynasty's city lords also appeared, and the 5 ancestors gave off terrifying auras as they charged into the group of enemy city lords. With their power, dealing with 5 or 6 city lords was no problem at all. Following this, Zhao Fu also arrived and unleashed his full power as he started to slaughter. In the end, the god race lost 3 million or so city lords and 40 or so city lords, and they retreated to the Golden Doors and did not continue to attack. The Night Dynasty's side also lost 1 million people and a few city lords. Of the 40 city lords who died, 25 had been killed by Zhao Fu. This caused the Night Dynasty's city lords and 4 ancestors to feel incredibly fearful, as they understood that if Zhao Fu wanted to kill them, it would be incredibly easy. However, seeing that Zhao Fu was willing to listen to Yizong's orders, they felt a bit more at ease. Otherwise, staying in front of Zhao Fu would make them feel incredibly uneasy. Of course, this was all an act put on by Zhao Fu to make them feel more at ease. In the next few days, the battle between the Dark Demon race and God race gradually calmed down. Both sides continuously sent in more soldiers, causing the death toll to reach 7 billion people. Moreover, the battle between the two sides was incredibly intense. The heavens collapsed and the earth caved in, causing yin and yang to twist. Time and space became chaotic, and all creatures were destroyed. Regions were razed to the ground, and the ground was covered with craters. The tall mountains disappeared, and not even grass could be seen. This was a true battle between experts. The battle between the humans and the fish-scale people was on a completely different level. Even though the legatees of both sides did not use their world's energy, they had poured in massive amounts of fate from both worlds. At least 100 nation armaments had appeared, completely throwing the heavens and earth into chaos. This was especially so for the battle between the two world protectors. It was the most terrifying battle that Zhao Fu had ever seen. Back then, Zhao Fu had been hiding in the Night Dynasty, waiting for an opportunity to reap some benefits. Because he had killed the god race, he had obtained 40 god city lords, and because he had to go to the spirit light world to relocate cities, almost no one could do such a thing. Of course, Zhao Fu had happily swallowed the 40 city lord seals without anyone knowing. Adding on the 40 cities, Zhao Fu had obtained 260 cities in total, which shocked Zhao Fu. The Moria city had also obtained a massive amount of EXP and leveled up to a level 1 capital city. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with his gains this time, and he did not want to reveal his identity, so he happily stood guard at the golden gates that the Night Dynasty was responsible for. Suddenly, an apocalyptic shockwave rippled out, causing his hairs to stand on end, and he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. With such a powerful shockwave, Zhao Fu had to go and take a look, and he saw the two world protectors start a shocking battle. The legatees of the fish-scale world and the human world did not fight much, nor did they have nation armaments. At first, the fish-scale people had completely dominated the humans, but the humans had used venomous tricks to kill them. The battle had not been very intense. On the other hand, the god race and demon race were evenly matched, and both sides were quite powerful. As such, the battles that erupted out were incredibly shocking. However, Zhao Fu hoped that the two worlds would fight as intensely as possible. However, they understood that they could not continue like this, as the greater threat was from the previous world. Therefore, both sides consciously chose to slowly pacify the war. The 1,000 golden gates were reduced to 100, but with the Protoss heavily guarding them, the two armies did not erupt into too intense a battle. Both sides did not want to be weaker than the other. After returning to Qin City, the first thing Zhao Fu did was to establish 260 system main cities and capture some Spirit Light indigenous residents and Dark Demon indigenous residents. Now, Qin City had 880 system main cities, and its strength was terrifying to the extreme. Zhao Fu felt that it was time to do something about the surrounding regions, but after thinking about it, he didn't know what to do. First, he had to find suitable masters for the fish scale, spirit light, and dark demon cities and nurture some top-tier forces. Right now, Zhao Fu had only casually chosen a few people to be city lords, and they were quite weak in battle. Zhao Fu couldn't count on them to fight. Luckily, system main cities spawned many new people every day, so they would only have to wait a few more days to find suitable people and nurture them. In the following days, Zhao Fu felt quite relaxed and went to take a look at the Moria city, which had just become a capital city. As one of the two capital cities in Qin City, the Moria city was continuously expanding in preparation for the increase in population. Zhao Fu could sense that the Moria city was slightly weaker than the Seven Kill City because it didn't have the same pure killing intent as the Seven Kill City, so it was naturally not as powerful. However, the Moria city was a dynasty legacy city, so it had a decent amount of legacy power. It was said that when the Moria city had become a capital city, a massive golden peacock had appeared in the sky, and all of the Moria city's residents had received some of the peacock's power. Apart from the Moria city, there were also general armaments. During this period of time, Qin City had fused with two more general armaments. One was Zhang Han's General Star, the Great Gate Star, and the other was Sun Hanxiang's Voracious Wolf Star. Now, Bai Qi had one, Wang Jian had one, Wei Liao had one, Sima Qiu had one, Zhang Han had one, Mengque had one, Li Mu had one, Bai Shihan had one, and Sun Hanxiang had one. Bai Shihan's was the Seven Murders Star, Sun Hanxiang's was the Voracious Wolf Star, and if he had the Army Destroyer Star, Zhao Fu would be able to gather 3 stars. Last time, when he had gathered 3 stars, Zhao Fu had awakened the Myrtle Star. If the 3 stars gathered again, who knew what would happen? Zhao Fu thought that between Wei Qing and Su Liuyi, one of them would definitely be the Army Destroyer Star. Soon, he would be able to see the 3 stars gather. This made Zhao Fu feel a bit of anticipation. Soon, another month had passed. During that time, Zhao Fu had successfully chosen some suitable people to become city lords, and he had put in a lot of effort to nurture them. Zhao Fu rebuilt the Transrealm Array. It had been a long time since he went to the Land of Inheritance. This time, Zhao Fu had a few main purposes for going outside. The first was to find out about the battles between the Devil Horn Empire and the other factions. This was incredibly important, as the battles between them would decide the survival of the human world. Zhao Fu definitely had to obtain some information so that he could make preparations. The second was to sell the massive amount of equipment that he had obtained. Zhao Fu had obtained 3 billion sets of equipment from the fish scale war. Zhao Fu had prepared to sell these in the human world, but because of the natural disasters, he had not been able to sell much. These pieces of equipment were worth 18 billion gold coins, and such a massive amount of wealth could not be underestimated. The third thing was to buy talisman stones. This was something that Qin had been doing all this time. Qin desperately lacked talisman stones, as talisman stones were simply too important to Qin. All kinds of talisman equipment required talisman stones. Qin had bought more than half of China's talisman stones, but Qin still only had 8 million sets of talisman equipment. Qin now had 80 million soldiers, and he had only fulfilled 10% of the requirements. If he wanted to buy a large number of talisman stones, he would have to go outside the Land of Inheritance. This time, Zhao Fu made all sorts of preparations. Because he would not be able to return in a short period of time, he once again used the Transrealm teleportation channel and arrived outside the Land of Inheritance. Because his identity might be discovered by the Kershi Kingdom, Zhao Fu did not dare to take a step into the Kershi Kingdom. There was a massive difference in strength between a kingdom and a kingdom that had not yet established a kingdom. After establishing a kingdom, there would be all sorts of changes. Zhao Fu felt quite envious of this power, but Qin was about to establish a kingdom. He could not go to the Kershi Kingdom, but there were other kingdoms. Zhao Fu not only wanted to go to the Grassy Kingdom, but he also wanted to go to the Lontong Kingdom, the Half-Beast Kingdom, and the Elf Kingdom. This time, Zhao Fu planned to open up paths for the various races, and he could not limit himself to the Grassy Kingdom. If he wanted to obtain even more resources, he had to open up all paths. According to the information that Zhao Fu had, the world above the Grassy Kingdom was the Lontong Kingdom, the Half-Beast Kingdom was to the left, and the Elf Kingdom was to the right. The half-beast kingdom was in front of the dark demon world, while the elf kingdom was in front of the fish scale world. The devil horn kingdom was in the world above the half-beast kingdom, so Xiaofu did not have to worry about this for now and would deal with other matters first. After all, Xiaofu had the transrealm teleportation channel and could teleport over super long distances. Without the heavenly domain boundary, he did not need the heavenly domain heart. A while later, Xiaofu went to the Moonrest kingdom next to the Kershi kingdom. Even though these kingdoms called themselves kingdoms and empires, they were just barony kingdoms. After entering the Moonrest kingdom, the first thing Xiaofu did was to find out about the Devil Horn Empire. This was very good news. Before, the Devil Horn Empire, Lontong, Grassy, and Half-Beast kingdoms had been facing off against each other. With how powerful the Devil Horn Empire was, they were not at a disadvantage against the three major races at all. On the other hand, the Lontong, Grassy, and Half-Beast kingdoms were under great pressure. The Devil Horn Empire had once launched a sneak attack and almost destroyed the three races' defenses. Facing the threat of the Devil Horn Empire, the three races felt quite unsettled. Only after more kingdoms joined in did the situation stabilize. More importantly, the White Corpse race, the world above the Devil Horn Empire, was also participating. The White Corpse race was part of the Death race and did not want to participate. However, the Devil Horn Empire had been too arrogant and looked down on everyone, making the White Corpse race feel threatened. The White Corpse race was a world above the Devil Horn Empire, and it was much more powerful than ordinary worlds. With it participating, the Lontong Kingdom, Grassy, and Half-Beast kingdoms felt much less pressure. In the end, the Stone Spirit race next to the Devil Horn Empire also participated. Now, Xiaofu did not have to worry about the Devil Horn Empire anymore, as it was being suppressed by the five major races. It was facing a massive crisis and did not have the ability to invade other worlds. The Devil Horn Empire's barbaric and domineering attitude was also suppressed by the five major races. It was said that the five major races wanted to invade the Devil Horn Empire together. Now that the Devil Horn Empire was on the defensive, Xiaofu relaxed. He did not have to worry about the Devil Horn Empire's threat anymore. With the lesson from last time, Xiaofu did not choose to work with large merchant groups. Even though they were quite powerful and could help Xiaofu find what he wanted, they were too big of a target and would attract too much attention. This time, Xiaofu chose to work with smaller merchant groups, and he did not want to make a big move. As such, Xiaofu chose to buy them at an appropriate time. In the Moonrest Empire, Xiaofu found a small merchant group called the Clear Moon Financial Group. Xiaofu would not work with just any small merchant group, so he first had to investigate them. Xiaofu did not want to work with some black-hearted merchant group, which would cause him to incur losses and not be able to obtain what he wanted. The Clear Moon Financial Group was quite famous in the nearby regions. Even though their business was quite small, they were quite honest and trustworthy. All of their goods were clearly priced, and it was almost impossible to buy fake goods. Xiaofu was quite satisfied with this, so he chose to work with them. The Clear Moon Financial Group's manager was an elderly man who had stage 3 strength and had been an old soldier. The two sides were able to easily work together, and the entire Clear Moon Financial Group was quite happy to have such a wealthy owner like Xiaofu. In order to get rid of a large amount of equipment, Xiaofu used equipment to trade with them. The price was quite low, but Xiaofu did not care about these small benefits. As long as he could achieve his goal, he would be satisfied. Every week, Xiaofu would send people to collect talisman stones. The Clear Moon Financial Group only needed to provide a certain amount and did not need to buy them in bulk to attract attention. After taking care of matters in the Moonrest Empire, Xiaofu constructed a teleportation channel and headed to the next kingdom, and he found a small merchant group to work with. A few days later, Xiaofu started working with 30 or so grassy kingdoms, and Xiaofu headed to the Lontong race, planning to continue using this method. The Lontong race did not have many kingdoms, only around 30 or so. However, all of them were quite powerful, and most new kingdoms would not be a match for them. It was Xiaofu's first time seeing the Lontong people, and he was quite shocked. The Lontong people's eyes were incredibly beautiful, and they were like two sapphires, incredibly pure and enchanting. Xiaofu found some small merchant groups and worked with them. Among them, there were more than 20 countries that had reached an agreement. There were also some countries that were more sensitive and special. Some countries even banned foreigners from entering and implemented a completely closed system. There were also some countries that implemented a racial system. People who didn't belong to their country or race would be killed. Since Zhao Fu did not even have the right to enter, he naturally could not find merchant groups to work with. Even if he was lucky, he would be discovered at any moment. As such, Zhao Fu gave up on working with merchant groups from those kingdoms. After taking care of matters in the Lontong and Grassy kingdoms, Zhao Fu headed to the world to the left of the Grassy kingdom, which was the half-beast world. These half-beast people had the bodies of humans and the heads of wild beasts, and they had a tribal system. They were quite ferocious and had a trace of the wildness of wild beasts, and their customs were quite crude and barbaric. However, they were easier to deal with than the human race, and they did not have as many systems and rules as the human race. The prerequisite was that you had to be stronger than them, and as long as you could do that, your life would be smooth sailing. If you were weaker than them, you would be bullied and suppressed, and you might even lose your life. Back then, Zhao Fu found a merchant group in a half-beast city and wanted to work with them. However, this group of people actually wanted to kill Zhao Fu. In the end, they were beaten half to death by Zhao Fu and knelt on the ground, looking as if Zhao Fu was their father. The more barbaric a world was, the more important one's strength was. In the end, Zhao Fu chose to work with them because most half-beast people were like this, and there were no other good choices. Of course, in order to prevent them from betraying him, Zhao Fu set up restrictions in their bodies and gave them some gold as rewards, making them even more obedient. After dealing with the half-beast countries, Zhao Fu spent more than half a month in the Legacy Land. Finally, there was the elf world. Zhao Fu's interactions with the elves were much more elegant and kind. However, some were more enthusiastic to any race, while others were more indifferent. There were also some that forbade races other than the elves from entering. Zhao Fu was quite familiar with the elves because Qin had many elves. Daisy and Asani were quite close to Zhao Fu, and he understood their personalities. In terms of speaking, Zhao Fu was quite elegant and could chat with the elves. In the elf world, Zhao Fu found various merchant groups to work with. After doing all of this, he spent about a month outside the Legacy Land. However, even though it took a long time, everything went well without any accidents. By working with them, Qin could earn 16 million talisman stones per month, and the price of the talisman stones was slightly lower than the original price. 16 million talisman stones per month greatly satisfied Qin's needs and ensured that he would not lack talisman stones. Now that the task was complete, Zhao Fu planned to return to the human world. However, he suddenly heard that a prince of the Frost Moon Empire had been poisoned, and whoever could cure him would receive a world tree seed, a great city, and 1 million gold coins. This made Zhao Fu feel quite tempted, mainly because the world tree seed was something that couldn't be bought with money. Normally, the elf kingdom would never leak this information. If he could use the world tree as a tree of life, the water of life would not be crude water of life but at least intermediate water of life. Intermediate water of life would be more than 10 times more effective than crude water of life, and it was very important to Qin. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to give it a try. The Frost Moon Empire had a good reputation in the outside world, and it welcomed all races. It was quite kind, and there were also humans living in it. There was no bloodthirst or discrimination. If it was a place that discriminated against other races and enforced a racial system, Zhao Fu would not go. It was possible that he would lose his life. When Zhao Fu arrived at the Frost Moon Empire's royal city, it was already packed with tens of thousands of people. Even if the world tree seed was useless to ordinary people, a great city and 1 million gold coins were enough to attract countless people. AI. Looking at the sea of people, Zhao Fu sighed and wondered when it would be his turn. Within the royal palace, a tall and slender elf man with a noble aura suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of black blood as he lay on the bed. This caused everyone around him to feel quite shocked, as someone who looked like a doctor quickly went up to check and gave out orders with an unsightly expression. An order was given, the prince's condition had worsened, and he urgently needed a doctor to detoxify him. Those who were competent could enter the royal palace, but those who were not competent and didn't have the ability to immediately leave, or else the Frost Moon Empire would severely punish them. This caused Zhao Fu to hesitate, but thinking about the effects of the 10,000 poison divine cauldron, Zhao Fu decided to give it a try. In the end, 96 people entered the palace. Of course, they all had to be incredibly powerful to dare to enter the palace, or else none of them would be able to escape. Zhao Fu pretended to be quite ordinary and silently followed behind them. Following this, they walked into a dazzlingly beautiful palace. The guard who led them in told them to wait here, and they obediently waited. However, the people who came here were all very powerful, and they gave off arrogant auras and looked down on the people around them. Zhao Fu kept a low profile and did not do anything as he silently waited. However, a little fatty suddenly came over and said in a small voice, "You're quite an expert on the outside. Speaking of which, do you really have a way to cure that prince's poison? This isn't an ordinary poison, it's a poison that even the Frost Moon Empire can't cure." Zhao Fu felt quite speechless. Indeed, out of everyone present, only he was wearing a cloak that covered his face, making him seem quite conspicuous. "I don't know any medicine, but I have something that can cure this poison," Zhao Fu said to the little fatty. This little fatty was not an elf but rather a human. He most likely came from another world and spoke an elf language. "Eh? You don't know any medicine and yet you dare to come? If that thing of yours doesn't work, you'll be in trouble. However, now that you know me, there won't be a problem." The little fatty looked quite surprised before saying in a pleased tone. Hearing this, Zhao Fu asked in confusion, "Then why won't it be a problem if I know you?" The little fatty gave a pleased smile and looked around before coming closer and saying, "I'm from the Medicine King world. Are you shocked? I can take you as my little brother. You should know that I don't normally take little brothers. I saw that your aura was quite special, so I reluctantly took you in." "Medicine King world?" Zhao Fu asked in confusion. Hearing Zhao Fu's question, the little fatty was also surprised. He couldn't help but ask, "Have you been staying in the deep mountains all this time? Our Medicine King world has never heard of it. If you knew, our Medicine King world is the world that understands medicine the most in the surrounding 100 or so worlds." "Oh," Zhao Fu replied calmly. He hadn't left the land of inheritance yet, so Zhao Fu naturally wouldn't care about the matters of dozens of worlds away. It was already good enough that he could learn something about the grassy world. Hearing Zhao Fu's calm voice, the little fatty felt quite displeased and asked, "Why aren't you shocked? You should know that people from the Medicine King's world have many holy pills. If you call me Big Brother, I'll reward you with a stage 4 pill." Hearing this little fatty's words, Zhao Fu couldn't help but smack him on the head. This little fatty was only 15 or 16 years old, yet he wanted Zhao Fu to call him Big Brother with a stage 4 pill? He was simply asking to be beaten. The little fatty cried out in pain, and just as he was about to say something, a dignified-looking middle-aged elf brought a few guards with powerful auras into the palace. He sat on a chair made of silver wood and looked at the people below. He instinctively gave off a king's might, causing everyone to lower their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Sensing this terrifying power, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. This was the first time he had faced a living king, and his king's power was incredibly pure. His control over king's power was definitely greater than Zhao Fu's. Moreover, his cultivation was definitely at stage 9. With such terrifying cultivation, even without a city lord's seal, he would be able to kill a large number of great city lords. If he didn't use any other power, Zhao Fu wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from him. As such, Zhao Fu quickly lowered his head and acted respectfully like everyone else. At the same time, he hid all of his power. However, the middle-aged elf's gaze fell on Zhao Fu's body and he slightly smiled as he said, "I never thought that an esteemed guest would come to my kingdom." These words caused everyone present to feel quite confused. They didn't understand what the middle-aged elf meant, and the elf ministers next to him didn't understand why their king would suddenly say such a thing either. Sensing this gaze, Zhao Fu felt that the other party was quite friendly, and he didn't want to attack. He raised his head and prepared to say something. However, the little fatty spoke first and bashfully smiled as he said, "I never thought that I would be discovered so quickly by your majesty from the Medicine King's world." Hearing that the little fatty was from the Medicine King's world, everyone felt quite shocked and looked at him. However, the middle-aged elf didn't reply to the little fatty, and he instead looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could only cup his hands and bow as he said, I was just passing by and heard that your kingdom's prince had been poisoned, so I came to have a try. Only then did everyone realize that the middle-aged elf was talking to Zhao Fu. However, just who was Zhao Fu for the elf king to act so courteously towards him? The little fatty's eyes widened as he looked at Zhao Fu. He had never thought that Zhao Fu's identity would be so powerful, and he had only felt that Zhao Fu was a bit special. The middle-aged elf smiled as he courteously said, "Esteemed guest, my son's condition is quite serious. Right now, my son's condition is rather serious. Please detoxify my son first. I will entertain you later." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and left with the middle-aged elf, leaving behind a dumbfounded crowd. They could guess that Zhao Fu's identity was incredibly prestigious, or else he wouldn't be treated so courteously by a sovereign. Zhao Fu followed the middle-aged elf to a room, and looking at the elf on the sickbed, he took out the 10,000 poison divine cauldron. The 10,000 poison divine cauldron gave off a faint violet light and floated above the sickbed. The violet light covered the elf young man on the sickbed, and his expression became one of pain as traces of black qi started to come out of his body. Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief, and after a while, no more black qi came out of his body. Zhao Fu put away the 10,000 poison divine cauldron and found that it had evolved. It seemed that this poison was not simple at all. After all, Zhao Fu's 10,000 poison divine cauldron had refined more than half of the poisons in the human world to become a level 2 saint armament. Seeing that the elf on the sickbed had recovered, the middle-aged elf looked quite delighted and walked over to examine him before smiling and cupping his hands towards Zhao Fu as he said, "Thank you, sir, for saving my son." Zhao Fu humbly replied. Following this, the middle-aged elf held a large banquet, wanting to properly entertain Zhao Fu. Those who had entered the palace before him were also invited. Zhao Fu accepted the banquet and asked for his reward. Just as he was about to leave, the little fatty rushed over and hugged Zhao Fu's leg as he said, "Big bro. Take me as your little brother." Zhao Fu pushed him away in disdain, but the little fatty was unwilling to give up and stuck to Zhao Fu again. After Zhao Fu left, the elf ministers asked seriously, "Your Majesty, is this true? Is this true? That person's identity is so prestigious." After the middle-aged elf spoke, the elf minister's expressions became even more serious. After all, emperors represented the peak of the heaven-awakened world, and barony kingdoms like them did not even have the right to carry their shoes. Even though they did not want to admit it, this was reality. In front of an empire, a barony kingdom like this was just an ant that could be casually stomped to death. However, why would such a prestigious person appear in a remote region? Thinking about that, the middle-aged elf's heart sank, and he gave the order to pay attention to the surrounding worlds. The ministers immediately went to do this, as they understood His Majesty's intentions. An emperor has descended, something shocking must have happened. On the way, Zhao Fu looked at the little fatty, who was hugging his leg, helplessly and said, "Are you coming or not?" The little fatty vigorously shook his head and begged, "Big bro. Please take me in. I can already refine stage 5 medicinal pills, and I'll help you refine pills every day. I'll even help you with odd jobs." Hearing his words, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that the little fatty would have such skills. Yizong looked at the 5 ancestors and coldly harumphed. The Night Dynasty didn't attack them, yet they dared to attack the Night Dynasty. Since they're being heartless, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll definitely fight this battle and see who lives and who dies. Hearing this, one of the ancestors could not help but say, "Yizong, we're at a great disadvantage this time. This time, we're at a great disadvantage. We have less than half of the other side's forces, and we lack top-tier forces. We only have 70 or so city lords, while the Vile Dynasty has 120 or so city lords. Adding on the other 4 factions, they have 180 city lords. I think we should ask for help from the other factions. For example, if you have a good relationship with the Demon Path sect, you can try to negotiate with them or the Vile Dynasty to see if you can reconcile." That's impossible. The Vile Dynasty has already pressured the other factions, and the Demon Path sect won't help us. It's better to rely on ourselves than to rely on others. I don't have any intentions of negotiating. Don't worry, I'm confident in this battle, so you don't need to worry. Yizong said resolutely. The ancestors could only sigh and shake their heads as they left the room. Soon, Zhaofu received news that the Night Dynasty had brought a large number of soldiers to attack the Night Dynasty. This shocked the entire southern continent. No one had thought that the Vile Dynasty would cross an entire continent to attack the Night Dynasty. Just how great of an enmity was this? The various factions watched as if they were going to watch a good show. After all, this was between the Night Dynasty and the Vile Dynasty, and it had nothing to do with them. However, from the looks of things, the Night Dynasty was at a great disadvantage. Not only did it have to face the Vile Dynasty, but it also had 4 other factions working together. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, the Night Dynasty would definitely be doomed. It was a pity that one of the top factions in the southern continent had been destroyed just like that. As the various factions mocked and felt sorry for the Night Dynasty, Ugra led his army near the Night Dynasty. This time, he and the 4 other factions gathered their forces, wanting to destroy the Night Dynasty in one fell swoop. Thinking about how he had been injured and enraged back then, Ugra felt quite furious. If he did not kill Xianxia, he would not be satisfied. This time, he was going to destroy the Night Dynasty as well and capture all of the Night Dynasty's women to make them his female slaves. Only then would the anger in his heart be appeased. He also wanted that bitch Mo Yao heir. After destroying the Night Dynasty, he would consider attacking the Demon Path sect and have that bitch submit to him. Ugra couldn't help but laugh out loud. 60 million soldiers gave off a boundless aura as they flooded towards the Night Dynasty like a black tide. The terrifying formation caused the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers to feel an oppressive aura, and ordinary birds and beasts had long since run away in fear. The soldiers below were ferocious like a tide, and the 200 city lords above gave off heaven-shaking auras. They were incredibly arrogant, not bothering to hide their might at all. Because they had been in a rush, the Night Dynasty did not have enough time to prepare. They had only built a 7-meter-tall defensive wall, which even a Stage 2 soldier could jump over. After all, a Stage 1 soldier could jump 4 or 5 meters. Xianxia and the Night Dynasty city lords also stood in the air, giving off massive auras. However, it was evident that Xianxia's side was weaker, and his expression was quite serious and unsightly. They were facing 200 cities and 14 ancestors. Just the Vile Dynasty alone had 10 ancestors, and the other 4 factions had 1 each. With their strength, they would be able to take on 5 or 6 ancestors without a problem. They also had 60 or so city lords, which meant that they had 260 city lords. Ugra stood in the air and wildly laughed as he said, "Xianxia, I'll give you one last chance. I'll give you one last chance, acknowledge me as your master and become my servant. Your Night Dynasty must submit to me and offer up your women and wealth, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire Night Dynasty." Xianxia coldly laughed and did not reply to Ugra's words. Instead, he looked at the ancestors of the 4 factions and said, "I've treated you well after ascending to the throne. Why are you allying with the Vile Dynasty to attack the Night Dynasty?" One of the 4 ancestors said mockingly, "The weak are prey to the strong. If your Night Dynasty can't adapt to this, it should be destroyed. Everything that your Night Dynasty has done to us is shocking, and we'll pay you back 100 times over." Xianxia coldly looked at the 4 ancestors and said in a bone-chilling voice, "Don't blame me for seeking death." This caused the 4 ancestors to disdainfully laugh. Now, it was not certain who would die. Ugra felt even more furious at Xianxia's disregard, and he wanted to eat Xianxia alive. He was the first to attack. He led the other city lords towards the Night Dynasty city lord, and the battle between the 2 sides officially began. The battle in the sky unfolded, and the Vile Dynasty soldiers also charged. Their massive and terrifying aura seemed to cover the heavens and earth as they rushed towards the defensive walls. Deafening cries sounded out in the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, causing people to feel incredibly terrified. Swish, 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 the soldiers on the defensive walls drew their bows and shot terrifying arrows towards the massive black tide. The arrows rained down, killing many enemies but not stopping the black tide in the slightest. The black-robed figures once again stepped out and once again cast darkness invasion, causing black fog to spread out towards the black tide. However, the Vile Dynasty's factions were prepared, and the soldiers at the front roared as massive amounts of demonic chi flowed out of their bodies. Demon images flew out of their bodies and shot into the black fog, devouring it. Boom! The massive army slammed against the defensive walls, and some Stage 2 soldiers jumped onto the defensive walls and started to fight with the Night Dynasty soldiers. The Vile Dynasty soldiers also started to use all sorts of methods to attack, and the Night Dynasty soldiers desperately attacked. However, the other side had a massive advantage in numbers, and there were also a large number of archers at the back. They ferociously shot at the defensive walls, and the Night Dynasty's situation was not looking good. More and more people died, and it was only a matter of time before the Vile Dynasty broke through. The situation below was not good, and the situation above was not good either. The Night Dynasty's city lord was surrounded by a few other dynasty lords, and the Night Dynasty's 5 ancestors were being suppressed by the other side. They had many injuries, and it seemed that they would not be able to hold on for much longer. Ugra loudly laughed as he ferociously attacked Yitsong. Now, he was completely confident that he would be able to destroy the Night Dynasty. He could not help but lick his lips with his blood-red tongue as he eerily said to Yitsong, "Later, I'll cut off your flesh and have a good taste of it." Yitsong coldly laughed as he said, "Is that so? Do you really think that you've won?" This made Ugra feel quite confused. If they weren't certain that they would win, then how would they win? Ugra thought about it, and just as he was about to attack Yitsong again, he suddenly felt an unprecedented feeling of fear in his heart explode out. Boom! Boom! The shockwaves turned into apocalyptic gales that swept through everything. The ground was easily peeled off, and people were blown away like ants. Countless plants were uprooted, and nothing could stop them. Countless specks of yellow sand were blown into the sky by the berserk gales, covering the entire sky. Terrifying explosions sounded out in 10 or so regions. Even those in the distance could sense these terrifying shockwaves. This was a destructive power that could destroy anything, and their hair stood on end. They looked into the distance, which was covered by a layer of dust, as if there was no life at all. Ha ha ha, the terrifying explosion slowly calmed down, and the dust that covered the sky dissipated. Wild laughter sounded out. It was Yitsong. Massive craters that were 10 or so kilometers wide had appeared in the ground, and there were 200 or so of them. The destructive power still lingered on the ground, causing people's hearts to feel a chill. There was blood and corpses everywhere, giving off a nauseating stench. Only a portion of the black tide remained at the back and a larger portion remained at the top, while the center was filled with corpses. The massive shockwave caused the defensive wall to be covered with cracks, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. A few Dynasty Legatee soldiers lay on the ground, and countless people from the Night Dynasty lay on the ground, resisting the shockwave with great difficulty. The reason for these 200 or so craters was because Zhaofu had put in 200 or so destruction crystals. Qin had originally had 75 destruction crystals, but after 2 months, he had created 128 of them. Now, Zhaofu had used all of them here. The explosion had happened at the center, where most people had died. Out of the 60 million soldiers, at least 50 million had died. The soldiers at the front had been fortunate enough to escape, numbering around 7 million. The people at the back had also been fortunate enough to escape, numbering around 3 million. However, because of the shockwave, they were all injured, and the tide of the battle instantly turned. Yitsong's arrogant laughter sounded throughout the battlefield. Not only were the dynasty lords shocked, but even the Night Dynasty city lords looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. "I'll kill you." Seeing so many people die, Ugra's eyes bulged as he looked at Zhaofu and roared. A demonic saber giving off a chilling black light and a heaven-toppling demonic might slowly descended. The surrounding 1,000 regions felt a ferocious demonic intent descend, and their souls could not help but tremble. This was the Vile Dynasty's nation armament, the Demon King Ancestral Saber. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out as the 200 or so city lords from the other dynasties exploded out with terrifying power. Seeing so many of their soldiers die, their eyes burned with murderous fury as they looked at the Night Dynasty's city lords as if they wanted to devour them alive. Such terrifying power caused even the Night Dynasty city lords to feel afraid, and the 5 ancestors felt a chill. Ha ha ha, Yitsong's laughter did not diminish and continued to laugh domineeringly, as if he did not place them in his eyes at all. In his eyes, they were just pigs. This made the city lords feel even more furious, and a trace of madness appeared on their faces as they prepared to rush at Yitsong. The Night Dynasty's city lords' hearts sank, and they also surrounded Yizong in order to stop the other city lords' attacks. However, they could not help but think to themselves, Yizong's laughter is simply too arrogant. He doesn't know what's going on and has angered them, facing 200 or so berserk city lords and the vile dynasty's legatee using his nation armament. The Night Dynasty's city lords felt a chill in their hearts, and the 5 ancestors' expressions were quite unsightly. It seemed that a massive battle was about to erupt. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded throughout the sky as people giving off terrifying auras and terrifying might, looking like godly spirits, slowly appeared in the air. There were 900 or so of them, and the might they gave off seemed to be able to collapse the heavens. Whether it was the Night Dynasty's city lords or the other dynasty lords, all of them sank into terror. This was the most terrifying power they had ever felt. Now, it was not just the Night Dynasty's city lords who felt nervous, even the other dynasty lords who had gone berserk felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, and they immediately came back to their senses. Ugger's expression was also quite unsightly as he looked around. Boom. A ray of black light descended from the sky as a figure giving off a shocking might slowly appeared in front of everyone. He wore a black cloak and his body was surrounded by demonic chi. Only his eyes, which were like those of a ferocious beast, gave off a blood-red light as he looked at everyone. The city lords' bodies felt a chill, and they felt as if they had been stared at by an extremely terrifying creature. Their bodies instinctively stiffened, and they did not know if this person was a person or a god. I said that you were seeking death. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Yizong said arrogantly and domineeringly as he gave off a dense killing intent. The surrounding Qin city lords all obeyed and simultaneously attacked. The Night Dynasty's city lords felt as if they had just escaped from the gates of hell, and a chill ran down their backs. They had never thought that these people would be willing to listen to Yizong. The people from the dynasty legatees had never thought that Yizong would have such terrifying power. Right now, they only had one thought in their minds, which was to run. The dynasty legatee city lords wanted to run, but they were stopped by the city lords of Qin City. Ugger turned into a ray of demonic light and shot into the sky, no longer wanting to fight. Using a nation armament would give him immense power, but there was a limit to this power. Facing 900 or so city lords, he would definitely die. Zhao Fu, who was standing beside Yizong, also acted. The golden pupil in his left eye constricted as a transcendent aura exploded out. Tens of thousands of chains shot out from where Zhao Fu was standing and shot towards Ugger. Countless chains shot towards Ugger, and he was given a big fright. He didn't hesitate to use the Demon King ancestral saber, and a massive saber light slashed out, cutting all of the incoming chains into pieces. Not a single one remained. Ugger was delighted, and just as he was about to continue running, City Lord seals shot out from Zhao Fu's body, turning into rays of light that shot towards Ugger. There were over 1,000 of them, and they gave off different lights as they scattered around Ugger. Ugger had never thought that a single person would be able to use so many City Lord seals. This was the first method of using City Lord seals that the Golden Dragon had mentioned, which was to use them as special equipment. With Zhao Fu's current power, he was unable to use 1,000 City Lord seals, so Zhao Fu had used up 10% of Qin City's fate. Even though it had used up a lot of fate, Zhao Fu felt that it was definitely worth it. He grabbed at the air, and a boundless energy instantly locked down Ugger's body. Ugger was given a big fright and vigorously struggled, his body burning with demonic flames. He wanted to explode out with all of his nation armament's power, but at that moment, 5 chains shot out from the ground, binding Ugger in the air and dragging him into the sealed region underground. After temporarily sealing Ugger, Zhao Fu's terrifying gaze turned to the remaining dynasty lords. This caused the dynasty lords' hearts to feel a chill, and they felt as if they were standing naked in winter. Their bodies uncontrollably trembled, and they could not help but feel terror. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and shot towards the ancestors, and Qin and the other dynasty lords also attacked. Yizong loudly laughed as he rushed over, and the Night Dynasty's city lords felt as if they had received heavenly might, and they were filled with battle intent as they rushed towards the other dynasty lords. The Night Dynasty's soldiers also started to hunt down the dynasty lords' soldiers. Because the shockwaves were simply too terrifying, the dynasty lords' soldiers were all injured and their morale plummeted. They were completely suppressed by the Night Dynasty's side, and there were already people running away. Qin had killed 203 city lords in total, and not a single one had escaped. Qin's side had obtained a complete victory, and only a few city lords had been injured and had not suffered any losses. Almost all of the dynasty lords' soldiers had been slaughtered. Apart from the Knight dynasty soldiers, after dealing with the dynasty lords, the other dynasty lords started to slaughter them, and only a few were able to escape. Seeing that the battle was under his control, Zhao Fu entered the sealed region and looked at Ugur, who was bound by countless chains. He coldly laughed and handed his body over to the golden dragon. Ugur's eyes widened as he furiously looked at Zhao Fu and cursed, "Yi Tsang, that bastard, you colluded with people from the outside world. Do you know who I am? I'm the Dark Demon World's legatee. If you dare to do anything to me, aren't you afraid of causing 2 world wars?" Before, when Zhao Fu had used his fate, Ugur, as the legatee, was extremely sensitive to it. Even though Zhao Fu had used demonic qi to hide it, Ugur had still sensed it. After all, Zhao Fu was not someone from the Dark Demon World. Zhao Fu did not reply to Ugur because the golden dragon had taken over his body. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and opened his palm towards Ugur's body, and a 30-centimeter wide golden magic formation appeared in front of his palm. Ugur sensed something and his expression fell. He hatefully glared at Zhao Fu and yelled, "Hurry and stop. Otherwise, you're dead. I'll definitely kill you." However, no matter how much he yelled, Zhao Fu was unmoved. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grasped at the air, causing a black city lord seal and a demonic saber to be drawn out of Ugur's body with a golden light. The two of them left Ugur's body and kept trembling. They wanted to return to Ugur's body, but they were restrained by the golden light. Can't leave a trace. This city lord seal was twice as big as an ordinary city lord seal, and it gave off dense demonic qi. It seemed to be made of black jade, and there was an engraving of a demon squatting on it. This was the Demon King City's level 1 capital city seal. There was also a demonic saber. It was very long and thin, about 3.5 feet long, and it looked like a miaodao. There was a demon with 2 horns on the handle, and the blade was completely black and gave off a blood-red light. This was the Vile Dynasty's nation armament, the Demon King Ancestral Saber. Because Ugur had just manifested it, Zhao Fu was able to easily draw it out through Ugur's body. Otherwise, it would have taken quite a bit of effort. After restricting the 2 items, Zhao Fu took out a reality fruit. This reality fruit floated above Zhao Fu's palm and slowly melted into a crystalline liquid. Zhao Fu tossed it out, and the liquid flew into Ugur's body, causing his body to become real. Following this, Zhao Fu did not do anything else. He returned to the ground and controlled Yi Tsang's body. He then pressed his hand against the ground, and a black substance spread out from Yi Tsang's palm, forming an octagonal diagram. This was Yi Tsang's king's seal. After this octagonal diagram was formed, it flowed into the ground like a liquid, completing the final seal. Zhao Fu could not kill Ugur yet, as he was a legatee. Once his life was in danger, the world seal would appear, and with the world's power, he would become quite difficult to deal with. Zhao Fu could not kill Ugur right now, as he was a legatee. Using Yi Tsang's power to complete the seal was just a cover-up and to avoid suspicion. Looking at the 2 items in his hand, Zhao Fu could not help but feel delighted. Now, he only had one goal, which was to relocate the Demon King City. The Demon King City was a level 1 capital city, and if he could relocate it, the Qin Kingdom would have 3 capital cities. At that moment, Zhao Fu received more news that the Vile Dynasty was still sending more soldiers here. It seemed that they did not know the exact situation here and thought that the city lords were only in danger, so they had come to reinforce them. Zhao Fu left this matter to the Knight Dynasty because the first thing he needed to do was to relocate the Demon King City in the western continent. No matter the price, Zhao Fu had to obtain the Demon King City. After Zhao Fu left with the countless city lords, a few shocked ancestors came to Yi Tsang's side. They were incredibly courteous and even had a trace of respect as they asked, "Yi Tsang, who are they? Can that terrifying cloaked figure really listen to you?" The ancestors could not help but feel shocked. Zhao Fu had brought 900 or so city lords to descend, and the scene was simply too shocking. 900 or so city lords was an incredibly powerful force, and they could completely destroy the Knight Dynasty. In their eyes, the Knight Dynasty would not be able to resist at all. If Yizong could control this power, they would not have any objections to him becoming the ruler of the Night Dynasty and would definitely acknowledge him. Yizong lightly smiled and said mysteriously, "Ancestors, you don't need to worry about this, I'll take care of it." Seeing that Yizong did not want to say anything, the ancestors could not do anything. However, seeing how confident Yizong was, they felt much more at ease. Zhao Fu brought the city lords to the western continent and arrived near the Vile Dynasty. However, they were still a bit late, and the Night Dynasty was now under lockdown. However, Zhao Fu was not worried. After all, with the Vile Dynasty's City Lord Seal, Zhao Fu had full authority. The City Lord Seal was the core of a city, and it allowed him to completely control the city. Moreover, the Vile Dynasty controlled many regions, so Zhao Fu could control everything. Even though Zhao Fu was not part of the Dark Demon race and could not create new people after taking over the Vile Dynasty's City Lord Seal, he could use the City Lord Seal to obtain authority over various cities. Zhao Fu took out the Vile Dynasty's City Lord Seal and sent Black Emperor's power into it as he said coldly, "All of the Vile Dynasty's official positions are abolished, and all of the residents are to be treated as violent mobs. Immediately expel them from the Vile Dynasty." Boom! Boom, rays of black light shot into the sky. There was a pillar of light in each of the 35 regions that the Vile Dynasty controlled. The countless Night Dynasty residents heard Zhao Fu's heavenly might, and they felt as if cold water had been poured over their heads. The Vile Dynasty had fallen into someone else's hands. Following this, a wave of energy covered their bodies, wanting to expel them from the Vile Dynasty. This shocked them, and the entire Vile Dynasty fell into chaos, not knowing what to do. After the elder roared, an aura rushed into the sky, and everyone else seemed to sense something and also roared, "We are all subjects of the Vile Dynasty and will only be loyal to the Vile Dynasty." Waves of aura flowed out from their bodies towards the Demon King City, and the city heart floating above the city hall continuously trembled as it sensed these cries. It gave off countless rays of black light that pierced through the tens of thousands of meters of space, giving off shocking sounds. The Vile Dynasty City Seal in Zhao Fu's hand also gave off a demonic light and continuously trembled, resisting Zhao Fu's orders. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and sent even more Emperor's power into it as he once again yelled, "Abolish all Vile Dynasty's official positions and treat all residents as rioters. Immediately expel them from the Vile Dynasty." The 35 regions' black pillars of light shined even brighter, and an even greater power covered the Vile Dynasty's countless residents, trying to expel them. However, the residents loudly yelled, desperately resisting this power. Sensing these voices, the City Lord Seal in Zhao Fu's hand continued to resist Zhao Fu's orders and exploded out with power, trying to escape from Zhao Fu's grasp. The Vile Dynasty City Seal controlled 35 regions and had the power to expel these residents. However, Zhao Fu was not the true owner of the Vile Dynasty City, and the City Lord's heart sensed the will of the people and resisted Zhao Fu's orders. The Vile Dynasty City had already set up a large formation and many barriers, and Zhao Fu had wanted to expel these people and easily obtain the Vile Dynasty City. However, this had the opposite effect. The will of the people was simply too strong, and the City Lord Seal violently struggled in Zhao Fu's hand, resisting all of Zhao Fu's orders. Zhao Fu was unable to completely control it, and he could only use brute force to suppress the Vile Dynasty City's power. This matter had to be dealt with quickly, as this was the Dark Demon world. Staying even a moment longer would put them in great danger, so they could not waste any time. The Vile Dynasty originally had 240 million people, and after subtracting the 40 million soldiers who had died, there were still 200 million people left. Apart from those who had not returned or those who had not entered the Heaven Awakened world, there were at most 150 million people in the Vile Dynasty. Of course, these civilians weren't as strong as the soldiers. Some of the players were slightly stronger than the NPCs, but on average, they were all very weak. Luckily, he had some backup plans. Zhao Fu's disaster ring flashed with a black light, and 10 skeleton cavalrymen riding on skeleton horses giving off disaster appeared. "King! What can I do for you?" When the 10 disaster cavalrymen appeared, they all knelt on one knee and lowered their heads, looking incredibly respectful. The disaster cavalrymen's strength had already reached stage 5, and because of the large-scale battles, they had absorbed an ocean of deathly aura. The higher their level, the more intelligent they became. Now, they had the intelligence of a normal person, and Zhao Fu wanted to fuse city lord seals into their bodies. That way, they would become incredibly powerful, but he found that he could not, as they were ring spirits of the Disaster King ring. Activate Undead Calamity. The 10 disasters obeyed and simultaneously stood up from the ground. They drew the black swords at their waists, and 10 pillars of light shot into the sky. The massive deathly aura formed a vortex, and a black magic formation that gave off a dense deathly aura appeared. Zhao Fu threw out corpses from his spatial ring. These were the corpses of the dark demon people that the god race had slaughtered, and they were now put to use. There were 50 million or so corpses in total, and Zhao Fu did not gather them together. Instead, he scattered them across 35 locations, causing massive panic and terror. Moreover, he released them near cities. These cities' tall city walls were destroyed by Zhao Fu's orders, and the city hearts were taken away by Zhao Fu. Countless skeletons swarmed into the city walls and started a savage massacre, while the Vile Dynasty's residents vigorously retaliated. They had to be fast, as such a big thing would definitely attract other people's attention. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and threw out 100 or so spirit pet rings, causing lights to flash. Roar! Roar! Dragons' roars tore through the sky as wyverns giving off terrifying auras appeared in the sky. There were 1,300 of them, and the terrifying dragon's might they gave off caused all of the creatures in the region to weakly lie on the ground and tremble. Swish, 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 the wyverns obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and flapped their wings, bringing with them massive shockwaves as they flew towards the countless cities and towns. The Vile Dynasty's residents had been defending against the skeletons, as the skeletons were not very powerful. Adding on the fact that they had an advantage in numbers, it was not a problem for them to defend against the skeletons. However, a few massive auras suddenly descended, bringing with them wild gales. Countless people looked at the 100-meter-long wyverns in terror. The massive dragon's might caused everyone to fall into terror, and their bodies froze. Roar! Roar, roar! The wyverns gave massive roars as their stomachs bulged and they spat out flames and icy blasts. The searing flames easily turned everything into ash, and the bone-chilling coldness froze people. The scene became completely chaotic, and everyone was filled with terror. The formations that they had set up collapsed, and ear-piercing screams sounded out as some people could not help but run. The wyvern slaughtered in the sky, continuously burning people into ash and freezing them. The battlefield was filled with flames and icy auras, making it seem like a world of fire and ice. The Vile Dynasty's residents drew their bows and vigorously shot out arrows. However, the countless arrows slammed into the wyvern's scales and were all sent flying. They did not even leave a mark on the wyverns, causing all of the Vile Dynasty's residents to despair. With the wyvern's defenses, let alone them, even Stage 1 soldiers would find it difficult to harm them. After all, dragons had incredibly powerful defenses, and Qin's wyverns had mutated and were comparable to Stage 7 dragons. The wyverns continuously rampaged in the sky, spitting out flames and icy blasts. Below, the countless skeletons ferociously attacked the Vile Dynasty's residents. The Vile Dynasty's residents continuously died, and almost all of them were slaughtered. Regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, none of them could escape. Pained cries continuously sounded out, and blood covered the entire Vile Dynasty. It was as if the Vile Dynasty had fallen into hell, and it was filled with despair, fear, and death. Above the Vile Dynasty city, Zhao Fu led his city lords like a god, looking down on the Vile Dynasty's people. At such a critical moment, the entire Vile Dynasty's imperial family had hurried over. Now, there were still 20 million or so residents and a small number of soldiers in the Vile Dynasty city. A demonic formation was activated, and a demon king image appeared in the sky, protecting the entire Vile Dynasty city. Apart from the formation, there were also countless restrictions that formed a firm defense. In actuality, Zhao Fu had the Vile Dynasty city's city seal, so he could easily dispel all of this power. However, he could not control the Vile Dynasty city seal, so he could only use brute force. A well-built middle-aged man stood in the air with a few people and said, "Sir, I don't know who you are or why you have such enmity with the Vile Dynasty. However, as long as you're willing to give up on taking down the Vile Dynasty city, we'll agree to any request you have." Zhao Fu's side was not in a hurry to attack. The city lords were all wearing black cloaks and used magic stones to hide their auras. They stood in the air and tightly surrounded the Vile Dynasty city. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "I want the Vile Dynasty to submit to me and leave everything to me. Right now, I'm your king, and you can only be my followers. Do you understand?" These domineering and unreasonable words caused a trace of fury to appear in the middle-aged man's eyes, but he endured it. His goal was to stall for time so that the others could destroy the city hall's defensive barrier. "Can I think about it?" the middle-aged man said to Zhao Fu, pretending to hesitate. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and nodded. He knew that the Vile Dynasty city was stalling for time, and Zhao Fu was also waiting for time. As the Vile Dynasty's residents died, the resistance of the city lord's seals became weaker and weaker. This formation was incredibly powerful. After all, it was a kingdom-protecting magic formation. Moreover, the Demon King image had offensive abilities, but in order to be safe, it was now fully defensive, and it was being maintained by 2,000 residents. At the same time, there were countless restrictions protecting it, so even Zhao Fu and the city lords would not be able to break through it. As such, Zhao Fu decided not to attack. The middle-aged man thought for a moment before saying apologetically, "I'll have to go back and discuss such a big matter." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, not minding too much as he agreed. Following this, a few peerlessly beautiful people flew into the sky. One of them was a tall and slim woman with snow-white skin, and she looked incredibly seductive as she said to Zhao Fu, "Sir, there are many side branches in the Vile Dynasty. There are many branches of the Vile Dynasty, and we don't have the same opinion. However, there are many people who are willing to submit to us, but we still need some time to convince them. Why don't we serve you? We are the princesses of the Vile Dynasty." Zhao Fu wouldn't believe their nonsense. Although they said they would submit, they were still furiously attacking the city hall's protective shield. How could Zhao Fu believe them? However, the resistance of the Demon King City Lord Seal was becoming weaker and weaker. Seeing that he was about to completely control the City Lord Seal, Zhao Fu had the time to continue chatting with them. "Sure. But how did you get out?" Zhao Fu also let out a lewd laugh. This was definitely not a laugh that came from Zhao Fu's heart. "I forgot about it. Sorry. Can you wait a bit? Once they're done discussing, they'll remove the formation and we'll satisfy you," said the woman in the lead flirtatiously. The other women beside her also flirtatiously tried to seduce Zhao Fu. Gotcha. At that moment, under the countless people's attacks, a small crack appeared on the city hall's protective shield. This delighted the Vile Dynasty's people, and they continued to madly attack, causing more and more cracks to appear. The women worked even harder to seduce Zhao Fu, allowing Zhao Fu's lewd gaze to sweep over their bodies. However, Zhao Fu suddenly laughed, and his laughter was as clear as spring water. In the next second, Zhao Fu's body shot out like a ray of light towards the Demon King City's city hall. This caused the women to feel incredibly shocked, and they thought that Zhao Fu wouldn't be able to enter due to the protection of the formation. However, what shocked them was that the formation and countless restrictions didn't stop Zhao Fu at all, allowing Zhao Fu to pass through. Zhao Fu's figure streaked past and shot into the black protective shield. This caused the Vile Dynasty's people to feel incredibly shocked, and they madly attacked the defensive shield. Bang! A shattering sound could be heard as the powerful protective shield shattered into countless pieces. The Vile Dynasty's people hurriedly rushed towards the city hall, praying that they wouldn't succeed. Boom! A ray of demonic light shot into the sky, gathering all of the Vile Dynasty's fate. A savage-looking demon dragon unwillingly roared as its body turned into countless rays of demonic light and disappeared. Immediately, the Vile Dynasty's people's hearts plummeted, and their faces were filled with despair and emptiness. They looked like people without corpses. The Vile Dynasty had fallen. A figure rushed through the roof of the city hall, giving off a massive aura as he stood in the air. By now, the Demon King image and countless restrictions had been removed by Zhao Fu, and black-cloaked figures entered the Demon King city. "Kill the Vile Dynasty's imperial family and take some of the women away. Hurry up and act." Zhao Fu coldly gave the order, and Qin City's city lords exploded out with terrifying auras as they flew towards the Vile Dynasty's imperial family and started a brutal massacre. Wyverns also flew into the Demon King city and started a bloodbath against the terrified Vile Dynasty's residents, continuously spitting out flames and icy blasts. Even though there were many residents, they were like ants and were slaughtered by Qin City. This would be recorded in the Dark Demon World's history as the Vile Dynasty Massacre. After killing and looting, Zhao Fu did not dare to stay for even a moment longer, and he quickly returned to the human world with his people. Not too long after Zhao Fu left, the Dark Demon World's legatees all arrived. Looking at the countless ruins and corpses, their expressions were incredibly unsightly. This matter shook the entire Dark Demon World, and those who did not know much about the battle between the Vile Dynasty and the Night Dynasty now knew. The powerful Vile Dynasty had been destroyed by someone. As one of the Dark Demon World's largest factions, its sudden destruction caused countless factions to feel terror. Just who could destroy it? Had the World Protector acted against the Vile Dynasty? Before, they had thought that it was Mo Qi who had done it, but they later found out that it was the Night Dynasty. At that moment, Yizong's name resounded throughout the entire Dark Demon World. Everyone now knew what had happened. The Vile Dynasty had allied with 4 factions, but they had still suffered a crushing defeat. No one had expected this at all. What shocked them even more was that 900 or so city lords had descended like gods, as well as the countless dragons that spat out flames and ice. This power seemed to be able to sweep through the entire world, and even the Dark Demon World's #1 sect, the Demon Heaven sect, did not have such power. This was simply too terrifying, and some people even suspected that it was fake. The Night Dynasty, which had been one of the top 10 or so factions, had instantly taken the top spot. Countless people were shocked and sent gifts to express their goodwill. Soon, the Night Dynasty gathered representatives of most of the Dark Demon World's factions. The higher-ups of the 4 factions who had fought against the Night Dynasty all had incredibly pale faces, and their eyes were filled with terror. They had lost half of their forces this time. In actuality, they had only been able to escape because time was of the essence. After destroying the Vile Dynasty, Zhao Fu would not have the time to destroy these 4 factions, as they would most likely be intercepted by the legatees. Even though Zhao Fu did not fear them, he feared the world's power. Because they were at the peak of the situation, Zhao Fu could not directly act, so he decided to wait for things to settle down. The one who felt the most regret was the Demon Path sect. The ancestors and sect masters' expressions were quite unsightly. They had never thought that Yizong would control such a terrifying faction and be able to sweep across the world. The Demon Path sect was completely powerless in front of Yizong. Thinking about their actions from before, they had undoubtedly angered the Night Dynasty. Now, they had a reason to destroy the Demon Path sect, causing the entire Demon Path sect to panic. The ancestors and sect masters could not help but think of Mo Yaoer. For the sake of the Demon Path sect's safety, they could only lower their pride and admit their mistakes. They hoped that Mo Yaoer could go and repair their relationship. Before, Mo Yaoer did not want to go because back then, she could not convince them to support the Night Dynasty no matter how hard she tried. They had made up their minds and said that they had been enchanted by Yizong and could not see the situation clearly. Back then, she had been incredibly angry because her heart was already filled with the person she thought about day and night. She did not feel anything towards Yizong at all. However, in the end, Mo Yaoer still agreed to go to the Night Dynasty because the ancestors had cried so miserably. Her father, who had always doted on her, squeezed out a few tears and begged her, so Mo Yaoer could only agree. However, Mo Yaoer was quite confused as to why Yizong had such a powerful faction. After thinking about it, Mo Yaoer could not help but think of a certain person. Right now, the Night Dynasty's Yizong was in charge of collecting the spoils of war. There were countless pieces of equipment, money, and many resources. They had not lost many people, only about 4 million people. In the real world, Yizong ordered his people to be on guard in order to prevent them from attacking in the real world. As for the Vile Dynasty, Yizong was not too worried. Even though it was possible to teleport to other continents in the real world, the items required were all incredibly precious. Teleporting a few people was already quite difficult, and they could not send a large number of soldiers to attack the Night Dynasty. Without this restriction, the Vile Dynasty might attack the Night Dynasty in the real world first. That would be quite bad, as the Dark Demon World was in the real world, and Zhao Fu would not be able to help. Unless he brought countless Night Dynasty residents into the Heaven Awaken world, he would not have to worry about their threat. The only downside was that they would die a true death. Moreover, almost all of the Vile Dynasty's patriarchs in the real world had died, and a few of the higher-ups had died as well. The various factions had fallen into internal strife and were no longer in much danger. Of course, Yizong accepted all of the offers. The Night Dynasty's status in the Dark Demon world reached the apex, and it was incredibly lively and joyous. However, a few legatees somewhere had gloomy expressions. They found that the faction that Yizong was using definitely did not come from the Dark Demon world. Even though those people had tried to cover it up, they could not hide it from the legatee. After all, the Dark Demon world did not have such a massive faction. Ugr had disappeared, but he was definitely not dead. As one of the legatees, they could sense that. According to the intelligence of those who had returned to the real world, Ugr had been dragged underground by an extremely terrifying being using iron chains. That terrifying existence was incredibly powerful and seemed ethereal, like a godly spirit. No one could clearly see its appearance, but its shocking eyes were incredibly distinct, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into hell. Ugr had even unleashed his nation armament, but he had been easily subdued by that existence. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into hell, and even Ugr had unleashed his nation armament. This sort of power was not something that ordinary people could have. Ugr was ranked third out of the legatees, and now that he had been defeated so easily, the remaining legatees could not help but feel terror and unease. Now, Emochi was fighting with the Spirit Light Race's world protector and was in closed-door training in the Demon Heaven sect, so they could not count on him to help. That unknown existence made it difficult for them to eat and sleep. If they did not figure it out, the legatees were afraid that it would suddenly appear in front of them, and no one would be able to escape. At that moment, an elegant-looking young man, who was the legatee of the southern continent of the Dark Demon world, received a message and suddenly said, "I know where Ugr is. He has most likely been forcefully sealed, and he should be at the place where the two sides are fighting." Hearing this, the legatees felt quite delighted. If they could find Ugr, they would be able to obtain more information about that terrifying faction. Following this, the legatees went to the place where the battle had taken place and found where the seal was. Seeing this seal, the bald elder said, "This old man will give it a try." After saying this, the elder took out a staff covered with runes and gave off a strange light. He came to the ground and found the center of the seal. He vigorously stabbed the staff into the ground, and the runes on the staff seemed to come to life. Immediately, a black mark appeared on the ground, and just as the bald elder was about to do the next step, a peerlessly beautiful woman beside him sensed something and hurriedly said, "Hurry and leave this place." Clang, 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 the sounds of countless chains rang out, causing the legatees to feel a terrifying sense of danger. They instinctively felt their hair stand on end, and they did not hesitate to turn into rays of light and shoot into the sky. At that moment, tens of thousands of chains shot out from the ground, giving off shocking sounds. However, the legatees reacted quite quickly, and they somewhat wretchedly dodged the chains. Haha, a light laugh sounded out, causing the legatees to feel quite startled, and they hurriedly looked at Yizong. "You traitor of the Dark Demon race. You've colluded with people from another world to harm your own race." The bald old man, who narrowly dodged the attack, said angrily. Yizong's smile faded as he said, "Then should we just destroy the Night Dynasty? Don't talk about our own race. I know that Ugr wants to destroy the Night Dynasty, so of course I can use other factions to destroy the Night Dynasty. Also, I advise you not to interfere with that organization's matters. You've all sensed how pitiful and weak you are in front of them. I can also tell you that that organization has spread across 50 or so worlds. They're not something you can offend. The people who just entered the Dark Demon world are just a small team from that organization, and that small team is just one of the 10,000 or so ordinary teams from that organization. Now, do you understand how terrifying they are? They're not something that a new world like ours can contend against. I advise you to be careful, or else you won't even know how you died." Zhao Fu's words were not just to put on airs, but to make the Night Dynasty even more mysterious and to prevent others from spying on them. He wanted to create an illusory organization so that they would not know that Zhao Fu came from the human world that they looked down on. As expected, Zhao Fu's words caused the legatee's expressions to become incredibly serious, and they felt incredibly shocked. The reason why they believed Yi Tsung's words was because from what he had said, they could tell that he already knew about the outside world, and he definitely knew more than them. In fact, it was possible that he had connections with the outside factions. If what Yi Tsung said was true, then with how terrifying that organization was, how could an ordinary team be so powerful? If a few more teams came, would the dark demon world be at peace? Although he still had some doubts, he would rather believe it at this moment. If that organization was real, then the few of them would be foolish enough to oppose them. In the end, the organization could send out a few small teams, and they would be able to destroy them like they had destroyed the Vile dynasty. The countless chains that had stretched out from the seal had almost sealed them as well. Everyone could sense how terrifying it was, so they naturally did not want to undo the seal. However, facing Yi Tsung who had borrowed power from the outside world, their expressions were quite unsightly. They felt weariness, disgust, and anger. Suddenly, a peerlessly beautiful woman said, "You also relied on the organization's power to obtain the Night Dynasty overnight, right?" Hearing this, everyone understood why Yi Tsung had plotted to take over the Night Dynasty overnight. If he had the support of that organization, this would not have been a problem at all. Yi Tsung lightly smiled and did not reply. The peerlessly beautiful woman coldly harumphed, "I hope you understand your identity and race. If you dare to do anything to harm the dark demon world, we'll kill you even if we have to die." After saying this, the woman turned into a ray of light and shot off into the horizon, and the others also left. They could only end things here, mainly because they feared the power behind Yi Tsung. Moreover, it was the Vile dynasty who had attacked the Night dynasty first, so they could not do anything about it. They could only warn Yi Tsung to remember his identity and not to be a traitor or a dog that helped others harm the dark demon world. Yi Tsung lightly laughed and did not mind their words. He was someone from the human world, so how could this be considered a traitor? Following this, Yi Tsung returned to the banquet. Back at the Qin Empire, the Qin Empire's gains were quite shocking. It had obtained 203 cities in one go, and it had even obtained a capital city, completing the requirements for leveling up to a royal city. Adding on the EXP from before, it was already halfway to leveling up. Now, as long as the capital was upgraded by 2 levels, the Qin Empire could be restored. It would no longer be an empty name, but a real empire. He now had 3 things to do: rebuild the Demon King city, refine the nation armament, and repair the desolate blood mask. Zhao Fu thought about the first matter and decided to deal with it later. He would deal with the second matter first, which was the Dark Demon World's residents and the Vile Dynasty's women. Zhao Fu had already gathered these 2 things. Now that the Night Dynasty had 60 million indigenous residents, it would not be a problem to have 100,000 less residents. Secondly, when Zhao Fu destroyed the Ughr dynasty, he had captured more than 20 women. Among them were Ughr's mother, a few concubines, and a few princesses. He had also captured a few concubines from other branches of the family, as well as a few of Ughr's women. The women who had tried to seduce Zhao Fu were also captured by Zhao Fu. However, they no longer had flirtatious looks on their faces and instead had looks of hatred. Zhao Fu first made these women concubines. In actuality, capturing these women was the easiest way to obtain Phoenix Chi. Not only did he capture a lot of them, but they all had a lot of Phoenix Chi. After making them concubines, countless traces of golden Phoenix Chi flowed out of their bodies and were absorbed by the Emperor Phoenix statue. Now, the Emperor Phoenix statue was 400 meters tall and gave off a powerful aura. It now had a portion of the power of a nation armament. Zhao Fu brought them to the refining building, which was a place to refine nation armaments. It was a 3-story wooden building that was even bigger than before. The decorations were much more extravagant, and the floor was covered with warm jade that gave off heat. After bringing them in, indescribable sounds could be heard. Zhao Fu put on his clothes and brought the Demon King ancestral blade, which was no longer struggling, to the heaven and earth refining formation. This was the second nation armament that Qin had refined, so Zhao Fu felt quite happy. Zhao Fu placed the Demon King ancestral blade into the magic formation and looked at Bai Qi and the others. The others nodded and sent the massive flood of fate into the magic formation. The magic formation absorbed the fate and gave off a faint light. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a 10-colored pillar of light rushed into the clouds. Countless traces of heaven and earth fate flooded in, causing a wild gale to blow and the sky to darken. Countless traces of fate continuously condensed and compressed, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out from the sky. The entire northern side of the Midland continent once again felt this terrifying power. However, after thinking about it, they realized who had caused this, and they were not too surprised. After all, the northern side was quite used to this. In the end, the countless traces of fate continuously condensed and compressed, forming a 100-meter-wide four-legged cauldron that gave off a 10-colored light. This cauldron gave off the might of the heavens and earth, and it was incredibly terrifying and could cause people to tremble. Following this, everyone continued to send fate into the magic formation. The 10-colored cauldron trembled and a formless karmic flame that gave off a world-burning temperature rose up, and it started to roast the Demon King Ancestral Blade. As the Demon King Ancestral Blade was roasted, it started to go through changes. All of the Vile Dynasty's aura was stripped away, and it started to give off a faint demonic light, giving off a shocking aura. At that moment, the 100,000 dark demon residents knelt on the ground, and Qin's fate rose up from the ground and flowed into the 10-colored cauldron. The formless karmic flame absorbed Qin's fate and turned into black flames, and the Demon King Ancestral Blade also absorbed Qin's fate. Time gradually passed, and the 10-colored cauldron, which gave off immense might, turned into countless traces of fate and dissipated. A saber giving off boundless soul-devouring demonic light appeared in the sky, and its terrifying power caused countless people to feel fear. At that moment, the demonic saber slowly descended from the sky and floated in the air above the magic formation. Its appearance had not changed much, and it was still as long and thin as before. It gave off dense demonic qi, but there were now many Qin characters on the saber, which were Xiaozhuan characters. Apart from the demonic intent, destruction, and darkness, the demonic saber's aura also gave off a trace of mysteriousness and dignity. It now had a trace of mysteriousness and dignity, and it was now Great Qin's nation armament. Zhao named it the Qin demonic saber. This saber source was demonic qi, and it could not be changed. Even though it had become Qin's nation armament, its demonic qi did not decrease, and it fused with Qin's killing aura, making it even more powerful than before. This trace of source energy was a rainbow-colored mote of light that was as big as a mung bean. Even though it was quite small, the power it gave off was incredibly terrifying, and it was even more powerful than 1,000 destruction crystals combined. This was how terrifying source energy was. However, this trace of source energy was not for Zhao Fu but for the world-cleansing butterfly. It was an insect egg that Zhao Fu had obtained after becoming the world protector. Ever since he had obtained the insect egg, it had not shown any signs of hatching, and Zhao Fu had used all sorts of spirit medicines to catalyze it. However, the effects were incredibly weak, to the point that they were almost non-existent. After all, the world-cleansing butterfly was a world beast, and there were not many things that could be used in a world. Ordinary spirit medicines were naturally useless against it. Zhao Fu placed the demon saber in the city hall and allowed it to be nourished by Qin's fate. Only then did he take out the insect egg and slowly fuse a trace of source energy into it. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt a powerful aura of life coming out from the insect egg, and the weather changed as countless traces of heaven and earth spirit qi madly gathered and was absorbed by the insect egg. The insect egg on the table gave off a faint rainbow-colored light and floated in the air. As it absorbed more and more heaven and earth spirit qi, the aura it gave off became more and more terrifying. The entire world seemed to fall silent, and all of China's creatures, whether they were tigers, lions, or wolves, obediently lay on the ground. They instinctively felt a wave of terror, and even the wind stopped blowing and the light seemed to freeze. At that moment, the human world's legatees sensed this power, and they all looked towards Qin's direction. At this moment, a small figure wriggled inside the egg floating in midair. Then, a small black head popped out and looked around curiously. Then, as if discovering that there was no danger, its entire body popped out. The rainbow-colored eggshell automatically turned into dust, and a black, chubby little bug that was as long as a finger hovered in the air. The little worm also felt Zhao Fu's aura and happily flew in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately felt a consciousness trying to communicate with him. However, because the little bug had just been born, it didn't know anything and couldn't express itself clearly. Zhao Fu couldn't understand it, but he could feel its happiness and joy, as well as its closeness to him. Zhao Fu smiled and took out a stage 5 spirit pill that he had bought in the outside world and placed it in front of the little fellow. The little fellow swallowed it in one gulp before looking at Zhao Fu with its round black eyes, looking quite happy and wanting more. Following this, Zhao Fu took out 10 or so stage 5 spirit pills, and the black bug swallowed them all. Only then did it feel full and lazily burrow into Zhao Fu's clothes. Now that the matter of the world-cleansing butterfly had been resolved, it was time to see how Zhao Fu would raise it. The world-cleansing butterfly's potential was definitely greater than the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon's, and it would also be stronger than the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon in the future. However, raising it would be more difficult. If an ordinary level 1 beast swallowed a level 5 spirit pill, it would immediately explode and die. However, the little bug had to eat more than a dozen of them before it was full. In the future, it would need to be fed with all sorts of treasures in order to grow. Zhao Fu thought about it and gave the bug a name. He used its original name and named it Cleansing Butterfly. After giving it a name, Zhao Fu reached out and pulled it out from under his clothes, calling it a few times in a low voice. The little bug did not understand the meaning of this name, but towards Zhao Fu's intimacy, it very quickly began to respond. After teasing it a little more, Zhao Fu put it back into his clothes. Because it was just born, the butterfly was still relatively sleepy. The 20 or so women in the refinement tower recovered some of their strength, but their faces were still red. At this moment, a beautiful woman said, "Empress, it's time for you to leave." Should we agree to what he said? Hearing her words, a young woman immediately said with tears in her eyes, "We definitely won't submit to him, and he's a human. In the future, he'll be our dark demon race's enemy. Our vile dynasty was destroyed by him, so we'd rather die than submit to him." A knowledgeable woman sighed and said, "How could it be so easy to die? Now that we have restrictions placed on our bodies, it is impossible to die even if we want to. Moreover, our bodies have just been taken by him, we don't even have the slightest ability to resist. In actuality, I feel that submitting to him isn't a bad idea either. Now that things have come to this, we can't change anything. Also, he's so powerful, this is the first time I've felt so happy," a lewd woman said. Hearing this, many of the women's faces became red and they glared at her. She knew that she could not retort, so she lightly harumphed and continued to rest on the warm jade. The one who had been called the Empress was a cold-looking woman. She was Ugr's mother, and after thinking for a while, she said, "Now that the vile dynasty has been destroyed, this is something that cannot be changed. We need to think about our future. If we anger him, he won't kill us, but he'll do everything he can to torture us. Do you want to suffer that kind of pain that is worse than death? Moreover, having the vile dynasty city in our hands is better than having it in someone else's hands. That way, we'll have a foothold in Qin." The women fell silent. Thinking about the pain that was worse than death, none of them wanted to endure it. They calmed down and thought about what they should do in the future. In the end, they could only helplessly compromise and look at the princesses. They all had pure vile dynasty bloodlines, so they were the most suitable city lord. Ling Er. Your talent is the highest and your bloodline is the purest, so he'll most likely make you the city lord. What do you think? The Empress said to one of the women. This woman was the woman who had tried to seduce Zhao Fu to stall for time. Her expression was cold as she thought to herself. The other women did not say anything and silently waited for her reply. They would have to rely on her in the future, and without her help, their fates would be quite pitiful. In the end, the woman called Erling nodded and agreed, causing the other women to let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu also received news that they had agreed to his request. In actuality, Zhao Fu could choose any dark demon person to be the city lord of an ordinary city. However, the vile dynasty city was one of the 3 capital cities of Qin, so Zhao Fu had to make sure that the vile dynasty city could unleash its true power. Its true power could only be unleashed by those with the vile dynasty bloodline. Relatively speaking, it would be easier to subdue women because of their relationship with Zhao Fu. However, if a man found out that his sisters and family had been humiliated by Zhao Fu, he would hate Zhao Fu to death, and it would be impossible for him to be loyal. Zhao Fu returned to the refining tower and looked at the woman called Hateful Spirit, feeling quite surprised. Hateful Spirit's expression was cold as she turned her head to the side. Zhao Fu did not mind her attitude, and he took her away from Xianxia city to the nearby Qing province, where he rebuilt the Demon King city. Following this, he made Hateful Spirit the city lord and planted a 6 desires demonic seed in her body. Since he had made her the city lord, Zhao Fu naturally wanted to completely control her. After dealing with another matter, Zhao Fu ordered his people to start preparing for the third matter, which was to restore the desolate blood mask. Before, everyone had thought that the desolate blood shard was a nation armament shard, and the information on it had said that it was a nation armament shard. However, after Tuoba Qing's bloodline had awakened, the Golden Dragon had said that it was not a nation armament but something that surpassed Emperor Heaven armaments. Zhao Fu did not know what was going on, but perhaps after restoring it, he would be able to obtain some information about it. As such, he quickly called Tuoba Qing over. Tuoba Qing had blood-red hair and eyes, making her look incredibly devilishly beautiful. However, her personality was still quite pure and cheerful, and after hearing that the desolate blood mask was going to be restored, she felt quite happy. After all, this desolate blood mask felt quite familiar to her. Repairing the desolate blood mask was not the same as refining a nation armament, but it required the heaven and earth refining formation to repair it. First was blood. It required the blood of at least 100,000 people, and it had to be blood related to Tuoba Qing's bloodline. After such a long time, many of the villages and cities had spawned enough people. Because Zhao Fu had made Tuoba Qing the city lord, the people spawned from her would be village chiefs. This way, the number of people spawned was quite fast, and there were now 180,000 people. Zhao Fu ordered his people to gather the 180,000 people together and give them a bit of blood. Zhao Fu collected the blood, and even though he needed at least 100,000 people's blood, the more the better. After collecting the blood, Zhao Fu took out the 4 desolate blood shards and brought Tuoba Qing to the heaven and earth refining formation. This time, he was not going to use the Great World refining but the blood refining. Zhao Fu first placed the 4 desolate blood mask shards at the center of the magic formation and then filled the area with buckets of blood. Zhao Fu told Tuoba Qing how to refine the desolate blood mask and had her repair it according to her own method. Tuoba Qing had to do this by herself, and Zhao Fu could not help her. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, Tuoba Qing earnestly nodded and came to the side of the magic formation. She activated the heaven and earth refining formation, and the energy stones within the jade troughs turned into dust. The massive magic formation started to activate, and the 4 desolate blood shards at the center were lifted up by a formless energy. At that moment, Tuoba Qing's expression became serious as she performed hand seals, her body continuously giving off a blood-red aura. Following this, she stretched out a snow-white hand and lightly cried out towards the 4 shards floating in the air. The boundless blood in the buckets seemed to be controlled by a formless energy and flowed towards the 4 shards, forming a 10-meter wide orb of blood. Tuoba Qing took out a sharp blade and slashed her wrist, causing blood to flow out of the wound and be controlled by a formless energy into the orb of blood. Immediately, the orb of blood gave off an intense blood-red light, and a terrifying power spread out like a flood. The sky seemed to darken, and it was a pure darkness without a trace of light. It was so deep that it could cause anyone to feel fear. Suddenly, the orb of blood gave off a terrifying aura as it turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky, giving off boundless blood-red light like a blood-red sun. Husband. I can't control it anymore. Tuoba Qing's expression fell as she found that she could no longer control the orb of blood, and she hurriedly cried out to Zhao Fu. However, just as Zhao Fu was about to do something, a blood-red light covered Tuoba Qing, and Tuoba Qing's body was dragged into the blood-red sun in the sky. In an instant, the sun in the sky expanded to 1,000 meters, and boundless blinding blood-red light spread out. Zhao Fu's expression fell. This situation had completely gone out of his control. Zhao Fu looked at the blood-red sun in the sky and wanted to stop it when the Golden Dragon suddenly said, "Don't do anything." Hearing this, Zhao Fu could only stop and ask anxiously, "Just what's going on?" The Golden Dragon replied, "I said before that her identity is not simple, and I don't know why something like this has happened. However, I can sense that the world's source energy is gathering. This isn't the power of the human world but the true heaven-awakened world's source energy. With your current strength, you won't be able to stop it at all, and you'll die as soon as you touch it." The entire human world darkened. It was a darkness so dark that one could not even see their own fingers in front of him. The blood-red sun in the sky also expanded to 10,000 meters, truly illuminating the world. Countless people stared at the blood-red sun in shock as an indescribable might descended on the world. Countless creatures felt their bodies sink, and it was as if their hearts were being gripped by a pair of massive hands, making it difficult for them to breathe. Within the blood-red sun, Tuoba Ching fell unconscious, and the 4 shards gave off intense light as they slowly came together and fused into a complete mask. This mask seemed to be made of wood and only had a pair of eyes. There were 2 intersecting blood-red marks on the mask, and it gave off an ancient aura. The mask automatically repaired itself and floated towards the unconscious Tuoba Ching before covering her face. Immediately, a pair of cold and terrifying blood-red eyes opened, and a shocking explosion sounded out as the blood-red sun seemed to explode, blinding everyone. An extremely terrifying aura instantly spread out, sweeping through everything in the world. At that moment, the experts in the surrounding dozens of worlds sensed something, and their expressions became serious as they looked in the direction of the human world. In the boundless void at the center of the heaven-awakened world, there were 8 crystals floating in the air. These crystals were incredibly big, and they couldn't even be described as mountains at all. From a distance, one couldn't even see them clearly. Suddenly, one of the blood-red crystals slightly trembled, and immediately, the weather at the center of the heaven-awakened world changed. The sun and moon dimmed, mountains and rivers flowed in reverse, time and space froze, and yin and yang reversed. Countless old monsters who had been in slumber for tens of thousands of years suddenly opened their eyes at that moment. The terrifying power caused the heavens and earth to collapse and all living things to return to dust. All living beings felt terror under their might, and even true emperors could not help but tremble. At that moment, the massive blood-red crystal suddenly calmed down, and all abnormal signs disappeared as if they had never appeared. Zhao Fu could not help but gulp as he looked at that familiar yet unfamiliar girl in the sky, who seemed to reign above the heavens. The origin race's power was not something that ordinary people could imagine. At that moment, Tuoba Ching's terrifying blood-red eyes slowly turned to Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu's hairs to stand on end. He felt as if his soul was being corroded by ice, and he could not help but tremble as an unprecedented fear flowed out from his heart. Just as the golden dragon's voice sounded out, Zhao Fu quickly reacted. Just as he was about to move, Tuoba Ching stretched out a white finger towards Zhao Fu. Immediately, the heavens and earth seemed to dim as the world's source energy madly gathered, forming a finger of the heavenly Tao that crushed down on the entire world. Space instantly collapsed, and time and space became chaotic. Zhao Fu's body froze, and his heart started to beat rapidly in fear. Cold sweat appeared on his face, and he felt as if he could not use any of his power. Under that finger, Zhao Fu felt like an ant, and it was the first time he had felt the aura of death at such a close distance. Am I going to die? This was the only thought in Zhao Fu's mind. Any power would be useless against that finger, and Zhao Fu started to feel a trace of despair. Boom! The power of that finger was like a massive meteor crashing into the ground, resulting in a shocking explosion. The shockwave from the explosion instantly blasted out, and the ground in the surrounding 100 kilometers collapsed. All of the flowers, grass, trees, birds, and beasts were turned into nothingness. The terrifying power caused the heavens and earth to fall deathly silent. Tuoba Ching gave off an aura that reigned supreme over the entire world as she stood in the air like a godly spirit, her blood-red eyes coldly staring at the massive crater. Suddenly, a massive devilish blood-red star giving off boundless blood-red light and a shocking pressure gradually broke through the restrictions of the sky and descended into the world. The blood-red color started to spread, and in just an instant, the entire human world was dyed blood-red. The boundless aura that contained coldness, bloodlust, disaster, and savagery poured down like water from a heavenly river. Countless people looked incredibly shocked as they sensed how terrifying this aura was. They felt as if their souls were submerged in icy water, and they could not help but tremble. No matter if it was birds, beasts, or insects, they could only lie on the ground in despair and terror, not even daring to cry out. The entire world fell deathly silent. This terrifying aura flooded into the fish-scale world through the massive rift. Immediately, all of the fish-scale people felt a chill run through their bodies, causing them to feel a stabbing pain. They could not help but surface, and through the rift, they were shocked to find that the human world had become a blood-red world. That terrifying aura had come from the human world. What had happened to the human world? Everyone in the human world looked at the descending blood-red planet in shock, and a few legatees hurried over. They could sense that something big had happened to Qin. Cough, cough. Within the deathly silent crater, a few coughs sounded out as Zhao Fu slowly climbed up from the ground, a trace of blood at his lips. His body was covered by boundless blood-red starlight, and it was as if he was in a sea of starlight. This was the power of the Chaos Imperial Star. Tuoba Qin coldly looked at all of this, and Zhao Fu raised his head and looked at her. He found that the young woman in front of him had become a completely different person. She was no longer as bright and cheerful as before, and she was instead filled with coldness and supreme power. Ah! Zhao Fu hysterically roared as he used all of his power. No matter if it was his emperor's power, his city lord seal's power, or the other city lord seal's power, he exploded out with everything he had. A world-shaking power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, causing berserk gales to sweep out in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. Blood flowed out of Zhao Fu's left eye, and the golden chains in his 4 pupils continuously spun and gradually became blood-red. Heaven and Earth Absolute Seal. Zhao Fu roared as he slammed his palms against the ground, causing the ground to collapse. Countless chains containing immense force shot out from the ground towards Tuoba Qin. It was impossible to tell how many there were, but it was impossible to tell if there were millions or tens of millions of them. Tuoba Qin's expression finally changed, and she stretched out a hand before vigorously grabbing at the air and twisting it. The space in front of her seemed to twist, forming a vortex, and countless chains shot out of the vortex, breaking one by one. Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes coldly looked at Tuoba Qin, and he once again pressed his hands against the ground, causing a few rays of blood-red light to shoot into the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, tens of thousands of chains shot out from the air behind Tuoba Qin, giving off terrifying power as they shot towards Tuoba Qin. Tuoba Qin slightly tilted her head, and her blood-red pupils constricted as a massive wave of power flowed out, once again shattering the countless chains. Arg! Zhao Fu once again roared, looking quite savage as an even more powerful wave of power flowed out. Countless blood-red arcs of lightning flashed around him, and the ground once again cracked. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of countless chains rang out as countless chains stretched out from the air around Tuoba Qin, giving off immense power as they shot towards Tuoba Qin. Tuoba Qin once again stretched out a hand and clasped her hands together. A blood-red crystal appeared on her palm, and a blood-red energy barrier with countless cloud-like inscriptions floated out. Clang, clang, clang. Under Zhao Fu's control, the chains changed their direction and targeted the blood-red energy barrier. The chains wrapped around the blood-red energy barrier, tightly binding it. More and more chains appeared, and they became larger and larger, gradually forming a 100-meter wide ball of chains in the sky. This scene was incredibly shocking, and it was something that ordinary people would never be able to see. The countless chains not only bound the blood-red energy barrier, but they also temporarily sealed Tuoba Qin's terrifying aura. Swish, swish, swish. Another 1,000 chains shot out from the ground, reaching into the ball of chains in the sky before slowly pulling it towards the ground. Only by dragging it into the sealed space underground would the sealing be successful. The ball of chains had a powerful resistance, and it was incredibly strenuous for Zhao Fu to slowly pull it towards the ground. Suddenly, Zhao Fu felt that the ball of chains had lost its ability to resist, but he was not in a hurry to rejoice. A blood-red sword light slashed out from the ball of chains, destroying countless chains as the sword light continued to tear through the sky. In the next second, Tuoba Qin's figure appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and she clenched her right hand into a fist as she punched Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu's body quickly flew back and smashed through countless boulders before stopping. Who knew how many bones in his chest had been broken, and his body was a bloody mess. After receiving this attack, Zhao Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he did not even have the strength to crawl up. By now, Tuoba Qin had already appeared in front of Zhao Fu and grabbed Zhao Fu's throat, lifting him up. She coldly looked at Zhao Fu as she started to apply force. Zhao Fu felt more and more pain in his neck, and it felt as if a massive force was squeezing it. It felt as if it was going to break, and he could barely breathe. Am I going to die at the hands of my own woman? Husband? You're so weak. Tuoba Ching suddenly said as she grabbed Zhao Fu's throat and coldly looked at Zhao Fu with her blood-red eyes. Zhao Fu's heart trembled, and he looked at Tuoba Ching in confusion. His mind was in chaos, and he did not understand what was going on. Tuoba Ching seemed to have her memories from before, but it was as if she was a completely different person and wanted to kill him. Zhao Fu did not know what to say, and he looked at the cold Tuoba Ching with a complicated gaze. He liked the cheerful and beautiful Tuoba Ching from before even more, but the Tuoba Ching from before had disappeared, and he was powerless to change anything. If only I had more power, I would be able to change everything and return everything to how it was before. However, I'm simply too weak, and I'm like a lowly ant. Suddenly, Zhao Fu felt as if his soul had fallen into a boundless demon abyss, and countless amounts of blood-red water covered him. His consciousness gradually became hazy before disappearing and turning into chaos. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the Chaos Imperial Star in the sky gave off an even more intense blood-red light, seeming to tear through the sky. The star started to spin in the sky, and a terrifying power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body as a black and blood-red aura flame burst forth from his body. Tuoba Ching, who had been holding on to Zhao Fu's throat, felt her expression fall as her body was forced back a few meters by this power. Zhao Fu's body floated in the air as the black and blood-red aura flame continuously flickered around him, and his massive aura swept out like a wild gale. The whites of his eyes seemed to be dyed black, and his pupils did not change. However, with the black whites of his eyes, he looked even more evil than before. 2 fangs grew out of his mouth, and his ears became sharper. 2 short horns grew out of his head, and his hands became sharp claws. Now, Zhao Fu's aura seemed to have become a completely different person. It was filled with coldness, bloodlust, disaster, savagery, and evil, just like the Chaos Imperial Star. Tuoba Ching looked at Zhao Fu, and her expression became serious. She grabbed at the air, and a blood-red sword condensed. Zhao Fu tilted his head back and looked at Tuoba Ching with his terrifying eyes. He gave a trace of a savage and evil smile, causing Tuoba Ching's heart to feel a chill. Shua, Zhao Fu's body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Tuoba Ching. He grabbed at the air, and a black and blood-red sword condensed. Zhao Fu gripped the sword and slashed horizontally towards Tuoba Ching with enough power to slash apart the heavens. Tuoba Ching's gaze became cold as she used her full strength. An even greater power flowed out as her sword gave off terrifying power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Boom, the 2 swords gave off shocking power as they collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A shockwave spread out like a wave of light, and the ground in the surrounding 1,000 meters instantly collapsed. Boom! Boom! Booming sounds rang out continuously as the 2 of them engaged in an intense battle. Countless sword lights slashed out and collided, causing gusts of violent wind to wreak havoc in the surroundings. Sand and rocks were sent flying and trees were destroyed. It was as if a catastrophe had descended. Kacha! Zhao Fu gave a monstrous laugh as his sword gave off a massive wave of sword chi that seemed to cover the heavens and earth as it flooded towards Tuoba Ching, sending her flying hundreds of meters. A trace of blood leaked out of Tuoba Ching's mouth, and her expression became savage as she raised her hand, causing countless traces of blood-red chi to fly into the sky. The sky was torn apart as a massive, coarse hand containing boundless power stretched out and pressed down towards Zhao Fu. It was as if countless mountains were weighing down on Zhao Fu's body, instantly pressing Zhao Fu into the ground. The massive hand did not disappear, and it continued to press Zhao Fu into the ground, leaving a massive handprint in the ground. Rumble, the ground started to tremble as massive stone pillars rose up from the ground, giving off a sealing power. It was as if Tuoba Ching wanted to seal Zhao Fu. The blood-red light from the Chaos Imperial Star became even more intense, making it look like a blood-red sun. The cold and devilish aura became even stronger, and countless black and blood-red arcs of lightning continuously flashed below the massive hand. Shing, a clear sword hum sounded out as a shocking sword light slashed out, slashing the massive hand in half. Zhao Fu's body was covered in black and blood-red lightning as he struggled free, and he ferociously rushed at Tuoba Ching. Tuoba Ching raised her blood-red sword, causing countless traces of sword chi to flow out, forming a dragon of sword chi. Tuoba Ching slashed out, and the dragon roared as it gave off a boundless and sharp aura as it slammed towards Zhao Fu, seeming as if it could pierce through the sky. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear at all, and he gave a savage smile as he gripped his sword with both hands and slashed out with all of his strength. A massive sword light split the dragon of sword qi in half, and the massive sword light continued towards Tuoba Qing. Tuoba Qing once again stretched out her hand, causing a blood-red energy barrier to appear. The massive sword light slammed into it, causing cracking sounds to ring out and countless cracks to appear, but it was able to block Zhao Fu's attack. However, Zhao Fu's body suddenly blurred as he disappeared and reappeared behind Tuoba Qing, his sharp claws instantly piercing through the cracked energy barrier. Tuoba Qing was given a big fright, and even though she used her power to defend, she was still sent flying by Zhao Fu, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood. After crashing to the ground, Tuoba Qing lightly laughed as she crawled up and said, "Husband, today, I'll show you what the human race's power is. Today, I'll show you what the human race's power is." Suddenly, the heavens and earth once again fell silent as figures giving off peerless auras appeared. These figures were all illusory, and even though they were quite blurry, they all had different appearances and auras. There were men and women, old and young. After these illusory figures appeared, they stepped out and entered Tuoba Qing's body. Immediately, a monstrous power spread out from Tuoba Qing's body, and it was hundreds of times more terrifying than before. Even though Zhao Fu had lost consciousness, he could still feel a wave of terror. Arg! Zhao Fu continuously roared as he unleashed all of his power. The blood-red light that the Chaos Imperial Star gave off seemed to be corporeal, and it gave off world-destroying power. Boom! The Chaos Imperial Star sent down a brilliant pillar of light that landed on Zhao Fu's body. Countless black and blood-red arcs of lightning rampaged around him, causing the ground to continuously crumble as an even more powerful aura spread out from Zhao Fu's body. Suddenly, a figure appeared within the pillar of light, grabbed Zhao Fu's head, and smashed it against the ground. A massive explosion rang out and the ground was lifted up by shockwaves before collapsing into nothingness in midair. Dust scattered and a 1,000-meter-wide crater appeared on the ground. At the center of the crater, Tuoba Qing pressed Zhao Fu's head against the ground. A few traces of blood leaked out of Zhao Fu's head, and his aura became incredibly weak as he lay on the ground, completely powerless. "Husband. With your strength, you were able to force me to use my human race's power. I can see your potential, and I acknowledge you." After picking up Zhao Fu's dying body, Tuoba Qing stretched out her hand and placed it between Zhao Fu's eyebrows. A blood-red rune came out of Tuoba Qing's palm and entered between Zhao Fu's eyebrows, and a powerful wave of life force instantly healed Zhao Fu's injuries. Zhao Fu's horns and fangs gradually disappeared, and the Chaos Imperial Star once again disappeared, and everything returned to normal. At that moment, Zhao Fu's consciousness returned, and he weakly opened his eyes. Looking at Tuoba Qing in front of him, he was shocked at first, but when he saw the gentleness in her eyes, he relaxed and weakly called out, "Lil Qing." Tuoba Qing lightly smiled and nodded, revealing that warm smile from before, and she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, husband. I just recovered my memories, and I didn't think that I would become your woman or do those shameful things with you, so I wanted to kill you and was a bit heavy-handed." Zhao Fu didn't quite understand Tuoba Qing's current state, and his mind was in chaos. Tuoba Qing seemed to have returned to her original appearance, but he understood what she had just done. Hearing her apologetic tone, Zhao Fu could only bitterly smile. The Origin race's power was not something he could resist, and he understood why the Golden Dragon viewed the Origin race with such great importance and fear. "Husband, are you not going to forgive me?" Seeing Zhao Fu bitterly smile, Tuoba Qing felt quite apologetic and blamed herself. She had not been able to control that state just then, and she had indeed become a completely different person. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and shook his head, saying, "I was just beaten up by you, I can accept that." Tuoba Qing's face became slightly red, and she smiled at Zhao Fu before thinking of something and saying, "Husband, I planted an origin mark in your body so that you'll have a chance of obtaining an origin bloodline. I'll leave an origin mark in your body so that you'll have a chance of controlling an origin bloodline. Also, I'll be leaving now, so make sure to take care of Wu Qian and the others." Hearing this, Zhao Fu somewhat expected this, but he couldn't help but ask, "Do you really have to leave?" Tuoba Qing lightly nodded and said, "I've fully recovered my memories, and thank you for helping me repair the desolate blood mask. If I continue to stay here, some people will notice this place and bring disaster to the human world, so I have to leave." At the same time, I also want to leave. There are many things that I need to do after I recover my memories, and I want to find a way to recover my strength. Right now, my strength is less than 1% of before, so I need to recover as quickly as possible. However, thinking about Tuoba Qing, who was about to leave, Zhao Fu couldn't help but sigh sorrowfully. Tuoba Qing shyly kissed Zhao Fu on the cheek and comforted him, saying, "Husband, if we have the chance, we'll meet again in the future. If you're strong enough, I'll stay by your side, so make sure you continue to work hard." Zhao Fu could only bitterly smile and nod before saying goodbye to Tuoba Qing. He waved his hand, causing the space around him to tear apart like a piece of paper, and Tuoba Qing disappeared, leaving Zhao Fu standing there. The golden dragon looked at Tuoba Qing as she left and couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "Zhao Fu, you've hit the jackpot." Back then, even my Heaven Murder Empire's imperial clan was unable to obtain such a mark. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and asked, "Is an origin mark that important?" The golden dragon giggled as he replied, "Of course, it's something that countless top-tier people dream of obtaining. With it, it's possible to advance to an origin bloodline. Normally, sacred heavenly bloodlines are the limit of all races, and they can't advance to an origin bloodline until they die of old age. However, the origin mark is extremely important to the origin race, as it is one of their origins. Moreover, they can only split it once and give it to someone else. You saw it too, right? In front of the origin race's power, a sacred heavenly bloodline is like a 3-year-old child, and a sovereign bloodline is trash." Thinking about that power that could cause one to despair, Zhao Fu could not help but sigh. Back then, even though he had given his body to the Chaos Imperial Star to maximize its power, he had still been instantly killed by Tuoba Qing, who had used her human race's power. By now, the other generals had arrived. They had not been able to get close to the terrifying shockwaves, and only after the battle had calmed down did they hurry over. Seeing the devastation, they were naturally incredibly shocked and worried. However, seeing that Zhao Fu was fine, they let out a sigh of relief. Wang Jian stepped forwards and cupped his hands as he asked caringly, "Your Majesty, are you all right? Are you all right? Are your injuries serious?" Also, concubine Qing. Zhao Fu turned to look at the other generals and lightly shook his head as he said, "I'm fine. Also, concubine Qing's matter is a secret of Qin City, and no one is allowed to talk about her. Anyone who disobeys will be severely punished." Now, Zhao Fu understood how dangerous Tuoba Qing's identity was, so he naturally had to keep her identity a secret in order to avoid any unnecessary trouble. At that moment, another commander came to report that a few legatees wanted to see Zhao Fu. They had sensed the increasingly terrifying aura coming from Qin City, and they thought that something big had happened. As such, they hurried over, but when they flew over the Great Wall, they were stopped by the generals. Now that everything had been dealt with, they were a bit late. Zhao Fu nodded and ordered people to bring them to the Qin Palace. Seeing the majestic palace, the legatees could not help but feel shocked. They were still very far away from establishing a kingdom, so it was impossible for them to do so. Now that Qin City had established a palace, didn't that mean that they were going to establish a kingdom? Thinking about this, they became even more shocked. After coming to the Grand Palace, Zhao Fu's face was pale as he asked, "What is it?" Seeing how pale and weak Zhao Fu's face was, Tina Pendragon was even more certain that something had happened in Great Qin, and she asked, "Great Qin's legatee?" Tina Pendragon asked, "Emperor, what was that abnormal sign just then?" Of course, Zhao Fu could not tell them, so he only smiled and replied that it was just a small incident. Of course, the legatees did not believe him. The closer they got to Qin City, the more they could sense that destructive power, causing their hearts to tremble. If it wasn't for the fact that it could cause great harm to the human world, they would not have dared to get any closer. However, it seemed that Qin City had resolved the situation, and if Zhao Fu did not want to say anything, they could not force him. In the end, they could only leave. At that moment, they observed Qin City's strength, and they were quite shocked. Qin City was indeed about to establish a kingdom, and Qin City would be the first kingdom in the human world. A few days later, the spring wind blew, and the sun was warm. The surroundings were filled with greenery, and it was now March. Spring had arrived in the Legacy Land. Zhao Fu had fully recovered from his injuries, and he had ordered people to refine the corpses of the generals. Zhao Fu gave the innate talent blood crystals to the people who had been with him for the longest time, Zhang Dahu, Xiao Jian, Daisy, and Old Log. He would also give them Sar, Dok, and Chen Man's corpses after he obtained them. Now, Qin controlled 160 regions, including 1,112 great cities, 30 cities, 240 towns, and 22,489 villages. The total population had reached 570 million or so, and there were 80 million soldiers. There were 60 million Stage 1 soldiers, 2 million Stage 2 soldiers, 200,000 Stage 3 soldiers, 8,000 Stage 4 soldiers, and all of the generals had reached Stage 5. With Qin's current strength, Zhao Fu felt that it was time to do something. Before, Zhao Fu had been hesitant because the alliance was too powerful, but now, Zhao Fu felt that Qin's strength was enough. However, he still had to prepare for defense. If Qin showed his fangs again, he would attract too many enemies, so defense was the most important thing for Qin. Qin City was already a level 4 capital city, and it was only 2 levels away from establishing a kingdom. As such, Zhao Fu had to speed things up. He wanted to establish a kingdom as soon as possible so that the Qin Empire could once again appear in the world. Within the palace, all of the generals and ministers stood in rows on either side. There was a red carpet in the middle, and everything was made of ancient materials. Zhao Fu sat on his throne and gave off the aura of a king as he looked down at everyone and asked, "What do you all think about this battle?" Wei Liao stood out and smiled as he said, "Your Majesty, this minister has some thoughts. This time, Qin's target shouldn't be the cities near Qin City but the cities further away. There are a few benefits to doing this. First, to maintain Qin's friendly image to the neighboring cities, the cities that had diplomatic relations with Qin would continue to treat them as friends. Secondly, Qin's powerful attack had undoubtedly put a great deal of pressure on many cities. If they saw Qin's current strength, they would probably choose to submit again. Thirdly, the regions that were attacked by Qin would definitely feel threatened and attack Qin on a large scale. There were many cities around Qin that had a good relationship with Qin. They would definitely attack these cities first. These cities only had 2 choices. One was to submit to Qin, and the other was to join the enemy. In fact, both choices were beneficial to Qin. First, it was best to join Qin. Second, if they wanted to join the enemy, and Qin treated them so well, if they chose to betray him, Qin could attack them from a righteous position. Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about it seriously, nodded, and asked, "Does anyone have a different opinion on General Wei's tactics?" The generals and ministers all agreed with Wei Liao's tactics. At that moment, Wang Jian stepped out and cupped his hands as he said, "Your Majesty, this subordinate has some suggestions. With Great Qin's current strength, it's still too weak to face the entire northern side. Even though we don't know how many cities will retaliate against us, it seems that we should prepare for the worst-case scenario." Zhao Fu looked at Great Qin and said, "This subordinate has some suggestions. Therefore, this subordinate doesn't support General Wei's view. This subordinate's idea is to conceal their identities and eliminate them one by one. We can also use General Wei's strategy of distant enemy, close friend. We must first construct a large number of transmission arrays and prepare everything. Then, we can quietly erase the regions one by one. We can't do too many of them, or else we'll attract the attention of countless cities. At the same time, it's best to choose regions that are far away to reduce the danger." After hearing Wang Jian's suggestion, Zhao Fu couldn't help but nod. Even though this method was more time-consuming and troublesome, and it wasn't as fast as Wei Liao's method, it was the safest and most careful method. "Your Majesty, when the 2 generals' tactics are exposed, Qin's defense is the most important thing. Once many cities attack, and Qin isn't prepared, they'll definitely break through." Sun Hanxiang said as she bowed. Zhao Fu replied seriously, "I know. I'll order people to set up large amounts of traps and defensive formations." "What do you think of the 2 generals' tactics?" This time everyone fell silent and started to think about the pros and cons of the 2 tactics. Zhao Fu also seriously thought about the 2 tactics. Bai Qi, dressed in white, stepped forwards and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this general feels that we can combine the 2 generals' tactics and make up for each other's weaknesses." I feel that we can combine the two generals' tactics to make up for each other's weaknesses. General Wei's tactic is fast and can bring Great Qin the most benefits in a short period of time, but it's too dangerous. General Wang's tactic is safe and cautious, but its weakness is that it's slow and can be detected by some smart people. Great Qin is currently facing 3 cities. We can choose one direction and use General Wei's strategy to launch a sudden attack, and we can use Wang Jian's method to attack the remaining 2 directions. This will greatly reduce the pressure on Qin, and it will also reduce suspicions. After all, Qin is currently fighting with other factions, so he naturally doesn't have the time or energy to attack the other 2 directions. Qin can also spread the news and frame the other factions. At the same time, they would be able to reap benefits and rid themselves of suspicion. In fact, they would even be able to help the cities in both directions and deepen their relationship. That way, Great Qin would be able to focus on one direction. Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. This tactic was quite sinister, and he had never thought that Bai Qi would come up with such a tactic. However, anything that could kill enemies and win was a good tactic. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Fu asked the others if there was anything they could add to Bai Qi's tactic. Following this, Zhao Fu decided to use Bai Qi's tactic. After making preparations, Qin didn't hide his identity and made sure everyone knew that it was Qin. Zhao Fu was attacking towards the east because the factions in that direction were stronger. They would be a tough nut to crack in the future, so it was best to deal with them as soon as possible. This time, Zhao Fu didn't send out his entire army, and he only planned to send out 800 city lords. In order to ensure safety, there were 20 city lords in a team. They weren't going to be a blitzkrieg, and they were going to construct a large number of teleportation channels to relocate a large number of people. This would take up a lot of time, and it would be good for Qin to let them know that it was Qin who had done this. Firstly, it would show off Qin's strength. Of course, this wasn't Qin's true strength, as he hadn't released the Wyverns and Corpse Soul commanders yet. Secondly, it would be a cover for the other 2 sides to keep a low profile. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as a ray of light tore through the sky and shot into a city hall. A suffocating aura exploded out, and the city lord was immediately woken up. He rushed out of the room and looked at the terrifying figure in the sky with a serious expression. "I am Qin's legatee. Are you willing to submit to Qin?" the figure in the sky said in a dignified and domineering voice that could be heard throughout the entire city. Moreover, a powerful might weighed down on the city lord's body, causing him to feel quite shocked. He used his city lord seal's power, but his body still sank. He felt as if he was standing in front of a massive wave, and he couldn't help but tremble and feel powerless. As the region passageways opened, the hundreds of regions nearby heard Qin's name the most. He had risen to power and possessed terrifying power. Ordinary people were not a match for him at all, and countless factions feared him. However, Qin's policies had greatly weakened the enmity everyone felt towards him, causing everyone to look down on him and lower the danger he posed. This person in front of him was Qin's legatee? He had actually come to subdue him. His power was indeed monstrous, as expected from the supreme ruler of Qin. Under Zhao Fu's terrifying aura, the city lord knew that he wouldn't be able to defend against a single attack, so he didn't think too much. The city lord knelt on one knee and yelled, "Longwu City is willing to submit to Qin." Now that Zhao Fu had come, the city lord knew that he wasn't a match for Zhao Fu. He didn't want to die, so he could only choose to submit. Joining Qin was indeed a good choice. They would no longer have to worry about natural disasters or man-made disasters. Great Qin had purposefully announced the benefits of joining Great Qin, and many people now knew about it. Great Qin had also invited many city lords to personally go and take a look, giving them enough confidence. "What's your name?" Zhao Fu asked as he looked at the young man in front of him with his terrifying eyes. The city lord immediately replied respectfully, "This lowly one is called Xianxia." "Good. Xianxia, follow me and continue to subdue the city lord. Later, Qin's people will come to take over your city." After Zhao Fu gave his instructions, he turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. Xianxia's face lit up. Now that he had submitted to Qin, if he could be valued by him, his status in the future would naturally not be low. So, he also turned into a beam of light and followed Zhao Fu. This wasn't a blitzkrieg, so they didn't lack time. As such, they had to first ask if they wanted to surrender. If they surrendered, they would be able to take over a system main city without any resistance. If they killed a city lord, the resistance would be quite intense. Boom, another loud sound rang out as two terrifying auras descended on the city lord's mansion. The terrifying auras were like a huge boulder that pressed down on everyone's hearts. The entire city fell into a deathly silence. The city lord was a 50 to 60-year-old man, and he was also woken up. He hurriedly took out his weapon and rushed out, looking at the two powerful figures in the sky. I am Qin's legatee. I ask you if you are willing to submit to Qin? Zhao Fu once again repeated what he had just said, his voice filled with might and domineeringness. He gave off a cold aura that seemed to indicate that those who submitted would live and those who opposed would die. The city lord wasn't too surprised and chose to surrender. He then followed Zhao Fu to the third city and once again gave off a terrifying aura as he descended into the city lord's mansion. A wild-looking young man holding a large saber rushed out of the room and yelled, "Who are you? How dare you so impudently appear in my darkroom city?" This time, Zhao Fu didn't say anything. Now that he had two followers with him, if he did this himself, it would be too degrading. Beside him, Zhang Quan coldly harumphed and said, "This is Qin's legatee. You only have two choices, submit or die." Ha ha ha, the wild-looking young man loudly laughed as he said, "I won't submit to anyone. Piss off. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhang Quan and Li Fu, the second elder who had surrendered, had cold gazes and wanted to act on Zhao Fu's behalf. This was an excellent opportunity to show off, this person was a king, and they had to act on his behalf to deal with such a minor figure. However, Zhao Fu didn't want to go through too much trouble, so he suddenly acted first. The Qin seal within his body slightly trembled, and a massive wave of power gathered at his fingertip. He pointed at the wild-looking young man, and a black wave of energy containing shocking power shot towards the wild-looking young man. Sensing this massive power, the wild-looking young man's expression fell, and he exploded out with a powerful aura. Traces of aura flowed out, forming a 10 or so meter long black panther that roared and leapt towards the black energy. Bang, the black energy pierced through the ferocious black panther, causing it to dissipate into countless traces of aura. However, the black energy was greatly weakened, and the wild-looking young man slashed out with his saber, slashing the black energy in half and dissipating. After being blocked, the wild-looking young man loudly laughed and mockingly looked at Zhao Fu. Zhang Quan and Li Fu were quite surprised to find that the wild-looking young man was not weak at all, and he was even slightly stronger than the two of them. Facing the wild-looking young man's provocation, Zhao Fu smiled condescendingly and suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. The wild-looking young man felt as if he had been grabbed by a massive, formless hand, and he immediately roared as he started to struggle. However, Zhao Fu lightly twisted his hand, causing the wild-looking young man to howl. His body was twisted like a fried dough twist, and blood flowed out of his skin. Some of the blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and the wild-looking young man was dead. Even though Zhang Quan and Li Fu had long since prepared themselves that with Zhao Fu's power, he would be able to easily kill the wild-looking young man, seeing him die in such a pitiful manner was quite terrifying. If they hadn't chosen to submit, this would have been their outcome, they would have been crushed like ants. "Your Majesty! What should we do now?" As the city lord died, a large number of soldiers hurried over, and Zhang Quan's attitude became even more respectful than before. Zhao Fu glanced at the soldiers furiously charging over and said calmly, "Relocate the system main cities, there will be people to deal with them later." There would definitely be city lords who would resist, and it was impossible for all of them to surrender. Zhao Fu had long since expected this, so he had made preparations. Stage 2 and Stage 3 soldiers would soon arrive to suppress them. Zhao Fu did not choose to use Stage 1 soldiers, and he instead used even more powerful martial power to suppress them. This was the best method. Because this would cause people to feel more despair, they would be able to resist less, allowing more people to submit. Zhao Fu's side progressed quite smoothly, and he easily obtained 9 system main cities. However, Zhao Fu did not stop there, and he continued to fearlessly attack. The other groups were also progressing quite well, and powerful auras descended. 20 city lords descended on system main cities, and their auras were not any weaker than those of Zhaofu's. Moreover, they gave off an even more oppressive feeling, making people feel even more fear. Cities either submitted or were destroyed, and the female city lords were forcefully subdued and brought back to Qin City. After Qin took control of 40 regions, the 800 city lords gathered into 4 teams, each led by a general. They continued to savagely conquer the surrounding regions, and in the blink of an eye, they had conquered 62 regions. By now, it was quite dangerous because news of this would quickly spread, and countless city lords would quickly gather. When that time came, city lords would retaliate against Qin's city lord. The eastern faction city lords had never thought that Qin would suddenly attack and send out 800 city lords. This was equivalent to 200 or so region city lords. Even though many of the city lords had reacted in time, and some were near the regions that Qin had conquered and some were Qin's next targets, they were unable to stop Qin's barbaric expansion. They could only retreat strategically, but only a few of the cities that were quite far away were able to escape. As for the other cities, unless the city lords directly relocated their cities and did not bring any residents or soldiers with them, there would not be any problems. However, it was completely impossible to bring the residents and soldiers. After all, there were 400,000 to 500,000 residents, and how could they teleport all of them in a short period of time, because all of Qin's city lords were incredibly powerful. Their numbers were quite small, but they were more agile and fast. Often, just as these city lords were about to relocate, Qin's side would arrive, or before half of the residents had been teleported away, Qin would arrive. Under the immense pressure and the possibility of a large number of soldiers and civilians dying, most city lords could only surrender. Some city lords hardened their hearts and abandoned their soldiers and residents to escape by themselves, causing the soldiers' and residents' loyalty to plummet. Their resistance would become much weaker, and it would be easy for Qin to take them in. Time became quite tense and serious, and Qin fearlessly continued to conquer regions. Countless system city lords continuously hurried over, hoping to join forces to resist Qin. By now, Qin had already taken control of 84 regions, and he could not help but stop. There were too many city lords gathered, and Qin could not continue to wildly expand. As such, he could only stop and quickly digest them. Both sides exuded a terrifying aura as they confronted each other. Neither side dared to make the first move. The other side had many city lords, but they had 100 or so more city lords than Qin's side. Since Qin's side had stopped moving, they did not dare to directly attack, as there would be too many casualties. No one wanted to have too many casualties, so they wanted more city lords to come and suppress Qin's side. Fortunately, on Qin's side, there were a lot of preparations. They were secretly digesting the areas under their control. Countless teleportation formations were crazily sending people to Qin. Zhaofu fully unleashed his senses, and as more and more city lords gathered, he could only give the order to retreat and give up on some of the regions that he had yet to digest. Otherwise, if these system main cities attacked Qin's side would suffer great losses. After all, the other side greatly outnumbered Qin's side, and more city lords were arriving. Moreover, most of the city lords in Qin's side were quite ordinary. He did not have general stars like Bai Qi, Wang Jian, or Wei Liao, nor did he have the power of a legatee. The only advantage he had was his talisman equipment. However, if the two sides fought, because of their overwhelming numbers, Qin would definitely lose. Moreover, Qin had already digested 80% of the 84 regions, which was already enough. He could not allow this to continue. As Qin retreated, the system main cities let out a sigh of relief. Some city lords even wanted to chase after Qin, but there were simply too few of them. If they sent a small number of city lords, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths, so they could only give up. Qin's sudden actions caused the northern side of the Midland continent to not be peaceful for an entire night, and all of the factions were woken up. Qin, who had been silent for so long, was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, instantly devouring 80 or so regions. Not only did this make the northern side's factions feel insecure, but the situation in China also became tense and oppressive. It was already quite good for many factions to take over a region or 2 or 3 regions, and only the most powerful factions would be able to do such a thing. However, compared to Qin, they were indeed quite weak. 800 city lords at once was quite shocking, and many people felt quite terrified. After all, the Great Xia dynasty, which was one of China's legatees, only had 100 city lords. Compared to Qin, there was a difference of 7 or 8 times. Moreover, this was only the strength that Qin had displayed. Who knew if he was still hiding anything? As Qin moved, the situation in China once again changed, and undercurrents started to flow. This was because the slumbering evil dragon once again opened its ferocious eyes and revealed its terrifying fangs, revealing its incredibly dangerous power. It was as if an evil dragon had been born, and the world was about to descend into chaos. No one would be able to live in peace. There was nothing they could do. The threat that Qin had displayed was simply too great, making countless people feel quite unsettled. They were forced to take all sorts of measures to defend against the harm that Qin could cause. The other kingdoms in the Midland continent also heard about Qin suddenly destroying 80 or so regions, and they all took this matter seriously. At the same time, they guessed at Qin's goal and made plans. The sky had just brightened, and the air was fresh and cool. The eastern factions of Qin's main goal was to resist Qin's barbaric invasion, and they immediately called back a meeting. They listed Qin as a bloody, barbaric, and evil person, and they invited the various factions to punish Qin. In order to attract more factions, everyone was allowed to participate in this meeting. Whether it was indigenous residents, players, or even outlanders, they could all gather here to discuss how to get rid of Qin. In just an instant, an anti-Qin storm swept through the Midland continent. In response, Qin's minister Li Si personally came out and confirmed that it was the eastern factions who had deliberately harmed Qin, and that they had never been on good terms with Qin. Qin was doing this for his own safety, and the heavens could see that he was doing this for justice. Please do not believe these sinister and cunning people. Have you ever seen Qin attack a city that he was on good terms with? Qin's cities all treated him with respect and gave him many resources. There was no need for Qin to say this. You can go to any of the cities near Qin's cities to prove that what Qin said was true or false. Qin was willing to live in peace with all of you, and do not believe the lies made up by evil people. Saying that Great Qin was ruthless, bloodthirsty, evil, and barbaric was simply slander and ridiculous. If anyone really believed such ridiculous words, they would be an idiot and ignorant person. The cities that had received Qin's help many times couldn't help but cry out for Qin. This proved that Qin had always been friendly to them and had never forced them by force. Those city lords who joined Qin all did so voluntarily. Now, natural disasters are frequent, and the resources of the cities are consumed too much. Qin has always been helping us. Qin is absolutely righteous and kind. Those who say that Qin is cruel, bloodthirsty, evil, and barbaric definitely don't know Qin's true character. At this moment, it is like a fairyland. Natural disasters and man-made disasters are frequent outside, but Qin is surrounded by birds and flowers. The people are living a healthy and prosperous life, and there are no man-made disasters. It is peaceful, which proves that Qin is not a violent person. Otherwise, how could the people be so happy? Such a good force should be slandered like this. As ordinary people, we can't stand it. Are those who slander Qin blind? How dare they say such ridiculous words? I will prove Qin's innocence. Among those who proved Qin's innocence, the cities that shouted the loudest and reacted the most fiercely had secretly decided to join Qin. It was Qin's idea to say such words. After all, the other cities had also received help from Qin, and Qin didn't hurt them. So, they all stood up to echo him. Even though it was just a simple response, the reaction was massive, and it created an image of Great Qin as a kind, friendly, and peaceful nation. It was a stark contrast to those who said that Great Qin was cruel, bloodthirsty, evil, and barbaric. Originally, Qin's unscrupulous and barbaric expansion had made countless cities feel threatened. They almost wanted to unite to destroy Qin. It seemed that Qin had reached the point where everyone wanted to kill him. But at this moment, the situation was reversed in an instant. Some people said that Qin was cruel and bloodthirsty, while others said that Qin was peaceful and friendly. The two views collided, and no one wanted to kill Qin. At this time, the city lords of the cities that had been captured by Qin stood up and announced in a high-profile manner that they had secretly planned to kill Qin. Now they had been subdued by Qin and were willing to serve Qin. Qin didn't blame us at all. He treated us well in all aspects and treated us as his family. You said all kinds of bad things about Qin. We also felt wronged for Qin. Justice should be upheld. It was us who were wrong. As soon as these words were spoken, many factions were shaken. Now, the city lords of the conquered regions had personally come to prove that Qin was innocent. Moreover, even though others wanted to harm him, he still chose to be friendly to those who harmed him. He chose to use virtue to convince the masses and treat people peacefully. What a noble character. Immediately, the public opinion in the north of the mainland was on Qin's side. They thought that Qin was kind and peaceful. Qin hadn't launched a war against a foreign country for a long time. Now he suddenly went to such a faraway place to attack others. There must be something hidden. Moreover, he hadn't even cleared out the nearby cities. Why would he attack other places? This was really unnecessary, and they couldn't understand why. Most of the city lords in the east didn't know the truth. They only knew that Qin was attacking, so they immediately joined forces and chose to resist Qin together. However, they didn't expect things to change like this. One side said that Qin was evil, while the other side said that Qin was kind. Now, it was obvious that Qin was kind because there was all kinds of evidence to prove it. If it was really those city lords who conspired to harm Qin first, then they deserved to be destroyed by Qin. As long as Qin didn't continue to attack, they didn't need to risk their lives to fight against Qin. As such, the city lords who had been fighting against Qin collapsed in a short while, and the city lords left one after another. The city lords who came out to prove that Qin was kind had already submitted to Qin, so they naturally listened to Qin's orders. It wasn't a problem for them to make false testimonies for Qin. Moreover, Zhaofu didn't show up at all. Everything was handled by Li Si. Even if he was found out, he could push all the blame to Li Si. This was just a small trick of the regime. It was obvious that Qin Shing was an evil, violent, and barbaric guy, but he dared to say that he was kind and friendly so openly and shamelessly. This made many city lords who knew the truth so angry that they wanted to die. For example, some city lords who escaped from the areas that Qin attacked and conquered stood out to prove that they didn't have the intention to plot against Qin, and that everything was framed by Qin. It was clear that Qin had deliberately invaded. This kind of method was really shameless, and they didn't dare to admit it. In response, Qin harshly retorted that Qin definitely didn't have any intention of attacking these cities. If Qin had come, it would have been because they were afraid that they would run away and cause countless residents to lose their support. They were cowardly and irresponsible people. Both sides started to argue, but neither side sent out troops. In actuality, Zhaofu had long since made preparations and had sent a large number of soldiers to defend the Great Wall, waiting for them to attack. However, they didn't dare to come. This was because they didn't have enough people. They only had 400 city lords and 40 million soldiers. They understood that they weren't a match for Qin, so they naturally wouldn't attack. Now, they couldn't stand on the side of justice and cause even more city lords to join forces against them. Qin's actions made them feel incredibly furious. He had turned black into white, and the dead into alive. He was simply too shameless. They were furious, but they couldn't do anything about it. The player factions all knew that this was just Qin's strategy. They knew Qin's true nature, as from the very beginning, Qin was a synonym for ruthlessness and evil. However, even though they knew this, they didn't dare to do anything. After all, with Qin's strength, it would already be good if he didn't make trouble for them. If they dared to make trouble for him, they would be destroyed by Qin at any moment. Everyone knew what was going on, but they could only pretend that they didn't know. This was how powerful Qin was. Qin's gains this time were simply shocking. He had obtained 240 cities, 22 million Stage 1 soldiers, and 110 million residents. His level 4 capital city only lacked a bit of EXP to level up into a level 5 capital city. His strength had once again increased by a monstrous amount. Since there were no battles, Qin once again kept a low profile and properly digested this power. As for the other two factions, he could only delay them for a bit. Now that he had some free time, Zhaofu once again returned to the real world to take care of some matters. He found out that the Great Ming Dynasty and Great Song Dynasty had allied together to destroy the White Lotus Society. However, Because the White Lotus Society was incredibly widespread and had deep roots, they could only heavily injure them each time and were unable to uproot them. Zhao Fu thought about it for a while before agreeing. After all, they still had a lot of value. Even though Zhao Fu wanted to uproot them, with Zhao Fu's current state of mind and vision, he was no longer limited to the legacy land. His way of thinking had greatly changed. He did not care too much about the White Lotus Society. Zhao Fu could destroy them at any time. Now that he was offering them protection, it would be quite good to use them to annoy others. Moreover, they had provided a lot of information before, but now that Qin was working with Flower Moon, he no longer needed the White Lotus Society. However, offering them protection was a form of compensation. As long as others did not let him down, Zhao Fu did not want to let them down either. As such, he would give them some face. Zhao Fu then chatted with the class president of his university. His development had been quite rapid, and he had become the leader of 20,000 people in the blink of an eye. Zhao Fu had not helped him much and had only provided him with some resources. His current achievements were all due to his own abilities. The real world was becoming more and more chaotic, and ordinary people could sense that something was off. Even though there were many people trying to explain things, the situation was becoming worse and worse. It was only a matter of time before the real world collapsed. Zhao Fu could not help but think of a few people. Now that the outside world was so chaotic, he wondered if he should bring them to the Ying family and ask the Ying family to protect them. Most of these people had helped Zhao Fu before, and Zhao Fu did not want to see anything happen to them. As such, he made a list and gave it to his subordinates to invite them to the Ying family's territory. They would be protected. After returning to the heaven-awakened world, Qin was still slowly digesting the massive number of people, buildings, and food. This was not something that could be solved in a short period of time, so Zhao Fu could only wait. Another week later, Qin had finally digested most of the people. The war between Qin and the eastern factions was still incredibly intense. The eastern factions accused Qin of being a shameless and cunning person, a hungry wolf in a noble disguise. Qin continued to refute harshly, proving that these eastern forces were sinister and vicious villains. They slandered Qin in various ways. Envied Qin's power, and wanted to kill Qin every day. At first, most people were willing to listen to the quarrel between the two sides. But as time went by, they didn't care about it anymore. They turned their attention to other things and didn't target Qin anymore. Now that the limelight had passed, people didn't care about it anymore. It could be said that by using this method to resolve a crisis, it could also resolve a war in which there were countless casualties and Qin did not have full confidence. In truth, Zhao Fu had been a bit disdainful of this sort of verbal warfare at the start. After all, he was more inclined towards a head-on confrontation. In a head-on confrontation, the victor would be king, and the weak would submit. However, there were simply too many enemies, and Zhao Fu did not have full confidence. If he could use this method to reduce the casualties of countless soldiers, Zhao Fu would be willing to do it. After all, Zhao Fu believed that soldiers' lives were the most important, and any method could be used. Zhao Fu also planned to find an opportunity to destroy the eastern factions that were arguing with Qin. However, now was not a good time to do so, as it would attract too much attention, and Qin would not be able to explain himself. Right now, the most important thing was to carry out the second set of tactics. Zhao Fu first found the regions in the south and west where he could attack and then secretly set up a large number of teleportation channels. This time, he had to be incredibly secretive and not allow any information to be leaked. Zhao Fu bought many intermediate isolation barriers and advanced isolation barriers from the outside world, making it so that ordinary teleportation channels were basically useless. At the same time, there were 400 city lords participating in this operation to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Of course, they could not devour too many regions at once, or else they would attract too much attention. As such, Zhao Fu planned to only devour one region a day. Taking advantage of the night, Qin headed to the region that he had chosen. The city lords were all wearing cloaks, concealing their auras, and 1 million Stage 2 soldiers were also prepared to clean up the mess. The people in this region still had not sensed the impending danger. This region was suffering from the snow disaster, and even though it was spring, the temperature was still incredibly cold. Everywhere was covered in ice and snow, and the four main cities found it difficult to defend against the natural disasters. There were no players within the main cities, as players were the source of the natural disasters. In order to defend against the natural disasters and reduce casualties and chaos, the main cities chased away the players, making some players quite displeased. In such cold weather, once one laid down on a warm bed, it was easy to fall asleep. At night, the four main cities fell silent. Suddenly, powerful auras exploded out, causing countless people to wake up from their dreams. When they opened their eyes, many people felt as if there was a massive boulder weighing down on their bodies. This was the might of 100 city lords working together, and it instantly suppressed countless people. Within the city hall, a middle-aged man with stubble held a weapon as he looked at the 100 mysterious black-cloaked figures in the sky with despair. He evidently did not have the strength to fight 100 people by himself, and facing such a powerful force, his first thought was that he was finished. At the same time, he felt quite confused. He did not know who these people were and why they had suddenly invaded his city. "Do you choose to surrender?" the cloaked figure in the lead asked the middle-aged man with stubble, giving off a powerful aura. The middle-aged man could only choose to submit, and he could not help but ask, "Who are you?" The person in the lead did not reply and only said that he would understand once he reached that place. This side was progressing quite smoothly, but the other side was not doing so well. One of the city lords chose to resist and was killed, and his soldiers and residents also vigorously resisted. Some people tried to escape through teleportation channels, but they found that they could not be used. Xian City activated a large number of isolation barriers, cutting off this region from the rest of the world, and the teleportation channels in this region also became useless. In the end, the 100 city lords forcefully suppressed this city, killing 60,000 Stage 1 soldiers and 100,000 or so residents. After suppressing this system main city, the 100 city lords did not do anything else, and they instead flew into the sky to sense their surroundings in order to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Following this, Xian City's soldiers hurried over and transported these people back to Xian City. They then started to clean up the blood and corpses, as well as any traces of people having been here. After waking up that night, the region became completely peaceful. All of the residents of the four main cities had disappeared, and there was not a single sound. Because there were no players here and indigenous residents rarely used teleportation channels to go to other places, no one had noticed anything strange about this region. The most important thing was to be careful, so Xiaofu was not in a hurry. He continued to attack one region a day, attacking the western side and then the southern side. Of course, on the surface, he was still fighting against the eastern side, and the smell of gunpowder was quite intense. Both sides didn't show any signs of weakness at all. They were full of confidence, awe-inspiring righteousness, and sternly refuted each other. They portrayed a truly cunning and sinister person to the fullest, with one set in the open and another set in the dark. 7 or 8 days after the incident, there were still people who noticed the supernatural incident. Suddenly, everyone disappeared in one night. There was no sound at all, and there were no signs at all. A few million people had disappeared like ghosts. However, not many people knew about this, and it did not attract much attention. A few days later, Xian City successfully leveled up to a level 5 capital city. This made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted, as it was only one level away from becoming a level 6 capital city. After that, it would become a royal city, and Xian City would be able to officially establish a kingdom. Zhao Fu went to the city hall and saw the powerful stats of a level 5 capital city. Village name, Xian City, epic, level 5 capital city. Village area, 229,400 square kilometers. Village territory, 12421,800 square kilometers. Popular support, 86. Special stats, territory crop output plus 240%, territory crop growth time minus 240%, population limit plus 155%, resident stats plus 18, soldier stats plus 19%, population attraction plus 180%, high-grade attraction plus 180%. Subsidiary village limit, 246930. Subordinate villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Doran Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. Leveling up from a level 5 capital city to a level 6 capital city required even more EXP, which was 800 million EXP. An ordinary person would not be able to obtain such a massive amount of EXP in their lifetime, and 800 million EXP was enough to instantly turn countless towns into cities. If it wasn't for the sake of establishing a kingdom, Zhao Fu would not spend so much EXP on leveling up a city. After all, leveling up countless towns would bring even greater benefits. However, Zhao Fu still chose to level up a capital city. After all, in the Heaven Awakened world, establishing a kingdom and not establishing a kingdom were two completely different things, and there was a massive difference between them. After establishing a kingdom, one's various abilities would be unlocked, and it was not something that a faction without a kingdom could compare to. Now, Qin was one level away from establishing a country. Needless to say, they would naturally know when the country was established. The power and strength of a country were absolutely terrifying and shocking. 800 million EXP was not something that could be gathered in a short period of time, and it would take a lot of time. Right now, Great Qin was still devouring a region every day. A month later, this supernatural incident finally caused panic. Regions of people had disappeared without any warning, leaving behind ghost cities. There was no blood or corpses, and it was incredibly strange. Countless people could not understand what was going on. These areas were mainly distributed in the south and west. Occasionally, an area would disappear in the east. However, there was no connection between the areas that disappeared, and they were quite far away. News of the northern continent's supernatural incidents quickly spread throughout all of China, and it became the hottest topic on the Heaven Awakened World Forum. They could not understand just what had happened and where the residents and soldiers had gone. There were no signs of battle, nor were there any blood or corpses. It was as if those people had evaporated into thin air. Since the beginning of this situation, 42 regions had mysteriously disappeared. The disappearance of so many regions was no small matter. Everyone continued to speculate. Some people guessed that it was Great Qin who had done this. After all, pushing all of the abnormal signs onto Great Qin was not wrong, so they could only guess. However, there was no evidence, so they could only guess. Others said, don't put everything on Qin. Right now, Qin is tangling with the eastern factions, so how could he have the time to do something like this? I think it's the work of a faction from another world that has infiltrated China. I think so too. Right now, Qin is facing off against the eastern factions, so he wouldn't be so stupid as to challenge 3 factions at once. That would be too much pressure, and I think it's because of some strange natural disaster. For example, the disaster festival's death disaster was similar to this. Now that all sorts of natural disasters had appeared, it was possible that the death disaster would appear as well. Everyone made their own guesses as to why this was happening, and they all had their own reasons. Now that countless people were paying attention to this, it made it even more difficult for Qin to do what he wanted. Now that things had become so big, the various factions became incredibly wary. It was not good for Qin to act, as it was possible that he would be discovered. As such, he could only give up on this tactic. However, he had obtained another 120 cities this time, and even though it had taken him a lot of time and effort, it was still worth it. This matter definitely could not be leaked, because once it was leaked, Qin's plan would be completely exposed, and he would be attacked by countless factions. This matter had become quite big, and it was possible that more than half of the factions in the northern side of the Midland continent would participate in destroying Qin. As such, Zhao Fu did not dare to do anything. Although Qin had given up on this tactic, strange things had happened in other continents, and it was not just Qin who had been threatened by the system factions. It seemed that many people knew the truth and did not expose him. Instead, they learned this tactic to obtain greater benefits. The various factions in China were now on guard and could not continue using this tactic. However, the other continent's city lords did not know about this, so the plan was quite successful. This caused countless people to panic, and the higher-ups of the various factions understood what was going on. Most of the ordinary people were panicking, and just like that, Qin's suspicions were cleared. This made Zhao Fu feel quite speechless. Zhao Fu did not plan to let things end like this, and he ordered his people to continue attacking a region as he yelled, "Those who don't submit to Qin will die." Following this, they took down 2 cities and killed some people. However, the surrounding city lords reacted incredibly quickly and rushed to the region where the attacks had taken place. There were many players in this region, so news of them being attacked quickly spread. Everyone was shocked to find that the culprit behind all of this was Qin. However, they were quickly rebutted, and they scoffed at this, saying, "Are you all idiots? Why did you shout out Qin's name when Qin attacked? Aren't you saying that Qin did it? Do you really think that Qin would be such an idiot? It's definitely someone trying to frame him." At that moment, Qin furiously stood up, acting as if he was a righteous and kind-hearted person who had been greatly humiliated. He started to criticize the Eastern factions and shamelessly announced that it was the Eastern factions who had framed Qin. Everyone, think about it, who has enmity with Qin? Only the Eastern factions can do such a thing. These despicable and insidious people dare to slander Qin and humiliate Qin's reputation. If they don't give Qin an explanation, they will definitely attack and use their blood to prove Qin's reputation. This time it could be seen that Qin was truly furious and was going to attack the Eastern factions to prove Qin's name with blood. Qin's name could not be humiliated. Great Qin's furious actions caused the surrounding regions to fall silent. After seeing the terrifying power that Great Qin had displayed, no one wanted to offend Great Qin right now. The Eastern factions, who had been arguing with Qin, felt even more furious because they had not done anything like this. It was definitely Qin's fault, but most people believed Qin and did not believe him at all. This made them feel wronged. Now that Qin wanted to use this opportunity to attack, the Eastern factions felt incredibly furious and sullen. However, they could only calm down because they were definitely not a match for Qin. If they fought, they would definitely lose. Now that they had calmed down, Qin became even more arrogant. He attacked the Eastern factions and then aggressively stated that if they remained silent and did not admit their mistakes, Qin would still attack. After such a long time, Qin had been waiting for justice to arrive, so he had not acted against the Eastern factions. He hoped that they would understand that Qin was not a bloodthirsty and cruel person, but the Eastern factions' methods were simply too despicable and vicious. Qin definitely could not endure this anymore. He had already given the Eastern factions a chance, and if they still did not admit their mistakes, Qin could only attack. This sonorous voice showed how magnanimous, friendly, and unyielding Qin was. Even if he attacked now, it was because he had been forced by the Eastern factions. Now, everyone was waiting for the Eastern factions to express their stance. If they did not express their stance, they would be attacked, and they definitely did not want to participate. Qin was also waiting for this opportunity. If they did not admit their mistakes, Qin would be able to openly destroy them. At that moment, the Eastern factions were deathly silent, and everyone looked furious. As long as there was a chance of winning, they would definitely fight to the death with Qin. Qin was a despicable person, and they continuously cursed him in their hearts. However, in reality, they were not a match for Qin at all. They originally had 400 city lords, but after hearing that Qin was going to attack, the 100 city lords did not want to cause any trouble. They told the outside world that they did not know anything and chose to leave. Now, there were only 300 city lords left, and they were not a match for Qin at all. Should they insist that they were not in the wrong and be destroyed by Qin, or should they compromise and resolve this crisis? In the end, the Eastern forces chose to compromise. This was the reality. They couldn't defeat Qin, so they could only admit defeat. They had to announce to the public that everything was their doing and admit their mistakes and humiliation. Qin generously expressed that he was willing to accept this. As long as they admitted their mistakes, Qin would still be willing to accept them. This caused countless people to praise him. For a time, more than a dozen city lords were attracted by Qin's righteous figure and chose to join Qin. In fact, Jiaofu sighed in disappointment. If the Eastern forces had persisted, Qin could have attacked them directly and annexed all their forces. However, since they were willing to admit their mistakes, it would not be good for Qin to make a move. He could only act magnanimous and wait for an opportunity to destroy them. This debate between evil and justice had lasted for a long time, and in the end, Great Qin had emerged victorious. Great Qin's image of peace, friendship, and righteousness won everyone's praise, and the Eastern faction city lords were labeled as evil and despicable. Using this momentum, Qin continued to send out ambassadors, and they were welcomed by countless cities. Following this, Qin once again calmed down and became quite free. his soldiers could only train, as there were no battles to fight. In actuality, Xiaofu wanted to clear out the 80 or so regions that he had conquered, but those places were quite far away from Qin. If Qin sent out so many soldiers, if their retreat path was cut off, both Qin and his soldiers would be in great danger. Even though China seemed to be quite peaceful, Xiaofu knew that many people were secretly spying on Qin. If Qin made any big mistakes, they would definitely seize the opportunity to counterattack. Xiaofu did not dare to send out so many soldiers, so he could only have his soldiers train and increase the number of diplomatic missions. He wanted more cities to join Great Qin so that they would be able to clear out the nearby regions. After a few more days, the last festival of the human world finally arrived. This festival was called the 6 Days Festival, which meant that it would last for 6 days, but it also contained the meaning of 6 festivals. Ever since the human world had entered the Heaven-Awakened world, there had been 6 festivals: the 10,000 Flower Festival, the Ghost Festival, the Divine Fish Festival, the Disaster Festival, the New Year Festival, and the Trial Festival. The 6-day festival was the second stage of the 6 festivals, and there would be a festival every day. For example, the first day was the 10,000 Flower Festival's second stage, the Flower World, the second day was the Ghost Festival's second stage, the Ghost World, and the third day was the Divine Fish Festival's second stage, the Fish Spirit World. Thinking back to the 6 festivals, Xiaofu couldn't help but happily smile. After all, many of Great Qin's important things came from these festivals, such as the 100 Ghost Illusionist profession and the Ghost Summoner profession. This was especially so for the 100 Ghost Illusionists, who had been incredibly useful on countless battlefields. After using them a few times, things had become much easier to deal with, and they had contributed greatly to Qin. There were also Stage 3 and Stage 4 medicinal pill recipes, the Emperor Phoenix statue, the Corpse Soul Blood Lake, the 5 Great Generals, and Qin's most important dragon nest, which he had obtained from the Divine Fish Festival's legendary upgrade stone. Even the incredibly powerful World Beast, which could only be born in a single world, had been obtained from the Trial Festival. Also, the magic formations to leave the Legacy Land relied on event items. Some people said that these events were useless, but without these things, how could Qin have developed so quickly? For example, the void talismans that Xiaofu had obtained during the New Year festival had become his greatest weapon against players in the real world. Without these talismans, it was possible that Qin would still be suppressed by countless players. Xiaofu had kept these talismans and did not use them against the fish scale world. This was mainly because he was wary of human players. If he used them against the fish scale people, he would lose them and be attacked by a large number of human players, which would put him at a disadvantage. After all, human players could endlessly revive, and if it wasn't for the fact that they could harm their real bodies in the real world, they would not be afraid of Qin. As such, it was impossible for players to run away as soon as Qin appeared. In the future, the chaotic world stone steals would disappear, and if people wanted to obtain good pill recipes, equipment, or city creation stones, they would have to buy them or steal them. Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain them again. Xiaofu felt that it was impossible to obtain them. That was how important these events were, and those who thought that they were useless were wrong. Without these things, how could a faction develop? Right now, the best medicinal pills were most likely Stage 2, and the best equipment was legendary. People could only steal to obtain what they wanted, and they lacked resources. How could they develop so quickly? It was a pity that this was the final festival, and there wouldn't be any more festivals in the future. There were some things that people couldn't even buy or steal, so they could only rely on themselves to slowly develop. However, because it was the final festival, the rewards were incredibly precious. There were 6 types of items on the rankings, and there were 3 of each type. 1. 9 Dragon Spirit Spear, Grade, Level 1 Saint Armament, Description, forged from 9 Dragon Remnant Souls and Spirit Earth Stones, and has immense power. 2. Flame Beast Tooth Saber, Grade, Level 1 Saint Armament, Description, forged from the tooth of an extremely powerful Flame Beast King, and has immense fire attribute power. 3. Chilling Moon Divine Bow, Grade, Level 1 Saint Armament, Description, forged from Chilling Moonstone and Godly Iron, an extremely powerful divine bow. 4. Human Ghost, SS Grade Military, Description, a powerful profession formed from the fusion of a human and a ghost. Number of professions can be changed, 1000. 5. Ghost God Soldier, grade, SS grade military, description, able to use powerful ghosts to forge ghostly soldiers that are extremely powerful. Number of professions can be changed, 1000. 6. Ghost Eyes, grade, SS grade military, description, has the ability to summon ghost spirit eyes, which can be used for scouting and can also use ghost devouring eyes. 7. Tao Comprehension Pill, a cultivation type medicinal pill that is extremely rare in the world. It has extremely powerful effects, and it can cause one to comprehend the Tao and control the source energy of the heavens and earth. Those with low cultivation should not consume it, or their souls will be destroyed. 8. Heavenly Sage Pill, a rare holy pill that can defy the heavens. It can raise a person's grade from human grade to heaven grade, and it can change one's constitution and strengthen one's attributes. 9. Revival Pill, an extremely heaven-defying medicinal pill that can heal injuries. No matter how heavily injured someone is, or even if they are already dead, as long as they have not been dead for more than 8 hours, they will be able to live after consuming this revival pill. 10. Celestial City, grade, legendary, description, a city where celestials live. It has a spirit-gathering formation that can increase one's cultivation speed. It also has the legacy art, Yinyao art. Sword Mountain, grade, legendary, description, a city that focuses on swords. It contains a powerful sword intent, and it contains the legacy sword art absolute soul slash and the legacy cultivation technique above the sword. Holy God City, grade, legendary, description, a city with a godly spirit's bloodline. It has immense power and will spawn weak godly bloodline races. 13. General's Fate, Khaled, a historical general's fate. After using it, one can obtain Khaled's fate, and one can obtain various skills and innate stats. 14. General's Fate, Carthage, a historical general's fate. After using it, one can obtain Khaled's fate, and one can obtain various skills and innate stats. 15. General's Fate, Suvorov, a historical general's fate. After using it, one can obtain Khaled's fate, and one can obtain various skills and innate stats. 16. Nine-tailed Devil Fox, a legendary devil beast that has snow-white fur and 9 tails. Not only is it innately charming, but it also has many illusions that can confuse people's hearts. It also has a massive amount of devil chi. 17. Divine Dragon Horse, a dragon horse from Eastern legends. It has a pure divine dragon bloodline, and it is said to be the mount of a saint. It is incredibly powerful, and it is as fast as lightning. It can soar into the air, and it is not something ordinary beasts can compare to. 18. Hell Three-Headed Hound, a vicious dog from Western legends. It has 3 heads and has hellfire. It is said to guard the gates of hell and has incredibly ferocious and terrifying power. After looking through the rankings, Zhaofu could not help but feel incredibly excited. The treasures on the rankings were all incredibly rare, and ordinary people would not be able to obtain them at all. There were 3 saint armaments right from the start, which was something that ordinary dynasties would not have. This was because saint armaments were definitely the strongest divine armaments in history. As the place where fate was the most concentrated, China had only given birth to 2 saint armaments. One was the Xianyuan sword, and the other was the Qiyu saber. In the entire human world, there were definitely no more than 10 saint armaments, and it could be seen how precious they were. Some independent people might want equipment, but Zhaofu did not lack any because he already had enough weapons. Next were medicinal pills, which were similar to the medicinal pills from before. Even though they were quite precious and Qin needed them, he decided to put them aside for now. The general's fate could also be put aside, as he did not really need it. Finally, the god beast egg could also be put aside. What interested Zhaofu the most were the 3 powerful professions and the 3 legendary great cities. These 3 professions were related to ghosts, and there could be 1000 of them. Zhaofu felt that these professions would be incredibly useful in future battles, and they would allow Qin to develop even more quickly and help Qin clear all obstacles. There were also 3 legendary grade cities. Right now, only dynasties had legendary grade cities, so they were naturally quite difficult to obtain. They were used to establish a faction's core, and their stats determined how powerful a faction was. Last time, Zhaofu had not been able to obtain even one of the 10 legendary grade cities, and he had felt quite regretful. Now that he had obtained these 3 legendary grade cities, Zhaofu did not want to give up on them at all. What Zhaofu wanted the most were the 3 professions and the 3 legendary grade cities. As for the others, Zhaofu did not even bother looking at them. As long as he could obtain these 6 legendary grade cities, it would be enough, and he would be able to make Qin's faction even more powerful. Zhaofu only gave a simple explanation for this event, and he did not know what it would be like. However, because it was the second stage of the 6 previous festivals, it would definitely be related to the 6 previous festivals. This event was incredibly important to Qin, so Zhaofu stopped everything and started to prepare for the 6-day festival. Now, Qin controlled 160 regions, including 1,472 great cities, 30 cities, 240 towns, and 22,489 villages. His total population was now 690 million or so, and he had 100 million soldiers. There were 80 million Stage 1 soldiers, too. 8 million Stage 2 soldiers, 300,000 Stage 3 soldiers, and 14,000 Stage 4 soldiers. Everyone in Great Qin started to prepare for the 6-day festival. The 6-day festival would start at 12 a.m., and even though it was still early in the morning and there was still some time until 12 a.m., there was not enough time. After all, they had to prepare for 6 festivals, so how could they have enough time? Each festival only lasted for 1 day, and after the next festival, there would be no free time. As such, Qin became quite busy, and Zhaofu personally left the legacy land to buy all sorts of things. Time passed quickly. It seemed like it hadn't even been long before the sky turned dark. Bright stars appeared in the dark blue night sky, forming a beautiful and spectacular Milky Way. Suddenly, the sky was filled with all sorts of colors, white, pink, and azure, and they were all distributed in an orderly fashion. It did not look chaotic, and it looked like a painting. Flower petals started to fall from the sky like a rain of flowers. There were all sorts of flower petals, and the scene of flower petals filling the sky was incredibly majestic. It seemed like something that would only happen in a dream, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Under the control of the festival's power, the flowers on the ground started to blossom into beautiful flowers that were symmetrical with the dancing petals, causing the entire world to become a world of flowers. Zhao. We love this festival. The 3 flower spirits smiled and excitedly flew around Zhaofu. They were spirits that had been born from flowers, so they were naturally the most excited about the 10,000 flower festival. Under Zhaofu's nurturing, their strength had reached stage 5, and even though they were still as big as a palm, they could use powerful plant magic. Zhaofu smiled as he looked at the world of flowers. This was the second stage of the 10,000 flower festival, and it was different from the beginning of the 10,000 flower festival. After the sky full of flower petals stopped falling, crystalline beads appeared on the flowers. These were flower tears. System announcement. You have received the level 3 flower fairy's blessing and have received 3 times the buff from the flower tear blessing. This system announcement made Zhaofu feel quite delighted. He had never thought that the flower fairy's blessing would have such an effect. The flower fairy's blessing had caused flowers to bloom everywhere in Qin, and the air to be filled with the fragrance of flowers. However, it only lasted for 3 years, and it was now the 3rd year in the Heaven Awaken world. Zhaofu still remembered that he had received the flower's embrace, which could increase one's charm towards women and spirits. It was this blessing that had attracted the 3 flower spirits to Qin. Now that the flower tears had appeared, there was quite a bit of time. Now, Qin didn't have much time. Zhaofu ordered his people to prepare some things. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. The ground continuously trembled as a flower monster crawled out from the ground. It was humanoid, but its body was made of plants. Its hands and legs were made of roots, and there was a flower on its head that had a blue flower tear on it. This flower spirit's strength was at stage 0 to 7, and it wasn't something that ordinary residents could deal with. Even though the second stage of the 10,000 flower festival was even more beautiful than before, it was also much more dangerous. After the flower spirit appeared, it rushed at everyone, and a stage 1 soldier stabbed out with a spear, piercing through its heart. The flower spirit fell to the ground and died, turning into motes of light and disappearing. They weren't real creatures and were instead products of some kind of activity. Zhao Fu had never thought that there would be such a change. Luckily, he had enough soldiers, and all of them had stage 1 strength, so dealing with some flower spirits would be no problem. He also had the residents form teams with the soldiers so that they wouldn't have to worry about their safety. The stage 2 and stage 3 soldiers were responsible for dealing with the higher grade flower devils. Because of the blue flower tears on the flower devils' heads, they were split into different grades. The higher the grade of flower tears, the higher the grade of flower devils. Now that Qin controlled 160 regions, he had more than enough space to find flower tears. He had nearly 700 million people, and he had 3 times the flower tear points, so he could collect countless flower tears. However, with this amount of power, Zhao Fu didn't feel at ease. Now, all of the regions in the world had been opened up, and people could freely come and go. Let alone collecting the flower tears of an entire continent. Even if someone collected 1,000 regions worth of flower tears, Zhao Fu wouldn't be able to compete with them. Right now, Zhao Fu didn't have any confidence at all, so he ordered his people to buy flower tears with money or equipment or medicinal pills. He wanted to obtain flower tears at all costs, as Zhao Fu desperately wanted those 6 items. Zhao, I can sense a very, very big flower spirit in the distance. Rose, the most lively of the 3 flower spirits, gestured with her hands as she spoke. We can sense it too. The other 2 flower fairies also opened their mouths. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that the flower spirits would have the ability to sense flower spirits. Moreover, they had said that the flower spirit was very big, which meant that the flower tears were very high grade. Zhao Fu grinned. He now had 3 flower spirits, and he could take 1 with him and give the other 2 to others. High-grade flower tears could be used to unlock blessings and could be exchanged for festival points. A violet flower tear was worth 10,000 normal flower tears, an orange flower tear was worth 100,000 normal flower tears, and a platinum flower tear was worth 1 million normal flower tears. Zhao Fu quickly called over Bai Qi and Xianxia. Killing flower spirits required great power, and Bai Qi was the most powerful after fusing with his 7 murders power. Xianxia was Zhao Fu's strongest swordsman, and with the 2 of them, they would be able to quickly kill the flower spirits. However, one of them gave off a dense killing intent, while the other gave off a sharp sword intent. The 2 flower spirits trembled in fear, and tears almost came out of their eyes. As such, Zhao Fu could only call over Asani and Daisy and have them take the flower spirits to look for flower spirits while Bai Qi and Xianxia were responsible for killing them. Seeing the familiar faces of Asani and Daisy, the 2 flower spirits quickly became happy and led them to search for flower spirits. Rose, let's go as well. We'll be able to see them when we get back. Rose looked the most lively, but she was also the weakest. Even if the 2 flower spirits left for a while, they would feel quite uncomfortable and depressed, so Zhao Fu could not help but comfort them. All right. Rose quickly came back to her senses and gave a sweet smile as she replied. The first one was an orange flower tear, which was worth 100,000 normal flower tears, which made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted. This 10 or so meter tall flower devil had stage 4 strength, but in front of Zhao Fu, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Roar. The massive flower devil discovered Zhao Fu and gave a muffled roar that sounded out in the surrounding kilometers. It then strode forwards and swung its large hands towards Zhao Fu with shocking power. Rose wasn't very afraid because she had stage 5 strength and trusted that Zhao Fu would deal with it. As such, she sat on Zhao Fu's shoulder and stared at the massive flower devil. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out the Sin Dragon sword and slashed out, sending out an extremely sharp cold light that easily cut the flower devil's body in half. The massive flower devil instantly collapsed to the ground, kicking up a lot of dust before turning into motes of light and dissipating. A pearl giving off a faint orange light floated in the air, and Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, causing the pearl to fly into Zhao Fu's hand. Dawn flower tear, a flower tear that can be exchanged for 100,000 flower tears. Collecting 10 dawn flower tears will unlock the level 4 flower fairy's blessing. After looking at its stats, Zhao Fu was quite satisfied and put it away. The flower fairy's blessing was quite useful for beautifying the environment, and he wondered how long the level 4 flower fairy's blessing would last. Rose, can you still sense where the flower devils are? Zhao Fu asked Rose, who was sitting on his shoulder, as he put away the flower tear. Hearing this, Rose closed her eyes and carefully sensed her surroundings before opening her eyes and stretching out her little hand as she said happily, "Zhao. There's a big flower devil over there." Hearing this, Zhao Fu flew in the direction that Rose had pointed out. Soon, he found another flower devil that had a dawn flower tear, and after killing it, he obtained another dawn flower tear. "Zhao, there's a really big flower demoness over there." A few hours later, Rose suddenly gestured with her hands, and a flower demoness that was even bigger than what she had described earlier appeared. Zhao Fu grinned. This meant that there were high-grade flower tears. Over the past few hours, Zhao Fu had killed 59 flower devils and obtained 59 dawn flower tears. Zhao Fu once again flew in the direction that Rose had pointed, and a 30-meter-tall, giant-like flower devil appeared before Zhao Fu. This flower devil was even bigger than the dawn flower devil, and it was thicker. Its figure was clearer, and its aura was more powerful. Its strength had reached stage 5, and within the massive flower on its head was a flower tear that gave off a platinum light. However, in front of Zhao Fu, a stage 5 flower devil wasn't even worth mentioning. Zhao Fu once again swung the Sin Dragon sword, but he had never expected the flower devil to have learned skills. The flower devil raised its hands in front of its body, and countless branches stretched out. Flowers bloomed, forming a flower shield, looking incredibly beautiful. Zhao Fu's sword light slashed against the flower shield, causing countless flower petals to fly everywhere like rain. Roar! The flower shield was slashed apart, and a long gash appeared on the flower devil's hands, causing it to howl and retreat a few steps. However, it was still alive. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that something like this would happen. However, he had only casually slashed out, and he hadn't used much power. This time, Zhao Fu was a bit more serious, and he once again killed the flower devil. The flower devil's massive body turned into motes of light and disappeared, and a platinum pearl floated in the air. At the same time, a jade-green seed also floated in the air. Zhao Fu walked over and picked up the two items. Moonlight flower tear, a flower tear that can be exchanged for 1 million dawn flower tears. Collecting 10 dawn flower tears will unlock the level 5 flower fairy's blessing. Flower devil seed. Flower devils are devils among flowers, and they innately support flowers. Because this is a plant-type flower devil, a single seed can create a group of flower devils. This seed is an ordinary seed and can only create ordinary flower devils. Zhao Fu wasn't too shocked about the moonlight flower tear, but it was the first time he had seen a flower devil seed. A single seed could create a group of flower devils, which was quite useful and could be used to create a large number of flower devils. However, would the flower devils created be the same as the current flower devils? These flower demons looked quite horrifying, and they were definitely the type that would scare little children. However, they weren't too weak either, so they could be nurtured. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. Zhao Fu smiled as he took out a spirit fruit and handed it to Rose, who was sitting on his shoulder. Rose didn't refuse and waved her hand, putting away the fist-sized spirit fruit. There was also a small spatial ring on her hand, which Zhao Fu had made for the three of them. Rose put it away first and would eat it with Hundred and Peach when they met. This spirit fruit was a stage 4 spirit fruit and was quite rare. "Zhao, there's a very big flower devil in that direction." After putting away the spirit fruit, Rose happily smiled and pointed in that direction as she said. Hearing Rose's words, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel delighted. According to what she had said, there should be flower devils that were even more powerful than the moonlight flower devils. In the second stage of the Flower World event, these 3 flower devils would definitely make great contributions. Without their senses, no one would be able to find flower devils so quickly and accurately, and they wouldn't have such massive gains as Qin had. Following the direction that Rose had pointed out, Zhao Fu quickly found a massive flower devil. This flower devil was 60 meters tall and had stage 6 strength, which would be quite troublesome to deal with. There was a flower tear on the flower on its head that gave off a black light. Zhao Fu didn't know what grade it was, but it was definitely more powerful than the moonlight flower tear. After fighting for a while, Zhao Fu killed this massive flower devil and obtained 2 items. One was a black flower tear, and the other was a flower devil seed. Zhao Fu didn't know what grade it was, but it was definitely more powerful than the Moonlight Flower Tier. Night Flower Tier, a flower tier that can be exchanged for 10 million flower tiers. Collecting 10 Night Flower Tiers will unlock the level 6 Flower Fairy's blessing. Flower Devil Seed, a high-quality Flower Devil Seed. This seed can create a group of Flower Devils, and it is possible to create high-quality Flower Devils. This made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted. A Night Flower Tier was worth 10 million normal Flower Tiers. How many people could Zhao Fu obtain from this event? That would be at least a few million people. Given how rare Flower Tiers were and how many Flower Devils had appeared, it was possible that a single person would not be able to obtain a single Flower Tier. Perhaps not even a single person would be able to obtain a single Flower Tier. If Zhao Fu obtained 10 million Flower Tiers, that would be equivalent to 10 million people obtaining Flower Tiers, making Zhao Fu feel incredibly delighted. The high-quality Flower Devil Seed was quite good, but it was only a bit better than ordinary Flower Tiers. It was not as delightful as the Black Flower Tier. According to Rose's description, this was definitely a Flower Devil that surpassed the Night Flower Devil's grade, and it had even higher grade Flower Tiers and Flower Devil Seeds. The Night Flower Devil's Flower Tiers were already worth 10 million ordinary Flower Tiers. If it was a higher grade Flower Tier, how much would it be worth? Zhao Fu did not waste any time and quickly flew in the direction that Rose was pointing at. A few minutes later, a massive creature appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This Flower Devil was 500 meters tall and gave off a terrifying aura. It was comparable to a boss monster of a region, and the massive flower on its head had a pearl that gave off a 3-colored light. It was definitely even more valuable than the Night Flower Tier. Zhao Fu looked delighted and immediately rushed up with the Sin Dragon Sword. The 3-colored Flower Devil did not hold back, and it understood how powerful Zhao Fu was. As such, it used its full strength from the start. It waved its hand, causing all sorts of flowers to grow on its arm. As soon as these flowers bloomed, their petals fell off and shot towards Zhao Fu like a torrential storm. Facing such a large-scale attack, Zhao Fu could only stop and unleash his Emperor's Domain. A black dragon inscription barrier covered Zhao Fu's body, and the countless petals slammed against the barrier. Clanging sounds could be heard, but they were unable to leave any marks on the barrier. Zhao Fu unleashed his Emperor's Domain and continued to rush towards the 3-colored Flower Devil. The 3-colored Flower Devil's root-like hands twisted together, forming a cone-like shape. Countless flowers grew out of it, making it look like a spear of flowers, both beautiful and dangerous. The 3-colored Flower Devil raised the flower spear, and it gave off a powerful aura and a flowery fragrance as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt a berserk flower wind blow at him. The flower spear was 50 meters long and gave off a powerful aura of suppression. It looked like the flower spear was about to stab towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu gripped his sword with both hands and sent his Emperor's power into it. The Sin Dragon Sword gave off a terrifying sword light, and Zhao Fu slashed out with immense power. Bang! The beautiful flower spear collided with the terrifying sword light, resulting in a massive explosion. Flower petals and sword chi shot everywhere like a wild gale. Thump! Thump! Thud! Zhao Fu did not move at all in the air, while the massive Flower Devil took 3 steps back. Each step gave off a massive sound, causing the ground to tremble and leaves to fall. Roar! The 3-colored Flower Devil furiously roared and the massive flower on its head gave off an intense 3-colored light. All of the flowers in the surrounding few kilometers seemed to be summoned and flew towards the 3-colored Flower Devil. Huge flower petals danced around the 3-colored flower spirit. There were all kinds of flower petals, white, red, yellow, and blue. All of the flower petals revolved around the flower spirit. Under the illumination of the 3-colored light, it was magnificent, and the fragrance of the flower spread out like a tide. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out like a wild gale. All of the Flower Devils in the surrounding dozens of kilometers felt quite afraid and instinctively distanced themselves from this region. Even though this flower spirit looked pretty scary, when it came to attacking, it was simply way too beautiful. Looking at the scene before him, Zhao Fu could not help but sigh out. Roar! The 3-colored Flower Devil roared, and the countless flower petals around it formed a massive wave that flooded towards Zhao Fu. Sensing this terrifying power, Zhao Fu could not help but become serious. The Qin seal within his body gave off countless traces of black aura, providing Zhao Fu with even more power. Zhao Fu raised the Sin Dragon sword with one hand, and a terrifying sword aura rushed into the sky. Sword chi swept out like a wild gale, and the Sin Dragon sword gave off a terrifying sword light that was dozens of meters long. As the flower tide approached, Zhao Fu slashed down with all of his strength. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive flower tide was split apart by the massive sword light. The flower tide collapsed, and countless flower petals filled the sky. The massive sword chi from the sword light forced the three-colored flower devil back another 4 or 5 steps, and a long gash appeared on its body. At that moment, Zhao Fu did not waste this opportunity. He turned into a ray of light and rushed in front of the three-colored flower devil, stabbing his sword towards its heart. The flower devil was given a big fright, but it was too late. The gigantic sword light instantly pierced through its chest, mincing its heart into pieces. A large hole that was more than 10 meters wide appeared in its chest. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive flower devil's body collapsed to the ground and turned into countless motes of light before dissipating. There were 3 things on the ground. One was a flower tear that gave off a 3-colored light, one was a golden flower devil seed, and one was a 2-meter-wide peony-like flower. Fantasy flower tear, a flower tear that can be exchanged for 100 million flower tears. Collecting 10 fantasy flower tears can unlock the level 7 flower fairy's blessing. Flower devil seed, a rare flower devil seed that can be used to create a group of flower devils, and it is possible to create rare grade flower devils. Flower domain, this item has a flower domain, and flowers within this domain will never wither. The range of the flower domain is 10,000 kilometers, and it is beneficial to the growth of flower devils. A fantasy flower tear was worth 100 million flower tears, and Zhao Fu could not help but grin. Rare grade flower devil seeds were already quite good, and Zhao Fu was quite satisfied. Finally, the flower domain. If the range of the flower domain was a bit larger, Great Qin would not have to use the flower fairy's blessing anymore. However, it was also quite good to nurture flower devils. With the flower domain's help, the flower devils would be able to quickly grow. After putting these 3 items away, Zhao Fu turned and asked Rose, who was sitting on his shoulder, "Can you still sense flower devils?" Rose closed her eyes and carefully sensed her surroundings before stretching out her little hand and pointing in a direction as she said, "There's a little flower devil there." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. He went over and saw that it was just a violet flower devil, so he killed it and took its flower tear before continuing to search for flower devils. Time gradually passed, and the night gradually faded. A new day had arrived. That night, Zhao Fu killed 19 violet flower devils, 90 dawn flower devils, 8 night flower devils, and 2 fantasy flower devils. Now, it was time to go back and tally up Qin's gains. The flower world would end at 12 a.m. that night. After Zhao Fu returned to Qin City, Bai Qi and Gania returned to Qin City to tally up their gains. In total, they had killed 129 violet flower devils, 40 dawn flower devils, 5 night flower devils, and 1 fantasy flower devil. All of Qin City's residents and soldiers had worked together, and they had obtained 3.2 billion flower tears. This was a shocking number, but it was mainly because of their numbers and the fact that they had 3 times the number of flower tears. Now that he had so many flower tears, he could exchange them for many items. Zhao Fu chose between professions and cities, and in the end, he chose the professions. After all, special professions were more important to Qin, and special cities had to be developed slowly. Zhao Fu went to the exchange stone steel and exchanged the massive amount of flower tears for flower tear points, preparing to exchange for the human ghost profession. System announcement. The ghost world has not opened yet, so you cannot exchange for it. System announcement. You currently have flower tier points and can only exchange for items in the Flower World event. If you wait until the Ghost World opens the next day, your flower tier points will automatically become ghost points at a 10:1 ratio. Zhao Fu immediately felt that he had been scammed. He could not exchange for professions, and he would have to wait until the next day. Moreover, his flower tier points would be reduced to a 10:1 ratio. Zhao Fu felt that he had wasted an entire night, as none of the items in the Flower World event caught Zhao Fu's eye. This caused Zhao Fu's heart to become cold, and he could only sigh. If he did not use his flower tier points now, he would have a great advantage in the Ghost World event the next day. Even though the 10:1 ratio was a bit of a scam, if Qin obtained enough flower tier points today, Qin would have a massive amount of ghost points on the next day. When that time came, Qin would be able to exchange for professions, so it was worth it to pay for it now. Zhao Fu once again mustered up his confidence, and he had the soldiers and residents of Qin rest for a while before continuing to collect flower tiers. Time gradually passed, and Zhao Fu and Rose continuously killed flower devils, obtaining high-grade flower tiers. They killed 2 illusion flower devils and obtained illusion flower tiers, flower devil seeds, and flower domain. However, it was now afternoon, and the sun was setting in the west. The setting sun dyed half the sky golden, and the ground was covered in a golden coat. At this moment, Zhao Fu returned and did a quick count of the flower tiers. At this moment, one of the 3 weapons on the flower tiers rankings had disappeared. It was the 3rd-ranked Chilling Moon Divine Bow. It seemed that others had also encountered some opportunities. Zhao Fu did not pay too much mind to this. He rested for a bit before bringing Rose to kill flower demons. Flower demons continuously died at Zhao Fu's hands, and Zhao Fu continuously collected flower tiers. It was around 9 a.m., and the bright moon hung high in the sky, gently illuminating the world. At that moment, Rose suddenly pointed in a direction and said, "Zhao. There's a very, 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 very big flower demon in that direction. It's very scary. Do you want to go?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu was delighted because this flower demon could be even stronger than a dream flower demon. This meant that he would obtain a great harvest, so of course, Zhao Fu had to go. After flying for a while, Zhao Fu arrived at his destination, which was a valley. Zhao Fu did not find any flower demons here, but he saw a massive flower growing on the ground. This flower looked like a white rose, and it gave off a faint white light. Under the moonlight, it gave off a simple and elegant aura. What made Zhao Fu feel even more shocked was that at the center of the flower, there was a rainbow-colored flower tier. This was definitely a dream flower demon. As Zhao Fu approached, the ground started to tremble as a flower demon crawled out. It was 1,000 meters tall and gave off a mountain-toppling and sea-draining aura. Its strength surpassed that of a region lord and was comparable to an aquatic beast king. Facing this terrifying power, Zhao Fu became serious because this kind of power would not be easy to deal with. The rainbow-colored flower demon stood up and roared at Silver before waving its large hand, causing a massive gale to appear as it attacked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had the flower demon hide in his embrace before descending, dodging this attack. He then rushed up and slashed out with his sword, causing a sharp cold light to cut open a small wound on the rainbow-colored flower demon's body. Countless flowers grew out of this small wound, and the wound quickly healed. It was as if nothing had happened at all. This rainbow-colored flower demon was 10 times stronger than a normal dream flower demon, and it would not be easy to deal with. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and directly used the Qin Seal's power, exploding out with all of its power. A terrifying demonic flame erupted around his body. At that moment, the rainbow flower devil once again attacked. Countless flowers grew out of its body, and they started to spin on their own. They left the branches and flew towards Zhao Fu like sharp frisbees. Thousands of flowers flew out, giving off a terrifying aura. Zhao Fu used all of his strength to defend his emperor's domain, but under this ferocious attack, he was forced back dozens of meters, and some cracks appeared on his emperor's domain. Zhao Fu's emperor's domain was unleashed by his sovereign bloodline and had the effects of a domain pill, making it incredibly tough. If it was an ordinary king's domain, it would not have been able to withstand this attack. Arg! The Qin seal within his body continuously trembled, and Zhao Fu started to use the power of the other city lord's seals. A powerful aura once again spread out from Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu raised the Sin Dragon sword with both hands, giving off a brilliant sword light. He slashed out, causing 5 water dragons to roar as they rushed towards the rainbow-colored flower demon. Facing Zhao Fu's terrifying attack, the rainbow-colored flower demon roared and waved its hands, causing a formless energy to spread out. All of the flower petals in the surrounding dozens of kilometers quickly gathered, forming a river of flower petals above the rainbow-colored flower demon's head that met the 5 water dragons. Boom! The river of flower petals and the 5 water dragons collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A shockwave blasted out, causing flower petals and water to fly everywhere, making it seem as if it was raining flowers and water. Suddenly, Xiaofu appeared behind the rainbow-colored flower demon and ferociously slashed out, causing a 100-meter-long sword light to heavily land on the rainbow-colored flower demon's body. The rainbow-colored flower demon stumbled and fell to the ground, a deep gash on its back. Roar! The rainbow-colored flower demon howled in pain as the white rose on its head gave off terrifying ripples. Immediately, thousands of white rays of light shot out and continuously spun, and the terrifying power started to slice through everything. Xiaofu was given a big fright and used all of his strength to unleash his emperor's domain as he dodged. The terrifying white rays of light cut the entire valley into countless pieces, and no matter if it was rocks or trees, they were all sliced apart without any resistance. Xiaofu crawled out from a pile of rocks, and there was a trace of blood at his lips. His shoulder was also dyed red with blood. Xiaofu had also been hit by the white rays of light, and his emperor's domain had only lasted for a few seconds before shattering. His shoulder had also been hit. By now, the rainbow-colored flower demon had just been heavily injured by Xiaofu and had used such a powerful AoE attack, so it was quite weak. Xiaofu already recognized the first 3 items. One was a rainbow-colored flower tear, one was a violet flower devil seed, and one was a massive rose-like flower, which was the flower domain. The 4th item was a gray plant orb, but Xiaofu did not know what it was. Mythical flower tear, a flower tear that can be exchanged for 1 billion flower tears. Collecting 10 mythical flower tears can unlock the level 8 flower fairy's blessing. Flower devil seed, a lord-grade flower devil seed. This seed can create a group of flower devils, and it is possible to create lord-grade flower devils. Flower domain, this item comes with a flower domain. Flowers within this domain will never wither, and the range of the domain is 100,000 kilometers, which is beneficial to the growth of flower devils. World flower seed, this seed contains a trace of source energy. It can grow into the world's most beautiful flowers, and its fragrance is the world's most enchanting flower fragrance. After looking at the 4 items information, Xiaofu could not help but feel delighted. It turned out that these rainbow-colored flower tears were mythical flower tears, and each one was worth 1 billion flower tears. In other words, Xiaofu had obtained more flower tears than 1 billion people. Qin and the others had only collected 3 billion flower tears in a single night, and Xiaofu had obtained 1/3 of them. Xiaofu was quite delighted about the Lord-grade flower devil seed. Lord-grade flower devils were destined to be powerful, and they were dozens of times more powerful than rare flower devil seeds. Xiaofu wondered what the flower devils would be like, and he was quite curious about them. Apart from the range of 100,000 kilometers, there were no other changes to the 3rd flower domain. Xiaofu looked around before looking at the 4th item. The world flowers information made Xiaofu feel incredibly delighted. World flowers were incredibly rare in the world, and they were things that could not be bought with money. They were incomparably beautiful, and their enchanting fragrance was the best in the world. They were one of the 7 wonders of the world. Of course, apart from their beauty, the world flower had 2 other uses. The first was to produce flower tears, which could produce 7 flower tears per week. These flower tears were not event items but epic-grade materials that could be used to forge epic-grade equipment. There was also the world pollen, which had a heaven-defying effect. It could make one's appearance remain forever youthful. In other words, one would be able to maintain their original appearance and not age. This was similar to a godly pill, the eternal face pill. The eternal face pill's effect was to prevent one's appearance from aging, but it was an incredibly precious item that could not be bought with money. Because of its special effects, all women in the Heaven Awaken world madly pursued it. Xiaofu had seen many such quests on the Heaven Spirit Steel, such as exchanging 10 saint armaments for eternal face pills, 100 cities for eternal face pills, supreme arts and techniques for eternal face pills, and Saint Realm experts were willing to work for eternal face pills for 10 years. From this, one could see how precious the eternal beauty pill was. The world pollen, which had the same effects, was also incomparably precious. The world flower was the reason why Xiaofu was most surprised. With it, he could get countless unimaginable benefits, which would be of great help to Qin. However, Zhao Fu had only obtained a world flower seed, and it would take some time to nurture it before it would bloom into a beautiful world flower. Zhao Fu grinned as he put away everything. It was now 11 a.m., and there was still an hour before the ghost world would open. Zhao Fu quickly returned and started to calculate Qin's gains for the day. Qin's gains were also quite shocking. He had obtained 13.5 billion flower tears, and even if it was a 10:1 ratio, Qin would still have 1.5 billion flower tears left. This did not include the flower tears that Zhao Fu had obtained. If he included the flower tears that Zhao Fu had obtained, he would have 1.5 billion flower tears left. Zhao Fu had also exchanged the myth flower tears for normal flower tears. Because he only had one, it was not very useful. However, Qin had already gathered 10 fantasy flower tears, which could unlock the level 7 flower fairy's blessing. Level 7 flower fairy's blessing, effect, permanent. Description: the flower fairy's most beautiful blessing. The growth of flowers in your territory will be increased by 1000% and the withering of flowers will be slowed by 1000%. It has the fragrant flower world effect and can help all people cultivate and get rid of their inner demons. A fantasy flower tear was worth 100 million flower tears. Zhao Fu had spent 10 fantasy flower tears not only to beautify Qin's territory but also to unlock the level 6 flower fairy's blessing. This was because the level 6 flower fairy's blessing was permanent. However, it did not have the fragrant flower world effect, which was what Zhao Fu wanted the most. As long as they were within Qin's territory, everyone would receive the buff, regardless of whether they were soldiers or commoners. They would all be able to cultivate faster and get rid of their inner demons. This powerful buff that ignored professions and numbers was something that Zhao Fu could not obtain. As such, Zhao Fu was willing to spend 1 billion flower tears. However, it was a pity that he could only obtain one mythical flower tear. From its description, there was also the level 8 flower fairy's blessing, which was most likely the final blessing of the flower fairy's blessing. It would definitely be much more powerful than the level 7 flower fairy's blessing. Zhao Fu came to the center of Qin City, and the 10 fantasy flower tears gave off 3 colored lights and floated into the sky before fusing together. Immediately, a rainbow-colored wave of light spread out as countless flower petals fell from the sky, accompanied by countless motes of light. The scene was incredibly beautiful, as if it was a dream, and a figure gradually appeared within the light. She had an exquisite face and long, jet-black hair. Her skin was snow-white and tender, and she wore clothes made of flower petals. There was a pure smile on her face. She was the flower fairy, and when Qin had activated the level 3 flower fairy's blessing, Zhao Fu had seen her once. The flower fairy stretched out a hand, and a pink orb appeared in her hand. The orb floated into the air before exploding, and a pink shockwave spread out, covering the entirety of Great Qin in just a few moments. At that moment, the flower fairy smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu. Her gaze was incredibly clear and pure, like a pure white lotus. A long time ago, Zhao Fu had been certain that the flower fairy was alive, and now, it seemed that she definitely had her own life and thoughts, just like an ordinary girl. The flower fairy lightly floated down towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu understood that there were other blessings. Back then, Zhao Fu had received a flower's embrace blessing. The girl floated down and stretched out her white, slender hands, and lightly hugged Zhao Fu before lightly kissing Zhao Fu's forehead. Zhao Fu could clearly feel the softness of her fragrant lips, and a pink lipstick mark appeared on Zhao Fu's forehead before entering Zhao Fu's body and disappearing. System announcement. You have obtained the flower fairy's kiss, and it will be easier for you to be liked by fairies, and your charm will be greatly increased. As this system announcement sounded out in his mind, Zhao Fu felt a rainbow-colored energy enter his body, causing his body to feel incredibly comfortable. At the same time, Zhao Fu felt a faint fragrance coming from his body. After kissing Zhao Fu's forehead, the flower fairy lightly let go of Zhao Fu and smiled before flying into the sky. Zhao Fu watched as the flower fairy disappeared. Feeling the young woman's kiss, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel complicated and confused. He wasn't sure if the flower fairy really had her own life or if she was a product of some sort of event. The flower fairy's body started to become hazy and was about to turn into motes of light and disappear. However, at that moment, a black insect crawled out of Zhao Fu's clothes and stretched out its little head. Its large black eyes looked at the flower fairy curiously. Following this, it raised its head and spat out a few thin threads. These threads quickly flew towards the flower fairy and weakly wrapped around her. With how thin these threads were, it seemed as if they couldn't even wrap around an insect. However, something unexpected happened. The flower fairy's body, which had become hazy, once again became clear and was pulled in front of Xiao Fu by some sort of energy. Seeing this, Xiao Fu was completely dumbfounded. He had never thought that something like this would happen. The little black bug crawling on his chest happily leaped towards the young woman, and the young woman happily caught the little bug as it leaped over. The little bug was incredibly happy in the young woman's hands, and it continuously rolled about. Its relationship with the little bug was much better than it was with Xiao Fu. After all, Xiao Fu was the little bug's owner, and yet he was being ignored. Xiao Fu looked at this scene in surprise, and after waiting for a while, he found that the flower fairy still hadn't disappeared, as if she really was there. System announcement. You have used illegal methods to force the flower fairy to remain in the world. The flower fairy's stats have been greatly reduced, and all of her abilities have disappeared. Note, only a level 8 blessing can cause the flower fairy to remain in the world. Ha ha ha, Xiao Fu could not help but laugh. He had never thought that something like this would happen. The Tier 8 blessing had actually been left behind. The Tier 8 blessing required 10 mythic flower tiers to activate, and it was already the final blessing. Moreover, even though the flower fairy didn't have any abilities and her stats had been reduced, that didn't mean she couldn't recover. The flower fairy could still recover her original power and abilities. However, it would take some time for her to recover. However, Xiao Fu felt that it was all worth it, as the flower fairy was a pleasant surprise. Even now, he did not know what kind of existence she was, but as the ultimate reward, she definitely would not be weak. Can you tell me some information? Xiao Fu looked at the smiling flower fairy and could not help but ask. He wanted to obtain some information about her so that he could understand her better. However, the young girl raised her head and looked at Xiao Fu with pure eyes, as if she didn't know what Xiao Fu was talking about or what Xiao Fu meant. Seeing this, Xiao Fu felt quite confused and asked a few more questions. In the end, he could only helplessly say that the young girl had no memories at all, and her mind was completely blank. She was like a newborn child and could not speak. After thinking for a while, Xiao Fu called Asani over and told her to take care of the flower fairy. Their personalities were quite similar and they were about the same age, so it would be quite easy for them to get along with each other. The little worm had always been sticking to the flower fairy, so it also went over. Xiao Fu thought about it and understood why the little worm liked the flower fairy so much. Even though the little worm was only a worm right now, it would become a butterfly in the future. Butterflies liked flowers, so there was nothing wrong with it liking the flower fairy. It was about to be 12 a.m., and the ghost event was about to begin. Xiao Fu waited next to the exchange stone stele. Because time was of the essence, he could only deal with the items he had obtained earlier later. Now that he was in the ghost world, Xiao Fu would be able to exchange for the profession he wanted. Xiao Fu had been waiting for an entire day, and he felt quite nervous. Now, the 3 Saint Grade equipment for the 10,000 Flower Festival had already been exchanged for. Qin Zhao was not the only one who had received great opportunities, others had also received great opportunities. Even though he had not exchanged for anything during the 10,000 Flower Festival, Xiao Fu was already quite satisfied. He had obtained all sorts of rare treasures. Suddenly, the entire world fell silent, as if it was deathly silent. All creatures instinctively sensed something and curled up in fear. Traces of ghostly qi continuously rose up from the ground, and a cold and eerie aura spread throughout the world. The bright moon in the sky gradually became gray and gave off a ghostly aura, making it seem like a ghostly moon. Roar, 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 mournful howls sounded throughout the world as terrifying ghosts crawled up from the ground, and ghosts flew about in the sky. They covered the entire sky, and the entire world seemed to have become a world of ghosts. The second stage of the Ghost Festival was the Ghost World, and there were hundreds of times more ghosts than the previous stages. There were ghosts everywhere, and there was no need to search for them like before. However, it was also more dangerous, and if one did not have any strength, they would definitely die to ghosts. Xiao Fu stood in front of the exchange stone stele. The instant the Ghost Festival began, Zhao Fu's massive flower tier points were converted into ghost points. Zhao Fu instantly exchanged for the two professions, spending 1.4 billion ghost points and leaving nearly 100 million ghost points. Zhao Fu had long since decided on these two professions, ghost people and ghost eyes. Ghost people was the most powerful profession out of the three, and Zhao Fu definitely wanted it. As for why he chose ghost eyes, he felt that even though it was only ranked third, its detection stats were quite useful. Now that he only had so many ghost points, Zhao Fu could only choose two professions that suited Qin the most. The remaining ghost god soldier profession could only be exchanged for with the ghost points he had obtained today. Of course, Zhao Fu did not want to give up and had to obtain it. Zhao Fu went to the city god temple and found that the city god, Dark North Red Autumn, the black and white impermanences, as well as the minotaurs and horse faces, were already waiting there. The city god temple had received countless offerings and had reached level 10. As the city god, Dark North Red Autumn completely obeyed Zhao Fu. After all, it was Zhao Fu who had made him the city god, not the underworld. He could now condense a 100-meter-tall city god statue that had powerful evil-suppressing power, and he could use coins to hire 10,000 minotaurs and horseface soldiers. Of course, Zhao Fu had come here to deal with the ghost world. Back then, Zhao Fu had used the 10,000 ghost warding talismans and reversal talismans to attract countless ghosts and continuously kill them to obtain a large number of ghost points. Now, Zhao Fu did not have the evil warding talisman and reversal talisman, and even if he did, he would not use them because their effects would be too weak. However, Zhao Fu had an even better idea, which was to rely on the black and white impermanences. After all, the black and white impermanences came from the Hell world, and even though they were part of the death race, they specialized in suppressing ghosts, so they were quite suitable to deal with ghosts. The black and white impermanences came from a large family in the Hell world and had many methods, such as the terrifying forbidden technique from before, which was summoning the 6 paths demon images. Everyone had witnessed the destructive power of that technique. It was a pity that he had been instantly killed by the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon, and the 6 paths demon images had memorized Zhao Fu's aura, making it impossible to summon him again. Otherwise, Qin would have another powerful method. Your Majesty. As soon as Zhao Fu was carried into the city god temple, everyone knelt down. Zhao Fu lightly nodded and looked at everyone as he asked, "Are you ready? Did you miss anything?" "Your Majesty. Don't worry, we're ready. If anything goes wrong, you can punish us." Hey Xianxia said as she flirtatiously smiled. She emphasized the word punish, and Bai Xiaoya's face became slightly red as she stood there. Zhao Fu rolled his eyes at her and did not say anything as he brought them to the Great Wall. The Great Wall had already made preparations to ward off ghosts, as the Ghost Festival itself was a very dangerous festival. In order to avoid any unnecessary deaths, the residents did not participate and instead stayed indoors. Many of the generals had already arrived, and seeing that everything was ready, Zhao Fu ordered people to start moving. Soldiers started to pour buckets of blood onto the Great Wall. The blood was mainly from beasts, but there were also some humans, filling 100,000 buckets. As the blood was poured, the stench of blood became incredibly dense. Following this, a magic formation was activated, causing the blood to roil as traces of blood-red chi rose up. This was called the blood-devouring magic formation. Even though these ghosts were all products of activity, they still retained the habits of ordinary ghosts and had a strong desire for blood. The blood-devouring magic formation's effect was to increase the attractiveness of blood and attract countless ghosts. Roar! Roar, roar! As soon as the blood-devouring magic formation was activated, countless ghosts smelled the scent of blood and howled as they excitedly rushed over, as if there was the most delicious food. The tens of thousands upon thousands of ghosts quickly converged into a massive ghost tide that covered an area of 500 kilometers in every direction, surging toward the Great Wall like a raging river. At the same time, the wandering specters in the sky were attracted by the blood, and began to converge, creating a massive wave of ghosts that filled the sky and blotted out the sun as they surged toward the Great Wall. The two waves of ghosts merged into one, surging toward the Great Wall with mountain-toppling, sea-draining energy. Heaven-shaking, earth-shattering, and terrifying fluctuations spread out for tens of thousands of kilometers in all directions. At this moment, Qin had already made his move. Within a massive square formation, city god Dark North Red Autumn stood at the center, while the black and white impermanences stood on either side. Outside of the formation stood 10,000 ox heads and horse faces, while at the outermost layer stood countless Qin soldiers. There were 100 million of them. Woo! City god Qin, Dark North Red Autumn, has received orders from His Highness Qin to open the Ghost Gate. Boundless ghost capturing power, assist me and return peace to the world. Dark North Red Autumn roared as he gave off waves of golden light. He became 100 meters tall and was filled with a dignified and solemn aura, making him seem like a true god. Countless traces of ghostly qi rushed over, but they dissipated without being able to resist at all. The black and white impermanences cut open their palms and pressed them against the ground, causing the massive magic formation on the ground to start to spin, and a massive wave of cold and eerie aura spread out. The 10,000 ox heads and horse faces exploded out with powerful auras, and their bodies gave off countless traces of ghostly qi as they simultaneously yelled, "We are the ghost servants of the underworld, and we have received orders from His Highness Qin to use our bodies to invite the Ghost Gate to descend." Boom! After the 10,000 ox heads and horse faces yelled, their ghostly qi was instantly absorbed by the magic formation on the ground. An explosion sounded out as ghostly qi from the underworld erupted out of the ground like a volcano, shooting into the sky with massive power and forming a massive pillar of ghostly qi. The surrounding Qin's soldiers were already prepared, and they all squatted down and pressed their hands against the ground, sending all of their power into the magic formation. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as the pillar of ghostly qi continuously expanded. It was now hundreds of thousands of meters wide, and the dense and eerie ghostly qi caused people to tremble. Within the massive pillar of ghostly qi, a massive stone gate gradually appeared. There were countless ghosts carved on the massive stone gate, and it looked incredibly ancient. It gave off a dignified and powerful aura, and it gave off a mountain-like might. Seeing the massive stone gate in the sky, the countless ghosts rushing towards Qin instinctively felt terror, and some of them even wanted to escape. Ghost Gate, open! Dark North Red Autumn raised his spear and roared, and the stone gate in the sky, which gave off a terrifying might, gradually opened. A massive suction force exploded out like a black hole, seeming as if the entire world was going to be sucked in. Countless ghosts' excitement turned into horror, and they quickly retreated. However, they were still forcefully sucked into the stone door. At the same time, massive rocks were carried into the sky like gravel, and trees were uprooted and sucked into the stone door. The scene was extremely terrifying. No matter if it was the ordinary ghosts or the terrifying sky ghosts, they were unable to resist at all and were all sucked into the stone gate. The stone gate was like a gaping mouth that devoured everything. At the same time, there was a barrier around the stone door that sucked the ghosts in. The ghost treasure sacks were cut off and fell to the ground, and it seemed as if it was raining sacks. However, in Zhao Fu's eyes, it was raining money. These ghost treasure sacks piled up into a mountain, and even if they were useless to Zhao Fu, he could sell them for countless money. Zhao Fu's ghost points madly increased, and soon, he would be able to exchange for the remaining profession. The terrifying ripples attracted countless powerful ghosts, and there were at least hundreds of ghost generals. These ghost generals had the power of the slaughter ghost from before, which was the power of the slaughtering ghost sword in Zhao Fu's hand. These monsters' levels were quite high, and their intelligence was not low, so they naturally would not get too close. If the ghost gate was too far away, it would not be effective against ghosts. As such, they needed Qin's city lord to kill them. However, these ghost generals only had the power of a basic city lord, and some were even a bit weaker. It would be no problem for a great city lord to kill them. These ghost commanders all looked like muscular men. They had a pair of pure gray eyes and were clad in armor with ghastly qi around them. They held different weapons, and both their armor and weapons were gray. Moreover, they were so gray that they glowed, giving off an eerie coldness. They only had the strength of a city lord, and if it was before, they would have been able to sweep through Qin City. However, if it wasn't for the fact that they were too far away, Zhao Fu would have been able to deal with them by himself. Zhao Fu looked at a sword-wielding ghost commander and took out the Sin Dragon sword. A massive and sharp sword light gave off a terrifying sword wind as it slashed towards the ghost commander. The ghost commander roared and gave off countless traces of ghostly qi. It raised its sword with both hands and vigorously slashed out a gray sword light towards Zhao Fu. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the two sword lights collided. The gray sword light was shattered by Zhao Fu's sword light, turning into motes of gray light and dissipating. Zhao Fu's sword light continued towards the ghost commander. The ghost commander was given a big fright and blocked with its sword, but it was still sent flying 10 or so meters. By now, the ghost commander knew that it was not a match for Zhao Fu, so it started to run. Zhao Fu chased up and ferociously slashed out, sending the ghost commander flying again. He did not give the ghost commander any chance to retaliate and continued to chase after it, slicing off its head. After the ghost commander died, 3 items dropped. The first was a ghost treasure bag, which was a small gray cloth bag. It would most likely be able to drop a low-grade legendary-grade equipment. The second was a square-shaped stone that was 15 centimeters wide. This stone was a complete city god stone. The previous city god stones had all been fragments, and they could only be constructed with 10 fragments. However, this was a complete city god stone, so there was no need to collect 10 fragments. However, its quality was quite low, and it was only a silver-grade city god temple. Zhao Fu was quite familiar with these 2 items, so he did not look at them too much. However, the third item made Zhao Fu feel quite curious. It was a palm-sized seal that was gray in color and seemed to be made of jade. It felt cold to the touch, and there was a Taotai engraved on it. It was incredibly lively, and the seal itself gave off traces of ghostly qi. It gave off a powerful aura, and no one dared to approach it. Ghost Commander Seal, a Ghost Commander Seal, a treasure of the underworld that is formed from the convergence of boundless yin qi. It can command 100,000 yin soldiers to work for it in conquering the underworld. Seeing the Ghost Commander Seal, Zhao Fu could not stop himself from laughing out. This was definitely a prized artifact. It would be very beneficial to Qin. Ghost soldiers were transformed from dead soldiers. Because they were transformed into ghosts, they no longer had their memories from when they were alive. They only had battle instincts, and they were extremely powerful. Zhao Fu could turn Qin's dead soldiers into ghost soldiers and use the Ghost Commander Seal to command them. Although they didn't have any memories or emotions now, as their strength increased, they would recover one day. This was equivalent to living another life. With this, Qin's dead soldiers could be turned into ghost soldiers and continue to work for Qin. This would make up for the regret that Zhao Fu felt towards their deaths. This was definitely a treasure that would be extremely useful to Great Qin. People would definitely die in battle, this was something that no one could change. However, with this Ghost Commander Seal, Great Qin would be able to preserve many of its soldiers and reduce the number of casualties. Zhao Fu smiled as he put away the 3 treasures and looked at Bai Qi and Gania. They had also successfully killed ghost commanders and obtained 3 treasures, and the 3 of them returned to the city walls. Zhao Fu looked at the ghost generals expectantly to see what treasures they would drop, but he was slightly disappointed. They only dropped ghost treasure chests and city god stone shards, and there were no ghost seals. However, a Ghost Commander Seal could allow one to command 100,000 ghost soldiers, so they should be satisfied. It would be too greedy and unrealistic to hope that a few hundred ghost generals would drop it. The surrounding ghosts were all devoured by the Ghost Gate, and the scene looked like a whale sucking in water. The countless ghosts were unable to resist at all, and the ghost treasure pouches were piled up into small mountains. There were perhaps hundreds of millions of them. This completely made up for Zhao Fu's disappointment. After this ghost festival, Qin would once again become rich, and all sorts of materials, skills, and equipment would increase exponentially. Because there were no more ghosts, the Ghost Gate was temporarily closed. However, the stone gate that gave off a terrifying might did not disappear, and everyone continued to maintain it as they waited for the next wave of ghosts to come towards Qin. Zhao Fu had killed so many creatures and collected 100,000 bottles of blood to create a blood-devouring magic formation. Its effects were not limited to this, it would continuously attract ghosts, and as the bloody aura spread out, even more ghosts would be attracted over. As expected, after a while, a large number of ghosts ferociously flooded towards the city walls. The 10,000 ghosts were like a tsunami, causing all of the creatures in the region to feel incredibly terrified. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the massive stone gate was once again opened, exploding out with a powerful suction force. Countless ghosts were sucked into the stone gate, and the ghost treasure pouches once again fell like rain. If anyone else saw this, they would be incredibly shocked. It would be incredibly difficult for others to obtain a treasure pouch, and they would have to risk their lives. However, Qin had not suffered any casualties, and the ghost treasure pouches fell like rain, making others feel incredibly envious. A look of delight appeared on Zhao Fu's face because he had discovered another 2 ghost commanders. At the same time, there were 200 or 300 ghost generals heading towards Qin. Without needing Zhao Fu to give any orders, everyone started to move. Ordinary city lords were responsible for killing ghost generals, while Zhao Fu, Bai Qi, and Xianxia were responsible for killing ghost commanders and obtaining ghost commander seals. Zhao Fu obtained another 2 ghost commander seals, giving him a total of 5 ghost commanders. Qin could now convert 500,000 ghost soldiers and make them obey Qin. Countless ghosts were once again devoured by the ghost gates, and the ghost gates temporarily closed, waiting for the next wave of ghosts to arrive. A while later, another wave of ghosts was attracted over. What made Zhao Fu even more delighted was that apart from the 4 ghost commanders, there was an even more powerful ghost that was covered in ghostly qi. Only its blood-red eyes could be seen, and it gave off a terrifying aura. This was a ghost that was even more powerful than a ghost commander, which was the ghost marquis. It was a marquis of the underworld and had the strength of 10 city lords. It could fight to a draw with Bai Qi and Xianxia, so Zhao Fu had to personally deal with it. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and shot towards the ghost marquis, while the others charged at the ghost commanders and ghost generals. The stone gate continued to open, and another battle began. Roar! The ghost marquis was already incredibly powerful, and Zhao Fu became serious. He rushed up and the Sin Dragon sword gave off a brilliant sword light as he raised his hand and a massive water dragon flew towards the ghost marquis. Bang! At that moment, Zhao Fu shot through the water like a flying sword and arrived in front of the ghost monkey. He raised his sword with both hands and gave off a heaven-splitting aura as he slashed down towards the ghost monkey. Xing, the ghost monkey gripped his spear with both hands and blocked in front of him. The Sin Dragon sword collided with the spear, resulting in the sound of metal clashing. The 2 of them clashed, resulting in a shockwave that caused the ground to collapse. Zhao Fu gripped his sword with both hands and pressed down on the ghost monkey. The ghost monkey roared and exploded out with an even denser ghostly qi as he raised his hands and sent Zhao Fu flying back. Seeing Zhao Fu fly backwards, the ghost monkey grasped this opportunity and gripped his spear with one hand. He stabbed out, sending out a sharp gray aura that contained shocking piercing power towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold as he slashed out with his sword, sending out an arc of light that destroyed the gray aura, causing it to dissipate into traces of gray aura. Ha! Huh. The ghost monkey roared as he stamped off the ground, causing the ground to crack. His body shot towards Zhao Fu like a cannonball, his spear stabbing towards Zhao Fu's throat. Zhao Fu sent his emperor's power into the Sin Dragon sword, and a clear sword hum sounded out as the Sin Dragon sword gave off a large amount of sword light, causing a sharp sword wind to blow out. Zhao Fu swept out horizontally, the Sin Dragon sword giving off a brilliant sword light and a boundless sword qi as it slashed out like a bolt of lightning. A massive destructive power blasted out, and the ghost monkey was slashed into the ground, opening up a large crater. Arg! Within the crater, the ghost monkey seemed to be completely enraged, and the ghostly qi around his body shrunk, revealing his pale white skin. His aura was even more powerful than before, and his might was something that ordinary city lords would find difficult to defend against. Boom! The ghost monkey swept out with his spear, sending out a massive crescent that blasted through the air towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu flipped in the air, dodging this crescent. He stepped off the air and shot towards the ghost monkey like a meteor, sending a massive amount of power into the Sin Dragon sword. Roar! 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 3 massive dragons' roars sounded out as the Sin Dragon sword instantly condensed into 3 100-meter-long water dragons that gave off shocking auras and terrifying power as they slammed towards the ghost monkey. Boom! An explosion rang out in all directions as the 3 water dragons smashed into the monkey. For a moment, the ground collapsed, and a crater that was dozens of meters wide appeared. Smoke billowed in all directions, obscuring one's vision. Suddenly, thousands of gray swallows flew out from the smoke-filled region towards Xiao Fu. They were incredibly fast, and they arrived in front of Xiao Fu in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fu was given a big fright and hurriedly unleashed his emperor's domain. Bang bang bang, the flying swallows slammed into the black dragon inscription barrier, resulting in massive explosions. Each flying swallow contained enough power to kill a stage 1 soldier, and thousands of flying swallows exploded, causing the sky to be covered by a gray light and ghostly chi. The ghostly chi slowly dissipated, and Xiao Fu stood in the air, completely unscathed. However, just as his emperor's domain shattered, it turned into countless motes of black light and disappeared. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Fu, stabbing towards Xiao Fu with a spear. Xiao Fu blocked with his sword, blocking the ghost monkey's spear. Just as he was about to attack, the ghostly chi behind the ghost monkey condensed and a ghostly image appeared, slamming towards Xiao Fu and sending him flying 10 or so meters. Xiao Fu felt an immense pain in his chest, as if he had been hit by a hammer. Xiao Fu coldly harumphed and raised the Sin Dragon sword, causing a sword light to shoot into the sky. Countless traces of water vapor gathered together, forming water swords. The 10,000 swords hung in the air, giving off a massive sword aura. Swish, 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 Xiao Fu slashed out with the Sin Dragon sword, causing the countless water swords to descend. The ghost monkey was given a big fright and unleashed a gray energy barrier. Bang, the countless water swords descended, causing the gray energy barrier to explode. The ghost monkey was given a big fright and continuously spun his spear, making it look like a spinning disc, blocking the countless water swords. A searing white light shot into the sky, causing the ghostly chi in the surroundings to melt like snow under the scorching sun. Xiao Fu raised the seraph sword, and a 6-winged seraph appeared behind him, giving off a holy white light. The seraph sword continuously trembled and gave off a brilliant sword light. Boom! Xiao Fu slashed out, sending out a massive white sword light that sent the ghost monkey flying back and heavily crashing to the ground. A gash appeared on the ghost monkey's armor, and ghostly chi flowed out, causing the ghost monkey's aura to weaken as if it had been heavily injured. The seraph sword was much easier to use. Holy light energy could suppress ghosts, and Xiao Fu should have used the seraph sword long ago. Arg! The ghost monkey roared as it stood up. Xiao Fu did not give it a chance and rushed up, slashing out again. The heavily injured ghost monkey was once again heavily injured, and in the end, its throat was pierced by Xiao Fu's sword and it fell to the ground, dead. Its body dissipated into ghostly chi, but it left behind 4 items. The first 2 items were a ghost treasure bag and a complete gold-grade city god stone. Xiao Fu already knew about these 2 items, so there was no need to explain them. What Xiao Fu was curious about was the third item. It was a square seal that was slightly larger than the Ghost Commander seal. It was also made of gray jade and gave off a chilling aura. However, there was a ghost flood dragon carved on it, and it was incredibly exquisite. The ghost flood dragon seemed to have a life of its own, and it gave off an evil and savage aura. Ghost Marquee Seal, a ghost marquee seal that represents the ruler of a Een area. It contains ghost marquee chi, and it is a treasure that commands the underworld. It is formed from boundless Een chi, and it can command 1 million ghost soldiers to serve it in conquering the underworld. The Ghost Marquee seal was evidently more powerful than the Ghost Commander seal. Firstly, the might it gave off and the quality of the ghostly chi was more powerful than the Ghost Commander seal. Moreover, the Ghost Marquee seal had an innate advantage that suppressed the Ghost Commander seal. Moreover, the Ghost Marquee seal could command 1 million ghost soldiers, which was 10 times more powerful than the Ghost Commander seal. It was equivalent to 10 Ghost Commander seals. The final item was a tombstone that was 6 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide. It was made of a tough rock and gave off traces of ghostly chi. It gave off an oppressive aura, and there were 3 words engraved on it: Marquis Yan's tomb, Ghost Marquee Tombstone, the tombstone of a marquis. It has absorbed a large amount of Een chi and killing chi to form a treasure. It has a natural ability to absorb Een chi and killing chi, and it also has a ghost marquee domain. The ghost soldiers here will obtain even greater power. Xiao Fu couldn't help but feel delighted because he had wanted to create ghost soldiers. This ghost marquee tombstone had the ability to gather Een chi and killing chi, and it also had the ghost marquee domain. The ghost soldiers here would definitely be more powerful than ordinary ghost soldiers. With the Ghost Marquee tombstone, Jiaofu would naturally nurture even more powerful ghost soldiers to help Qin sweep across the world. At that moment, Jiaofu smiled as he stood in front of the exchange stone stele. He had obtained enough ghost points to exchange for the final profession, and seeing that the ghost god soldier had not been taken yet, Jiaofu was naturally quite happy. After choosing to exchange for the ghost god soldier, a grey profession change stone stele appeared in front of Jiaofu. Now that the three professions were in Qin City, Jiaofu felt much more at ease. However, tomorrow was the second stage of the Divine Fish Festival in the fish spirit world. During this festival, one could exchange for special cities, which were the Celestial City, Sword Mountain, and Holy God City. Jiaofu really wanted these three cities, so he couldn't relax during the Ghost Festival. He had to continue working hard and prepare enough divine fish points for tomorrow's Ghost Festival. The only thing that Jiaofu was worried about was that the Ghost Festival was a group event, and people of the same faction could trade with each other. However, the Divine Fish Festival was an individual event, and divine fish points could not be traded. Jiaofu wondered how ghost points and divine fish points could be exchanged. Now, Jiaofu had all of Qin City's ghost points, and if he converted them into divine fish points, even if the ratio was 10:1, Jiaofu would be able to easily take down the three cities. Jiaofu was worried that he wouldn't be able to convert all of his ghost points into divine fish points. That was most likely the case, however many ghost points Jiaofu obtained, he would be able to convert them into divine fish points, and the ghost points that others gave him would be useless. That was most likely the case, as the ghost points required to exchange for three cities were simply too low. The second stage of the Divine Fish Festival, the Fish Spirit World, was most likely an individual event. Jiaofu felt that he needed to kill more ghosts to obtain more ghost points. That way, he would be safer. After exchanging for his profession, Jiaofu returned to the Great Wall and started to kill ghosts. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and soon, it was 7 p.m. again. The sky was still dark and gloomy, and after another round of battles, Jiaofu's body was slightly injured because he had used all of his strength to kill the ghosts. Over the past 10 or so hours, Jiaofu had killed a total of 136 ghost generals, 18 ghost commanders, and 5 ghost marquises. There were countless other ghosts, making it impossible to count them all. As such, the ghost points he obtained were quite shocking. In actuality, killing a ghost marquis gave him 10 million ghost points. However, the number of ghost monkeys was still relatively small, and their strength was valiant, so it wasn't easy to kill them. At this time, Jiaofu sensed something. He looked up at the sky and saw a grey cloud moving towards Qin with a huge gloomy aura. Rumble, a massive explosion sounded out, causing the ground to tremble. Ghost soldiers wearing ghostly armor and holding ghostly weapons rushed towards Great Qin. Of course, there were other ghosts as well, and they formed a massive wave that gave off a shocking aura. What caught Jiaofu's attention was that behind the wave of ghosts, there was a king's chariot. This chariot was pulled by 9 soul horses, and there was a person sitting on top of the chariot. This person was wearing a grayish-gold black dragon robe and had a crown on his head. There was a ghost sword at his waist, and he gave off a king's aura. He was incredibly noble and terrifying, causing countless people to feel fear. The other ghosts instinctively treated him with respect. It's definitely a ghost king ghost. Apart from this ghost king, there were also 4 ghost marquises, many ghost commanders, and ghost generals. Jiaofu chose to deal with the ghost king while Bai Qi and Gania dealt with the ghost marquises. Because it was likely that they would end in a draw, Jiaofu sent some city lords to support them. The others dealt with the ghost generals and ghost commanders. Now, Qin had 1,400 or so city lords, which was much more powerful than the other side, so there was no need to worry too much. The ghost gate once again opened, and its massive mouth exploded out with a shocking attractive force, devouring all ghosts. Jiaofu took out the seraph sword and slashed out with a searing sword light towards the ghost king. The ghost king drew the ghost soldier at its waist and met Jiaofu's attack. Boom! The searing white light and eerie ghostly chi collided, resulting in a shocking explosion. A terrifying shockwave blasted out, and all of the ghostly chi in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers seemed to be wiped out. A region without ghostly chi appeared, and the dark clouds also disappeared. Because of the massive shockwave, both sides were forced back 100 meters, and Zhao Fu's expression became incredibly serious. This Ghost King's power definitely surpassed that of the aquatic beast king. Xing, a clear sword hum sounded out as the Ghost King's gaze became cold and gave off an eerie killing intent. It slashed out with its sword, causing massive amounts of ghostly qi to flow out and turn into a ferocious ghost dragon that shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu continuously sent his power into the seraph sword, causing it to continuously tremble and give off a clear sword hum. Rays of blinding white light shined out, illuminating the surroundings, and a shocking holy light energy was released. Roar! The ghost dragon opened its evil mouth and gave off a terrifying aura as it roared and rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slashed out, and a blinding sword of light seemed to be able to tear apart space. A searing white sword light slashed out, cutting the ghost dragon in half from head to tail. Zhao Fu's eyes widened, and he looked down at the ghost dragon. However, the two halves of the ghost dragon did not dissipate, and they instead turned into two waves of ghostly qi that slammed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had not expected this and was sent flying. Zhao Fu stabilized his body in the air, and a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. The Ghost King once again attacked, and its sword gave off a terrifying sword light as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, avoiding this attack, and the golden pupil in his left eye stared at the Ghost King as it started to spin. Immediately, countless chains shot out from the space around the Ghost King, and there were over 10,000 of them. This gave the Ghost King a big fright, and it roared as a powerful aura exploded out. The Ghost King spun its sword, and an extremely sharp gray sword ring slashed out. Clang, 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 the sound of metal clanging could be heard as the countless chains shooting towards the Ghost King were instantly cut into pieces by the sharp sword ring and fell to the ground. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Ghost King and slashed out with its sword. A searing white light exploded out, and the Ghost King was slashed back to the ground like a meteor, opening up a 100-meter-wide crater in the ground. This caused the ground to tremble, and the shockwaves madly blasted out. Sand and pebbles were sent flying, and trees vigorously swayed. As Zhao Fu and the Ghost King fought, the 6 1,000-meter-tall figures gave off heaven-toppling ghostly qi. The massive might they gave off caused all living creatures to feel terror, and it felt as if space itself was going to be torn apart. Things that did not belong to this world had actually appeared in this world. The 6 massive beings seemed to sense something and walked in a certain direction. One of the massive beings passed by a system main city and stretched out its hand, crushing a city lord. This city lord was as weak as an ant. Boom! Back at the battlefield, Zhao Fu ferociously slashed the Ghost King back into the ground, opening up a massive crater. The Ghost King wretchedly climbed up, and there was a gash on its body that gave off ghostly qi, but it quickly healed. The Ghost King's gray-white eyes looked at Zhao Fu, and the killing intent in its eyes was dozens of times more intense than before. It definitely wanted to tear Zhao Fu to shreds. At that moment, the Ghost King tilted its sword and a gray energy barrier spread out. The Ghost King unleashed its Ghost King domain, which was 10 meters wide. With its domain, the Ghost King rushed into the sky, its sword giving off a terrifying ghostly light. Zhao Fu also unleashed his Emperor's domain, which was also 10 meters wide, and he gave off a boundless aura as he rushed towards the Ghost King. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two domains collided. Neither side belonged to the other, and neither side took a step back. The Ghost King roared as ghostly qi continuously rose up from its body. The ghostly light from the sword in its hand became even more intense, and the Ghost King domain also became stronger. Zhao Fu's pupils constricted, and he also activated his body's power. Massive amounts of Emperor's power entered his domain, causing the two domains to clash even more powerfully. As the two sides continued to clash, the shockwaves turned into wild gales. Crack! A clear cracking sound rang out as a few cracks appeared on the Ghost King's domain. After all, it was only a king's domain, while Zhao Fu's Emperor's domain gave it an innate advantage. Crack, 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 more and more cracks appeared on the Ghost King's domain, causing the Ghost King's expression to fall. It sent even more ghostly power into its sword, causing it to give off an incredibly cold and eerie sword light that seemed to be able to enter souls. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the Ghost King's domain shattered into countless pieces, and a few cracks also appeared on Zhao Fu's Emperor's domain. Xing, the instant that the king's domain shattered, the Ghost King slashed out with his sword, sending out a massive sword light towards Zhao Fu's emperor's domain. The shocking sword light split the emperor's domain in half and left a long gash in the ground. However, at this moment, Zhao Fu, who had dodged to the side, slashed out with his sword. A searing sword light flashed out, sending the Ghost King flying back over 100 meters. The Ghost King coughed up a mouthful of gray liquid, and it looked like it had been heavily injured. Roar! The Ghost King furiously roared, and the surrounding ghost chi was instantly absorbed. The Ghost King's body continuously expanded, and his muscles bulged. In the end, the dragon robe on his upper body was torn apart. In the end, it formed a 10-meter-tall ghost. It was covered with powerful muscles, and its eyes were blood red. It had a head of black hair that spread out like a lion's head, and it held a massive 7-meter-long sword. The Ghost King's aura was now 10 times more terrifying than before, and he was using all of his strength. He gripped his sword with both hands and slashed out with a terrifying sword wind towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also vigorously slashed out, sending out a shocking sword wind towards the Ghost King. Bang! The two massive sword winds collided and exploded, turning into an even more powerful shockwave that blasted out in all directions. The Ghost King once again moved. Its body blurred and appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and it continuously slashed out with its 7-meter-long sword, sending out terrifying sword lights that left behind afterimages. Its attacks were incredibly ferocious and berserk, and it did not give its opponent any time to breathe. Zhao Fu looked at the Ghost King, and his eyes lit up. As such, Zhao Fu could only continuously dodge and defend while continuously retreating. These attacks were incredibly ferocious, but they definitely would not last for long. Zhao Fu held on with great difficulty, and a few wounds appeared on his body from the sword chi. In the end, he was able to defend against this wave of ferocious attacks. The instant that the Ghost King's attacks slowed down, Zhao Fu sent all of his power into the seraph sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out a blinding white light that sent the Ghost King flying 1,000 meters. By now, the Ghost King looked quite wretched. Its chest was charred black as if it had been burned, and the ghostly chi that it gave off gradually became weaker. Roar! The immense pain caused the Ghost King to give a heartrending roar, and it seemed to go berserk. An even more massive wave of ghostly chi spread out, covering the surrounding 10,000 meters. Clang, 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 within the ghostly fog, the sounds of weapons could be heard, and the dense ghostly chi became thinner, revealing ghost soldiers. There were over 10,000 of them, and they gave off a powerful and austere aura. The Ghost King swung the seraph sword, and the 10,000 ghost soldiers gathered together and roared as they rushed at Zhao Fu, giving off a shocking aura. However, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear. At that moment, he took out the Sky Demon's sword and raised it with his left hand, pointing it towards the sky. A soul-devouring demonic light shot into the sky, and a black hole appeared in the gloomy sky, from which countless traces of demonic chi flowed out. Roar! Roar! Roar suddenly sounded out as countless demons rushed out, giving off evil and ferocious auras as they rushed at the countless ghost soldiers. The two sides quickly clashed, resulting in massive explosions. Both sides started to ferociously fight, and the ghost soldiers and demons continuously died. At that moment, Zhao Fu suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind the Ghost King. He raised the seraph sword in his right hand, and a holy pillar of white light shot into the sky. The six-winged seraph's voice sounded out from behind him, and it spread its wings, causing countless motes of light to descend. This gave the Ghost King a big fright, and it hurriedly dodged to the side. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu slashed out, causing a massive white sword light to flood out and devour the Ghost King's body. Bang! A figure covered in black smoke fell from the sky. It was the Ghost King. Its body seemed to have been burned, and there were still traces of white sword chi on its body that stabbed into its body like sharp blades. By now, the Ghost King had not died yet, and its powerful constitution was quickly healing its body. Zhao Fu would not give it a chance to recover, and he chopped off its head. The Ghost King instantly died, and its body turned into ghostly chi before disappearing. At the same time, it dropped 5 items. The first was a ghost treasure bag, the second was a complete legendary grade city god stone, and the third was a ghost jade seal. It was even bigger than the ghost marquee seal and gave off an even more powerful aura. It gave off a trace of a king's might, and there was a ferocious ghost dragon engraved on it. Ghost King Seal, a seal held by the Ghost King. It is the ruler of the 10 Directions Ghostlands, and it is proof that all ghosts submit to it. It is a treasure that commands the underworld, and it is formed from boundless Xianxia. It can command 10 million ghost soldiers to serve it in conquering the underworld. The effects of the Ghost King Seal were simply too shocking. It could command 10 million ghost soldiers, and it contained a king's ghostly chi, which naturally suppressed the Ghost Marquis Seal. The fourth item was also a gravestone. It was also made of rock and was incredibly tough, but it was 9 meters tall and 2 meters wide. There were dragon inscriptions around the gravestone, and at the center of the gravestone were 3 large words, King Shi's Gravestone. Ghost King Gravestone, the Ghost King's Gravestone. It has absorbed a large amount of Yin Qi and Killing Qi to form a treasure. It has a natural ability to absorb Yin Qi and Killing Qi, and it also has a Ghost King domain. The ghost soldiers here will be affected by the king's aura and will become even more powerful. The Ghost King Gravestone's effects were naturally more powerful than the Ghost Marquis, and the ghost soldiers here would be affected by the king's ghostly chi. Anything related to a king was proof of strength. After being affected by the king's aura, the ghost soldiers would be many times more powerful than ordinary ghost soldiers. The fifth item was a great crystal ball that was as big as a fist. It was very heavy and seemed to weigh 500 kilograms. At the same time, it gave off a cold and eerie aura that was even colder than the Ghost King Seal. Ghost World Pearl, a treasure pearl that was nurtured by the 5 elements of the underworld. It has been nourished by the heaven and earthing essence chi and has formed its own space. It contains a trace of origin energy and is a rare treasure. After looking at the description, Zhao Fu sent his consciousness into the Ghost World Pearl and found that there was a very large space inside that was 100 kilometers wide. There were mountains, streams, trees, flowers, grass, and birds. Apart from these things giving off a trace of Yin Qi, everything else was the same as a normal world. Boom. 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 Zhao Fu had no idea how to use the Ghost World Pearls, but at that moment, the 6 massive beings with heaven-toppling auras descended. Their massive ghostly chi swept out like an ocean, and the terrifying might caused the heavens and earth to fall silent as all creatures were shocked. Zhao Fu had no idea how to use the Ghost World Pearls. Sensing these 6 terrifying auras, Zhao Fu looked incredibly shocked. His heart and body felt incredibly cold, and he looked at the 6 massive figures in front of him. They're actually the 6 Paths demon images. How is this possible? The ghost event has actually released these 6 monsters? Are they here to destroy the world? Isn't that a bit too serious? Or did something happen to the event? Zhao Fu quickly thought. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. The 6 Paths demon images had descended into the human world. This was simply too terrifying. Zhao Fu was also given a big fright because he knew how powerful the 6 Paths demon images were. Zhao Fu had once ordered them to open the 6 paths of reincarnation and lead countless ghosts into the human world to cleanse the human world, but the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon had stopped them. The 6 Paths demon images' cold and ferocious gazes all gathered on Zhao Fu's body. The 6 Paths demon images had a clear memory of Zhao Fu, and they were extremely familiar with his aura. Sensing his aura, they walked over. Before, the 6 of them had been bound by Zhao Fu's countless chains and had been forcefully ordered around by him. They were the supreme existences of the underworld, and they were naturally infuriated to be humiliated like this. In the end, their clones had even been killed by someone. Their killing intent towards Zhao Fu was not just a bit. They wanted to blast this weak ant into smithereens and have his soul be eternally tortured. Facing the 6 Paths demon images' terrifying gazes, Zhao Fu's hair stood on end, and he did not have any confidence at all. Back then, he had only been able to control the 6 Paths demon images because they had been summoned using Zhao Fu's blood, and they had come one by one. Now, they did not have Zhao Fu's blood to control them, and now there were 6 of them. What could Zhao Fu do? Sensing the 6 Paths demon images' killing intent, the golden dragon could not help but say in shock, "Zhao Fu, how did you offend them? They're the most terrifying existences in the underworld, and even though they're only clones, their power is still incredibly terrifying." Zhao Fu sighed and told the golden dragon about what had happened before asking, "Do you have any way to deal with them?" From the looks of it, they definitely want to kill me and won't let me off. This time, the golden dragon fell silent and did not reply to Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu's heart to feel a chill. Qin City's generals and city lords were all incredibly shocked. Looking at the 6 paths demon images, they felt as if they had fallen into icy water. A bone-chilling coldness flowed towards them from all directions, and a sense of despair spread through their hearts. Everyone was completely dumbfounded and stood there. Most of the ghosts in the surroundings were sucked in by the ghost gate, and a small portion of the ghosts ran away in fear because of the 6 paths demon images. The spear-wielding Shura demon image savagely and evilly looked at Zhao Fu and was the first to attack. It raised its spear and stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a formless spear light stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu quickly put away the items that the Ghost King had dropped and flew into the sky. The formless spear light hit the ground and gave off a muffled explosion. Dust flew everywhere, and the ground continuously trembled. In just an instant, a 1,000-meter wide and hundreds of meters deep crater appeared in the ground. This was only a normal attack from the Shura demon image. Zhao Fu flew into the sky and avoided this attack. The hungry ghost image that was closest to him sinisterly laughed and raised its machete. It slashed down, sending out a massive saber chi that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Zhao Fu was greatly startled and did not dare to take this attack head-on, and he once again dodged to the side. Boom! The massive saber chi seemed to split the ground in half, causing the ground to crack and tremble. The saber chi caused a straight ravine to appear in the ground, and the terrifying saber chi slashed towards the Great Wall. The Great Wall, which was protected by countless restrictions and barriers, was slashed apart by the saber chi. Luckily, there were not many people there. Bang! The animal image suddenly attacked, punching out with shocking power. A massive explosion sounded out, and it sounded like a thunderclap. Zhao Fu felt as if he was going to go deaf. This time, Zhao Fu was unable to dodge, and his body was sent flying like a sandbag. He slammed into the Great Wall, causing countless cracks to appear on the Great Wall. The center of the Great Wall caved in, and Zhao Fu was stuck within it, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. "Your Majesty!" Countless people were given a big fright and hurried over to where Zhao Fu was. At that moment, the silent golden dragon once again said, "I have a method, do you want to try it? However, I'm not 100% confident that it will work." "Speak." Zhao Fu's expression became incredibly serious as he looked at the 6 paths demon images and immediately agreed. After all, there was nothing Zhao Fu could do. Following this, the golden dragon started to explain his method, and Zhao Fu understood what the golden dragon was trying to say. Hearing this, no one dared to hesitate in the face of such a great crisis. All of the city lords and generals obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and gathered around the ghost gate. Boom! The hell demon image swung its pitchfork, giving off a terrifying destructive power, bringing with it a massive gale as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu once again dodged to the side, but the city walls behind him were instantly shattered into countless pieces. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Fu gave an order to one of the generals, who immediately turned and left, heading towards Qin City. Zhao Fu went to the center of the Ghost Gate magic formation and replaced Dark North Red Autumn, who had been presiding over the magic formation. He slit his wrist, causing blood to flow out as Zhao Fu yelled, "Yin Qi fills the world, 10,000 ghosts roam the world, calamity befalls all life, suffering all life. As the ruler of the Qin Empire, the future emperor of Qin City, I invite the spirit of the Ghost Gate to descend and expel all Yin beings from this world." Boom! Just as Zhao Fu finished speaking, the massive stone gate in the sky gave off a formless energy that spread out like a wild gale. The blood on Zhao Fu's arm was absorbed by the formless energy, and it was absorbed by the stone gate. 100 million soldiers roared and exploded out with all of their power, causing their veins to bulge as they sent all of their power into the Ghost Gate magic formation. At that moment, the 1,400 city lords also exploded out with their city lord seal's power and sent them into the Ghost Gate magic formation. The magic formation on the ground received a shocking amount of power and spun with terrifying power. The 10,000-meter-tall stone doors in the sky gave off an intense gray light, and the countless ghosts carved on them seemed to come to life as a boundless well of Yin Qi descended. Ghost Gate. It was said that if a person wanted to enter the underworld, they had to pass through the ghost gate, and if ghosts wanted to enter the young world, they had to pass through the ghost gate. The ghost gate had been an item that connected the Yin world and the young world, and it was a supreme treasure of the underworld like the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation was responsible for the cycle of reincarnation, and the ghost gate was responsible for the separation and connection of the Yin and Yang realms. Both of them were extremely effective against ghosts, which was why they were able to trap countless ghosts in the Yin realm, preventing them from breaking through the ghost gate and coming to the Yang realm. The 6 paths of reincarnation demon images gave off terrifying auras as they walked towards Zhao Fu and Qin's soldiers. The 6 paths of reincarnation demon images did not feel any fear because of Qin's numbers, and they continued to give off savage and evil gazes. In their eyes, everything in front of them was a lowly floating spirit. However, at that moment, the ghost gate that was giving off an intense light caused the 6 of them to stop in their tracks. For the first time, they looked a bit hesitant, as they could feel that the ghost gate was suppressing them. However, looking at Zhao Fu, who was standing below the Hellgate, the 6 of them still walked towards him. They had to kill this lowly ant, Zhao Fu said in a cold voice. Boom, as the 6 paths demon images walked in, a boundless grey light tore through the sky as the ghost gate exploded out with a shocking might. It was as if the sky was collapsing and heavily pressed down on the 6 paths demon images' bodies. Roar! Roar, roar! The 6 paths demon images furiously roared as traces of ghostly qi rose up from their bodies, exploding out with an even more intense aura. The terrifying aura was like a wild gale, causing countless rocks and sand to be blown away and countless trees to sway. The 6 paths demon images raised their hands, resisting the power weighing down on their bodies. Slowly, the ghost gate's shocking might was gradually pushed back by the 6 of them. Zhao Fu's expression fell, and he ordered all of Qin's soldiers to send all of their power into the ghost gate formation. At the center of the formation, the black and white impermanences also did their best to activate the formation. The ghost gate in the sky gave off an even more intense gray light, and the power weighing down on the 6 paths demon images increased. Roar! Roar, roar! The 6 paths demon images furiously roared as they resisted the ghost gate's power. Their eyes gradually became blood red as they entered a state of extermination and slaughter. The ghostly qi around their bodies became blood red, and an even more evil and violent power appeared within their bodies. They raised their hands and once again pushed back against the might weighing down on their bodies. It was even easier than before, and the terrifying aura they gave off made people feel even more despair. Zhao Fu's expression once again fell, and he yelled, "All city lords, take out your city lord seals and listen to my commands." All of the city lords' expressions became serious as they took out their city lord seals, which gave off different lights and powerful auras as they floated above everyone. At that moment, Zhao Fu also took out his Qin seal, which gave off a terrifying black light and floated above his head. Zhao Fu pointed at the 6 paths demon images, and the Qin seal turned into a ray of black light and shot towards the 6 paths demon images. The other city lord seals also turned into rays of light and shot towards the 6 paths demon images. The 1,400 or so city lord seals formed a circle with the Qin seal at the head, surrounding the 6 paths demon images. At that moment, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and yelled, "Qin City, as well as all of Qin's cities, release all of your power and gather here." Boom! 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 The city hearts continuously trembled and gave off intense light as pillars of light shot into the sky. The city lord seals also received even more power and gave off brilliant lights, looking like thousands of stars. Their auras were incredibly terrifying, shaking the surrounding hundreds of regions. A power that felt like thousands of mountains gathered together and weighed down on the 6 paths demon images' bodies. The 6 paths demon images' bodies bent, looking like they were about to suppress the 6 paths demon images. However, in the next moment, a terrifying aura flame burst forth from the 6 paths demon images, and their shocking aura swept out like a massive gale. Countless boulders were blown into the sky, and countless trees madly swayed. The entire northern side of the Midland continent felt an eerie, evil, and violent aura. The 6 paths demon images' eyes became completely blood red, and they gave off a brilliant blood red light. 6 gray vortexes gradually appeared in the sky, and boundless ghostly qi flooded out. The entire world seemed to become eerie, and all of the plants and trees lost their life force and were filled with an eerie and cold aura. The ghostly chi was like a tide that flooded large areas. Countless creatures fled in terror. Once they were enveloped by the ghostly chi, they would immediately die and turn into spirits. The demonic god of six paths is using the power of six paths of reincarnation. Zhao Fu's expression changed as he hurriedly yelled, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Wei Liao, Meng Tian, Li Mu, Zhang Han, Bai Shihan. With Bai Qi in the lead, the 9 people took out their general armaments and pointed them at the sky. A transcendent aura exploded out as pillars of light shot into the sky, causing the entire sky to tremble. The 9 massive stars seemed to have been summoned by something and gave off intense starlight and terrifying auras. They broke through the restrictions of the sky and descended into the world. The massacre of the 7 murders star, the conquest of the army destroyer star, the ruthlessness of the ravenous wolf star, the righteousness of the giant gate star, the madness of the integrity star. Immediately, the 6 paths demon images felt immense pressure, and they once again bent over. However, they continuously roared and desperately resisted, and the ghostly chi from the 6 vortexes flowed into their bodies, causing boundless ghostly power to flow out of their bodies. 9 stars appeared in the sky, giving off different starlight. In this gloomy world, they were incredibly eye-catching, and many people noticed this and felt quite shocked. The scene of 9 general stars descending together was quite majestic, and the aura they gave off was quite shocking. What was happening to Qin? Countless people felt quite curious because it was evident that if there wasn't something big happening, the 9 general stars definitely wouldn't appear. What they didn't know was that Qin was facing off against the 6 paths demon images, which had threatened to destroy the human world. If they knew about this, they would probably be scared half to death. Back when the 6 paths demon images had descended and activated the 6 paths of reincarnation, the ocean-like ghostly creatures had left a deep impression on them. Back then, almost everyone had fallen into despair. Facing the 6 paths of reincarnation, they had been unable to resist at all, and the 6 paths demon images had left a deep shadow in their hearts. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the sky gradually darkened. A blood-red star giving off a devilish aura of slaughter and disaster slowly descended, dyeing the sky red. Everyone felt even more shocked. The Chaos Imperial Star had once again appeared. This meant that something incredibly important had happened to Qin, or perhaps it might even be a crisis. Otherwise, the Chaos Imperial Star would not have appeared. The Chaos Imperial Star's previous appearances had confirmed their suspicions. Now, everyone turned to look at Qin. Zhao Fu roared, looking quite savage as he gathered the Chaos Imperial Star's terrifying power and pressed down towards the 6 paths demon images. The 6 paths demon images' arched bodies once again lowered down. Everyone, give it your all. Zhao Fu roared, and all of the soldiers roared as they sent all of their power into the Ghost Gate magic formation, causing the stone gate in the sky to give off an even more powerful might. The city lords roared and sent all of their power into their city lord seals. The 1,400 stars exploded out with a shocking aura and gave off immense power as they pressed down towards the 6 paths demon images. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao roared and unleashed all of their power, activating their general stars. The 9 general stars gave off an even more intense starlight, and the sea of stars became even more beautiful and powerful as it weighed down on the 6 paths demon images' bodies. Zhao Fu roared and used all of his strength to control the Chaos Imperial Star's power, turning it into 6 blood-red pillars of starlight that seemed to be able to imprison the heavens. They gave off boundless power as they landed on the 6 paths demon images' bodies. Boom boom boom, as Qin and the others exerted their full strength, the bodies of the 6 golems sank and they half knelt on the ground, making loud noises. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Roar roar roar, the 6 paths demon images madly roared as their ghostly chi became berserk. They desperately tried to stand up and kill everyone here. At that moment, Zhao Fu floated in front of the 6 paths demon images, a grey crystal pearl floating in front of his chest. This was the Ghost World Pearl, and there were 5 stone steels on Zhao Fu's back. They were the profession change stone steels, which represented the 5 professions. Zhao Fu had obtained the 100 Ghost Illusionist and Ghost Summoner, and Zhao Fu had ordered one of his generals to return to Qin City to obtain these 2 stone steels. The other three were the human ghost profession change stone steel, the ghost god soldier profession change stone steel, and the ghost eye profession change stone steel. Because time was tight, Zhao Fu had not dealt with those 3 stone steels and had instead kept them on him. The reason Zhao Fu had taken out the Ghost World Pearl and the 5 profession change stone steel was because he wanted to use the Golden Dragon's method to seal the 6 paths demon images. More accurately speaking, he wanted to seal the 6 paths demon images within Zhao Fu's body. The Ghost World Pearl contained a trace of source energy and could automatically create a space. It was a good container and could prevent Zhao Fu from sealing the 6 paths demon images within his body. If Zhao Fu was unable to withstand the massive power, his body would explode. The 5 professions were for support purposes. The 100 Ghost Illusionist used ghost power to create illusions and was a profession that used ghost power. It was resistant to ghosts' minds, and the Ghost Summoner summoned ghosts, which had a suppressive effect on ghosts. The human Ghost Illusionist fused with ghosts, increasing their compatibility with ghosts and giving them great immunity against ghosts. The Ghost God Soldier increased one's control over ghosts, and the Ghost Eye increased one's senses towards ghosts. Sealing the 6 paths demon images within Zhao Fu's body was an incredibly dangerous matter. Without any defensive measures, it was possible that Zhao Fu would die, so he had to use these 5 professions. At the same time, Zhao Fu rejoiced that Qin had these 5 professions, and they were all related to ghosts and could suppress ghosts. This gave Zhao Fu some protection and increased the feasibility of his plan. Even though sealing the 6 paths demon images within Zhao Fu's body was incredibly dangerous, as he could suffer a backlash at any moment and become someone that the 6 paths demon images had to kill, the benefits were incredibly shocking. Not only would he have the 6 paths demon images power, but he would also be able to control the 6 paths demon images power. Zhao Fu floated in front of the 6 paths demon images and tore off his clothes, revealing his slender upper body. Zhao Fu started to form hand seals with both hands, sending them into the Ghost World Pearl in front of him. After fusing with these hand seals, the Ghost World Pearl gave off a faint gray light and lightly trembled, forming a connection with Zhao Fu. As more and more hand seals fused into the Ghost World Pearl, the connection between them became even stronger. At that moment, Zhao Fu cut open his forehead and forced out a drop of his most precious origin blood, which fused into the Ghost World Pearl. Zhao Fu's face instantly became pale, as origin blood was a person's foundation. Losing even a single drop would greatly damage one's vitality. After absorbing Zhao Fu's origin blood, the Ghost World Pearl suddenly stopped trembling and silently floated in the air, and a blood-red light gradually spread out. Immediately, the connection between Zhao Fu and the Ghost World Pearl reached its peak, and now, the Ghost World Pearl was like a part of Zhao Fu's body, allowing Zhao Fu to control it as he pleased. The Golden Dragon also used its methods. Zhao Fu fused the Ghost World Pearl into his chest while it controlled the 5 profession change stone steels. A golden light covered the 5 stone steels and 5 gray runes were drawn out of them. An even more intense golden light came from Zhao Fu's back as a golden magic formation appeared on Zhao Fu's back, giving off a profound and complicated aura. The 5 gray runes shot into the golden magic formation and took up 5 different directions, looking like a 5-pointed star. The 5 gray runes started to give off a cold and eerie power, and the golden magic formation was gradually dyed a gray-black color. Following this, the gray-black magic formation disappeared into Zhao Fu's back. The Ghost World Pearl perfectly fused into Zhao Fu's chest, and the ghostly rune formation on his back was complete. Now, it was time to seal it. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu stretched out a hand towards the 6 paths demon images. The golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun as tens of thousands of chains shot out from the air, giving off immense power as they bound the 6 paths demon images. The 6 paths demon images were suppressed by the 6 blood-red pillars of starlight, and they were half-kneeling on the ground. However, they continuously roared and resisted, and Zhao Fu's countless chains added another layer of shackles to them. Roar! Roar, roar! The 6 paths demon images madly roared as blood-gray ghostly chi continuously flowed out from their bodies. Because of their massive bodies, every single one of their movements could cause gales. Clang, 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 at that moment, Zhao Fu's long hair danced in the wind as he grabbed at the air, causing countless chains to tighten and bind up the 6 paths demon images. The Ghost World Pearl, which had fused into Zhao Fu's chest, once again appeared and seemed to be embedded into his chest, giving off waves of gray light. Boom! The Ghost World Pearl exploded out with a powerful suction force, causing an intense shockwave to cover the Six Paths demon images. The Six Paths demon images seemed to sense Zhao Fu's goal, causing them to feel even more furious. They roared at Zhao Fu, and the terrifying sound wave rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's Emperor's domain gradually appeared, defending against the terrifying sound wave. At the same time, he controlled all of the chains to pull the Six Paths demon images towards him. With the help of the powerful suction force and the countless chains, the Six Paths demon images gradually came closer to Zhao Fu. Now, the Six Paths demon images felt a trace of fear, and they madly roared, wanting to break free. The six vortexes behind them gave off boundless ghostly chi, continuously increasing the Six Paths demon images' power. However, even without Zhao Fu's orders, Jin's soldiers unleashed all of their power and sent it into the Ghost Gate formation, causing the Ghost Gate in the sky to give off an even more powerful might. The City Lords also controlled their City Lord seals, causing them to give off the aura of thousands of mountains that ferociously pressed down on the Six Paths demon images' bodies. Bai Qi and the others loudly unleashed their general power, causing the 9 general stars to give off an even more intense light. The Sea of Stars gave off boundless power as it pressed down on the Six Paths demon images' bodies. Zhao Fu roared and used all of his strength. The golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun, and a stream of blood flowed out of his left eye socket. The countless chains pulled even harder, and a trace of blood appeared on the Ghost World Pearl, and the suction force became even stronger. Roar! The Six Paths demon images continuously struggled, but their bodies were suppressed by countless powers, and they started to lean towards Zhao Fu. At first, their arms were sucked into the Ghost World Pearl, but the Six Paths demon images still desperately struggled, wanting to break free from the chains and the suction force. There was a trace of terror in their eyes. Following this, their upper bodies were sucked into the Ghost World Pearl like water. Their heads and upper bodies were also sucked in by a powerful suction force. After the Six Paths demon images' upper bodies were sucked into the Ghost World Pearl, their lower bodies were also easily sucked in. After the Ghost World Pearl sucked in the Six Paths demon images, it gave off a powerful gray light that seemed to tear through space, and a terrifying aura spread out. At that moment, the Ghost World Pearl started to break free from Zhao Fu's control. However, Zhao Fu suddenly retracted his hand and pressed it against the Ghost World Pearl on his chest, and a sealing formation appeared on his palm. The Ghost World Pearl on Zhao Fu's chest was gradually pushed back into his body by Zhao Fu. A look of pain appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he felt as if something was being forced into his body. The golden pupil in his left eye and the 3 remaining pupils all opened, and their power fused together. Countless chains containing Emperor's aura tightly bound the Six Paths demon images within the Ghost World Pearl, and no matter how much they struggled, they were unable to break free. In the end, the Ghost World Pearl was completely pushed into Zhao Fu's body, and a terrifying ghostly power spread from his chest to his entire body. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a heaven-toppling aura exploded out like a wild gale. The ground was sent flying, and trees were uprooted. In the next moment, the heavens and earth once again fell silent. Everyone present was shocked because this terrifying power definitely surpassed the power of a single Six Paths demon image, and it was the power of 6 of them stacked together. At that moment, Zhao Fu's body completely lost its color and became incredibly pale, as if he did not have any life force at all. His black hair gradually became gray-white, and his hands became ghost-like claws, and fangs grew out of his mouth. At that moment, the black magic formation on Zhao Fu's back once again appeared, helping Zhao Fu control the ghostly power that was about to go out of control. Arg! The ghostly power that had gone out of control slowly calmed down, but another massive wave of ghostly power flowed into Zhao Fu's right eye, causing Zhao Fu to feel as if his right eye was going to shatter. Blood flowed out of his right eye, and Zhao Fu could not help but cry out. Zhao Fu's left eye had 4 round pupils, 2 blood red, 1 white, and 1 golden pupil with a chain mark on it. Zhao Fu's right eye had 3 vertical pupils. Under the invasion of this massive wave of ghostly power, Zhao Fu's right eye's 3 vertical pupils started to overlap and fuse together. The first 2 were blood red and the last was white, and 6 gray dots. appeared around the vertical pupils. Gradually, the ghostly power came under control, and Zhao Fu's body regained its color. His sharp claws and fangs returned to their original color, and Zhao Fu returned to his original appearance, apart from his right eye. Your Majesty! Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned to normal, everyone let out a sigh of relief and hurried over to greet Zhao Fu. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he took out a set of clothes to put on as he said, "I'm fine, don't worry." The golden dragon couldn't help but feel delighted as he said, "I never thought that you'd succeed." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Now that he had the 6 paths demon images and obtained the 6 paths of reincarnation power, Qin had another layer of protection. However, the power of the 6 paths demon images was still quite terrifying, and it was quite difficult for Zhao Fu to control them. It was best not to use them in times of crisis, because if the power was too great and he couldn't control them, he would suffer a backlash. By now, it was around 10:30 p.m., and there was only 1.5 hours until the Ghost Festival ended. Zhao Fu did not receive any rewards for sealing the 6 paths demon images, but he was already quite satisfied. After coming to the exchange stone steel, Zhao Fu did not plan to use his own ghost points and instead used other people's ghost points to exchange for some things. As the last festival in the human world, it was only natural that there would be more than a few items on the ranking list. Aside from those items, there were also all sorts of items on the exchange stone steel. Equipment, medicinal pills, materials, skills, and so on. Zhao Fu started to look through the items on the exchange stone steel. Because he had been completely focused on the event, he had not had time to look through the items on the exchange stone steel. Now, he found a few decent items. Zhao Fu first exchanged for a large amount of spirit liquid to raise Qin's 4,500 trees of life and 300 ginseng fruit trees to 20 or 30 years old. At this age, they could produce fruits of life and ginseng fruits. Qin's first ginseng fruit tree had become a level 2 ginseng fruit tree, and the world tree near the fountain of life had been greatly nurtured by Zhao Fu. Adding on the fact that it could absorb countless life force essences every day, it had become quite lush and was about to level up. The second thing that Zhao Fu exchanged for was the Evil Crushing Spear creation book. Before, Zhao Fu had liked using evil crushing spears, as they were incredibly effective against ghosts, demons, and monsters. It was a pity that evil crushing spears could only be used once. Now that Zhao Fu had exchanged for the Evil Crushing Spear creation book, Qin could mass-produce them. This required talisman masters, and Qin had many resources to nurture. The Evil Crushing Spear was quite expensive, costing 100 million ghost points. To Zhao Fu, this was quite easy, and Zhao Fu had also exchanged for the Evil Crushing Spear creation book. Spirit, Evil Crushing Spear, an advanced version of a normal Evil Crushing Spear. Not only does it have many times the power of evil crushing, but it also has an evil crushing spirit, making it even more effective against high-grade evil creatures. Requires a high-grade talisman master to craft. The spear creation book required 600 million ghost points, which Zhao Fu had exchanged for. Since Zhao Fu had a large number of ghost points, if he did not use them, they would be wasted the next day. As such, Zhao Fu did not feel any heartache. Of course, Zhao Fu did not use the ghost points that he had obtained. The fourth item was a Yin Qi formation artifact, which could gather even purer Yin Qi. Zhao Fu was planning to turn them into ghost soldiers, and purer Yin Qi was incredibly important to ghost soldiers. As such, Zhao Fu exchanged for it and could use it with the Ghost King tombstone. This item was not very expensive, only costing 5,000 ghost points. The final item was the most expensive, costing 3 billion ghost points. With so many ghost points, it was enough to prove that this item was quite extraordinary. This item was actually a military flag, and the flagpole was 12 meters tall and was made of metal. The flag cloth was black, and there was a monster with a snake's head and a bird's body drawn on it, giving off an eerie feeling. Ghost Army Flag, an army flag from the Yang world that commanded billions of soldiers' qi. After being affected by the underworld's boundless Yin Qi, it transformed into an underworld treasure. The Ghost Army Flag's main purpose was to help people change professions. This Ghost Army Flag could gather a massive amount of Ghost Army Qi, and ghost soldiers born under this Ghost Army Flag would automatically change professions to ghost soldiers. Ghost Soldier, C-grade military. Description: a ghost soldier that has been transformed by countless ghost soldiers. Effect: receives, ghost soldier, after changing profession. This was a C-grade military, which was 1 grade higher than Qin's military. Qin's ghost soldier was only D+ grade, so one could imagine how powerful the ghost soldier was. However, this was not the ghost army flag's greatest benefit. Its true benefit was that there was no limit to the number of people who could change their professions. In other words, it could turn countless ghost soldiers into ghost soldiers, and there was no limit at all. This was what Zhao Fu valued the most. With this ghost army flag, Zhao Fu could turn all of his ghost soldiers into ghost soldiers. Adding all of the ghost seals together, Qin could command 25 million ghost soldiers, which was equivalent to 1/5 of Qin's army. Apart from sealing the 6 paths of reincarnation demon images, the ghost seals were Qin's greatest gain. However, because there were so many events, Zhao Fu did not have time to deal with these things. He could only do so after the events were over. Soon, it was 11 p.m., and Zhao Fu exchanged for a few more items, using up most of Qin's ghost points. He only kept his own ghost points. The Ghost Festival was about to end, and the next festival was the second event of the Divine Fish Festival, which was the Fish Spirit World. The rewards for this event were 3 special cities, which Zhao Fu had long since taken a fancy to. As such, he had to continue working hard and could not relax. However, the Fish Spirit World was an individual event, and after working so hard for 2 days, Qin and the others, who were exhausted from fighting against the 6 paths of reincarnation demon images, could take this opportunity to rest. This was something that Zhao Fu had allowed them to do, as he understood how difficult it had been for them to fight against the 6 paths of reincarnation demon images. In actuality, as the core of this event, Zhao Fu had been working the hardest. Even though he was quite tired, the Divine Fish Festival was an individual event, and even though others could rest, Zhao Fu could not. Otherwise, how could he obtain divine fish points to exchange for cities? Time gradually passed, and soon, it was 12 p.m. The boundless Xianxia gradually receded, and the world returned to normal. The silver moon in the sky was no longer gray, and it gave off gentle moonlight that illuminated the surroundings. Suddenly, countless rainbow-colored rays of light sprinkled down from the night sky like a veil, extremely beautiful and gentle. Fish were also swimming in the night sky. There were carps, small crucian carps, grass carps, and whales. Different fish gave off different rays of light and happily played in the night sky. The night sky became a rainbow-colored ocean with all sorts of fish swimming about. Countless people stared at this scene in shock and fascination. This lasted for 5 minutes before the countless fish in the night sky turned into motes of light that fell to the ground like a rain of light. The Divine Fish Festival had officially begun. System announcement. All of your ghost points have been converted to divine fish points. After receiving this system announcement, Zhao Fu couldn't help but open his stats page to see how many divine fish points he had. He then looked at the exchange stone steel and found that he had enough to exchange for the first-ranked city. However, Zhao Fu hesitated. Out of the Celestial City, Sword Mountain, and Holy God City, which one was the best? In terms of stats, the Celestial City was the best, the Sword Mountain had the highest attack, and the Holy God City was superior in all aspects. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to exchange for the Sword Mountain first. Firstly, Zhao Fu liked things with high attack, and he also had Gania, the #1 swordsman in Qin City. With him as the city lord, he would be able to use the Sword Mountain's power and nurture a group of powerful swordsmen for Qin City. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu started to participate in the Divine Fish Festival. Back then, Zhao Fu had used his king's blood to feed some small fish and used them as bait. Adding on the royal wood sword's fishing rod, he had been able to catch countless rare fish. If it wasn't for the fact that the Divine Fish Festival had suppressed the dynasty legatees and given ordinary people with great fate, it would have been impossible for Masanori Hanno to participate in the Divine Fish Festival. Masanori Hanno had also risen to prominence. She was the owner of one of the 10 special cities, and she had even become a legatee. She was now the most prestigious woman in Japan, and she was respected by many factions in Japan. She was pursued by countless men. Before, Zhao Fu had been defeated by their cheat-like abilities, and now, he was quite worried. Now that there were only 2 cities left, the competition was even greater. However, things were different now. Zhao Fu now had a sovereign bloodline and was no longer restricted. Now that all of the regions had been opened up, he could choose to go to larger bodies of water. Zhao Fu chose the ocean, and Zhao Fu did not want to lose to them again. After making some preparations, Zhao Fu went to the water god temple because the water god could also give blessings. The water god temple was now a level 7 temple, which was 3 levels lower than the city god temple. Its level was determined by how much incense it received, and the city god could ask for anything, such as safety, marriage, fortune, and fortune. However, the water god could only give blessings from water. Qin City's body was relatively small, so it did not receive as much incense as the city god temple, which was why it was only a level 7 temple. In actuality, a level 7 temple was already quite powerful. The water god's body was completely corporeal, and its blessings were many times stronger than before. Back then, the water god's body had been illusory. Looking at this gentle and beautiful woman in front of him, Zhao Fu decided to bring her with him and give his greatest blessing. This time, Zhao Fu was determined to defeat those cheat-like people. Using a teleportation channel, Zhao Fu quickly came to the coast and flew to the deep waters. He put down a boat and started to fish under the bright moonlight. Of course, he used fish that had devoured sovereign bloodlines. The water god also gave all sorts of blessings, and rays of light appeared on the fishing rod. Zhao Fu quietly sat at the front of the boat, waiting for the fish to bite. The water god quietly stood behind Zhao Fu, afraid of disturbing Zhao Fu. Only Zhao Fu would bring a godly spirit to fish. Suddenly, in just a moment, Zhao Fu's fishing rod was pulled by a huge force. This force was enough to compete with a small city lord, but its opponent was Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gripped the fishing rod with one hand and lifted it forcefully. An eel-like fish was pulled out of the water by Zhao Fu. This eel was 10 or so meters long and had a mouthful of sharp teeth. Its body gave off a 3-colored light, and it was a level 7 divine fish. This was only 1 level lower than the 7-colored divine fish that Zhao Fu had caught last time. The 3-colored eel was pulled out of the water by Zhao Fu, and it turned into countless motes of light that entered Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu received a system announcement in his mind. However, what surprised Zhao Fu was that there was no fish jewel. Before, every fish he caught had a chance of obtaining a fish jewel. This time, Zhao Fu did not obtain a fish jewel, not because his luck was bad but because he had obtained something else. It was a foot-wide turntable with a pointer in the middle. Apart from the countless fish patterns on the turntable, it was divided into 7 regions: the equipment region, the skill region, the blessing region, the item region, the material region, the special reward region, and the none region. Fish God's Wheel, a prize wheel created by the fish god. It can give all sorts of rewards, but it can only be used once. Zhao Fu was quite surprised by the appearance of this wheel, but he felt that it was a bit of a scam. The fish jewel from before could give all sorts of rewards, but this wheel could give no rewards at all. It was also possible that after working so hard to obtain the wheel, one would end up with nothing. Zhao Fu did not believe in such a thing. Even though there were special rewards, it was often the case that no rewards were many times greater than the special rewards. Zhao Fu decided to put it aside for now. Right now, his main goal was to obtain divine fish points, so he decided to put it away and continue fishing. However, at that moment, the water god standing behind Zhao Fu suddenly said, "Your Majesty, I can sense a trace of divine power from this wheel that is very useful to me. If I can fuse with this trace of divine power, I'll be able to slightly control the wheel, and I should be able to avoid getting no rewards." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised, but he did not pay it too much mind. He handed the wheel to the water god, who sat behind Zhao Fu. The water god sat down behind Zhao Fu and gave a gentle smile as she said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu lightly nodded and turned his attention back to fishing. Soon, another 3-colored divine fish was caught, causing Zhao Fu to feel delighted. At the same time, he obtained another fish god's wheel. After putting up the bait, Zhao Fu put the hook back into the water, and soon, a massive force came from the fishing rod. This force was even greater than the power of the 3-colored divine fish, so there was only one possibility. A look of delight appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he stood up from the boat. He gripped the fishing rod with both hands and vigorously pulled it up, causing the fish underwater to vigorously struggle, and a terrifying aura came from the bottom of the water. At that moment, Zhao Fu used a trace of Qin Yin's power and gripped the fishing rod with both hands. He once again vigorously pulled the fish out of the water. It was a rainbow-colored ray fish that was snow-white and had a silver tail. It looked quite pretty, and after being pulled out of the water, it turned into countless motes of light and entered Zhao Fu's body. A system announcement sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind, and he received 2 items this time. One was the fish god's wheel, and the other was a rectangular crystal that was 3 fingers wide. It was dark blue and gave off a powerful water attribute aura. Water God Stone, a stone that contains a trace of Water God's power. It can be used as a cornerstone for a Water God temple. The more Water God stones collected, the higher the Water God temple's level will be, and the more powerful the godly spirit's blessing will be. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. This would be quite useful for Qin Yin to develop his navy. At that moment, the Water God suddenly said, "Your Majesty, I've already fused with a trace of divine power from the wheel. I've already fused with the wheel's divine power, so I can use it now." Hearing this, Zhao Fu handed the rainbow wheel to her and lightly smiled as he said, "Open these wheels. That way, you'll be able to control them better and get better items." The Water God smiled and lightly nodded before choosing to spin the wheel. Zhao Fu continued to fish, and soon, he caught another 3-colored divine fish. Zhao Fu was pleasantly surprised to find that Zhao Fu's blood contained a might that made it so that no divine fish below the 3-colored divine fish level dared to come close. There was also a wooden barrel behind Zhao Fu, which contained hundreds of thumb-sized fish. There was some water in the barrel, and Zhao Fu had only given them a bit of blood instead of an entire barrel. After devouring Zhao Fu's blood, the fish had gone through some changes. Their scales had become black, and they looked like dragon scales. They also gave off a faint might, and even though this might was quite weak, it gave off a supreme aura. After all, Zhao Fu's blood was a sovereign bloodline, which reigned above countless kings and emperors, so it naturally had powerful effects. At that moment, the Water God started to spin the wheel. The wheel quickly spun in the air, and the needle spun very slowly. Gradually, the wheel slowed down until it stopped, and the needle pointed at the special reward region. Because the Water God had shared the system announcements, Zhao Fu immediately received a system announcement and received an experience stone. After this system announcement sounded out, the wheel turned into countless motes of light and disappeared, and a milky white stone that was as big as a walnut appeared. Experience stone, a city item that contains a massive amount of soul energy. After using it, one can obtain 10 million EXP, and it can be used on any city of any level. The first item made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted. This small stone was worth 10 million EXP, and 10 million EXP was not a small amount to Qin. If he had more of this experience stone, Qin would be able to quickly level up again. It seemed that this special reward was quite attractive. Zhao Fu had miscalculated. He had never thought that he would receive such an unexpected reward the first time he spun the wheel. Zhao Fu could not help but look forward to spinning the wheel a second time, so he had the Water God continue to spin the wheel. The wheel once again spun in the air before slowly stopping. The needle pointed at the material region, and it announced that he had obtained a low-grade epic-grade material. The wheel once again turned into countless motes of light and disappeared, and a dark blue jade stone appeared in front of Zhao Fu. Alright. Zhao Fu was a little disappointed. It seemed that he couldn't get to the special reward area every time. If he wanted to get a bigger harvest, he would have to continue fishing. Zhao Fu placed the bait back into the water, and soon, it was pulled again. Zhao Fu vigorously raised the fishing rod, and a 3-colored divine fish was pulled up by Zhao Fu, which turned into countless motes of light and entered Zhao Fu's body. At the same time, a spinning wheel appeared in Zhao Fu's hand. It seemed that as long as he caught a fish, there would be a fish god's wheel of fortune. It was different from before, where there was a chance of getting a fish jewel if he caught a fish. Zhao Fu handed the wheel in his hand to the Water God behind him and continued fishing. The Water God stood behind Zhao Fu, fusing with the divine power on the wheel and spinning it at the same time. Just like that, the two of them worked together. Zhao Fu was responsible for fishing, catching divine fish after divine fish, while the Water God continuously spun the wheel, causing system announcements to sound out in Zhao Fu's mind. Half an hour later, the wheel spun to the special rewards area again, and a notification rang out. Notification. You have obtained a mermaid. Hearing this system announcement, Zhao Fu felt quite startled, and the image of a mermaid appeared in his mind. He turned and watched as the wheel turned into countless motes of light, and a figure fell into the water. This figure had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. Its scales were silver and flickered with light. Its upper body had a head of beautiful golden hair, a pair of blue eyes, and a slender body. However, it looked like a handsome man, not a beautiful woman. The male mermaid fell into the water and gave a brilliant smile as he respectfully floated to the side and looked at the water god. Because the wheel had been activated by the water god, it was naturally the owner of the male mermaid. Zhao Fu was quite shocked. He had never thought that there would be a mermaid. Even though it was a male mermaid, it was quite rare. It was the first time that Zhao Fu had seen a real mermaid, and he had heard many fairy tales in the past. Your Majesty. What do we do now? The water god did not know what to do with this handsome mermaid, so she asked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu thought about it and had the mermaid stay in the water. After all, its lower body was that of a fish, so it could not come onto the boat. Its body was quite big, and with its tail, it was at least 2 meters tall. Zhao Fu's boat already had Zhao Fu and the water god, so it would not be able to hold it. Zhao Fu continued fishing. 10 or so minutes later, he received another blessing, and the water god attached this blessing to Zhao Fu. This was a water god blessing, and its divine power was many times greater than that of the water god next to Zhao Fu. It increased one's affinity with water and increased one's resistance to water damage. Zhao Fu did not pay too much attention to this blessing, and he focused on fishing. At that moment, a massive force suddenly tugged on his fishing rod, and Zhao Fu almost lost his grip on the rod and was pulled into the water. The force here was even greater than that of a rainbow divine fish. Now that Zhao Fu was holding on to the fishing rod, the entire boat was being pulled by that massive force. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. After such a long time, he had finally encountered a fish of a higher grade than the rainbow divine fish. Just as he thought this, a terrifying shockwave rushed towards the boat from the bottom of the water. In that instant, Zhao Fu unleashed his emperor's domain, covering the entire boat. The male mermaid next to him sensed danger and dodged to the side. Bang! A massive pillar of water containing ferocious power blasted the boat 7 or 8 meters away. Luckily Zhao Fu had used his emperor's domain to protect the boat, or else it would have been destroyed by the pillar of water. This divine fish was not easy to deal with, and before the boat could return to the water, Zhao Fu jumped into the water. Following the massive force, he found an 8-colored divine fish that was 100 meters long. This 8-colored divine fish looked like an octopus, but its body gave off a jade-like luster. It had 4 eyes and gave off a powerful aura that was even more powerful than the boss monsters of a few regions added together. Zhao Fu looked at the 8-colored divine fish in the water, and the 8-colored divine fish looked at Zhao Fu with a greedy and venomous gaze. It swam over and attacked Zhao Fu, and its countless tentacles whipped towards Zhao Fu. With so many tentacles, the attack range was simply too large, and Zhao Fu was unable to dodge. As such, he could only take out the Sin Dragon sword and hold the fishing rod in his left hand while gripping the sword in his right hand. He slashed out, sending out 3 water dragons. Because the Sin Dragon sword was much more powerful in the water, the 3 water dragons were even more ferocious than before. Boom! The countless tentacles collided with the water dragons, resulting in a muffled explosion. The shockwave blasted out as if it was a corporeal attack. Zhao Fu was forced back 10 or so steps, and the 8-colored divine fish was sent flying dozens of meters. After stabilizing its body, it turned its head and savagely glared at Zhao Fu as it sucked in a large amount of water before spitting out a massive pillar of water towards Zhao Fu. Facing this attack, Zhao Fu did not pay it much mind. He used his City Lord Seal's terrifying power, and the Sin Dragon sword quickly became a 1,000-meter-long water sword. Bang! The 8-colored divine fish was sent flying by Zhao Fu's strike, and it crashed into an underwater mountain hundreds of meters away. A few of its tentacles were directly cut off by Zhao Fu, making it look quite wretched. The tentacles that had been cut off turned into motes of light and dissipated. Roar! The immense pain caused the 8-colored divine fish to give a terrifying roar, and water quickly gathered towards it, forming a massive water whip. It then vigorously lashed out towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was quite startled and blocked with his water sword, but he was still sent flying by the water whip. The 8-colored divine fish took this opportunity to once again rush at Zhao Fu, and its countless tentacles once again shot towards Zhao Fu, wanting to pierce through Zhao Fu's body. At that moment, Zhao Fu exploded out with the full power of the Qin seal, and a terrifying shockwave exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu continuously swung the Sin Dragon sword, sending out sharp arcs of light in front of him. Countless tentacles shot towards him with immense power, but they were all cut off by Zhao Fu, causing the 8-colored divine fish to howl in pain. At that moment, Zhao Fu took this opportunity to grab his fishing rod and rushed towards the surface of the water. Sensing Zhao Fu's intentions, the 8-colored divine fish was greatly startled and tried to dive deeper. However, it was already heavily injured and could not resist Zhao Fu's power. After struggling for a while, it was pulled out of the water by Zhao Fu and turned into motes of light that entered Zhao Fu's body. 3 items appeared in front of Zhao Fu. One was a wheel that gave off an 8-colored light, one was a square-shaped dark blue crystal that was half a foot wide. The first was naturally the divine fish wheel, and the second was a high-grade water god stone that could rival 15 normal water god stones. The third was a magic staff. This magic staff was silver and was 2 meters long. It was quite thin and had fish inscriptions engraved on it. There were 2 fish engraved on the top of the magic staff, and they looked like they were playing. The magic staff gave off a faint silver light and gave off a powerful aura, making it seem like a godly spirit. Fish God Magic Staff, Grade, Level 1 Saint Armament, Description, a magic staff that contains powerful divine power. It has many powerful abilities, including the power to control water, blessing fishing, and buffs all water skills. It also has the skill, Great Fish Tide. After looking through the staff's information, as a Level 1 Saint Armament, its power was quite exquisite. Zhao Fu looked at the various abilities of the staff and felt that it was quite powerful. Zhao Fu casually gave the staff to the water goddess behind him. The water goddess happily accepted the staff and thanked Zhao Fu profusely. This type of staff was perfect for her. After dealing with this 8-colored divine fish, Zhao Fu continued to fish. The water goddess picked up the 8-colored wheel that Zhao Fu had given her and started to spin it. The wheel spun in the air and gave off a faint 8-colored light. The wheel slowly stopped, and the needle once again stopped on the special reward. An orange light shined out as a 30-centimeter long wooden boat with 5 levels appeared in the air. Seafaring Spirit Boat, a navigational treasure that can turn into a 10,000-meter long boat that can hold tens of thousands of people. The boat's body is incredibly tough and has a defensive barrier that provides the safest protection. It is the most suitable item for traveling at sea. Zhao Fu felt that this item was quite useful. If he was traveling at sea or traveling, this boat would be quite useful. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied and gave a trace of a smile as he once again focused on fishing. He continuously fished up fish and obtained items. The water goddess continuously spun the wheel behind Zhao Fu and obtained item after item. A while later, Zhao Fu fished up another 8-colored divine fish that looked like a squid. Zhao Fu spent some time and killed it in the water, obtaining 3 types of rewards. This time, the 8-colored wheel did not give anything good, so Zhao Fu could only continue to fish. He fished quite quickly, and in less than 2 or 3 minutes, he would catch a fish, and their grades would not be low. An hour later, the water goddess spun another 3-colored wheel, and the needle once again pointed at the special reward, causing a system announcement to sound out. The wheel turned into countless motes of light and disappeared, and an egg-like item that was as big as a cherry and gave off a faint green light appeared in the air. Deep-sea tree fish egg, a fish egg that can hatch into a deep-sea tree fish. This fish is a precious food ingredient, and its taste is extremely alluring. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Even though deep-sea tree fish did not have any special effects, they were one of the most delicious food ingredients in the world. However, they were incredibly rare, and ordinary kingdoms would not be able to eat them. It was also extremely expensive. Normally, a single deep-sea tree fish would cost 10,000 purple coins, and 10,000 purple coins was equivalent to 1 million gold coins. From this, it could be seen just how expensive it was, and it could only be bought with purple coins. After opening up all of the regions, Qin's businesses had taken a heavy blow. They no longer had the advantages they had before, and adding on Qin's immense power, everyone felt quite fearful of him. Even though Ba Qing had done her best to maintain the businesses, Qin's businesses had only received 10% of what they had been before. If he could nurture this fish egg, it would become one of Qin's specialties, and it would bring massive economic benefits to Qin. Thinking about this, a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he put the fish egg away. He would deal with it after the event was over. Time slowly passed, and the darkness of the night gradually receded. A huge sun rose from the horizon, emitting a blinding light that shone in all directions. Zhao Fu put away his fishing rod and returned to Qin with the water god. He had made many gains from the night, and even though he had not obtained anything too precious or rare, he had obtained a shocking amount of treasures, and most of them were useful to Qin. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with his gains this time. The water god's power had become a bit more powerful than before, and it seemed that fusing with the divine power from the wheel had been quite effective. After coming to the exchange stone steel, Zhao Fu's main reason for coming back was to exchange for a city. After a night of gains, Zhao Fu had definitely gathered enough divine fish points. However, when he opened the exchange stone steel, he found that the third-ranked city, Holy God City, had already been exchanged for. This made Zhao Fu feel quite startled, but seeing that the celestial city was still there, he let out a sigh of relief. He did not hesitate to spend all of his divine fish points to exchange for the celestial city. Now that he had obtained the sword Shang and celestial city, Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh. Now that he had obtained the top 3 items and did not have anything to worry about, Zhao Fu felt much more relaxed. However, as a rare divine pill, Qin definitely needed it, so Zhao Fu could only do his best to obtain it. If he couldn't obtain it, he wouldn't ask for too much. After making some preparations, Zhao Fu ordered people to take good care of the male mermaid. Mermaids were most likely one of the races in the heaven-awakened world, and they had some blessings. Zhao Fu wanted to nurture some mermaids, so he arranged for him to be in a water region and gave him a city creation stone to see if he could spawn mermaids. If there were many mermaids, he would be able to give all sorts of blessings in the future. After returning to the ocean, Zhao Fu was not as nervous or hurried as before. Instead, he leisurely lay on the boat and rested his head on the water god's leg as he held his fishing rod. Zhao Fu did not have any thoughts about the water god and rested his head on her leg, but she had said that she wanted to make Zhao Fu feel more comfortable. No one in the human world would receive such treatment. Because he had been working for 3 days and 3 nights, Zhao Fu was quite tired, so he closed his eyes and continued to fish. The water god's face was slightly red, and she looked at Zhao Fu, who was resting on her leg, and gave a slight smile. After resting for a while, Zhao Fu became serious again and fished up divine fish after divine fish, obtaining item after item, while the water god continued to spin the wheel. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhao Fu continued to fish from morning to afternoon. The sun was about to set, and the golden light dyed the horizon gold. There were even a few clouds in the sky that were dyed gold, creating a beautiful scene. Suddenly, a massive power came from the other end of the fishing rod, pulling Zhao Fu into the water. Zhao Fu was given a big fright. This power surpassed even that of an 8-colored divine fish. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted and exploded out with the great Qin seal's full power, causing his body to stop and no longer be pulled by that massive force. He gripped the fishing rod with both hands and pulled the divine fish towards him. Both sides were incredibly powerful, so they were stuck in a stalemate for a while. However, seeing that the fishing line was unable to withstand this power and was about to break, Zhao Fu could only give up and turn into a ray of light as he shot towards where the massive power was coming from. A divine fish giving off a 9-colored light appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This divine fish looked like a whale and was completely black. However, its eyes were blood red and looked like gems. It gave off a ferocious and ruthless gaze, and its aura was extremely terrifying. It was much more powerful than the 8-colored divine fish. Roar! The 9-colored divine fish discovered Zhao Fu and twisted its body as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Its massive mouth bit towards Zhao Fu as if it wanted to devour Zhao Fu. This 9-colored divine fish was over 1,000 meters long, and its mouth was hundreds of meters wide. It looked incredibly terrifying, and even Zhao Fu was given a big fright and quickly retreated. At the same time, Zhao Fu took out the evil-crushing spear that he had obtained during the Ghost Festival, which was an upgraded version of an ordinary evil-crushing spear. This 9-colored divine fish was most likely a type of demon fish, and this evil crushing spear would be able to counter it. The evil crushing spear was violet and was formed from countless talisman papers. Xiaofu vigorously activated it, causing a massive evil crushing aura to spread out. A few powerful arcs of violet lightning shot out from the evil crushing spear, and they could stretch out for 10 or so meters. Boom! As Xiaofu retreated, he threw out the evil crushing spear. The evil crushing spear turned into a violet ray of light as it shot towards the 9-colored divine fish. Roar! The violet ray of light gave off a massive evil crushing aura as it hit the 9-colored divine fish's upper jaw. Countless arcs of violet lightning exploded out from the evil crushing spear, and the violet ray of light pierced a few meters into the 9-colored divine fish's body before disappearing, causing the 9-colored divine fish to howl in pain. Using this opportunity, Xiaofu once again took out the Sin Dragon sword and ferociously slashed against the 9-colored divine fish's body, causing another terrifying wound to appear on its body. Boom! The 9-colored divine fish was infuriated and twisted its tail, causing a massive splash as it slammed towards Xiaofu. Before the tail arrived, the powerful torrent of water arrived first, and Xiaofu hurriedly unleashed his Emperor's domain and dodged to the side. Even though he was able to dodge the tail, he was still sent flying far away by the torrent of water. Just as it stabilized itself, the 9-colored divine fish opened its mouth and spat out an orb of water that was hundreds of meters wide, which contained immense power as it shot towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu did not have time to think or dodge, and he instantly condensed a 1,000-meter-long water sword and slashed out with all of his strength. A massive sword light slashed out, slashing the orb of water in half and causing it to turn into countless droplets of water. Roar! The 9-colored divine fish once again rushed up. This time, it did not use its mouth but its body. With its 1,000-meter-long body, if it was hit, even if it did not die, it would be heavily injured. Xiaofu could only dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding the 9-colored divine fish's attack. He also used this opportunity to send terrifying power into the Sin Dragon sword, causing another terrifying sword light to slash out, causing the 9-colored divine fish's massive body to fall to the bottom of the water. Large amounts of mud were kicked up, causing the water to become quite murky. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, massive amounts of water violently gathered as countless 10 or so meter-long water spears instantly condensed and ferociously shot towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu's expression fell, and he stretched out his hand, causing 15 city lord seals to form a circle in front of his palm. At the same time, Xiaofu unleashed his Emperor's domain, which fused with the 15 city lord seals to form a powerful defensive barrier. The water spears continuously shot over, and Xiaofu continuously dodged and defended against them. He found an opportunity to slash out 5 water dragons that were hundreds of meters long, which roared and sent the 9-colored divine fish flying, causing it to be heavily injured. Roar! The 9-colored divine fish flicked its tail, and its massive body shot towards Xiaofu like an arrow. It once again opened its mouth, wanting to devour Xiaofu. However, at that moment, Xiaofu gave a cold smile and allowed the 9-colored divine fish to devour him. The 9-colored divine fish had never thought that it would be able to devour Xiaofu so easily. However, before it could rejoice, it felt something in its mouth. The 9-colored divine fish wanted to use the power of its jaws to crush that thing, but it felt an immense pain in its mouth. It felt as if a sharp blade had cut open its mouth. The 9-colored divine fish hurriedly spat Xiaofu out. Now that Xiaofu had a special defensive barrier, he could completely defend against the 9-colored divine fish's power. As such, the 9-colored divine fish allowed the 9-colored divine fish to devour him and heavily injure it. Even though the 9-colored divine fish reacted incredibly quickly, its massive mouth was still slashed open by Xiaofu, causing immense pain to the 9-colored divine fish. Roar! 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 The 9-colored divine fish continuously roared in pain and ferociously attacked at Xiaofu, wanting to return the pain to Xiaofu. Xiaofu was not in a hurry, and he carefully dodged the 9-colored divine fish's attacks while looking for another attack. The first item was a 9-colored wheel, the second was an even larger water god stone, which could rival 50 normal water god stones. The third item was also the fish god staff, but there were now 3 fish engravings on the top of the staff, and its grade had also increased. The final item was a pendant, which looked like a small golden fish. Its tail was strung together by a silver thread, and it gave off a faint light and a fishy smell. Fish God's Pendant. Anyone who wears this pendant can obtain the favor of fish creatures, and it has 1000% charm towards fish creatures. It is a rare treasure of the fish god. After looking at the pendant's information, Zhao Fu had no idea how to use it. After handing the 9-colored wheel to the water god, Zhao Fu continued to fish. The water god took the 9-colored wheel and once again spun it. The 9-colored wheel gave off a brilliant 9-colored light, and it gave off a powerful aura of suppression. As expected from a 9-colored divine fish's wheel, just the aura it gave off was incredibly powerful. The wheel slowly stopped, and the needle once again pointed at a special reward. Countless motes of rainbow light descended from the sky as a crystal sword appeared in the air, giving off a blinding white light and giving off a powerful aura as it floated in the air. Zhao Fu, who had been fishing, felt quite surprised, and he looked at the crystal sword and looked at its stats. Heaven Sealing Sword, a sword forged from the Heaven Sealing Crystal. Legends say that the Heaven Sealing Crystal can even seal the heavens. It has extremely powerful sealing power and can seal all things, and it is one of the most dangerous items. This sword was only used for sealing, and Zhao Fu could not help but feel disappointed. Now that he had the king's eye, which was the king's crown, he did not lack sealing methods. Moreover, chains were quite useful, so he would not have to use the Heaven Sealing Sword. Zhao Fu continued to fish, and time quickly passed. Soon, it was late at night, and Zhao Fu had caught another 8-colored divine fish, which gave him 100 million experience stones, making Zhao Fu feel quite happy. Now that the Divine Fish Festival was about to end, Zhao Fu prepared to return to Qin City. However, he was quite reluctant to leave because there were simply too many treasures from the Divine Fish Festival, and Zhao Fu hoped that the festival would last for as long as possible. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu started to calculate his gains. He had obtained 400 or so water god stones, which would most likely be enough to build a top-tier water god palace. Zhao Fu gave the water god palace to use, as it would be of great help to her. The water god was quite grateful and thanked Zhao Fu, and she even shyly expressed that she was willing to serve Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu's mind was on other things, so he did not pay much attention to this. Next was the fish god magic staff. Qin had obtained 36 of them, and he had also triggered a forbidden spell called the Great Fish Tide. This spell required 36 powerful mages to use 36 magic staffs, and it was said that it had the power to flip mountains and overturn seas. Next were his other gains. For example, Zhao Fu had obtained 8 experience stones, one of which was worth 100 million experience stones, and the other 7 were worth 10 million experience stones, which he had already used. He had also obtained 3 deep-sea tree fish eggs, 4 seafaring spirit boats, and a male mermaid. As for the top-tier materials and equipment, there were simply too many of them, so Zhao Fu did not say much. It was now 11:40 a.m., and the next festival was the Disaster Festival. This was an individual event, and the main goal was to stop disasters and obtain virtue points. The reward was medicinal pills. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that he did not have much to exchange for during the Divine Fish Festival, so he decided to exchange them for medicinal pills. The second stage of the Disaster Festival was the Disaster World. According to how things had gone before, the disasters in the disaster world would be abnormally intense. Qin had powerful natural disaster resistance, so he would not have any problems, but the other city lords would not. At this time, he would be able to help some people, which would have many benefits. Firstly, it would show that Qin was kind and just, and secondly, during these terrifying natural disasters, Qin's actions would be more likely to be appreciated. This would attract more city lords, and it would be a great opportunity to win people's hearts. Zhao Fu would discuss this with his generals and come up with a simple plan. It was now 12 a.m., and the clear night sky gradually darkened, as if all of the light had been devoured. It was so dark that one would not be able to see their own fingers in front of them, and it was quite terrifying. The surroundings suddenly became silent, and there was not even the sound of insects. Suddenly, a powerful aura covered the entire human world, causing countless traces of spirit qi to become chaotic, and an aura of disaster covered all creatures' hearts. Boom, boom. Boom, massive sounds could be heard from the horizon as powerful disaster beasts suddenly descended, bringing about terrifying disasters. Gales blew in some places, snow fell in some places, and lightning descended in some places, turning the entire world into a world of disaster. Zhao Fu stood in front of the exchange stone steel and immediately used his virtue points to exchange for the third-ranked revival pill. This pill could save a person's life in a crisis, and it was something that Zhao Fu wanted the most. As such, he immediately exchanged for it. Following this, Zhao Fu teleported to a region outside of Qin City and started to hunt disaster beasts. At the same time, he ordered people to gather information. The more terrifying the disaster in a region, the more powerful the disaster beasts there would be. Of course, Zhao Fu did not have the ability to sense all of China, so he had to rely on gathering information. The first disaster beast that Zhao Fu encountered was a level 8 disaster beast. It was 300 meters long, and it was a massive firebird. It gave off extremely hot flames that scorched the ground, causing the spring scenery to turn yellow and dry. It was only a level 8 disaster beast, and it was not very powerful. Zhao Fu took out the Sin Dragon sword and dealt with it in a few strikes. After all, Zhao Fu's Sin Dragon sword had been a level 10 disaster beast before. After killing the level 8 disaster beast, Zhao Fu obtained a fire crystal, and Zhao Fu put it away. Zhao Fu planned to collect more disaster crystals before going back to see if he could obtain higher-grade disaster crystals. Disaster beast crystals could be fused into equipment, increasing the equipment's power and disaster attributes. Before, Zhao Fu had strengthened the King's Ring, causing the skeleton knights to become disaster cavalrymen and giving them the terrifying undead disaster ability. Now, even though the 10 disaster cavalrymen had stage 5 strength, they were still ordinary lords. If Zhao Fu collected higher-grade disaster beast crystals, he would be able to strengthen them into lords, and their undead disaster ability would become even more powerful. Zhao Fu continuously flew through the sky, killing disaster beasts after disaster beast. Perhaps it was because he was close to Qin City, but the disaster beasts did not exceed level 8. After returning to Qin City's intelligence department did not disappoint Zhao Fu. They had collected hundreds of reports on level 9 disaster beasts, and because the passageways between regions had been opened up, it was quite easy to collect information and cover a large area. The reports that Zhao Fu had included all of the disaster beasts that had appeared in all of China, as well as some of the disaster beasts that had appeared in other countries. With these reports, Zhao Fu did not need to continue searching, and he could directly go there. The first place that Zhao Fu went to was the place closest to Qin City. When Zhao Fu arrived, it was still snowing heavily. The entire region was covered in snow, and the temperature was quite cold. Soon, Zhao Fu found the disaster beast in that region. It was a level 9 disaster beast that looked like a pufferfish, but it was snow white and gave off an intense cold aura. It was 400 or so meters long. Roar! 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 Zhao Fu swung his sword, causing the 3 water dragons to roar and give off immense power as they smashed towards the snow disaster beast in the air. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the snow disaster beast was smashed into the ground by the 3 water dragons, creating a large crater. The snow disaster beast held in pain and sucked in a large amount of air. Its body swelled up into a ball, and it spat out an icy blast at Zhao Fu. This icy blast could easily freeze trees and grass, and Zhao Fu unleashed his emperor's domain and quickly dodged. He then appeared behind the snow disaster beast and ferociously attacked it, killing it in a few strikes. After the snow disaster beast died, it turned into countless snowflakes, and a snow-white crystal remained where it was. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed because there was only a disaster crystal and nothing else. After killing a few more disaster beasts, Zhao Fu still only obtained some disaster crystals and nothing else. Zhao Fu could only search for his next target, which was a level 10 sand disaster beast. When Zhao Fu went to that region, he found that most of the land had been turned to sand, and all the trees and flowers had disappeared. It was a scene of desolation. At that moment, a few city lords were searching for something in the desert, and Zhao Fu guessed that they were looking for disaster beasts. Sand disaster beasts were quite disgusting, and they could hide underground and cause large amounts of land to turn into sand. Zhao Fu's appearance attracted the attention of a few city lords. A scholarly-looking young man flew over and said courteously, "Sir, are you here for the sand disaster beast? Good, let's work together and kill that crafty sand disaster beast." Hearing this, Zhao Fu chuckled and replied, "No need, I can handle it myself." After speaking, Zhao Fu flew above the desert and sensed the sand disaster beast's location before stretching out a hand. The sound of chains could be heard as Zhao Fu grabbed at the air and pulled. The ground began to shake, and a 500-meter-long yellow bug was pulled out by countless chains. The sand disaster beast's attacks were quite weak, but it was very good at escaping. Not only could it hide underground, but it could also immediately run when it encountered danger. Because of its ability to turn into sand, it was incredibly fast, and Zhao Fu's chains could reach out from the ground, completely suppressing the sand disaster beast's abilities. The city lords looked quite shocked. They had never thought that the cloaked figure would be able to deal with the sand disaster beast so easily. A middle-aged man couldn't help but ask, "Sir, you are?" "I am Qin's imperial prince," Zhao Fu calmly replied. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the city lords looked quite shocked. They had never thought that the person in front of them would be the famous imperial prince Qin. Their expressions became much more courteous and respectful. Such a grand figure was not someone they could offend. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out the Sin Dragon sword and sent his emperor's power into it, causing it to give off a terrifying sword light. The sharp sword chi caused the surrounding city lords to feel a chill and retreat a few steps. Zhao Fu slashed at the sand disaster beast, and the terrifying sword light gave off shocking power as it slashed through space and split the sand disaster beast's body in half. The sand disaster beast instantly died and turned into sand, and two items floated in the air. One was a sand-colored crystal, and the other was a ball that was as big as a rubber ball. It was extremely round and seemed to be made of sand, and it gave off the unique aura of sand. Zhao Fu's interest was piqued. The second item had finally dropped, and he couldn't help but look at its description. Sand Transformation Pearl. The Sand Transformation Pearl is a natural disaster creation. It has an extremely powerful power to transform sand, and it can cause the ground to become sand. It's just turning the ground into sand? Zhao Fu felt that it was completely useless, as Zhao Fu would not turn the ground into sand for no reason. There were no benefits to turning the ground into sand, and it would only have negative effects. Who would be so bored as to turn the ground into sand? Sensing what Zhao Fu was thinking, the Golden Dragon said, "This is a natural disaster creation, and it contains a trace of natural disaster power. It can be made into a forbidden item, and its effects will be much more powerful than those destruction crystals of yours. What's more, its natural disaster power can even kill high-grade cultivators." After hearing the Golden Dragon's explanation, Zhao Fu realized that these items were quite useful, and he smiled as he put them away. Seeing how easily Zhao Fu had killed the sand disaster beast, the other city lords felt incredibly shocked. They had planned to fight with their lives on the line in order to defend against the sand disaster beast, but Zhao Fu had easily killed it with a single attack. In that case, if Zhao Fu wanted to kill them, he would be able to do so in a few moves. They could not help but feel quite afraid, but after sensing that Zhao Fu did not have any intentions of killing them, they felt at ease. They could not help but think about the rumors about Great Qin. "Great Emperor, I want to join Qin," a city lord said. He didn't want to continue worrying like this, and after seeing how terrifying Qin's great emperor was, as well as Qin's otherworldly appearance, he couldn't help but say this. Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile as he nodded and said, "Qin, welcome." Seeing how gentle and courteous Zhao Fu was, the other city lords couldn't help but hesitate, and they also wanted to join Qin. Of course, Zhao Fu was quite happy that someone wanted to join Qin. He put on a friendly, kind, and friendly expression and chatted with them for a while, saying that he was willing to help them. Following this, they decided to join Qin. This region had become a desert, and no one knew when it would recover. However, it was impossible to survive in this region, and now that they had personally talked to Qin, they felt much more at ease. After all, Qin was their best choice. Rumors had said that Qin's great emperor was bloodthirsty, evil, and licentious, but it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. This was the greatest slander. After all, they had personally seen how kind, gentle, benevolent, and powerful Great Qin's legatee was. He was the best ruler that anyone could hope to see. After leaving that region, Zhao Fu killed another level 10 disaster beast. This disaster beast was called an ice disaster beast, and after killing it, he obtained two things. One was a disaster crystal and the other was an ice disaster pearl. Zhao Fu confirmed that killing level 10 disaster beasts would result in disaster pearls. Now that he knew how powerful disaster pearls were, Zhao Fu gave the order for Qin city lords to split into teams to find level 10 disaster beasts and obtain disaster pearls. The destructive power of destruction crystals was incredibly great, and the destructive power of disaster pearls was many times greater than that of destruction crystals. Just thinking about it made Zhao Fu feel quite terrifying. Zhao Fu also went to find level 10 disaster beasts to kill, and Zhao Fu did not rest at all. Of course, his harvests were quite great. This time, Zhao Fu had obtained 72 disaster pearls. Because he had been so focused, Zhao Fu had forgotten about the medicinal pills on the rankings. However, Zhao Fu did not pay too much attention to these medicinal pills. Now that he had a look, he found that the medicinal pills on the exchange stone steel had all been claimed. Zhao Fu did not feel too disappointed, as he had already decided where he would spend his virtue points. He would continue to kill disaster beasts. At 10 a.m., Zhao Fu received a big piece of news. A level 12 disaster beast had appeared in a place called the Underworld region. The Underworld region was filled with undead aura, so there were many undead creatures. Last time, a death disaster had appeared here, causing all creatures to wither. Whether it was animals or plants, their life force had been stripped away, and this place was filled with a boundless deathly aura. Zhao Fu felt quite serious because the disaster that had appeared here was the most terrifying of all the disasters, the death disaster. This death disaster beast was rated as level 12 because there were 7 or 8 regions where tens of millions of people had been affected. None of the animals or plants had been able to escape, and they had all died. The people in the surrounding regions all started to panic and run away. The death disaster beast had appeared in the center of China, and Zhao Fu thought about it and quickly hurried over. Zhao Fu had not killed a single level 11 disaster beast yet, but the disaster festival was about to end, so Zhao Fu had to go and kill a level 12 disaster beast. After all, he would be pleasantly surprised. In the central region of Middle-earth, there was a black-gray fog that enveloped 7 or 8 regions. The fog was extremely dense and showed no signs of dissipating. It was impossible to see what was inside, and there was only deathly stillness and no signs of life. The black-gray fog was deathly chi, and it was an extremely domineering deathly chi that could destroy all living creatures' life force, causing them to die. Just coming into contact with it would cause the deathly chi to quickly spread throughout one's body. No one dared to step into the fog-filled region, but the fog was spreading incredibly quickly. Now that all of the world region's passageways had been opened, people from all over China were gathered here. This level 12 death disaster was the only disaster that had ever occurred in Middle-earth. Although it was a terrifying death disaster, it was also a great harvest. It was not just the dynasty legatees who had come, but there were also many nation legatees and other factions and sects who wanted to try their luck. It was like the Martial Society convention, where the heroes of the world would gather. Even though everyone had come here, there was nothing they could do about the fog. The fog was simply too destructive, and even with defensive barriers, they would not be able to last for long. As such, no one dared to take another step in. Just as everyone was wondering what to do, CG unleashed his king's domain and entered the fog, causing everyone to feel admiration and respect. Only experts dared to enter. Following this, Great Shang's legatee, Great Zhou's legatee, and Great Han's legatee stepped into the fog-filled region. Apart from the dynasty legatees, a sage-like elder from the school of Taoism, a righteous Confucian scholar from the school of Confucianism, a benevolent old monk from the school of Buddhism, and a person from the school of Moism, who gave off a powerful aura, entered. As everyone stepped into the fog, the originally deathly still fog began to change. First, the fog began to churn, and the speed at which it spread was dozens of times faster than before. This scared the surrounding people into retreating. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying aura quickly rushed over from the depths of the fog. That terrifying aura caused everyone to feel terror even from far away. Their hearts and bodies felt cold. This was the aura of death. Everyone was so scared that they did not dare to hesitate, and they quickly retreated, afraid that they would be covered by the fog. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as three figures flew out and heavily crashed to the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. They were the experts from the school of Buddhism, school of Taoism, and school of Confucianism, and they had just received everyone's respect. However, they were now heavily injured. Bang! Before anyone could react, another muffled explosion sounded out as a few of the dynasty legatees were also sent flying, looking quite wretched. Now, everyone was shocked. Just what sort of terrifying existence had appeared within the fog? These experts had all been sent flying, and they were all heavily injured. Bang! 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 A few more muffled explosions sounded out as dozens of people were sent flying. They were the experts who had just entered. Following this, Great Xiao's legatee and the other legatees were also injured, and they hurriedly retreated from the fog. At that moment, everyone's bodies felt a chill and they could not help but tremble because that terrifying existence had also stepped out of the fog. She was extremely beautiful and wore a white palace dress. She had snow-white hair and a pair of black-gray eyes. Her face was incredibly stiff, making her look like a corpse. Her entire body gave off an aura of death, and it was this kind of woman that caused countless people to feel terror. Everyone understood that she was that terrifying death disaster beast, and countless people ran in terror without hesitation. Her terrifying power was not something that ordinary people could defend against. Boom! She stretched out a pale white hand, and the deathly fog behind her quickly gathered, bringing with it an aura of death as it flooded out. The aura seemed to cover the heavens and earth, and it seemed to be able to exterminate all living creatures. Under this power, everyone trembled. None of the people present hesitated. If she unleashed an attack, no one would be able to escape. As such, they all unleashed all sorts of attacks towards the death disaster beast. CG, Ji Shenming, Lu Yi, Di Wutian, the dynasty legatees, nation legatees, and various factions experts exploded out with terrifying power as they attacked the death disaster beast. Facing the countless attacks, she waved her hand, and the deathly fog behind her flowed out, blocking in front of her. All of the attacks seemed to be ineffective. The deathly fog once again slowly dissipated, revealing her body. She still looked like a corpse, and just as she was about to unleash that terrifying attack, the deathly fog rushed towards everyone like a flood. Everyone would die, and a wave of despair spread out. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded out as a terrifying might weighed down on everyone's bodies. Facing this power, countless people felt incredibly powerless, and they looked up at the sky in terror. A black-cloaked figure stood in the air, his cloak fluttering in the wind. It's Legatee Qin. Everyone did not know whether to feel delighted or terrified. They were delighted because Legatee Qin was blocking the death disaster beast, so they did not have to worry about their safety. However, they were terrified because Legatee Qin's power was simply too terrifying and could easily kill them. Their bodies uncontrollably trembled. Zhao Fu had just arrived and did not know what was going on. Seeing that the death disaster beast had not been killed, he let out a sigh of relief. She was the death disaster beast, and sensing Zhao Fu's noble and powerful aura, she had chosen to attack Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu posed the greatest threat, and she felt a trace of fear. She stretched out her pale hand and grasped at the air, causing countless traces of deathly qi behind her to gather towards her hand. In an instant, a massive spear made of deathly qi stabbed towards Zhao Fu in the air, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Boom! The instant that the spear of deathly qi stabbed towards Zhao Fu unleashed his emperor's domain. The massive spear of deathly qi slammed into the emperor's domain with shocking power, causing an explosion to sound out as the emperor's domain turned into countless traces of deathly qi and dissipated. Even though Zhao Fu's emperor's domain had been shattered, he was completely fine. However, everyone now understood how terrifying the death disaster beast's power was, and even Legatee Qin would not be able to deal with it easily. Now, they had completely given up, and while Legatee Qin was busy, they quickly ran away. The people from the dynasty legatees hesitated, but they still retreated far away. Not only were they worried about the death disaster beast, but they were also worried that Zhao Fu would attack them. Xing, a clear sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu, who had been standing in the air, rushed towards the death disaster beast. His sword gave off terrifying power as it slashed towards the death disaster beast, but the death disaster beast instantly condensed a sword of deathly qi to block Zhao Fu's attack. The two swords gave off immense power as they clashed together, resulting in a massive shockwave that turned into a wild gale that blew out in all directions. The dense deathly aura in the surroundings dissipated but quickly gathered again. Zhao Fu did not unleash his emperor's domain because his sovereign bloodline could resist the deathly aura, so he focused on dealing with the death disaster beast. The Sin Dragon sword gave off a large amount of sword light as Zhao Fu gripped it tightly and pressed towards the death disaster beast. The Death Chi sword in the death disaster beast's hand was pushed down a bit. Suddenly, the surrounding death chi condensed into hundreds of spears that stabbed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could only retreat and dodge the spears. The death disaster beast used this opportunity to slash out, sending out a massive black and gray sword light towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu once again took out the royal wood sword and slashed out, sending out a powerful green sword light. It did not look very terrifying, and it gave off an aura of life. Bang, the two sword lights collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Sword light flew everywhere, and the ferocious shockwave caused both of them to retreat 10 or so meters. The death disaster beast looked at the green sword in Zhao Fu's hand, which gave off a massive aura of life, and instinctively felt a trace of disgust. Zhao Fu had thought that using attributes that countered the death disaster beast would be quite effective. The death disaster beast had a massive amount of deathly aura, and the only thing that countered her was her aura of life. Even though the Seraph sword's holy light could also counter it, the royal wood sword's powerful aura of life was more effective. After retreating 10 or so meters, Zhao Fu suddenly stabbed his sword into the ground, causing a powerful green light to shoot into the ground. The death disaster beast was given a big fright and immediately retreated. Hundreds of green vines instantly shot out from where she had been standing and stretched towards the death disaster beast. The deathly aura was not very effective against these vines, as it would be absorbed by the vines and turned into life energy. The hundreds of vines twisted in the air like snakes and shot towards the death disaster beast. The death disaster beast continuously retreated, and a furious expression appeared on her face as the deathly aura behind her continuously flowed into the deathly aura sword in her hand, causing the illusory deathly aura sword to become almost corporeal. Swish, 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 the green vines gave off ferocious power as they shot towards the death disaster beast. The death disaster beast continuously swung the deathly aura sword, sending out terrifying deathly sword lights that destroyed the vines. Suddenly, a person appeared behind her and a powerful green light exploded out, causing the death disaster beast to feel quite startled. Just as she tried to turn around, she was sent flying by a massive force. After crashing 100 meters away, the death disaster beast coughed up a mouthful of black blood, and a 30-centimeter-long gash appeared on her back. Seeing this, everyone could not help but feel shocked. The death disaster beast that they had been unable to deal with was actually not a match for Qin's legatee. Arg! The death disaster beast's black and gray eyes gave off a cold killing intent, and she gave a mournful howl as the deathly aura around her flooded towards her, causing her power to continuously rise. Seeing this, Zhao Fu could not allow her to continue becoming stronger. He once again stabbed the royal wood sword into the ground, causing a powerful green light to shoot into the ground as the death disaster beast's location continuously trembled. Suddenly, a massive tree burst out of the ground, and the death disaster beast hurriedly retreated. Her body continued to absorb the deathly aura, and her wounds quickly healed. At the same time, she started to attack Zhao Fu. She stretched out a hand, and the deathly aura around her formed dozens of death beasts. They roared and gave off terrifying power as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also rushed over, and the dozens of death beasts rushed over. Zhao Fu met them, and the royal wood sword gave off a sharp sword light. Green sword lights flashed out, killing all of the death beasts and causing them to dissipate into deathly aura. At the same time, Zhao Fu rushed in front of the death disaster beast and sent his emperor's power into the royal wood sword. The royal wood sword gave off an intense green light, and a powerful aura of life spread out as Zhao Fu slashed towards the death disaster beast. At that moment, the death disaster beast gathered countless traces of deathly aura and vigorously slashed out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to collapse. Both of them were once again sent flying. Zhao Fu retreated 10 or so meters, a trace of blood leaking out of his lips, while the death disaster beast retreated 20 or so meters and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The death disaster beast's injuries seemed to be more severe than Zhao Fu's, but in the next moment, the surrounding deathly aura once again entered her body, causing her injuries to quickly recover and her power to become even stronger. Zhao Fu could not help but frown as he looked at the massive amount of deathly aura around him. As long as they existed, he would not be able to kill the death disaster beast, as she could recover at any time. At that moment, Zhao Fu could not help but think of something. At that moment, the death disaster beast absorbed more deathly aura and split into two bodies. They looked exactly the same, and their auras were incredibly powerful. One held a spear, while the other held a saber. Facing the three death disaster beasts giving off terrifying auras, Zhao Fu stood his ground and did not move. When the three death disaster beasts were within 100 meters of him, he suddenly slashed out with his sword, causing a green light to spread out. Swish, 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 steel-like branches stabbed out from the ground, wanting to pierce through the three death disaster beasts' bodies. The three death disaster beasts reacted quickly and leapt into the air, continuing to rush at Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu had long since anticipated their actions, and by the time they leapt up, Zhao Fu had already arrived in front of one of the death disaster beasts. He slashed out with his sword, sending out a green crescent towards the death disaster beast. The death disaster beast's expression fell, and it used its deathly chi sword to block, but it was still sent flying by Zhao Fu's sword, crashing hundreds of meters away. At the same time, the two death disaster beasts' clones also started to attack Zhao Fu, swinging their weapons as they charged towards Zhao Fu. Facing the two death disaster beasts' clones, Zhao Fu flipped backwards, dodging their attacks. The instant their attacks missed, they immediately changed directions and continued to attack Zhao Fu. Facing the two clones' attacks, Zhao Fu coldly laughed and gripped his sword with both hands. He raised it high and sent his emperor's power into it, causing the royal wood sword to give off a vibrant green light as a massive aura of life spread out. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed down, sending out a massive green light that gave off a terrifying aura as it sent the two clones flying. The two clones smashed out two large craters in the ground, and the gray-black deathly chi around them disappeared. What was even more terrifying was that there were now green plants growing out of their bodies. Roar! The death disaster beast's main body unleashed a powerful attack, causing deathly chi to swarm out. The main body slashed out, causing 9 flood dragons formed from deathly chi to rush towards Zhao Fu. In that instant, Zhao Fu stretched out his left hand, and 10 city lord seals appeared, forming a circle in front of his left hand that gave off various lights. At the same time, a black dragon inscription barrier spread out. Both sides fused together to form a brand new protective barrier. There seemed to be a multicolored light shield in front of it, and a black dragon-patterned shield behind it. The two seemed to be fused together. Boom! The 9 flood dragons felt as if they had crashed into a firm mountain and their bodies collapsed, turning into countless traces of deathly chi and dissipating. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Fu, raising a deathly chi sword with both hands and giving off massive power as it slashed down towards Zhao Fu. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu poured all of his power into the royal wood sword. The royal wood sword gave off a blinding sword light, and tender green sprouts appeared on its blade. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the ground to collapse inch by inch. A wild gale mixed with sand and dust swept out in all directions. The people in the surroundings were also affected, and they could not help but unleash defensive barriers to defend against this terrifying gale. A 1,000-meter wide crater appeared in the ground, and Zhao Fu retreated 10 or so meters, a trace of blood leaking out of his lips. On the other side, the death disaster beast had fallen to the ground, her body covered with black blood. The spectators couldn't help but gulp. The current situation was that the death disaster beast was being suppressed by Prince Qin. Just then, the death disaster beast had been able to take on so many people by herself, and she still had the advantage. However, now that Prince Qin had arrived, the situation had completely changed. Arg! The death disaster beast, covered with black blood, gave a heaven-piercing howl, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. A black pillar of light exploded out from her body and shot into the sky. Boom! An explosion once again sounded out as countless traces of deathly chi madly gathered. The deathly chi that covered 7 or 8 regions started to roil and surge towards the death disaster beast. The countless traces of deathly chi seemed to find an outlet and flowed into the Death Disaster Beast's body. The Death Disaster Beast's aura became more and more powerful, and the terrifying might she gave off became more and more terrifying. This was most likely the Death Disaster Beast's true power. Once she absorbed all of the deathly chi into her body, her power would be unimaginable. Clang, clang, clang. However, at that moment, the Death Disaster Beast's expression became one of terror. She tried to dodge, but she was bound by countless chains. The Death Disaster Beast's power was incredibly monstrous, and she used brute force to break all of the chains. Chi, a crystal sword pierced through the Death Disaster Beast's chest, and a figure suddenly appeared behind her. The Death Disaster Beast struggled to turn, but in the next second, her entire body was sucked into the sword, and the surrounding deathly chi was also sucked into the sword. The crystal sword slowly became black and gray, and it gave off a dense deathly aura. 3 items simultaneously dropped. One was the Death Disaster Beast's disaster crystal, one was a Death Mansion pearl, and the third was as big as a melon seed. It was rhombus-shaped and seemed to be made of iron, and it gave off a dense aura of disaster. Disaster seed, a seed that contains boundless disaster. It can be fused into a city, creating a terrifying disaster city. Sensing this power, Xiaofu couldn't help but feel delighted. If he could fuse this disaster seed into a gold-grade city, that city would instantly become a legendary grade city. At the same time, Xiaofu's Heaven Sealing Sword stats went through great changes. Heaven Sealing, Death Disaster Sword. This sword seals a terrifying death disaster spirit and contains massive deathly energy. It is a level 7 saint armament and has the power to destroy all creatures. After looking at this information, Xiaofu once again felt delighted. It was a level 7 saint armament. Xiaofu had never thought that Xiaofu's highest grade, the Sin Dragon Sword, would only be a level 2 saint armament. Now, this Death Disaster Sword was 5 grades higher, and it contained even more deathly energy. Xiaofu gripped the Death Disaster Sword, but it continuously trembled. The sword spirit, which was the Death Disaster Beast from before, still wanted to resist and did not want to submit to Xiaofu, so it started to struggle. However, Xiaofu did not mind and domineeringly sent his emperor's power into the sword, causing the Death Disaster Beast to settle down. The sword stopped trembling, and Xiaofu felt quite satisfied as he put the Death Disaster Sword away. Now that the deathly aura had dissipated, Xiaofu looked at the dynasty legatees in the distance. Sensing Xiaofu's terrifying gaze, the dynasty legatees could not help but feel wary. This was because the aura coming from Qin's legatee was much more powerful and dangerous than before. This was especially so for the eyes under the cloak. Even though the 2 eyes looked different and were extremely frightening and intimidating, his right eye was like the eye of a ghost, and anyone who was looked at by it would naturally feel a chill down their spine. They did not know when Xiaofu's right eye had become like this, but they guessed that it had to do with the abnormal signs that Qin had given off. In actuality, Xiaofu's gaze had already reached the outside of the legacy land, and in his mind were the true experts of the various races. Xiaofu did not place the legatees of the human world in his eyes at all, and it was only a matter of time before he destroyed them. Xiaofu turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. The people from the various sects had wanted to have a good chat with Qin's legatee to improve their relationship, and some even wanted to pledge their loyalty. However, the terrifying aura from Qin's legatee caused their bodies to stiffen, and they did not dare to come close. After returning to Qin City, there were still 10 or so minutes until it was 12 a.m. Tomorrow was the New Year's festival, and it was a group festival. He had to use up his disaster points, or else it would be a waste. Because only a single person could participate in an individual event, the amount of disaster points one could obtain was relatively small. The next festival was a group festival, and all sorts of things required a large number of disaster points. As such, if the disaster points were reduced by 1, he would not be able to exchange for anything at all. Xiaofu had long since thought of how to use his virtue points, and he went to the exchange stone steel. The disaster festival was mainly about medicinal pills, so there were naturally many things related to medicinal pills. Xiaofu wanted to use all of his virtue points to exchange for stage 4 spirit grass seeds. Right now, Qin City was still using stage 3 medicinal pills refined from windbell fruits, so it was time to upgrade his medicinal pills. In actuality, Qin City already had Stage 4 and Stage 5 medicinal pills, but he lacked a large number of spirit grasses, so he naturally could not refine them. Zhao Fu looked at the exchange stone steel and saw a large number of Stage 4 spirit grass seeds, so he planned to exchange for them in bulk. Because Qin City had many soldiers, he had to exchange for a large number of them, or else they would take a long time to grow. After using up all of his virtue points, Zhao Fu exchanged for 20,000 or so seeds. The other city lords had also killed some disaster beasts and obtained virtue points, and Zhao Fu had them exchange for Stage 4 spirit grass seeds so that they could grow them in large numbers. However, they did not gain much. Because they were all focused on the level 10 disaster beasts, they did not kill many other disaster beasts. After exchanging for a large number of seeds, Zhao Fu handed them over to the medicine department so that they could multiply them. There was one more thing that needed to be mentioned. Fatty medicinal stone was indeed quite capable. He had already successfully modified a few types of medicinal pills for Qin, and their effects were all very strong. At the same time, he also provided Qin with some rare elixir recipes, which were of great help to Qin. It was 12 o'clock. The big and round moon was shining brightly in the sky, illuminating the dark blue night sky. There were also a few twinkling stars beside it. Suddenly, the temperature gradually became cold. A snowflake slowly floated down from the sky and landed in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu suddenly looked up and saw that it was snowing heavily. The sky was filled with snowflakes. There was going to be a heavy snowfall during the new year. Even though everyone was a bit speechless, the atmosphere brought everyone back to the new year. Zhao Fu also started to prepare for the new year. 2 days later, the 6-day festival finally came to an end. There would not be any system events in the future, so Zhao Fu could not help but feel quite disappointed. Qin's gains from the last 2 festivals were quite good. He obtained a general's fate, as well as a lot of general's fate. Zhao Fu gave them to the generals he led, causing them to have the fate of historical generals. Zhao Fu also helped Li Si exchange for a historical talent pill, which was a medicinal pill that could increase the fate of historical generals. At the same time, it could increase one's fate, and Zhao Fu raised Li Si to SSS grade, resolving the matter that had been bothering him for a long time. As for the rewards from the trial festival, there was now a 3 or 4-year-old girl hanging on Zhao Fu's body. Her skin was very white, and she looked incredibly cute. She had a bit of charm to her, and it seemed as if she was born with it, causing people's hearts to flutter. She was wearing a little red dress and had 9 small, snow-white tails. Her 2 small hands were wrapped around Zhao Fu's neck, and she looked like a rag doll hanging on Zhao Fu's body. Apart from this, there was also a little dog. This little dog had 3 heads and black skin. It had small fangs and large, black eyes. It gave off a faint smell of sulfur and did not look ferocious at all. Instead, it looked quite cute. It affectionately stood next to Zhao Fu's feet and rubbed its little head against Zhao Fu's leg. It then barked a few times, seeming quite cute. They were naturally the 9-tailed devil fox and Cerberus on the rankings. When Zhao Fu had exchanged for them, they had still been eggs, and it would have taken some time for them to hatch. However, Zhao Fu had found spirit liquid on the exchange stone steel that could catalyze them, so he had exchanged for it and used it to catalyze them. The Cerberus was fine, and Zhao Fu did not feel too surprised. After all, he knew what the Cerberus looked like. However, the 9-tailed devil fox surprised Zhao Fu greatly, as she had appeared in human form. Zhao Fu had not expected this at all. In actuality, some devil beast level creatures could turn their bodies into human forms, but that required an extremely high cultivation. However, the 9-tailed devil fox could naturally turn into human form, which made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. As such, Zhao Fu had asked the golden dragon about this. The golden dragon was not too surprised and replied that some races had the ability to turn into human forms, such as snakes, dragons, phoenixes, cats, foxes, and raccoons. These 6 races could all turn into human forms, and the ones with the most outstanding abilities were the cat demons and fox demons. The 6-day festival had just ended, and Zhao Fu had catalyzed them not too long ago. Because he had used his blood as a catalyst, the 2 of them were naturally quite close to Zhao Fu. This was especially so for Little 9, which was the name that Zhao Fu had given the 9-tailed devil fox. she was quite attached to Zhao Fu, and as a nine-tailed devil fox with a high-grade bloodline, she was incredibly intelligent. Zhao Fu had given her a language stone, and she had quickly grasped the human language and spoke it very fluently. The Cerberus by his feet, which Zhao Fu had named Hell Dog, was also quite intelligent and had powerful innate attributes. Now that the 6-day festival had just ended, Zhao Fu had a lot of things to do. These things had accumulated over the festival, and there were many of them that were quite important. Little 9. Come down, I still have things to do, Zhao Fu said as he smiled and looked down at Little 9. Hearing this, Little 9 pouted and looked quite unhappy. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she looked quite pitiful. Seeing this, Zhao Fu's heart trembled, and he tried to comfort her. At the same time, Zhao Fu quickly sensed the changes that had just happened, and he thought back to the golden dragon's words. The nine-tailed devil fox had a bewitching aura and was incredibly good at bewitching people. This aura was formless and impossible to defend against, and it was one of the most profound methods of the path of charm. In the heaven-awakened world, nine-tailed devil foxes were quite dangerous, so he had to be careful. Zhao Fu gave the two of them to people to take care of, and he started to deal with the things left behind from the event. The first was the flower devils. Now, Great Qin had a Lord-grade flower devil seed and all sorts of normal flower devil seeds. Zhao Fu wondered if the flower devils that were nurtured would be like the flower devils in the event world. However, Zhao Fu only cared about strength and ignored everything else. Zhao Fu looked at Qin's map and found that he needed a large area to nurture the flower devils, so Zhao Fu found a plain. Zhao Fu first used the flower domain, which could help the flower devils grow and ensure that the flowers would never wither. Moreover, at a distance of 100,000 kilometers, it would become a sea of flowers. Zhao Fu used the flower domain, which was an elegant white rose. Zhao Fu placed it on the ground, and it quickly grew countless roots that stabbed into the ground. A white light spread out, and Zhao Fu immediately sensed a weak domain power covering the surrounding 100,000 kilometers. Following this, Zhao Fu took out the Lord-grade flower devil seed and dug a hole before placing it inside. He dripped some water of life on it and covered it with soil. Zhao Fu also brought some other people over. Because there were so many flower devil seeds, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to plant them all by himself. The others also started to plant the flower devil seeds at a certain distance from each other and poured some water from the spring of life on them. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out a gray plant orb, which was the world flower seed. With the flower domain and the countless flower devils, it was perfect to plant the world flower here. After dealing with the things left behind from the 10,000 flower festival, Zhao Fu started to look for a place to create ghost soldiers. Soon, Zhao Fu found a suitable place. This place was called Yuzhou, and there was a valley that contained a large amount of qi. Zhao Fu brought some people to change the terrain of the valley, making it a bit flatter. He then set up a qi formation, causing the qi in this region to gather and provide a large amount of qi for the ghost soldiers. The qi grand formation was indeed very effective. It was no wonder that Zhao Fu had exchanged for it. Once the qi grand formation was set up, the surrounding qi quickly gathered, forming a gray qi fog that enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles. Following this, a large amount of qi gathered, and some ghosts and spirits were attracted over, greedily devouring the dense qi. However, after Zhao Fu placed a stone stele here, a formless king's aura spread out, scaring the countless ghosts and spirits away. Not a single one dared to stay here. After putting down the Ghost King tombstone, the ordinary ghosts didn't dare to stay here. Zhao Fu also placed the 12-meter-long ghost army flag on the tombstone, causing the qi to gather even more quickly, and a murderous aura started to gather, causing the eerie fog to seem even more austere. He then placed a few more ghost monkey tombstones to the side to increase the power of the ghost domain, as well as its ability to gather qi and killing qi. Next were the Ghost Commander seals, Ghost Marquis seals, and Ghost King seals. After turning into ghost soldiers, they would only have battle instincts. Even though they were Qin's soldiers when they were alive, they would not listen to anyone after they died. As such, when they were turned into ghost soldiers, they would need to be controlled by ghost seals. Zhao Fu planned to use ghost seals to set up a formation so that he would be able to control the soldiers immediately after they were turned into ghost soldiers. Zhao Fu used the tombstone as the center and set up a ghost seal formation. Within the gray magic formation, there were ghost commander seals on the outside, ghost marquee seals in the middle, and ghost king seals at the center. After setting up everything, Zhao Fu ordered people to take out hundreds of coffins. These coffins were all made of ghost wood, which was beneficial to the conversion of ghost soldiers and allowed them to preserve their strength when they were alive. Inside the coffins were corpses wearing armor and holding weapons. They were Qin's soldiers who had just died. As for why they were still wearing equipment, it was because when they were turned into ghost soldiers, their equipment would be nourished by Yin Qi and would naturally turn into ghost soldiers. As such, there was no need for Zhao Fu to specially prepare equipment for them. Right now, there were only a few corpses of Qin's soldiers. The Qin soldiers who had died before were all buried, and Zhao Fu did not want to disturb their rest. As such, he naturally would not dig up their corpses, as they were Qin's soldiers. If it was someone else, Zhao Fu could do anything for his own benefits, such as when he had dug up graves and stolen corpses. However, Zhao Fu had his own principles, and he would never do anything to his own soldiers. In actuality, Zhao Fu could also consider turning enemy soldiers into ghost soldiers. That way, he would be able to make up for the lack of ghost soldiers, but there were also many hidden dangers. After all, they had been killed by Qin, and after they died, they held a great deal of resentment towards Qin. In the beginning, he could use the ghost seals to control them, but once they became stronger and their resentment exploded out, it was possible for them to rebel, and the ghost seals would not be able to control them. This was something that Zhao Fu was quite worried about. Once so many ghost soldiers rebelled and attacked Qin, Qin would suffer massive losses, and the scene would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of something and could not help but laugh. The corpses that Qin had might not have been killed by Qin. For example, the corpses from the Dark Demon race and Spirit Light race, or the Human World and Fish Scale World War, Qin could obtain a large number of corpses. Since Qin had not directly killed them, they would not vent their resentment on Qin. Even though they would not be as loyal as the ghost soldiers that Qin's soldiers had converted, they could still be used, as they could still be controlled by the ghost seals. After thinking about that, Zhao Fu grinned and ordered people to prepare a large number of coffins. Qin could command 25 million ghost soldiers, and Qin had 700 million corpses. Choosing 25 million corpses as ghost soldiers would not be a problem at all. After placing the corpses into the Yin Qi formation, they only needed time. The Ghost Festival ended here, and Zhao Fu turned his attention to the Divine Fish Festival. The Divine Fish Festival had three main things to take care of. One was the deep-sea tree fish, one was the mermaids, and the last was nurturing 36 mages related to water. The first thing was that the deep-sea tree fish was an incredibly valuable food ingredient, and the living conditions for them were quite strict. Qin did not have any connection to the ocean, but there were some saltwater lakes that could be used as breeding bases. At the same time, they had to pour in a lot of spirit liquids to be able to nurture the deep-sea tree fish. The second thing was the mermaids. Zhao Fu added 10 or so mermaid villages, and the ordinary mermaids that spawned in the villages could only give faint blessings, as this had to do with their bloodlines. The third thing was that Zhao Fu wanted to find owners for the 36 fish god staffs. Zhao Fu had chosen 36 of the most outstanding people and made their professions related to water. Because the fish god staff's forbidden spells were related to water, they would naturally be able to increase the forbidden spell's power. Just like that, Zhao Fu finished taking care of the remaining matters from the Divine Fish Festival. Finally, there was the matter of the Disaster Festival. Zhao Fu had opened all of the disaster crystals and obtained 5 level 10 disaster beast crystals, which were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. With them, Zhao Fu turned the 10 disaster cavalrymen into high-grade lords. Their auras were only slightly weaker than the boss monsters of regions, and each of them could control 300,000 skeletons, so 10 of them could control 3 million skeletons. Finally, there was the matter of the disaster seeds. Qin had many gold-grade cities, as most system main cities were gold-grade, and some were great cities. Zhao Fu randomly chose a great city to fuse with a disaster seed, and that great city would automatically become a disaster city, giving it immense power. After taking care of all of these matters, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and returned to Qin to have a good sleep, relieving the tiredness from the festival. However, a day after the 6-day festival ended, a big event suddenly happened, shaking the entire world and changing the structure of the entire world. On that day, Zhao Fu fell into a state of ecstasy, and the various generals all looked incredibly delighted. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. This pleasant surprise was simply too unexpected, and everyone couldn't help but laugh heartily. This was because 600 or so system main cities had chosen to join Qin. That's right, 600 or so system main cities were willing to submit to Qin and become part of Qin. Thinking about the 600 or so cities, just the population alone was 300 million or so, and there were 60 million Stage 1 soldiers. Such a massive force had chosen to join Great Qin. No matter how good Zhao Fu's mental state was, he could not help but feel delighted. The main reason for this was because all of the system main cities in the Heaven Awakened world had gone through some unknown changes. The system main cities were all moving and gathering together, and they were no longer split into 3 or 4 cities. The current situation was like this. Normally, there would be over 100 cities or several hundred cities gathered in one place, forming a massive group of cities. They merged into a force and didn't spread out. These cities were split into 2 major factions. One faction was more vicious towards players, and it wanted to kill all players. Moreover, it had gathered a large number of troops and planned to slaughter players. It viewed players as the most vicious of creatures, and it needed to be eradicated as soon as possible. One faction treated players even better and provided all sorts of benefits, but the prerequisite was that players had to be loyal to them and sign a strict contract to restrict them. At the same time, they would not allow players who were not loyal to them to enter their territory. In other words, ordinary independent players had lost the protection of their cities and could no longer travel between system main cities. This was a massive blow to them. The system main cities no longer made any rules, nor did they protect them. Everything was up to humans, and this caused the entire world to descend into true chaos. They could do whatever they wanted. Before, killing and burning outside of the main cities was not a big deal, but within the main cities, they were more obedient and obeyed the system main cities' rules. Now that the system main cities had been relocated, they could do whatever they wanted. For example, no one would care about killing, robbing, or stealing. There was no one to care about these things, and there was no safe place to hide. As such, the world naturally descended into chaos, and the ones who were the most terrified were the ordinary people. It was fine with powerful factions, as they had the power to establish order and maintain simple peace. However, without powerful factions, no matter where they went, it would be a dangerous place. It was filled with the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak and the fittest survived. Zhao Fu did not have the time to care about what the world was like. Now that 600 or so cities had joined Qin, Qin's strength once again greatly increased. Now, Zhao Fu's population was 1 billion, and he had 160 million soldiers. There were 130 million Stage 1 soldiers, 2 million Stage 2 soldiers, 400,000 Stage 3 soldiers, and 15,000 Stage 4 soldiers. Before, Qin had controlled 160 regions, but as the cities around Qin had either been relocated or had joined Qin, the regions around Qin had become uninhabited due to the threat of Qin. There were now 260 regions, and they were located in the east, west, and south directions of Qin. Zhao Fu did not count the northern regions because north of Qin was Vietnam. Now, Qin's main task was to clear out these 260 regions, which meant that Qin would be able to control 420 regions. Just thinking about this was shocking. Moreover, Qin now had 4 capital cities, 2,072 great cities, 39 cities, 280 towns, and 28,489 villages. With Qin's current strength, it would be no problem for him to fight against a large country in the real world. As such, Zhao Fu felt quite confident. 600 or so city lords were willing to join Qin, and this was all because of Qin's diplomacy and strength. Only then would they be attracted to join Qin. The main reason for all of this was because the absolute neutral mode could not be used anymore. Players could gather together to destroy system main cities, which was why the system main cities had been relocated. Without the absolute neutral mode, they would be surrounded and destroyed by countless players. They had become quite afraid, so they had gathered together and done all of this. This was why the 600 or so city lords had joined Qin. They no longer had any time to hesitate, and they were no longer safe. If they could not join an alliance, they could only join Qin. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu treated the new city lords well before returning to the real world and ordering people to gather information. Many people thought the same as Zhao Fu, and some people gathered together and tried to attack a system main city that had not been relocated. However, they found that there was still an absolute neutral mode, and an energy barrier covered the system main city. In response, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. After thinking about it, he realized that system main city still had an absolute neutral mode, but they did not have much time left. This was something that they had done in advance to prevent the system main city from being attacked by a large number of players. The absolute neutral mode was about to fail, which meant that the real world would soon be devoured by the Heaven Awakened world. The real world was about to be destroyed, and Zhao Fu wasn't the only one who could see this. Everyone else also understood this, so they were making all sorts of preparations and waiting for the world to be destroyed. Not too long after Zhao Fu returned to the real world, the Ying family's leaders heard about this and came to see Zhao Fu. One of the leaders politely smiled as he said, "Zhao Fu, the real world is about to be destroyed. Now that the world is about to be destroyed, when can the Ying family enter Great Qin? The Ying family is ready at any time." They had come because of this. The Ying family was the royal clan of Qin, but Qin hadn't been able to enter yet, making this situation quite awkward. They were willing to do anything for Qin and listen to all of Qin's legatees' orders. The main reason why they were so polite to Zhao Fu was because they wanted to integrate into Qin and restore Qin's status as the royal clan. They wanted to fulfill their long-cherished wish, as Qin and the Ying family were inseparable. Zhao Fu couldn't help but think for a while. Right now, Zhao Fu didn't want any power to interfere with Qin. Qin was ruled by Zhao Fu, and if other factions integrated, it would definitely hinder Zhao Fu's rule. However, the Ying family was the royal clan of Qin, and they would enter Qin sooner or later. Zhao Fu also had the Ying family's bloodline, and this was a fact that could not be changed. The legatee will arrange a time for the Ying family to integrate into Qin. You don't have to worry about anything. Zhao Fu replied after thinking for a while. After hearing Zhao Fu's reply, the family leaders all gave brilliant smiles and felt completely at ease. At this moment, one of the family leaders said, "Zhao Fu, does the legatee know about the Ying family's young masters? Yingxi and Yingqiu are the women with the purest bloodline in our Ying family, and their talent is quite good as well. Their looks are also quite enchanting, and we've discussed it among ourselves. We've decided to have them serve the emperor and become his concubines." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and understood what the family leaders meant. Zhao Fu was a collateral bloodline, and he only had a bit of the Ying family's bloodline. He had been quite lucky and had obtained Qin's legacy. The Ying family's direct descendants had the purest bloodline, and they wanted to get closer to Zhao Fu so that he could truly become a part of the Ying family. After understanding their intentions, Zhao Fu couldn't help but think. Zhao Fu wasn't familiar with Yingqiu of Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu knew Yingxi very well. Even though she seemed gentle and kind, she only treated Zhao Fu as a chess piece and didn't take him to heart. In fact, she had even casually given him to Wu Qingyang. Zhao Fu knew what Yingxi was thinking. Back then, his status had been quite low, and the Qin family hadn't developed much, so he couldn't change anything. No matter what she thought of him, he had to submit to her. However, Zhao Fu still felt a trace of gratitude towards her. After all, he had only been able to survive because of her protection. Now that he heard that the Ying family had sent Yingxi to serve him, Zhao Fu thought about it and replied, "The legatee will think about this, you don't need to do anything." Hearing this, the family leaders felt quite disappointed, but they still happily smiled. At least the legatee had agreed to integrate the Ying family into the Qin family and wouldn't reject the Ying family. After the family leaders left, Zhao Fu casually ate some food and prepared to return to the Heaven Awakened world. At that moment, his bodyguard came in and told him that Zhang Hongmei wanted to see him, so Zhao Fu let her in. Zhao Fu saw that her face was slightly red and her eyes were filled with lust. She clamped her legs together and turned her head to the side in embarrassment, not daring to look at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu helplessly sighed. After returning to the Heaven Awakened world, Fu first did all sorts of things to properly digest the 600 or so cities and turn their power into Qin's true power. At the same time, he started to clear out regions. Qin now had 160 million soldiers, and 150 million of them were split into 15 teams to clear out regions, while the remaining 10 million were responsible for defending the Great Wall. With all sorts of methods, the 15 teams simultaneously cleared out regions. Each team could clear out a region in a week, so 15 teams could clear out 15 regions in a week. That meant that they could clear out 60 regions in a week. That meant that they could clear out 60 regions in a month, so clearing out 260 regions would take another 4 or so months. Qin City had obtained a lot of EXP, and after obtaining 600 or so system main cities EXP, Qin City would be able to level up into a level 6 capital city. When that time came, Qin City would be able to establish a kingdom. There were still 420 regions, and Zhao Fu wanted to build a second Great Wall. Right now, Qin's inner Great Wall only protected 31 regions, which was too small. As such, Qin City had to build a second Great Wall. This second Great Wall would be Qin City's Great Wall, and it would completely protect the regions that it had devoured and make them Qin City's true territory. These 420 regions were only China's territory and did not include the regions to the north of Qin City, where Vietnam was located. In total, Vietnam had 350 regions, and 11 of the regions near Qin City had become regions without any cities, but there were still many Vietnamese people. The territory to the east, west, and south of Qin City had greatly expanded, so the territory to the north would not be small either. Zhao Fu had already made plans to devour 120 regions, which was equivalent to 1/3 of Vietnam's territory. After the neutral status disappeared, the chess pieces that Qin City had planted in Vietnam would be of great use, and Qin City would be able to easily take down those regions. Adding on the 120 regions, Qin City would control 540 regions. Building such a great wall would be a massive project and would take a long time. Zhao Fu wanted to start building the Great Wall to the south, east, and west of Qin City. He would clear out regions while building the Great Wall. Once Qin City finished clearing out the regions, the Great Wall would be complete. Moreover, as the system main cities gathered together, they formed massive factions, and there were many such factions around Qin City. The most powerful faction in the west was formed by 900 or so city lords. The most powerful faction in the east was formed by 700 or so city lords, and the most powerful faction in the south was formed by 600 or so city lords. In the north, there were 2 factions in Vietnam. One was formed by 180 city lords, while the other was formed by 200 city lords. Qin City's 4 directions were the weakest, and it only had 380 cities in total. Now that Vietnam had been forced into a corner by Qin City, it was naturally the weakest. Even though Qin's factions were quite powerful, the most powerful was still Qin City. After all, Qin City now had 2,000 or so city lords, and their might covered the surrounding 1,000 or so regions. The northern side of China only had 2,000 regions. Qin expressed his goodwill first, and no faction dared to refuse. Even those who disliked player factions could not submit under Qin's might and chose to befriend Qin City. With the diplomatic department maintaining a harmonious appearance, Zhao Fu started to construct the Great Wall and clear out regions. Qin City continued to hide and silently expand its faction, waiting for the time to reveal its fangs. A few days later, Qin City had prepared 25 million Yin wooden coffins, and they were neatly placed within the Yin Chi formation. Within the Yin wooden coffins lay armored soldiers that gave off a faint might. They were all stage 1 corpses, and together, they formed a majestic and shocking scene. When so many corpses were placed into the Yin Chi formation, a terrifying shockwave spread out from the center, as if something terrifying was being born. The entire region was covered by this terrifying aura. Traces of Yin Chi rose up from the ground, and if ordinary people stepped into this region, they would feel a chill and tremble. No matter how much clothes they wore, they would not be able to block the coldness, and if they stayed here for a long time, their bodies would be corroded by the Yin Chi and die. This region had become a Yin Chi region, and no living creatures could live here. Zhao Fu relocated all of the people there to other regions, and some wild beasts sensed the danger and escaped to other regions. Zhao Fu felt quite confused and did not know what the problem was. He could sense that the thing being born from the Xianxia formation was not countless Yin soldiers, and the terrifying shockwave was not from the corpses either. Traces of aura floated out from the Yin wooden coffins and gathered at the center of the Ghost Seal formation. This Ghost Seal formation was formed from the Ghost Commander Seal, Ghost Marquis Seal, and Ghost King Seal. A large portion of the Xianxia gathered by the Xianxia formation was absorbed by the Ghost Seal formation, and the killing aura from the tombstones and flags was also gathered within the Ghost Seal formation. At the center of that terrifying shockwave was the Ghost Seal formation, and the thing that was being nurtured seemed to be within the Ghost Seal. This thing actually used millions of soldiers, boundless Xianxia, killing intent, and King's Qi as materials to fuse and transform. It was most likely a terrifying thing. Zhao Fu looked at the Ghost Commander Seal, Ghost Marquis Seal, and the Ghost King Seal floating in midair. There didn't seem to be any problems with them. However, at that moment, the Ghost King Seal at the center suddenly gave off an intense gray light, and the jade-like material started to melt. This caused Zhao Fu to feel quite shocked. Could the Ghost King Seal still be usable if it melted? Zhao Fu didn't know what was going on and was about to stop it. Wait. Golden Dragon suddenly interrupted Zhao Fu. Hearing the Golden Dragon interrupt him, Zhao Fu thought that it might know something and could not help but ask, "What's going on? Why is this happening?" The Golden Dragon answered simply, "I don't know either." This caused Zhao Fu to roll his eyes as he said, "If you don't know what's going on, why are you stopping me?" The Golden Dragon replied earnestly, "Even though I don't know what's going on, my instincts tell me that it's best not to stop it. Also, this Xianxia Valley, the Xianxia Formation, the Yin-wood coffin, the tombstones, and the army flag have all fused into something that is absorbing Yin energy from the underworld. If you stop it, who knows what will happen to this thing? The corpses, the tombstones, and the formation might all be destroyed." Hearing the Golden Dragon's words, Zhao Fu could only stop and sigh as he said, "What should I do? I can't just stand by and watch, right? Even if I do that, something will still happen." The Golden Dragon thought about it and said, "Zhao Fu, release some of your essence blood and have it fuse into the Ghost King Seal. As long as it fuses with your essence blood, no matter what happens, you'll be able to control it." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and cut his wrist. Bright red blood flowed out of the wound, and under Zhao Fu's control, it turned into a ball of blood that gradually fused into the Ghost King Seal. This was quite normal, and as soon as the Ghost King Seal fused with Zhao Fu's blood, it seemed to express a sense of joy and hunger. "Continue to bleed," the Golden Dragon said to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly nodded and continued to control his blood to fuse into the Ghost King Seal. As more and more blood fused into the Ghost King Seal, Zhao Fu's face became somewhat pale, and the Ghost King Seal seemed even more joyful. A while later, Zhao Fu stopped bleeding because the Ghost King Seal had reached its saturation point. Zhao Fu's face became quite pale, and he looked quite skinny. He took out some healing medicinal pills and quickly consumed them. Now, Zhao Fu looked like he had been greatly injured, and Zhao Fu couldn't understand why he had let out so much blood without even knowing what had happened. The Ghost King Seal was still changing, and even more Xianxia gathered. Zhao Fu didn't know what terrifying things would be born, but he hoped that it wouldn't affect the ghost soldier's transformation. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu focused on healing his injuries and recovering his essence energy. His face became a bit rosier, and he started to take care of other matters. 1 month later, Zhao Fu, who was fishing under a tall willow tree next to a winding stream, received a system announcement. "Congratulations, you have successfully completed the quest. Qin City has leveled up to a level 6 capital city." When he heard this system announcement, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel delighted. He put away his fishing rod and went to Qin City City Hall to look at its stats. Village name, Qin City, Epic, Level 6 Capital City Village Area, 429,400 square kilometers. Village Territory, 32421,800 square kilometers. Popular Support, 86. Special Stats, Territory Crop Output plus 250%, Territory Crop Growth Time minus 250%, Population Limit plus 160%, Resident Stats Randomly plus 19, Soldier Stats plus 20%, Population Attraction plus 190%, High Grade Attraction plus 190%. Subsidiary Village Limit, for 46930 subsidiary villages: Logue Village, Jean Village, Doran Village, Lee Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. It had finally become a level 6 capital city, and Zhao Fu felt quite pleased. Qin City had grown from a small village to a level 6 capital city, and it had experienced so much. Now, it was finally time to establish a kingdom. Now, leveling up from a level 6 capital city to a royal city required 1.2 billion EXP. This was the last requirement, and as long as it could satisfy this requirement, Qin City would become a royal city. Even though 1.2 billion EXP was a lot, it was the last step to establishing a kingdom. Now, Qin City had fulfilled all of the requirements, and it only lacked the EXP. Zhao Fu wasn't too worried, as Qin City hadn't been easily satisfied with the previous 800 million EXP, and the 1.2 billion EXP would be quite fast. After a month, Qin City had only cleared 1/3 of the regions, and there were still many regions that Qin City hadn't cleared yet. This would provide Qin City with a large amount of EXP. In the northern part of Vietnam, Great Qin's biggest obstacle was not the system factions, as Great Qin only had 380 system main cities. Great Qin would be able to destroy them with a single sneak attack. It was the countless players who would be in trouble. The main thing was that they could endlessly revive, and even though they had reality-harming talismans, if they were forced into a corner, they would still retaliate. Qin had devoured 1/3 of Vietnam's territory, so he would definitely be retaliated against by all of Vietnam. Zhao Fu and his generals came up with a two-step plan. The first was to clear out the Vietnamese players, as they were quite scattered and had people in every region. Qin would not be able to destroy them in a short period of time, and if he could not destroy them, Qin would not be able to devour so many regions at once. In comparison, the system city lords were all gathered together, and even though they were many times more powerful, they could be easily destroyed. The first was to clear out the players, and the second was to clear out the system factions. Of course, Qin could not personally do this, as once he did, all of Vietnam would retaliate. After all, this was a foreign invasion, and all of Vietnam would be enraged. However, Great Qin did not have to personally act. This was all because of its chess piece in Vietnam, the Vietnamese Guard. Great Qin had planted this chess piece from the very beginning, and it had continuously invested a large amount of resources into it. It was not just for show. Zhao Fu continued to invest a large amount of money into the Vietnamese Guard, and it was now the #1 faction in Vietnam, surpassing the governmental faction. Its righteous and kind image was loved and worshipped by countless Vietnamese people. This was because the Vietnamese Guard had played a huge role in the invasion of other countries, the system faction slaughtering players, and the Vietnamese Guard was a symbol of glory for Vietnam, and it was an honor for all Vietnamese people to join it. As the leader of the Vietnamese Guard, Xianxia was loved by countless people. Adding on her beauty, she was recognized as Vietnam's #1 woman, and no one could compare to her beauty. Many of Vietnam's noble young masters madly pursued her. However, she had rejected all of them, saying that Vietnam's affairs were the most important and that she had given up on her personal feelings and was willing to dedicate her life to Vietnam. Such selfless dedication had won the love and respect of countless people, and she was undoubtedly the #1 woman in Vietnam. However, none of the Vietnamese people expected that Xianxia was looking at the man above with seductive eyes, looking completely different from the righteous and selfless image in the hearts of the Vietnamese people. After 3 years, she was no longer that innocent woman. Whether it was in terms of temperament or ability, she had undergone great changes. Your task is to clean up the Vietnamese players. I'll give you a lot of money to mobilize the Vietnamese players, Zhao Fu instructed Xianxia. Xianxia flirtatiously smiled as she said softly, "Your Majesty. My daughter will definitely complete this task, but Your Highness, can't you pamper my daughter just this once? My daughter's body has always been prepared by Your Highness." Now, everything was given to her by Zhao Fu. Xianxia now clearly understood Zhao Fu's supreme authority. Moreover, Zhao Fu's appearance, temperament, and terrifying strength were all extremely attractive. However, Xianxia naturally did not have that kind of unforgettable love for Zhao Fu. In this world, how much undying love could there be? Even though humans revered this kind of love, reality was the complete opposite. To Xianxia, Zhao Fu was someone worth giving, loving, and accompanying. She also somewhat liked Zhao Fu, but this had nothing to do with love. 90% of the women around Zhao Fu were like this, they did not truly love Zhao Fu. After all, such a thing was simply impossible. Apart from novels, which man could make every woman truly love him? To them, Zhao Fu was the most suitable person for them. Zhao Fu naturally understood this, so his feelings for Lai Qingqian did not change and remained the same. Hearing Lai Qingqian's words, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and nodded. Lai Qingqian was quite satisfied, and she smiled as she bowed to Zhao Fu before leaving to carry out Zhao Fu's orders. An announcement exploded throughout Vietnam, saying, "Vietnam is currently in chaos, and evil is flourishing. For the sake of Vietnam's future, the Vietnamese Guard will restore order and punish all evildoers, creating a world of light." The Vietnamese Guard was the largest faction in Vietnam, and with Qing's support, it had surpassed the governmental faction. It had 10 million people, which was 1/8 of Vietnam's total population. Now that it had made this announcement, it naturally caused a huge commotion and was welcomed. After all, it was the light that had gotten rid of darkness and made rules, so it was naturally supported by many people. The commoners did not have any grand plans and just wanted to live peacefully. They did not want to see such a chaotic scene. The Vietnamese Guard first cleared out the regions closest to Qing. There were still many Vietnamese players stationed there, and there were many indigenous residents as well. The Vietnamese Guard's people sent out an announcement, saying, "All Vietnamese players must evacuate this area." The Vietnamese Guard can provide teleportation channels to leave and will also give you some travel expenses. We need to build many things to defend against Qing, so it is no longer suitable for living. Many people agreed with the excuse of defending against Qing. Right now, Qing was the greatest threat, and all of the Vietnamese players felt quite uneasy. Not even the Vietnamese governmental faction dared to openly oppose Qing, and now that the Vietnamese Guard had come out, they were cheered on. Soon, the Vietnamese Guard's reputation surpassed that of the Vietnamese governmental faction. Some people did not want to leave, but the Vietnamese Guard could provide teleportation channels and travel expenses. Moreover, Qing was right next to them, so they did not feel safe staying here. As such, many people cooperated with the Vietnamese Guard and teleported to other regions. Just like that, most of the Vietnamese players in the 15 regions closest to Qing had evacuated. Even though there were still a small portion of people left, they would not pose much of a threat. Qing had easily obtained 15 regions without expending a single soldier, and he had only spent some money to do so. Now, apart from 15 of the 120 regions, there were 105 regions left. The Vietnamese Guard also put on an act and set up some things, such as ghost formations and demon formations. They were all things that could scare people, but they were quite terrifying, and countless people believed the Vietnamese Guard's words. The Vietnamese Guard not only had to convince the ordinary Vietnamese players, but it also had to convince the Vietnamese Guard's members. Even though the Vietnamese Guard was controlled by Qing, the Vietnamese players were loyal to Vietnam and not to Qing. After the 15 regions, there were a few regions that belonged to nation legatees. Of course, these nation legatees weren't gathered together, but rather spread out. There were 5 nation legatees in total, and they occupied 20 regions in total. This did not mean that the 5 legatees controlled 20 regions, they only controlled 2 or 3 regions. There were some regions that they did not control, and there were some regions between them. However, if the 5 legatees were to be grouped together, there would be 20 regions. Not only did they have powerful natives, but they also had many players. Their strength in the Yu Kingdom was quite good. Of course, that was only in small countries. After all, this was a nation legacy, so there was no need for the Vietnamese Guard to attack. If they did not give a reason and casually destroyed a nation legacy, others would feel threatened. After all, the Vietnamese Guard was the most powerful faction in Vietnam. If you want to destroy a country's power at will, everyone will feel threatened, and they will unite to attack you. Then, the situation of Qin and Huaxia will appear. They just so happen to be killed by Qin himself. Below is the information about the 5 legacies. In 1225, Li Zhaohuang abdicated the throne to Qin Zhao and established the Qin dynasty. The country was called Diyu and its capital was located in Rising Dragon. Because the ruler of this dynasty was surnamed Qin, it was known as the Qin dynasty in history. It had a history of more than 170 years. In the year 1400, Li Jie deposed the young emperor and established the Hu dynasty. The Qin dynasty perished. In 1771, the three brothers, Nguyen Wenyue, Nguyen Wenshu, and Nguyen Wenhui, launched an uprising in Xishan. They attacked cities and seized land with irresistible force and overthrew the rule of Guangnam. Because they sent troops in Xishan, they were called the Xishan dynasty, which was established by the peasant rebels in Xishan. The new dynasty was soon strangled by Nguyen Phuc Anh, who colluded with the southern landlord class and French colonists. In May 1802, Nguyen Phuc Anh established the last feudal dynasty in Vietnamese history, the Nguyen dynasty. The Ding dynasty was also the first feudal dynasty after China became independent. Its founder, Division Ding, swept away the separatist forces within the borders of Vietnam and unified the entire country. In the year 968, he established the government and proclaimed himself the emperor, with the name Great Tsuyue. It only had a history of 12 years. In 980, the Ten Paths general Li Huan seized the throne, and the Ding dynasty perished. The Mo dynasty was a dynasty in the north during the northern and southern dynasties of the state of Yu. In 1527, Mo Dangyong, a minister of the Li dynasty, usurped the throne and established the Mo dynasty. In 1592, it was overthrown by the later Li dynasty, which was restored by the Jing family. After the fall of the Mo dynasty, the power of the Mo clan was not completely destroyed. The Mo clan gathered in northern Vietnam, Chao Ben, under the protection of the Ming and Qing dynasties. It was not until 1677 that they were destroyed by the later Li dynasty in the name of assisting the Qing dynasty in quelling the rebellion of the three feudatories. The kingdom of Jing was one of the four political systems during the southern and northern dynasties of the state of Yu, as well as the dispute between Jing and Yuan. The kingdom of Jing was governed by the clan of Jing, and there were 13 generations of leaders. The Jing clan had contributed greatly to the later Li dynasty due to their participation in the war against Mozambique, and they had a status above the later Li dynasty's emperor. Jing Chong succeeded to the throne as the last lord of Jing, but because of internal strife with Li Zhao, he fled after only a year on the throne, and the Jing clan's regime came to an end. Qin also had some accurate information about the Five Nations. The Qin dynasty had a population of 4 million, 9 city lords, and 200,000 players. The Xishan dynasty had a population of 3 million, 8 city lords, and 250,000 players. The Ding dynasty had 5 million people, 10 city lords, and 300,000 players. The Mozambique dynasty had a population of 4 million, 7 city lords, and 150,000 players, while the Jing dynasty had a population of 5 million, 9 city lords, and 400,000 players. This was the strength of the five-nation legatees. They had 43 city lords, 1.3 million players, and a total army of 4 million soldiers. With this kind of strength, would Qin still care about them? He would not care at all, as he already saw them as Qin's possessions. The five-nation legatees were destroyed by Qin, and the Vietnamese Guard did not have to worry about them anymore. They continued to push forward, and 50 regions were controlled by the system factions. The players here did not have good lives, and they could either submit to the system main cities or be slaughtered. There were only two outcomes, and there was no neutral option. After taking out 15 regions, the 20 regions controlled by the legatees, and the 50 regions controlled by the legatees, Qin only had 35 regions left. Because of how ferocious the system factions were towards the players, countless players were furious. However, because the system factions were all gathered together, they did not dare to attack and could only hold it in. The Vietnamese Guard also exaggerated the threat of the system main cities. They told the players that the system main cities were incredibly savage and ruthless, and they were like demonic existences. The Vietnamese Guard asked the players within to quickly leave and made a public announcement that they were going to build a great wall to prevent the system main cities from suddenly attacking ordinary players. Many people in Vietnam agreed with this. After all, the system main cities' large factions were killing players, and the players all knew how vicious their actions were. With how great of a threat they posed, there was nothing wrong with building a great wall. Following this, the Vietnamese Guard started to organize people to build a great wall. They did not hide the fact that Qin was building a great wall to defend against Vietnam. That's right, it was to defend against Vietnam. Otherwise, why would Qin want to build a Great Wall? After Qin devoured so many regions, they would definitely be attacked by all of Vietnam. As such, Jiaofu decided to build a Great Wall ahead of time. In actuality, with Qin's current strength, destroying all of Vietnam would not be a problem. However, this was a matter that could destroy a country. Once Vietnam was destroyed, it would cause a massive commotion, and which of the surrounding countries would feel at ease? They would definitely ally together to attack Qin. Jiaofu did not want to be held back by them, so he chose to take things one step at a time. That way, things would not be as serious, and the danger would not be as great. After building the first Great Wall, the Vietnamese Guard used the system main cities as an excuse to build a second Great Wall outside of the 35 regions. That way, they would be able to completely control the 120 regions that they had planned. Because they did not have enough people to build the Great Wall, the Vietnamese Guard paid good wages and hired ordinary players. They also invited other factions to participate. There was money to be made, and they could protect themselves. Moreover, they were helping Vietnam and the Vietnamese Guard establish order. As such, many people would naturally want to help. However, they never would have thought that these two great walls would be used to defend against them. By then, it would be too late, those regions would already belong to Qin, and with their strength, they would never be able to take back the regions that Qin had devoured. It's so fortunate that the Vietnamese Guard is so selfless and is willing to do so much for Vietnam. I'm so touched, and I love the Vietnamese Guard, it's the pride of Vietnam. The Vietnamese Guard is great. There's no need to say anything else. Just think about how many good things the Vietnamese Guard has done over the years and how many people it has helped. The commoners need people who are willing to do things for the people. Compared to the Vietnamese government, they're just too disappointing. My big brother is a member of the Vietnamese Guard. They're very strict with themselves, and they always put the commoners first. They're happy to help anyone who needs them. They're our light, and I'm so blessed to have such a big brother. I'm so proud. It has to be said that the Vietnamese Guard's actions for the country and its people should be recorded in the annals of Vietnam's history so that future generations can learn from their spirit and follow their example. After 3 years, the Vietnamese Guard had built up a deep foundation in Vietnam, and it was loved by countless Vietnamese people. This was why it had received so many praises and support. The Vietnamese Guard's people were all incredibly proud to be part of the Vietnamese Guard. In fact, many people, driven by their hot-bloodedness, shouted, "As a member of the Vietnamese Guard, we'll die as ghosts of the Vietnamese Guard." If the Vietnamese Guard wanted to replace the Vietnamese government, many people would support it. However, Jiaofu did not plan to do this, as they would be exposed sooner or later. Once they found out that the Vietnamese Guard was controlled by Qin, their identities would completely change. They would go from being patriotic and righteous people to traitors, and shameless people. They naturally would not work for Qin. The two Great Walls were quickly being constructed. The region in front of the first Great Wall did not need to be managed by the Vietnamese Guard, and Qin would personally take care of it. However, the 35 regions behind the Great Wall were managed by the Vietnamese Guard. The Vietnamese Guard naturally couldn't find an excuse for the players to leave because of the danger. Instead, they used the slogan "Restore the Light and Eliminate Evil" as their main goal. They also expressed that they were worried about the danger to the ordinary players, so they asked them to leave and return after they had established some order. This also showed that the Vietnamese Guard cared about the ordinary players. This time, only a small portion of people responded. After all, there were so many regions in Vietnam, and if these people continuously retreated, many people would be squeezed into the remaining regions. Many people did not want to leave their regions, and some factions did not want to leave either. Some people felt that the Vietnamese Guard would only protect them and would not harm them, so they naturally did not need to worry. It was now May, and spring had passed. The weather gradually became hotter and hotter, and it was now summer. At that time, the Vietnamese Guard righteously made an announcement. It has been more than a month since the Vietnamese Guard announced the purge. We've given enough time for the evildoers to reflect. If you're willing to walk towards the light, please leave these regions. From today onwards, the Vietnamese Guard will officially send out troops to wipe out all evildoers. After more than a month, the two Great Walls had been constructed to a certain extent, so Zhao Fu had the Vietnamese guards start to clear out these regions. The Vietnamese guards people all looked incredibly excited and hot-blooded. They were fighting for Vietnam, for justice, for order, and for peace. The Vietnamese guard had 10 million people, and they split into 3 groups to clear out the factions in the 3 regions. They also called for more people to join. As for who was evil and who was light, it was up to the Vietnamese guard to decide. This purge was led by Xianxia, and in actuality, Zhao Fu had also come to ensure the success of the plan. Zhao Fu did not have much to do anyway. The first was a gathering place for 300,000 people, and it was based on the original system main city. Even though the original system main city had been relocated, it had left behind many structures. With these structures, there was no need for them to rebuild. This place was jointly managed by a few large factions, and they greatly exploited ordinary players and bullied them. Xianxia stood in the air with 10 or so city lords behind her. 70% of them belonged to Qingjing, while 30% belonged to Vietnamese players. Now that the Vietnamese guard had developed so much, it was impossible for the higher-ups to be made up of indigenous residents, as that would be too suspicious. As such, the Vietnamese guard promoted some capable and talented players into the higher-ups of the Vietnamese guard. Only then would they be able to gain the trust of others. There were roughly 3 million soldiers below, all of them wearing armor and holding weapons. They gave off a massive and austere aura as they surrounded the gathering place. There were also 100,000 or so people gathered on the city walls, and there were 5 or 6 city lords standing in the air, facing off against the Vietnamese guard's forces. You're not submitting to the Vietnamese guard, you're submitting to the residents. I'll give you another chance. Are you willing to surrender? Are you willing to admit your mistakes and turn over a new leaf? Xianxia was now the city lord of a great city, and she gave off a powerful aura. She looked incredibly righteous, and she no longer looked as flirtatious as before. Ha ha ha, you're such a hypocrite and disgusting woman. This world is one where the strong prey on the weak. We don't think we're in the wrong, so stop trying to be righteous. We won't fall for it. A gloomy-looking young man loudly laughed. Xianxia once again said, "Everyone from the gathering place, the Vietnamese guard is here to uphold justice and establish order. Everything is for you, but do you still want to help the perpetrators? Do you really want to be suppressed and exploited by them?" From the start, Xianxia's intention was to convince the ordinary people to simultaneously resist these factions and work together with the Vietnamese guard to destroy them. Xianxia was incredibly popular, and the Vietnamese players naturally knew about her. They understood that she had come for the powerless ordinary people. Now that the Vietnamese guard had 3 million soldiers and 10 or so city lords, they were evidently going to win. Kill. I've long since disliked these fellows, they're always so arrogant and don't treat us as people at all. We're constantly bullied by them, are we still going to endure this? Let's help the goddess destroy these fellows. A young man with messy hair stood up and yelled, and the ordinary people all agreed. They had already been bullied by them, and now that they had someone to help them and were going to win, they naturally did not have to throw them away. The ordinary people in the gathering place started to attack the factions on the city walls. Seeing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Xianxia's face, and she also ordered people to attack. Kill. 3 million soldiers charged, giving off a massive aura as they flooded towards the gathering place. Waves of arrows rained down on the city walls, and all sorts of soldiers quickly rushed to the bottom of the city walls and started to use all sorts of methods to scale them. The factions on the city walls were caught in a pincer attack, and adding on the fact that they were already at a disadvantage, not only were they suppressed, but they also suffered heavy casualties. The factions that had wanted to use their strength to deter the Vietnamese guard from attacking could only give the order to retreat. Zhao Fu hid in the void and did not show any intention of acting, as that would arouse unnecessary suspicion. Zhao Fu was only here to prevent anything unexpected from happening, not to kill people. There were only 100,000 or so people on the defensive walls, and after a large wave of arrows rained down, cries continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere. The Vietnamese guards people quickly reached the defensive walls and swung their weapons as they started to fight with the factions. The Vietnamese guard not only had an advantage in all aspects, but their willpower was also much higher. The ordinary people seemed to go crazy, venting their anger as they madly attacked the faction's people as if they did not care about their lives. Xianxia too, I'll bite you to death today. I'll bite you to death today. I still remember how you forced me to kneel. A short young man saw an old enemy's weapon being knocked out of his hands, and he leapt up and bit down. Niao mo, your elder's going to kill you today. Another middle-aged man picked up a dagger and stabbed it into another person's stomach as he loudly laughed. Lu Dong, I never thought that you would have such a day, another young man said condescendingly as he looked at a man's head. Under the Vietnamese guards' ferocious attacks, the factions suffered even greater casualties, and the ordinary people also vented their anger. Everyone took revenge for their enmity and grievances. Soon, the faction's people were all killed, and no one was left alive. The city lords in the sky were surrounded by 10 or so other city lords, and after exhausting each other's strength, both sides' strength had decreased. One of the Vietnamese guard's city lords had more people and good equipment, and while a middle-aged man was defending, he stabbed his spear through his chest, killing the city lord. Following this, the other Vietnamese guard city lords also killed the faction city lords, and a few of the Vietnamese guards people were injured before the battle concluded. Xianxia gave off a powerful aura as she stood in the air. She had been nurtured by Zhao Fu, and even though she was not very powerful, she was not weak either. The scene was incredibly bloody, but no one cared. Everyone looked at Xianxia in the sky with respectful gazes. It was she who had ended all of this, and it was she who had led the Vietnamese guard to defeat these evil factions. Some people could not help but yell, "Goddess! I want to join the Vietnamese guard and work hard for the future of Vietnam." Xianxia smiled as she said, "Our Vietnamese guard welcomes all ambitious people. I hope that you can follow me and help us clear out the Vietnamese kingdom's evils and maintain Vietnam's order. At the same time, our Vietnamese guard will not take any of the things we obtain and will distribute them to everyone. Thank you, Goddess. Goddess, you're the best. Goddess, I love you." Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone became excited and cheered. They knew that these factions had many good things, which were worth a lot of money. Even though Xianxia was worthy of their respect, it was better to give them some money. Xianxia had already moved the cities of the other factions, and all of her EXP was given to Qin. She had also swallowed the population of these factions in the name of protecting their safety. As for the other things, they were distributed to countless people. Qin didn't care about these things, so he distributed them to attract more people to join the sweeping army. After tidying up, everyone had made some gains. Most of the valuable things had been taken away, and Xianxia led her army to the next base. They had not suffered many losses in this battle, and they had instead gained a few more people. At the same time, Xianxia used the name of justice to spread the evils of this base in order to attract more people's support. Without their evils, how could the Vietnamese guard show their kindness? The Vietnamese guard openly cleaned out regions, and not many people objected. Instead, they expressed their support, and those who had the ability came to help, while those who did not dare to come cheered for the Vietnamese guard. Now that the Vietnamese guard was standing on the side of righteousness, none of the factions dared to say anything. If they dared to say anything, they would be condemned by all of Vietnam, so they could only show their support. Some righteous people could not help but join in. In the name of justice, the Vietnamese guard continuously cleared out regions, and they became stronger and stronger. Not only did they have players, but they also had indigenous resident soldiers. In total, the three teams had 30 million or so people. Of course, apart from the support of various factions, the main reason why so many people joined was because of the massive benefits. After taking down a base, the Vietnamese guard would be able to give them all of the items. To put it nicely, they were righteous people sweeping away evil, but to put it bluntly, they were bandits. The Vietnamese guard was a powerful faction and had a great advantage. If they could obtain great benefits, they would naturally join. At that moment, Xianxia led her army to another region and yelled, "We're here to sweep away evil and protect order. We're here to help them." These words had to be shouted. On one hand, it would raise morale, and on the other hand, it would shake the enemy's morale. Generally, there were two types of people in a gathering place, players from powerful factions and players from independent factions. Players from powerful factions would often bully players from weaker factions, and there would often be conflicts between them. Kill. As Xianxia yelled, the army rushed up and ferociously attacked. The Vietnamese guard city lords also rushed up, and the sounds of fighting and the smell of blood filled the air. After dealing with this base, the three teams obtained 89 city lord seals in total. Most of them were basic city lord seals, and they had cleared out 15 regions. There had been 35 of them, and now that they had lost 15, there were only 20 left. Seeing how unstoppable the Vietnamese guard was, these 20 city lords felt quite afraid. Before, if Qin had been as unrestrained as before, he would have been criticized by countless people and suppressed by everyone. Qin was on the side of evil, so he was naturally treated like this. On the other hand, the Vietnamese guard was on the side of justice, so they were treated differently. The Vietnamese guard stood on the side of righteousness and cleared out those who wanted to help them. Anyone who wanted to help them would also be considered evil, and everyone else could ally together to attack them. These 20 regions were completely separated from the first and second Great Walls, and even if they wanted to escape, they would be like trapped beasts. The most shameful thing was that if the Vietnamese guard said they were evil, they would be evil, and if the Vietnamese guard said they were righteous, they would be righteous. The two sides could not ally together, or else the Vietnamese guard would accuse them of being evil. No one wanted to cause trouble for no reason. This was indeed the case for the Vietnamese guard. The Vietnamese guard did not attack the factions that were doing well, which gave the factions some confidence. It also showed that the Vietnamese guard only killed bad people and not good people, which made it easier for people to trust them. In a few days, the Vietnamese guard cleared out all of the evil factions, obtaining 158 cities in total. 80% of them were basic cities, and 20% were great cities. The Vietnamese guard's large-scale purge caused a lot of dissatisfaction and enmity. Even though the commoners were quite supportive, some factions did not welcome the Vietnamese guard. After all, the Vietnamese guard was still a threat to them, and no faction would welcome someone who was a threat. Zhao Fu did not plan on having the Vietnamese guard lead the Second Great Wall because their main task was to clear out the 35 regions. Since they had cleared out the evil factions, they naturally had to clear out the good factions. Zhao Fu did not care about the good and evil factions, as they were all enemies to Qin. The Vietnamese guard split into 3 teams and started to clear out these regions. Some of the Vietnamese guard's members started to question why they had said that they were good, but now they were saying that they were evil. Even though they felt quite confused, they still obeyed the orders of the Vietnamese guard's higher-ups. Many people were doing this for their own benefits, and they did not mind attacking anyone as long as they could earn money. The Vietnamese guard started to announce that these factions were also evil and had cheated the commoners. They had also done evil things that ordinary people did not know about, and they were even more evil than the evil factions. After hearing these announcements, some people within the Vietnamese guard believed them, while others did not. After all, they were not idiots and could tell if something was right or wrong. The other factions were also shocked because they could tell that the Vietnamese guard's goal was not simple. They wanted to clear out all factions, and there was no such thing as good or evil. Now that the Vietnamese guard was acting quite unbridled, the various factions started to discuss how to punish the Vietnamese guard. However, the factions that had been trapped between the 2 great walls were incredibly furious. They had not done anything, yet the Vietnamese guard had accused them of such a thing. How could they believe that the Vietnamese guard would not do anything to them? By now, the Vietnamese guard had long since started to attack. They split into 3 teams and separated them, making it impossible for them to work together. Kill. The sounds of fighting shook the surroundings, and the Vietnamese guard's 10 million soldiers did not say anything and directly attacked a basic city. Arrows shot towards the city walls, and soldiers climbed up the city walls and swung their sabers at these soldiers. A skinny young man furiously blocked the sabers with his sword and said, "Isn't the Vietnamese guard a kind and righteous army? Why are you attacking us for no reason? We trusted you and even worshipped you, but you tried to kill us. You say we are evil, but what have we done? Could it be that you guys are blind? You Vietnamese guard people are the most despicable for not being able to see everything clearly." Upon hearing this, the resolute-looking young man could not help but feel his attacks weaken. He could not help but wonder if what he was doing was right or wrong. The Vietnamese Guards core was righteousness and kindness, and helping order, but this went against the Vietnamese Guards' core values. Seeing that this city was united against the Vietnamese Guard, it meant that the people of this city were doing quite well. The Lord was quite popular, which was why so many people supported him. Logically speaking, this sort of faction was not evil, so why did the Vietnamese Guard, an army of justice, view them as evil? He could not understand. However, the resolute young man still raised his saber and charged up. This was something that the higher-ups of the Vietnamese Guard had decided, and soldiers like him could not do anything about it. Ah! A pained cry sounded out as the city lord of the city was surrounded and killed by the city lords. His corpse fell from the sky, and the city's resistance plummeted. The Vietnamese Guard quickly took control of this city, and the people who had come for benefits started to steal valuable items. As the older members of the Vietnamese Guard, seeing these helpless and fearful people, they looked at the Vietnamese Guard in terror. They could not help but stop, feeling quite uncomfortable. Before, the Vietnamese Guard would be welcomed by countless people wherever they went, and their faces would be filled with joy and joy. However, now, they were filled with terror. Many people started to wonder if they had done something wrong. They had joined the Vietnamese Guard because of the righteousness in their hearts, and the Vietnamese Guard's core was righteousness. They were proud to have joined the Vietnamese Guard, but what they had done now made them feel incredibly guilty, which was the opposite of the righteousness that they had upheld. After plundering this city, the Vietnamese Guard went to another faction and started to ferociously attack it. Why are you attacking us? Vietnamese Guard, give me an explanation, the city lord in the sky furiously yelled, his voice sounding out in all directions. This made some of the higher-ups of the Vietnamese Guard hesitate, and they started to wonder if this was right or wrong. Hadn't the Vietnamese Guard come to restore order and light? Why had it become an executioner that slaughtered everything? Whether they were good or evil was up to the higher-ups, and they did not know about such things. A middle-aged man with stubble coldly harumphed, "What's the Vietnamese Guard's first rule?" These words caused some of the hesitant people to continue to act. After all, the Vietnamese Guard's first rule was to obey orders, and anyone who disobeyed would be heavily punished. "Don't kill me, I beg you." This faction city lord was killed, and everyone else knelt on the ground in terror and begged the Vietnamese Guard for mercy. They were indigenous residents, and dying meant true death. This made the Vietnamese Guard's people feel quite bad, but they still obeyed and continued to attack the next region. As the Vietnamese Guard madly slaughtered their way through, the remaining factions hurriedly reacted and formed 3 factions to resist the Vietnamese Guard's 3 teams. However, they were not as strong as the Vietnamese Guard, and they did not even have half of the Vietnamese Guard's strength. After all, the Vietnamese Guard had already cleared out this region once, and this was their second time. If the evil and good sides had allied together to resist the Vietnamese Guard, they would not have been able to win. After all, Zhao Fu, who was hiding nearby, would have acted, and they would have lost in the end. This was already destined. The Vietnamese Guard is truly evil, your ambitions have been revealed, and you're even wearing the clothes of righteousness. You're incredibly hypocritical and disgusting. The city lords of the faction resisting the Vietnamese Guard had long since seen through the Vietnamese Guard's goal, which was to control the 35 regions and clear out all factions. Everything about clearing out evil, restoring light, upholding justice, and upholding rules was all fake, and they had been so stupid that they had believed it. They felt incredibly regretful, but the Vietnamese Guard had hidden themselves for 3 years. During those 3 years, they had done all sorts of good deeds and won the worship of countless people. Hearing the enemy's words, the Vietnamese Guard's people could not help but wonder if the Vietnamese Guard's goal was as the enemy had said, that they were vicious tigers in sheep's clothing. At that moment, the older members of the Vietnamese Guard sank into their thoughts. They had joined the Vietnamese Guard for 3 years, and their feelings for the Vietnamese Guard were incredibly deep. They had joined the Vietnamese Guard for justice and for Vietnam, and if the Vietnamese Guard was truly evil, was it worth their loyalty? The people who had joined later mainly wanted to obtain benefits, and they did not care much about whether the Vietnamese Guard was good or bad. They were now waiting for the order to attack and take everything from the enemy. The Vietnamese Guard's morale wavered, and at that moment, a loud voice sounded out, Are you going to believe the enemy's words and not the Vietnamese guard? Think about what the Vietnamese guard has done in the past 3 years and how much it has helped you. What's there to prove? Charge. Kill these people and take as many treasures as you want. This caused the wavering morale of the Vietnamese guard to once again solidify. Even though they felt quite confused, they could not afford to think too much about it. The Vietnamese guard's side charged like a flood, giving off ferocious auras as they used all sorts of methods to scale the defensive walls. The archers also provided cover from behind. The enemy did their best to counterattack, throwing out boulders and logs that smashed down the people climbing the defensive walls. They also poured hot oil on them, causing them to be scalded, and the archers also did their best to attack. However, even though the enemy's people were intensely resisting, the Vietnamese guard had the advantage in numbers. Waves of arrows continuously rained down, and all sorts of magic attacks smashed onto the defensive walls. Countless people had already died or been injured. The Vietnamese guard's people climbed up the defensive walls and started to fight with the enemy. Even more people climbed up the defensive walls and started to fight with the enemy. The battle in the sky had already started, and Xianxia personally acted. Her sword gave off a sharp sword light as she attacked a basic city lord. The basic city lord used all of his strength to defend, but he was still sent flying and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Explosions continuously sounded out, and the enemy's situation became more and more disadvantageous. An elder loudly cursed, "You Vietnamese guards people definitely won't have a good death. You hypocritical demons." A sharp saber light cut the elder in half, causing blood to fly everywhere. His corpse fell to the ground, and a city lord's seal remained where it was, giving off a faint light. Arg! Another cry sounded out as a chubby young man's hand was cut off. Facing the Vietnamese guard city lords, he was no longer able to defend. Looking at the situation, he understood that there was no hope, so he could only shout that he was willing to surrender. The battle quickly calmed down. The Vietnamese guard had lost 2 million people, while the enemy side had lost 4 million people. The other two groups also destroyed the remaining factions and gathered here. Now, they had 25 million soldiers, and they had obtained 260 cities in total. This was the total harvest from clearing out 35 regions. Because the Vietnamese cities were all cities, the players had the cities, and the guard from the cities, and they had the cities, and the cities, and the cities. The Lu cities were all as the cities, and the dynasty, the guard cities were the guard to say. Was the Vietnamese guard a vicious tiger in sheep's clothing? Was all of this just an act? Could it be that calling them evil people was slandering them? Was the Vietnamese guard's true goal not to occupy territory? Was the Vietnamese guard really that ambitious? Did the Vietnamese guard do everything for Vietnam? Were they still righteous? Many people went to find the higher-ups of the Vietnamese guard and asked these questions. Some people even yelled, "If the Vietnamese guard is really like this, then we should voluntarily withdraw from the Vietnamese guard. We definitely won't fight for ambitious people, we'll only stand on the side of justice and the side of Vietnam." As these words were spoken, more and more people gathered and expressed their emotions. They had joined the Vietnamese guard out of righteousness, kindness, and patriotism, and there were even some people from the military who had joined the Vietnamese guard out of patriotism because of the military's inaction. If all of this was fake and the Vietnamese guard was putting on an act, then what they stood for was fake, and what they believed in was fake. They could not accept this, so they felt incredibly pained and aggrieved. The 20 or so Vietnamese guard city lords were also supported by the Vietnamese guard's members. They wanted their leader to explain this matter and prove the Vietnamese guard's innocence. By now, it was already dark, and Xianxia smiled as she appeared in front of everyone and said amiably, "Now that the battle has ended, we should celebrate. As for your questions, I'll give you an answer. Please believe in me and the Vietnamese guard." Now that Xianxia had personally come out to explain, everyone felt much more at ease and did not feel as excited anymore. They waited for Xianxia's reply the next day. At the same time, jars of wine and plates of food were brought out, and everyone started to celebrate. They temporarily forgot about their doubts and unhappiness, as they trusted Xianxia. The Vietnamese guard's base was the city that they had just conquered. Xianxia had gathered all of the Vietnamese guard's higher-ups in a room. 70% of the people here had been Qin's people from the very beginning, and only 30% were player city lords. Now, these 30% of player city lords could guess why Xianxia had called them here. It was most likely about the matter of clearing out the light faction. Everyone's gazes fell on Xianxia, and they felt great admiration towards her. A single woman had been able to develop a faction to such an extent and become the #1 faction in Vietnam. This was something that ordinary people could not do. "Leader? What is it?" a young man couldn't help but ask. Xianxia lightly smiled and ordered people to bring over cups of tea, saying, "It's nothing much. It was all thanks to your hard work that the Vietnamese guard was able to win this time. I ordered people to prepare some medicinal tea for you. Have a taste before we discuss anything else." Seeing that all of the city lords had drunk the tea, the player city lords also took a sip. However, their expressions fell as they looked at Xianxia in disbelief and yelled, "Leader, why are you doing this?" Their bodies had all entered the heaven-awakened world, and the tea had been mixed with reality fruit juice. At the same time, they had all been stripped of their city lord status. This was why they looked at Xianxia in terror and disbelief. They had never thought that Xianxia, who they had so much respect for, would do such a thing to them. They couldn't help but think about why they had cleared out all of the factions. From the very beginning, the Vietnamese guard was Qin's pawn in Vietnam, and I was just a puppet leader that the legatee had found. All of the resources were provided by Qin, and 70% of the higher-ups in the Vietnamese guard were Qin's people. In recent years, I also understood some principles and gained the favor of the imperial prince. I gained some power, and the Vietnamese guard's righteousness and kindness were all fake. The Vietnamese guard's true purpose was to destroy the Vietnamese kingdom of you. Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone stared at her with wide eyes and expressions of shock. Their minds felt as if they had been heavily injured, and they almost could not stand steadily. They had never thought that the Vietnamese guard, which they loved and devoted to, was actually a pawn planted by Qin. The leader they followed was just a puppet, and the justice that they believed in was all fake. They had joined the Vietnamese guard out of patriotism and for a better future for Vietnam, but they had never thought that the Vietnamese guard's goal was to destroy Vietnam. This blow almost caused everyone to collapse. This was the most painful thing in life, and one's faith had collapsed. Patriotism was harming the country. An elder felt his chest being crushed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had never thought that things would end like this. Xianxia's expression slightly darkened as she said, "Before, all of you should have been killed, but since you believe in me and worship me, I don't want you to end up like that. As such, you should choose to submit to Qin. I'm now one of the legatee's concubines and have some power. I'll guarantee your safety, and Vietnam is already beyond saving. Even without the Vietnamese guard, Qin can destroy Vietnam at any time. Right now, Qin just doesn't want to. There's no way for Vietnam to survive, it's fated to be destroyed by Qin. I hope you can understand that Qin's power is not something that ordinary people can imagine." "Leader, this can't be true." A young man looked quite dumbfounded as he shook his head in disbelief, and tears flowed out of his eyes. On one hand, his faith had collapsed, and on the other hand, the person he admired had long since become someone else's woman. Another person quickly rushed towards the door, but he was stopped by a city lord. That person's expression was quite unsightly as he yelled, "Let me out, I'm going to expose the Vietnamese guard and Qin's scheme." The city lord's expression became cold as he waved his hand, and that person was sent flying by a formless energy. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Another person condescendingly stepped on that person's head, preparing to crush it. This caused the other players to feel quite shocked. After all, they had been in the Vietnamese guard for 3 years and had fought together for Vietnam, so they were quite familiar with each other. They had entered the heaven-awakened world with their true bodies, and if they died, they would die. That person was a good friends with them, and when they saw that he was the guard. Guard, dynasty, the city, and Chen, dynasty, and dynasty, and 1 Chen 1. Just as they attacked, the city lords beside them immediately attacked, punching out with ferocious force, sending them flying. The surrounding city lords all stood up with unkind expressions as they looked at the 20 or so player city lords with a trace of killing intent in their eyes. This caused the 20 or so player city lords' expressions to fall, and they felt as if their hearts had fallen into icy water. They understood that these people wanted to kill them, and under the hands of so many city lords, it was impossible for them to survive. That's enough. The legatee has left everything to me. Don't forget my current status. A stern voice sounded out from above. Xianxia's expression was cold as she looked at everyone present. Hearing her words, the city lords immediately lowered their heads and respectfully retreated. This caused the 20 or so players to let out a sigh of relief. They had almost all died. They looked at Xianxia gratefully and understood the situation. As the leader of the Vietnamese guard, Xianxia did not have the authority to give orders, and they could only listen to Qin's orders. Xianxia felt slightly relieved. She would not be able to suppress all of these people by herself. She then looked at the 20 or so players and said, "You should all know that Qin is not a kind person and is synonymous with evil. He can do anything, and if you don't make a decision and they want to kill you, I won't be able to stop them." The 20 or so players understood that if it wasn't for Xianxia protecting them, they would all have died. After hesitating for a moment, they chose to submit. A smile appeared on Xianxia's face. These people had followed her for so long, and she truly hoped that they would not die. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying aura swept out like a massive wave, causing the ground to slightly tremble. The sound of footsteps shook the heavens, and the sound of an army charging sounded out in all directions. Xianxia's expression became cold as she said, "I never thought that they would come so quickly. Let's hurry and leave." Seeing that they were leaving, one of the players could not help but say, "Leader, if we leave like this, what will happen to the other Vietnamese guard members? If we leave like this, what will happen to the other Vietnamese guard members?" Xianxia's expression was cold as she calmly said, "They'll all die because they're obstacles to Qin." This reply caused everyone's hearts to feel a chill. The Vietnamese guard members, who had been celebrating their victory, immediately sensed the army's arrival. They hurriedly went to the city walls and saw countless system soldiers rushing over like a flood. There were also countless system city lords in the sky, giving off massive might. "Hurry! Report to the leader that the system army is here." Everyone had wanted to report what had happened, but they found that all of the Vietnamese guards' higher-ups had disappeared. This caused the countless Vietnamese guard members to feel a chill in their hearts. Some people seemed to realize something and yelled, "Hurry and run! All of the Vietnamese guards' higher-ups have escaped. This was a trap that was set up long ago." They wanted to run, but the system army had already surrounded them and was ferociously attacking. The system army was naturally the two massive system factions outside the first city walls. After all, the Vietnamese guards people were all Vietnamese players and would not be loyal to Qin. After hearing that the Vietnamese guard was not righteous and wanted to leave, they all had to die. In actuality, killing them would have been quite easy, but Zhao Fu had used the power of the two massive system factions to tell them where the Vietnamese guard was. He had also given them false information that the Vietnamese guard was gathering its forces to destroy them. The Vietnamese guard was the largest faction in Vietnam, and the two factions naturally knew about it. As such, after confirming that the information was correct, they had led 35 million soldiers and many city lords over. Even though the Vietnamese guard still had 25 million soldiers, they were not as strong as the system soldiers. On the other hand, the system army had 300 or so city lords, and with their help, the system army quickly took down the city. After the city was broken through, the two sides started to fight. The system main city soldiers ferociously attacked the Vietnamese guard's army, and the Vietnamese guard, who had lost their commander, became even more chaotic. They continuously retreated and were unable to put up any effective resistance. The sounds of weapons clashing could be heard from both sides, and the battlefield was incredibly intense. Cries continuously sounded out, and blood flew everywhere. Corpses littered the ground as death quickly spread. The Vietnamese guards people were continuously killed. Of course, they retaliated, but the effects were very weak. The system main city soldiers' cultivations were much higher than theirs, and they suppressed them in all aspects. The system main city lords also unleashed powerful attacks towards the Vietnamese guards people. The massive destructive power killed countless Vietnamese guard people, causing them to become even more chaotic. They felt a sense of despair towards the powerful city lords. In the end, most of the Vietnamese guards people died. Out of the 25 million people, less than 1 million managed to escape, while the rest were killed by the System Main City faction. The System Main City army also lost 4 million people. However, from the looks of it, they had only lost 4 million people, which was a great victory. Paying such a small price to get rid of their greatest threat made the various city lords feel that it was worth it. However, there was something that made them feel quite strange. The Vietnamese guards people were simply too easy to kill, especially since they did not have a single city lord. Could it be that the Vietnamese guards city lords had encountered a perfect opportunity and none of the Vietnamese guards city lords were present, even though they did not know what was going on? The reality was that they had destroyed the Vietnamese guard, which was their greatest threat. In the real world, the Vietnamese guard had purged the good factions people, causing its reputation to plummet. Many people demanded an explanation from the Vietnamese guard, and many people rebelled against it. Most of them were people who had been purged by the Vietnamese guard. Now that the Vietnamese guard's ambitions had been exposed, the various factions started to discuss how to resist the Vietnamese guard. They even decided to ally together to destroy the Vietnamese guard, as it was the greatest threat to Vietnam. However, none of them had expected that the Vietnamese guard would be destroyed by a System Main City. Almost all of its 2,500 people had died, and this sudden change caused countless people in Vietnam to feel quite surprised. They felt that this was all fake. After all, the Vietnamese guard had just been cleansed of its regions, and its strength had greatly increased in a short period of time. The various factions felt quite afraid, and hearing that it had been destroyed, most people could not believe it. However, as the dead people returned to the real world and spread the news about the Vietnamese guard, everyone understood that the Vietnamese guard had indeed been destroyed. This matter shocked everyone in Vietnam. The factions that had wanted to ally together to deal with the Vietnamese guard could not help but laugh. Now, there was no need for them to do anything, the problem would be dealt with by themselves. The ordinary residents had different attitudes towards this matter. Some felt pity and sorrow because they believed that the Vietnamese guard was good, while others mocked and cursed. Now that the Vietnamese guard's ambitions had been exposed and they had been destroyed, they felt that they deserved it. As the largest faction in the U Kingdom for 3 years, many people felt that it was a great pity. Regardless of whether it was good or evil, it was still a powerful faction. However, it had been destroyed so easily, which made people feel that it was quite a pity. Everyone intensely discussed this battle because there were still some doubts, such as why the city lord had disappeared and why the System army had suddenly attacked. Back in the Heaven Awakened world, the System Main City army had just won, and they ordered people to collect their spoils of war. They then prepared to go back and celebrate. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out, causing the city lords to feel quite startled. They saw a terrifying army flood over, and the terrifying aura they gave off caused countless people's hairs to stand on end. There were countless people, but there were at least 100 million of them. This caused the countless System Main City lords' expressions to fall, and they felt that they had fallen into a trap. This trap had used the entire Vietnamese guard as bait, luring them to swallow the bait without any fear. At the same time, powerful auras appeared in the sky, all of them giving off powerful auras. There were 1,500 city lords, and the massive might they gave off seemed to cause the air to freeze. This caused the System Main City lords to immediately want to run. After all, they had 300 city lords against 1,500 city lords, which meant that they had to fight 5 city lords at once. How could they win? Their soldiers had just fought a huge battle and had used up a lot of their strength, and they had not recovered yet. They also had some injuries, and there were only 30 million or so of them. However, facing 100 million city lords, they did not have much confidence. However, even though they wanted to run, Qin's army was already prepared and quickly surrounded them. It was not just the soldiers below but even the System Main City lords above were surrounded by Qin. The System Main City lords' expressions became quite unsightly as they asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed and appeared in the air. At the same time, he gave off an incredibly terrifying might that covered all of the System Main City lords like a mountain. He said domineeringly, "You only have two choices, submit to Qin or die." Qin. Those two words immediately caused cries of shock, and the system main city lords looked at each other with unsightly expressions. They had long since heard of Qin's terrifying power, and even though they had never fought before, they knew how powerful Qin was. Now that they saw it, they felt incredibly terrified. However, as people from Vietnam, they were not willing to submit to Qin, as Qin was a foreign faction. Breakthrough to the east. Without hesitating, one of the city lords stealthily looked around and found that the eastern side was weaker, so he yelled. Following this, all of the city lords and soldiers charged towards the east, wanting to break through Qin's encirclement. Boom, boom. Boom, suddenly, massive sounds rang out as massive explosions sounded out from within the city. White light was blinding, and the ground violently trembled. The shockwaves from the explosions turned into corporeal shockwaves that destroyed everything. Boundless yellow sand was sent flying into the sky, and massive mushroom clouds rose into the air. Before the system main city soldiers could react, they were instantly devoured by the white light. Their bodies were blasted into dust, and the people on the periphery were blasted into pieces. The 30 million system main city soldiers fell into chaos from the explosions, and at least 5 or 6 million of them died. Within this small city, Qin had long since buried 30 destruction crystals. Since he had used the entire Vietnamese guard as bait, he had to make good use of it. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of black light and instantly arrived in front of a city lord. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the city lord's chest before grabbing his warm heart and pulling it out. The city lord instantly died. A wooden city lord seal that gave off a faint light floated out, and Zhao Fu put it away before rushing towards another city lord and snapping his throat. The city lords were unable to resist at all. Qin's city lords started to work together and attack another city lord. Qin's soldiers also started to attack the system main city soldiers, who were still in a state of shock. They got into formation and advanced step by step, their footsteps sounding out in unison and giving off an austere aura. The archers at the back drew their bows and aimed at the countless system main city soldiers before releasing their arrows. The arrows tore through the air, and the countless arrows formed a torrential downpour as they descended towards the system main city army. Chi! Chi! Arrows pierced through the system main city soldiers' chests, causing blood to fly everywhere. Some people were pierced by 10 or so arrows, and they died incredibly pitiful deaths. Countless system main city soldiers looked for cover in terror. After the explosion and the ferocious attacks, they were truly afraid. In the distance, Lai Qingqian led the surrendered players and looked at this scene. The players behind her were incredibly shocked, and a trace of fear appeared in their hearts as their bodies trembled. The system main city army, which had been terrifying to them, had been slaughtered by Qin's forces. This did not mean that the system main city army was weak. After all, they had personally seen them slaughter the Vietnamese guards people. However, the situation had been completely reversed, and the system main city army was being slaughtered by Qin's forces. This meant that Qin was stronger than them. It was not just the system main city soldiers, even the city lords in the sky were being slaughtered by Qin's forces. In their eyes, the incredibly powerful and prestigious system main city lords had been casually killed. This scene deeply impacted their hearts, and they now understood that Qin's strength was not something that Vietnam could stop. However, what they did not know was that this was not Qin's true strength. Qin still had 50 million soldiers who had not come. They were split into 5 teams led by Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Wei Liao, Li Mu, and Bai Shihan, and they simultaneously attacked the 5 dynasty legatees. Each of the 5 teams had 10 million soldiers and 100 city lords, which was enough to easily destroy 5 nation legacy factions. Originally, Qin wanted to swallow the 120 regions of Yu country without giving Yu country a chance to think. At the same time, he wanted to firmly control these regions so that Yu country had no power to fight back. This was Qin's plan. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out as a resolute young man exploded out with a terrifying aura. His body gave off an intense light as a yellow dragon flew out of his body and flew into the sky. The clouds in the sky started to swirl as a massive gale blew in all directions, and a powerful aura descended. Bai Qi's cold expression did not change. He drew the 7 murder sword from his waist and a killing aura spread out. A blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky. Boom, a massive star giving off blood-red light and boundless killing aura slowly descended from the sky. The immense pressure it gave off caused everyone within 10,000 kilometers to feel their bodies sink. Dynasty legatees were not that easy to kill, and they were protected by powerful fate. Bai Qi directly released the 7 murder stars' power to suppress them. Bai Qi was the first to attack. The 7 murder sword gave off an intense blood-red light as he slashed out, causing a massive blood-red sword light to give off a blood-red wind as it slashed towards the young man. Sensing this power, the young man's expression fell, but he still roared as he slashed out with his saber, sending out a massive yellow saber light, giving off boundless sharp saber chi, towards Bai Qi. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 2 attacks collided. The yellow saber light and the massive saber chi were shattered by the blood-red sword light, and the blood-red sword light sent the young man flying back dozens of meters before crashing into many buildings. A sword gash that was 100 meters long and 2 meters wide appeared on the ground, showing just how powerful Bai Qi's attack was. It was absolutely shocking. Arg! The young man roared as he rushed out, covered with blood. He exploded out with an even more powerful aura as he attacked Bai Qi. He could not believe that he would be defeated by Bai Qi so easily. Bai Qi's expression was cold as he sent his 7 murders power into the 7 murders sword, causing it to continuously tremble and give off a terrifying power. The blood-red sword light was quite blinding, and a blood-red wind spread out. Boom, Bai Qi slashed out, sending out a massive wave of sword chi that seemed to be able to sweep through everything and instantly inundated the young man's body. After the wave of sword chi passed, the young man fell to the ground, lifeless. He had been turned into a corpse, and a yellow city lord seal floated out of his corpse. Bai Qi coldly walked over and picked it up. Under the ferocious attacks of Qin's soldiers, the city was unable to resist much, and it was quickly breached. All of the city lords were killed, and not a single player was spared. The other 4 teams also ferociously attacked the other legatees, summoning their general stars to suppress the legatees and unleashing powerful attacks to kill them. Under the ferocious attacks of Qin's soldiers, the legatees were not able to last for very long before they were breached by Qin's soldiers, and the legatees died one after another. Roar! Roar! Massive dragons' roars, filled with grief and unwillingness, sounded out throughout the entire state of Yu. Everyone in the state of Yu heard these dragons' roars, and they could not help but look shocked. 5 legatees had actually been destroyed. Just who had done this? Zhao Fu's side of the battle had also concluded. The system main city army had suffered countless casualties under Qin's attacks, and out of the 350 city lords, 150 or so had been killed. The remaining city lords were finally afraid, and they chose to surrender to Qin. At the same time, they subdued 15 million soldiers. After subduing these factions, Zhao Fu turned to attack the system main cities and devoured the remaining forces and people. Just like that, all of Vietnam's 120 regions had been conquered by Qin, and the ambush had come to an end. However, it was not over yet. Zhao Fu led his massive army to the Second Great Wall, which was the second Great Wall that Vietnam had constructed. As for the various cities, people, and resources, they were all taken care of by Bai Qi's army. This was something that had long since been planned. The news of 5 nation legatees being destroyed shook all of Vietnam, and countless people did not know what had happened. How had the Vietnamese Guard and 5 nation legatees been destroyed in a single night? There were simply too many things that had happened. The Vietnamese Guard was a chess piece that Qin had planted, and everything it had done before was to help Qin destroy Vietnam. Over the past 3 years, the Vietnamese Guard had always been righteous and kind, doing its best for Vietnam and helping everyone in Vietnam. No one would have thought that it was Qin's chess piece, and no one could tell at all. In fact, some people did not believe it at all. The other factions that had been paying attention to Qin also received information about the Vietnamese Guard, but they could not tell that this patriotic faction was actually a malignant tumor. Qin had hidden this plot for 3 years, and his scheming was incredibly deep. At the same time, the various countries could not help but wonder if there were any chess pieces that Qin had planted in their territories. After all, the Vietnamese Guard had been planted by Qin for 3 years, and Qin had evidently long since prepared for this. As such, they were worried that they would be caught up in Qin's massive plot. Now, Vietnam's 120 regions had been devoured by Qin, and 5 legatees had been destroyed. 2 massive system factions had been destroyed, and 40 million or so players had died, causing Vietnam's vitality to be greatly damaged. After all, Vietnam's population was only around 80 million, and now, half of them had died. Their equipment and cultivation had all been reset, and they would only be able to re-enter the heaven-awakened world in 10 days. It could be said that all of Vietnam had been dealt a heavy blow. Qin had devoured 1/3 of Vietnam's territory, causing all of Vietnam to feel incredibly furious. They hated Qin to death, and they wanted to kill all of Qin's people before whipping their corpses. This was the first time a faction had acted against an entire country, and this shook the entire world. After all, this was a faction that dared to attack a true country. No one could do such a thing. The strength that Qin had displayed was incredibly shocking. No one had thought that it had become an existence that could rival a country. Right now, it could not be described as a faction, as it was a true country, which was the state of Qin. Even though Qin had not truly established a kingdom yet, everyone already treated it as a kingdom. It was the first kingdom in the world to be restored, and no one had any objections. The various factions were incredibly shocked by Qin's power, and the expressions of the various dynasty legatees were quite unsightly. They had given up on everything and focused on developing their factions, but they were still unable to catch up to Qin. The government of Xianxia couldn't help feeling bitter. Qin didn't have to worry about the whole of Xianxia now. He could even be independent and become a superpower. It wouldn't be a problem for him to become a country on the same level as Xianxia. While the entire world feared the power that Qin had displayed, countless Vietnamese people furiously gathered at the Second Great Wall. Their eyes burned with fury as they looked at Qin's army on the Great Wall with murderous intent and hatred. Qin had directly attacked them and destroyed countless factions, taking over 1/3 of their territory. What was even more infuriating was that Qin had used the Vietnamese guard to do all sorts of things, making them feel deeply deceived. For example, the Great Wall, which they had painstakingly built to defend against the attacks of the system army, was now being used by Qin to defend against them. However, even though they were gathered here, they could only watch. After all, there were 100 million soldiers on the Great Wall, and even if all of the Vietnamese players gathered here, there would only be 40 million of them. What's more, Qin had a method to kill players in the real world. If they died, they would truly die, and they couldn't help but stop. As such, even though they felt furious, they were still quite afraid of death. All of Vietnam's factions were gathered here, including not just the sects and families but also the remaining nation legatees. At the same time, the dynasty legatees who held Vietnam's only nation armament were also here. Zhao Fu sat on a chair and faced the furious gazes of the countless Vietnamese people. He didn't feel any fear at all. He simply sat there, looking down on the Vietnamese people as if he didn't place all of Vietnam in his eyes at all. A skinny young man, most likely the dynasty legatee who held the nation armament, spoke with a cold expression. "Qin's legatee, why are you attacking Vietnam? Why are you attacking the Yu Kingdom? Please give us an explanation. Our Yu Kingdom's people are not so easily bullied." Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. In actuality, if it wasn't for the fact that he had to worry about the other countries, Zhao Fu would have liked to destroy all of Vietnam. Facing their words, Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he replied, "Do you think there's anything to explain?" These words caused all of the Vietnamese people to feel infuriated, and a trace of anger appeared on the skinny young man's face. He had never been looked down on like this before, and he angrily said, "I hope that Qin will return to China's territory. Vietnam will not become enemies with Qin, and we won't hold you accountable for what you did before." Hearing this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but lightly laugh. In a world where strength determined everything, the weaker side dared to speak like this. They were simply too arrogant. Zhao Fu did not reply and ordered all of the ballistae and arrows to aim at the countless Vietnamese people. These ballistae all had reality-harming talismans attached to them, and if they didn't appreciate his kindness, Zhao Fu wouldn't mind starting a massacre and killing all of them. Facing the countless ballistae and arrows, all of the Vietnamese people felt a chill in their hearts, and they couldn't help but retreat a few steps, looks of terror appearing on their faces. The young man in the lead and the leaders of the various factions felt incredibly furious. It was evident that Qin didn't want to say anything, and the Vietnamese people didn't dare to directly attack. The Vietnamese people's expressions were all quite unsightly, and the players all felt incredibly sullen. This was mainly because they were too weak, and in this world, the weak did not have the power to resist. If they had the power, they wouldn't have been bullied by Qin. The scene fell silent, and the atmosphere became quite oppressive. At that moment, someone glared at the city walls, looking quite savage. He couldn't stand Qin's bullying anymore, and he roared, "What's there to be afraid of? Even if I die, I don't want to feel so sullen. I want to die with dignity and show Trash Qin the backbone of the Vietnamese people." After yelling this, the man picked up his weapon and rushed towards the city walls. This was like an explosion, and everyone roared as they rushed towards the city walls, exploding out with a shocking aura. Fire! Zhao Fu's gaze was cold as he looked at the countless Vietnamese people charging at him, and he gave the order to attack without a trace of emotion. Swish, 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 countless arrows tore through the air like a rain of arrows, and they gave off an incredibly sharp aura as they covered all of the Vietnamese players. Chi, 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 countless arrows pierced through the players' bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere. Players fell to the ground and died, and their bodies in the real world also died. The leaders of the various factions hurriedly shouted to stop Zhao Fu because they knew that they would definitely lose and be massacred by Qin. With such a massive number of deaths and ferocious attacks, many people were given a fright and stopped. At the same time, the leaders of the various factions tried to stop them, and the people who had been charging slowly retreated, leaving behind corpses. The leaders of the various factions ordered people to return to the real world to check on the situation, and their faces became incredibly pale. There really had been 5 or 6 million people who had died in the real world. Great Qin was simply too vicious and inhumane. Before, they had held on to a trace of hope that because they were all humans, Great Qin would not be so cold-blooded and take their lives. However, it turned out that Great Qin was incredibly cold-blooded. If it wasn't for the fact that they had stopped Qin Feng, all of the Vietnamese players would have died. This caused everyone to feel an unprecedented chill. These millions of people were real people, not people who had been spawned from the Heaven Awakened world. For them to be massacred like this was quite difficult to accept. At the same time, they understood that Great Qin was not joking around, they really did want to destroy Vietnam. Hurry and retreat! The various factions spread the news of the deaths in the real world, and countless people hurriedly retreated in terror. Before, they had been so furious that they had charged up, and now that they knew that they would die in the real world, none of them dared to continue fighting. Thinking about what had just happened, their legs became weak. "Do you really think that you can come and go as you please?" A calm voice suddenly sounded out. Zhao Fu had changed his mind and wanted to destroy Vietnam, and a terrifying aura exploded out. This caused the Vietnamese players' expressions to fall pale. Even now, Qin did not want to let them off, and they desperately ran in fear, afraid that they would die. They also regretted coming here. Qin had not even planned to attack them, and now, they were seeking death. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, there was no such thing as logic. Whoever had the biggest fist was right, and it was already good for the weak to survive. Resisting would only result in death, so even though they were furious, they could only endure it. However, just as Zhao Fu was about to kill all of the Vietnamese players here and destroy Vietnam, what Zhao Fu was worried about happened. There were also large numbers of players from the 2 countries near Vietnam, and they flooded towards the region that Great Qin had conquered. As such, Zhao Fu could only send out 50 million soldiers to stop the people from those 2 countries. A few days later, everything calmed down. The Vietnamese kingdom and the other 2 kingdoms joined forces, forcing Qin to switch from attacking to defending. Because of the reality-harming talismans, they did not dare to rashly attack, so both sides were in a stalemate. At the same time, Qin's actions in invading Vietnam once again made the various factions feel threatened, and they all tried to do something to Qin. All of this made it so that Qin could only go on the defensive. On the side of you, Qin left 30 million soldiers to guard 3 directions. One was to defend you, and the other 2 were to defend the 2 countries next to you. They also built the Great Wall here to prevent the 2 countries from attacking Qin. After conquering Vietnam, they had obtained massive gains. They had obtained 690 cities, 420 of which were great cities and 270 of which were basic cities. Some of the population had been obtained from clearing out player factions, and some had been obtained from conquering system main cities. In total, they had 200 million people and 20 million Stage 1 soldiers. Now, Zhao Fu's total population was 1.2 billion, and he had 180 million soldiers. There were 150 million Stage 1 soldiers, 4.2 million Stage 2 soldiers, 400,000 Stage 3 soldiers, and 15,000 Stage 4 soldiers. He now controlled 520 regions, 4 capital cities, 2,528 great cities, 321 basic cities, 280 towns, and 28,489 villages. At the same time, this invasion gave Qin a massive amount of EXP, roughly 600 million EXP, which was half of what he needed to level up. He was only 600 million EXP away from establishing a kingdom. Zhao Fu felt that it would be quite soon because Qin still had 150 regions to clear out. Adding on the 120 regions from Vietnam, they would be able to provide a massive amount of EXP, and perhaps they would be able to help Qin establish a kingdom. As such, Qin's main task was to clear out regions and continue to construct the Great Wall, preparing for Qin to establish a kingdom. By now, Qin had calmed down, but the things that had been caused by Qin were not over. For example, Qin had buried a chess piece in Vietnam for 3 years, causing many countries to feel threatened. Moreover, Qin's growing strength caused many countries to do their best to develop. The fastest way to develop was, of course, to directly invade and devour other factions. Over the past few days, Zhao Fu had received news that many factions had been destroyed, including 7 nation legatees. The world was no longer peaceful, and many factions started to attack each other. Wars broke out everywhere, and it became clear that people were living in poverty. Some hidden factions also revealed themselves. There were all sorts of sects and organizations, such as the state of Shu, the state of Wu, and the state of Wei during the Eastern Han Dynasty. Zhao Fu did not care too much about the outside world, he just wanted to peacefully develop and clear out those regions before establishing a kingdom. Right now, establishing a kingdom was the only thing that Zhao Fu wanted to do. Time gradually passed, and another month later, the world flowers and flower devil seeds that Zhao Fu had planted had all sprouted. After a few days, ordinary flower devil seeds had become flower devils, and they looked just like the flower devils that had appeared during the event. The higher the grade of the seed, the slower it would be for it to germinate. The Lord Grade Flower Devil had only just sprouted, and what Zhao Fu had never expected was that the Lord Grade Flower Devil would appear as a young girl. She looked to be around 2 or 3 years old, and her skin was as white as snow. She had green hair and eyes, and there was a small rose on her head. She was quite beautiful, and anyone who saw her would be mesmerized by her. Perhaps it was because of the flower fairy's blessing, but this flower devil lord was quite clingy. However, she was more sensible than Little Nine, and whenever Zhao Fu was busy, she would not disturb Zhao Fu. As such, she named Zhao Fu Little Rose. Of course, Zhao Fu did not have time to take care of her and Little Nine, so he arranged for people to take care of them. Because they were the same age, they became quite close. Your Majesty. Li Wen came before Zhao Fu and respectfully called out. Seeing him arrive, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. He had gathered another 100 soldier souls, and Great Qin would soon have another general armament. Because Bai Shihan had awakened the 7 Murders Star and Sun Hanxiang had awakened the Voracious Wolf Star, Zhao Fu planned to give this general armament to Su Liuyi, as she should have awakened the Army Destroyer Star. Boom! The 10 divine soldier souls flew into the sky from Su Liuyi's hands and exploded out with immense power, causing the entire sky to tremble as explosions sounded out in all directions. Immediately, the clouds started to change as clouds continuously gathered here. A wild gale blew in all directions, and an oppressive feeling covered the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. It was as if a storm was about to arrive, and the wild beasts in the surroundings could not help but quickly hide. At that moment, the 10 divine soldier souls turned into 10 massive orbs of light that exploded out with immense power. The images of the soldiers within them started to slowly melt and turn into traces of violet aura. Boom! The violet aura within the orbs of light continuously wavered and gave off a powerful attractive force that shot into the sky. A massive violet star giving off noble starlight and a boundless aura broke through the restrictions of the day and descended above Qin's body. Sului raised her sword, and her body gave off traces of a black aura that gave off an austere and conquering aura, and a terrifying power exploded out from her body. Boom! Her body gave off a large amount of black light that formed a black pillar of light that shot into the sky, and it gave off immense power as it shot towards the massive star. The violet star that gave off boundless power was gradually dyed black, and it gave off a black light as a conquering aura spread out in the sky, causing the sky to be filled with an aura of conquering. Boom! The massive violet star became completely black and gave off an intense and shocking black light. A black pillar of starlight containing powerful general star power landed on Sului's body, and the 10 orbs of light gathered and fused into her sword, completing the fusion of the general armament. However, at that moment, the massive black star did not disappear. Zhao Fu looked at Bai Shihan and Sun Hanxiang beside him, and both of them felt a wave of power summoning them. They walked forwards and raised their weapons, exploding out with general star power. Another 2 massive explosions sounded out as 2 pillars of light containing terrifying power shot into the sky and slammed into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. The 2 stars giving off different lights and giving off boundless power broke through the sky and slowly descended into this world. One gave off boundless blood-red light, while the other gave off intense green light. The 3 stars each occupied an area and started to resonate with each other. Bang! The sky seemed to explode as a terrifying aura covered the entire human world. The sky gradually darkened as a massive gale started to blow. Everyone felt their chests sink, making them feel quite uncomfortable. Another gathering of 3 stars. Originally, when everyone looked at the Alcade star in the sky, they weren't too surprised. After all, by this time, many people had already awakened general stars. But now, the Alcade star had just appeared, and the other 2 stars had also appeared. In the past, only Qin had managed to gather all 3 stars and form the Killing Destruction Wolf formation, allowing Imperial Prince Qin to awaken the Myrtle Imperial Star, making countless people feel incredibly envious. Who is it this time? Who has this ability? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but think about the direction in which the 3 stars had formed. It was actually north again, which was a very inauspicious direction. Is it Qin again? No one wanted to think of this, but the location where the 3 general stars had appeared was the same as last time. Even though they couldn't determine the direction last time, they were certain that the 3 general stars were above Qin this time. This caused everyone's expressions to fall. These 3 general stars were completely new auras. Could it be that Qin had gathered 3 general stars? However, Qin had already awakened the Myrtle Imperial Star, so even if he gathered 3 general stars, it would be useless. Could it be that Imperial Prince Qin had awakened another Myrtle Imperial Star? That was completely impossible. After all, no matter what emperor it was, they could only have one emperor star. After all, each emperor star determined a person's fate, and everyone only had one life, so they only had one emperor star. Now that Qin had gathered 3 general stars, everyone felt incredibly envious. This meant that with their abilities, they would at least be able to defend a region in the future. The more people there were, the more powerful a country would be, and the faster it would develop. Over at Qin, under the might of the 3 general stars, Zhao Fu felt as if his blood was burning, and an intense pain spread throughout his body. Under this immense pain, an ancient blood-red rune appeared on Zhao Fu's forehead. At that moment, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and the others who had awakened general stars felt a will calling them, and they lost control of their bodies. There were exactly 10 people, and they walked over to the pained Zhao Fu and formed a circle. Facing the pained Zhao Fu, there was nothing they could do. They could not control their bodies, and under the control of some sort of power, they drew their general armaments and pointed them at the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, terrifying auras exploded out as Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the others released different aura flames, and pillars of light containing terrifying power shot into the sky. The different general stars gave off intense starlight and boundless power as they slowly descended, causing the sky to seem to explode. Countless cracks spread out, and the heavens and earth became dark as the entire world fell silent. The 10 general stars each stood in a corner, giving off brilliant starlight that was incredibly eye-catching in the boundless darkness. They were like 10 suns that lit up the heavens and earth. At that moment, everyone felt that something was off, because the sky seemed to contain some sort of heaven's will, causing countless creatures to kneel. This power could not be resisted or questioned, and they could only obey. At that moment, everyone in the fish scale world, dark demon world, and grassy world sensed something and looked towards the human world. The light in their worlds gradually dimmed, and clouds quickly gathered. Heaven and earth essence chi quickly flowed into the human world, and the heaven and earth will in the sky became even more intense. Those with weaker wills felt their minds go blank, and they could not help but kneel to the ground. All of the kings in the fish scale world, dark demon world, grassy world, and human world looked incredibly serious as they looked towards Qin. They could feel their king's bloodline trembling in fear, wanting them to kneel. The golden dragon looked at the changes in Zhao Fu's body in shock. Sensing Zhao Fu's shocking changes, he could not understand what was going on. Arg! Zhao Fu's pain reached its peak, and he howled as his body continuously gave off a black aura, and a black dragon-like light shot into the sky. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out, as if the heavenly Tao had descended. The skies of the four worlds all split open, and boundless primal chaos aura seeped out from the cracks. That incredibly powerful might not only seemed to be crushed by countless people's bodies, but even their souls were crying out. Strands of golden light seeped out from the countless cracks in the sky. The cracks gradually grew larger and larger. It was a kind of silent tearing. At the same time, the mysterious heavens will also became more intense. It was like a huge mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts. On the ground, people knelt on the ground, pressing their heads against the ground as they looked towards Qin. No matter if they were outlanders, indigenous residents, or players, they all trembled under this heaven's will. Even the countless beasts were the same. They all knelt on the ground, pressing their heads against the ground, showing their servility and sincerity. It looked like countless creatures were worshipping it, and it was as if the entire world was submitting to it. It was a supreme emperor, and the entire world seemed to be under its control. Of course, there were some people who resisted its power and did not kneel, such as Tina Pendragon. The fish scale, dark demon, and grassy world's kings exploded out with all of their bloodline's power to resist the heaven's will. However, it was all for naught. Traces of blood flowed out of their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and their bones started to shatter. Under this heaven's will, they were incredibly weak and lowly. In the end, they lay on the ground like corpses, looking incredibly wretched. The golden light that seeped out from the crack also gradually became stronger, filling the entire sky and spreading outwards, sweeping past the long river, sweeping past the mountains. The heavenly domain barrier was unable to block the golden light, and the golden light also swept past the surrounding world in an instant, heading even further away. No matter what the creatures in the surrounding thousands of worlds were doing, they all stopped and looked towards the sky. They felt a supreme might coming from the direction of the golden light. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out throughout the surrounding worlds, and the sky above the human world shattered into nothingness. A massive golden star, giving off an incredibly noble and supreme aura, slowly descended from the boundless darkness. At that moment, at the center of the heaven-awakened world, on a mountain peak covered in lush vegetation and celestial chi, a ruddy-faced elder wearing a Taoist robe seemed to sense something and looked into the distance. "Master, what is it?" a disciple asked as he looked at the serious-looking elder in the distance. The elder raised his hand and said seriously as he pointed towards the human world, "There's a celestial emperor star descending in that direction." The disciple looked in that direction and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. It was most likely an imperial prince of the human race who had heaven's will descending. This was a blessing for the human race. Such a person was a peerless genius and would definitely be able to influence the heaven-awakened world in the future. In that case, Master, disciple will immediately go and find out which imperial prince of the central region has descended. As one of the most powerful sects in the human race, our Tiandao sect should prepare a small gift to express our congratulations. The celestial emperor star was a star that had its own emperor's fate, and it was the favored child of the heavens. It would receive a massive amount of fate from the entire heaven-awakened world, and just the word celestial emperor showed that it was the emperor of the heavens. Not only would all creatures submit to it, but even the heavens and earth would submit to it. It was an extremely rare star that reigned above heavenly king stars, and even empires might not have one. In order to obtain a celestial emperor star, one first had to have the human race's bloodline. After all, the celestial emperor star was the supreme emperor star for the human race, and one also had to have a sovereign bloodline. This was the lowest requirement, as without a sovereign bloodline, how could one awaken a heaven emperor? It could be said that the person with the celestial emperor star was the person with the strongest sovereign bloodline, the most potential, the most extraordinary talent, and the heaven-defying fate. Only the person with the celestial emperor star could obtain the celestial emperor star. Even in the boundless heaven-awakened world, which had billions of humans, only a few people had a celestial emperor star. Every celestial emperor star that descended was incredibly important to the human race because it had the power to change the fate of the entire human race. For such a heaven-defying figure, the various human factions would naturally try to befriend him. As one of the strongest sects in the human race, the Tiandao sect had a good relationship with many human empires. In fact, the Tiandao sect even had many imperial princes. However, this celestial emperor star was not the only one. Within 100 years, this was the 7th celestial emperor star to descend. The first 6 were all geniuses that the entire world paid attention to, and they were true elites in the heaven-awakened world. Their immense potential caused countless higher beings to sigh in amazement. The 7th celestial emperor star would definitely not be weak, and his potential would definitely be immense. The Tiandao sect should go and congratulate him, and it would be best if they could bring him to the Tiandao sect to nurture him so that he could form a connection with the heaven's law. The first 6 had been taken by other sects, so the Tiandao sect could not miss out on this opportunity. That was what the disciple was thinking. However, there were many empires in the heaven-awakened world, and no one knew which celestial emperor star had descended to. It was most likely an empire at the center of the heaven-awakened world. No matter if it was fate, foundation, or strength, an empire at the center of the heaven-awakened world was more powerful than an empire outside of the heaven-awakened world. Only with such conditions could a celestial emperor star be born. The first 6 were no exception, they were all imperial princes from the center of the heaven-awakened world. No matter if it was fate, foundation, or strength, an empire at the center of the heaven-awakened world would be more powerful than an empire outside of the heaven-awakened world. At the center of the heaven-awakened world's fate and spirit chi, there would naturally be some heaven-defying figures and extraordinary creatures. With their terrifying abilities, they could easily control the direction of the world and decide the fate of billions of creatures. With this innate advantage, they could completely suppress the outer regions. The two sides were on completely different levels. The outer regions were only a bit better than some of the outlying regions, and bullying the outlying regions was not a problem. However, they could not compare to the central regions. As for the outlying regions, they were viewed as barbaric, undeveloped, and barren. They were the lowest-level regions in the heaven-awakened world, and there were only a few ants struggling at death's door in those low-level regions. In fact, the people in the central regions did not even bother going there, as they looked down on the outer regions. How could they care about the outlying regions? It was like how a billionaire would look down on a commoner or a beggar. That was what the disciple was thinking, so he ordered people to go and find out which imperial prince from the central regions had descended. "There's no need to go," the elder said seriously. The disciple felt quite surprised and asked in confusion, "Why, master? That's a celestial emperor." Before he could finish speaking, the elder cut him off. "This celestial emperor star is in the outlying regions, and it has been affected by heaven's secrets, so it's difficult to determine its location." The disciple looked on in disbelief because he had never heard of a celestial emperor star appearing in a remote region before. He could not understand how this was possible, and if it wasn't for his master, he definitely would not have believed such a ridiculous thing. However, the disciple could not help but ask, "Master, is that true? A celestial emperor star appearing in a remote region?" The elder lightly nodded and said, "This celestial emperor star is quite special. Not only does it have a trace of killing intent, but it also has a trace of calamity and darkness. It's possible that the person who awakens a celestial emperor star is an extremely dangerous person, and it's even more dangerous than the other 6 celestial emperor stars." After hearing this, the disciple felt incredibly shocked. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. A remote region was so barren and had so little fate, yet it could still give birth to a celestial emperor star. What's more, one had to have a true sovereign bloodline to awaken a celestial emperor star. However, who had a sovereign bloodline in a remote region? At most, it would be a low-grade royal bloodline. How could a true sovereign bloodline appear? Some higher beings often used heaven-defying methods to do some secretive things in remote regions. Could it be that this had something to do with them? Thinking about that, the disciple asked, "What should we do, Master?" The elder looked away and thought for a moment before replying, "Keep a close eye on this. Many people have most likely sensed the seventh celestial emperor star's descent." The disciple nodded and started to gather information. Next to a device made of countless metal circles, a few elders wearing white robes and giving off terrifying auras stood next to the device, seeming to be calculating something. They were the most powerful faction in the Heaven-Awakened World Central region, and they were called Heaven's Fate. Their divination skills were unparalleled in the Heaven-Awakened World, and it was said that they knew the fates of everyone in the world. They were the guides of fate. Their mysterious power caused countless factions to treat them with great respect, and they viewed them as distinguished guests. No one dared to offend them. These white-robed elders were naturally important figures in Heaven's Fate. They had once given a celestial emperor star a vague direction, causing it to develop dozens of times faster. Apart from the white-robed elders, there were many people standing around them. Divining the fate of a celestial emperor star was quite a big matter, so many people were gathered here. At this moment, the white-robed elders calmed themselves down and adjusted their mental states to their peak. They started to use Heaven's secrets, which was that apparatus. Their consciousnesses also fused with the laws of heaven and earth, chasing after that golden light, trying to grasp that trace of fate. They were indeed higher beings. Within the chaotic Heaven's secrets, they had managed to find a trace of Xiao Fu celestial Fu. They could not help but feel delighted. Seeing the fate of someone with a celestial emperor star would allow them to know many shocking things. Their consciousnesses traced a trace and finally found the celestial emperor star that belonged to Xiao Fu within the boundless primal chaos. It was like a massive sun and gave off a terrifying might. It gave off intense golden light and shined in all directions. In front of the massive celestial emperor star, the higher beings' consciousnesses were like a few bugs, incredibly weak and small. This was not because they were weak but because divining Heaven's fate was not an easy thing to do. Being able to send their consciousnesses into Heaven's secrets was already quite difficult, and if they were not careful, they might receive a backlash from Heaven's secrets. Right now, they only dared to stand in the distance because the celestial emperor star's aura was simply too powerful, making it difficult for them to get close. However, at such a distance, they were unable to see Xiao Fu's fate. As such, they took the risk and endured the celestial emperor star's massive might as they advanced step by step. Finally, after putting in a lot of effort, they were able to get close to the celestial emperor star. Even though this distance was still quite far, it was their limit. It was not quite possible for them to go any further, but they would be able to slightly divine the celestial emperor star's fate from here. However, just as they stepped in, they were shocked to find that things were completely different from what they had expected. Next to the celestial emperor star, there was a star giving off a devilish blood-red light. How was this possible? Bang! Just as they had this horrified thought in their minds, the golden star and the blood-red star sensed their approach and emitted an even more intense light. Like a hurricane, they were swept away by their consciousnesses. Their bodies next to the celestial emperor star were also sent flying by a formless energy, crashing to the ground and coughing up mouthfuls of blood. This caused everyone's expressions to fall, and they hurriedly helped them up and asked, "What's going on? Did you see anything?" After the elders' consciousnesses retreated, they still looked incredibly shocked and did not seem to hear anyone else's words. They looked quite dumbfounded as they repeatedly said, "This is impossible. This is impossible. This is impossible." After a while, with everyone's help, they came back to their senses and told everyone what they had seen in the celestial emperor star, causing a massive uproar. How could it have two fate stars? What's more, that blood-red star not only gave off a trace of an emperor's aura but also an aura of slaughter, destruction, and disaster. It was similar to the inauspicious star Mars, but that blood-red star was even more terrifying. Are you sure? How could such a thing happen? Also, what kind of fate star is that blood-red star? Everyone could not believe it and felt incredibly shocked, and they could not help but ask for more information. However, the few old men sighed and said the same thing as before, all of this is real. The few of us only discovered it when we stepped in, but in the next second, we were attacked by them. Our consciousness was repelled by them and automatically returned to our bodies. Hearing this, everyone believed it, but they still did not know why such a thing had happened. Many people left, planning to look up some ancient texts. Some people directly reported this matter to the Fate Sovereign, the person with the highest authority in heaven's will. Within the Heavenly Book Pavilion, the faction that published all sorts of books, a scholarly middle-aged man stood at the top of a building and looked into the distance before smiling as he said to the people beside him, "There's another big piece of news. There's another big event in this year's calendar of events. Today, the 7th Celestial Emperor star has descended." The other people holding books felt quite shocked and looked at the scholarly middle-aged man as they asked, "Pavilion Master, is this true?" "This is a good thing. The human race has 7 celestial emperor stars descend every 100 years, which is more than the other 7 races. Which empire's emperor is it? Should we go and gather information?" End of chapter 851. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.